Qingping City, once a remote and peaceful corner of the Daqian dynasty, had recently endured a severe drought. The economy was in decline, the streets were desolate, and though shops lined the roads, most had their doors closed, shrouded in silence. Yet, amidst the gloom, one establishment stood out: Zui Xianju. It was bustling, lively, and crowded to an extraordinary degree. The proprietor of Zui Xianju, Lin Yi, was a striking figure. His red robe hung loosely on his shoulders, exuding an effortless charm. Handsome and nonchalant, he sat atop the counter, holding a wine gourd, occasionally glancing toward the entrance, as if waiting for someone. In his clear eyes, a hint of mystery lingered. Lin Yi was no ordinary man. He was a transmigrator, carrying with him a mystical treasury, a purple gold gourd known as the Wine Soul System. The gourd held profound secrets capable of helping one ascend to immortality. However, the system remained dormant within his mind, its true potential yet to awaken. Even so, by the age of 16, Lin Yi had conquered the martial world of Daqian, founding the unparalleled Yiguang society and becoming a living legend. Wealth meant little to him, mere dust in the wind, and even the young emperor of Daqian owed his throne to Lin Yi's intervention. Now, Lin Yi lived in seclusion in Qingping City, running Zui Xianju under the guise of selling wine, while in truth, he awaited a fateful opportunity to seize immortality and divinity. Finally, an unusual guest stepped into Zui Xianju. The shop assistant, who had been waiting attentively, immediately approached to welcome the newcomer, a Taoist priest. The priest, appearing no older than 20-something, wore a moon-white robe. His demeanor was ethereal, like a crane soaring in the clouds, otherworldly and refined. Yet his eyes, ancient and profound, seemed to hold the weight of countless lifetimes, commanding respect and reverence. "Please take a seat, Taoist. Let me know what you'd like to eat," the shop assistant said warmly, handing over the menu. The Taoist scanned it briefly, a trace of amusement flashing in his eyes. Snowfall on volcano? Shattered little green dragon? Beating Zhu Beiji with a stick? These names are quite unique, the Taoist remarked with a soft chuckle. "Our proprietor came up with these names," the shop assistant quickly explained. "Snowfall on volcano is candied persimmon salad, shattered little green dragon is smashed cucumber, and beating Zhu Beiji with a stick is garlic shoots stir-fried with pork. The names may be unconventional, but they're all excellent dishes to pair with wine." The young Taoist smiled faintly. "Your proprietor seems like quite a character. These names are certainly creative and rather fitting." The shop assistant grinned and nodded. "Our proprietor has a mind that's almost otherworldly. Ordinary folk can hardly fathom it. Only someone like you, Taoist, could truly understand him." The Taoist shook his head, laughing softly, and said, "Then I'll have one shattered little green dragon and bring me a pot of every wine you have in Zuixianju." The shop assistant beamed but then hesitated, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face. "Taoist, at Zuixianju, we require payment up front." The Taoist glanced around, noticing the tattered clothing of many diners, refugees from the drought, scraping by with hard labor and leaving only a few copper coins after their meals. Moved, the Taoist reached into his sleeve, pulling out a large silver ingot, and placed it on the table. "If it's not enough, they'll add more. Whatever's left, consider it a tip." The shop assistant's face lit up with joy, but just as he was about to take the silver, a cool voice sounded from behind him. "Taoist, Zui Xianju has 108 types of common wine, 36 types of medium-grade wine, and 12 types of premium wine. Asking for a pot of each might be excessive, don't you think?" Unbeknownst to anyone, Lin Yi had appeared behind the shop assistant. He pushed the silver ingot back toward the Taoist with a calm yet firm gesture. The Taoist smiled, unfazed, and replied, "Not all wine is worthy of my palate." Lin Yi's eyes glimmered with intrigue. "What do you mean by that, Taoist?" The Taoist met Lin Yi's gaze, his voice gentle yet resonant. "If heaven did not love wine, there would be no wine star in the sky. If the earth did not love wine, there would be no wine springs on the ground. All I desire is a taste of Xianren Zue." Lin Yi's smile deepened. "If you know of Xianren Zue, you must also know that not just anyone can drink it." The Taoist nodded. "Such wine is meant to be shared with immortals." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "And are you an immortal, Taoist?" The Taoist countered with a question of his own. "What do you think it means to be an immortal?" Lin Yi's smile faded slightly. He shook his head. "I've never seen one, so I wouldn't dare to speculate." The Taoist chuckled softly, then untied a small gourd from his waist and placed it on the table. "Fill it," he said simply. The shop assistant looked to Lin Yi, who nodded in approval. The assistant quickly fetched a jar of wine and began pouring it into the palm-sized gourd. To everyone's astonishment, the gourd seemed bottomless, swallowing jar after jar of wine without ever filling up. The atmosphere in the tavern grew tense. The other patrons stared in disbelief, their jaws agape. The shop assistant trembled, muttering under his breath, "Could this be a ghost in broad daylight?" Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. He looked at the Taoist and smiled. You're close to being immortal. The Taoist shook his head with a smile. It seems I'm still not worthy of tasting your Xianren Zue. With that, he rose to his feet and gazed out toward the fields beyond the city. Would you care to join me, my friend, in visiting the 1,000 acres of barren land outside the city? Lin Yi didn't hesitate. I'd be honored. The Taoist laughed heartily. With a sweep of his sleeve, a gust of wind arose from nowhere, carrying the two of them into the sky and out of sight. This isn't just seeing ghosts in broad daylight, this is meeting an immortal deity. The innkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared blankly at Lin Yi and the young Taoist, who had just disappeared into the wind. His mouth hung open so wide it could fit a whole egg. An ordinary worker at the drunken immortal tavern, he had never witnessed such divine abilities before. Inside the tavern, the patrons were already in an uproar. Tables were slammed as diners rushed out into the streets, and soon, a crowd surged toward the outskirts of the city, fearing they might miss the chance to glimpse this legendary miracle. The tale of immortals in Qingping City had persisted for centuries. Over 100 years ago, this place was not the peaceful, out-of-the-way town it is today, but the battleground between two great dynasties, the Qin and Yu. Armies of 1,000,000 cavalry had once faced off here, leaving the land desolate and strewn with corpses. Legend has it that an immortal descended from the heavens, riding on clouds, wielding a sword in one hand and a cup of wine in the other. From the sky, the immortal swung their sword just once, forcing the retreat of both armies. From then on, the two nations established their borders, and a trench spanning hundreds of miles, a remnant of that single strike remains to this day, still resonating faintly with the echoes of sword hums. The immortal, uninterested in wealth or power, only asked for yellow wine as tribute, turning the episode into a tale passed down for generations. Now, with the appearance of immortals once again, how could it not captivate the masses? Lin Yi rode the wind, his robes billowing as the fierce gusts lashed against him. In the blink of an eye, he had flown out of the city. Beside him, the young Taoist maintained a calm expression as they ascended into the clouds. Below them stretched a patchwork of withered fields, cracked earth, and desolation. The river in the distance had long since dried up, revealing its ghastly riverbed. Piles of fish bones lay scattered there, emanating a stifling stench. A few raggedly dressed men, women, and children were scavenging along the riverbed. When one of them discovered a dried fish, they shouted out in excitement as though they had struck gold. The young Taoist's gaze sharpened slightly, as though lost in thought. He turned to Lin Yi and asked, his tone calm but probing. A severe drought has plagued Qingping and its surroundings. This is a calamity of nature, beyond the power of mortals to resolve. In your opinion, how can this crisis be overcome? Lin Yi shook his head, his expression tinged with helplessness. There is no solution. His voice carried a weight of solemnity. I once led a team of geomancers to investigate the earth veins in this area. There is no sign of underground water flow, and digging wells or redirecting streams is out of the question. All we can do now is rely on the Yiguang Society to assist the court in disaster relief, endure the hardship, and try to save as many lives as possible. If there is any way to resolve this, it would be through rituals and prayers, hoping for rain from the heavens. With that, Lin Yi let out a long, weary sigh. The young Taoist, however, allowed a faint smile to play across his lips. The wine from your drunken immortal tavern may save hundreds, perhaps even thousands, but it cannot save the tens of thousands suffering across Qingping. Lin Yi nodded. You're right. The young Taoist's eyes glimmered with determination as he declared, but I can. Lin Yi froze, his gaze fixed intently on the Taoist. How will you save them? With your wine, the young Taoist replied, his voice calm yet brimming with unwavering confidence. He produced a wine gourd from his side and lightly tossed it in his hand. 100 barrels of wine to save tens of thousands? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, his skepticism evident. Precisely. In your hands, it's just wine. But in mine, it becomes life-saving rain. As the young Taoist spoke, the gourd's lid popped open with a crisp sound, releasing a fragrant aroma that permeated the air. With a flick of his fingers, the wine inside surged out like a spring, crystal clear, swirling around them in a flowing stream. Mist rose from the liquid, creating an ethereal, dreamlike scene. The young Taoist turned to Lin Yi and suddenly asked, have you ever practiced the way of the sword? Lin Yi's eyes lit up with pride as he replied, I have dabbled. Once, with a single sword, I broke through 26,000 armored troops. Impressive, but that is a mortal sword, not an immortal sword, the young Taoist said, shaking his head with a sigh. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Then what is the sword of an immortal? The sword of an immortal can alter the heavens, the young Taoist said, his tone calm yet resolute. He raised his sword-like fingers, and in an instant, the wine stream coiling around them condensed into a colossal, translucent sword that pierced the sky. Its blade shimmered with a radiant brilliance, refracting sunlight into dazzling colors. Clang! The sound of the sword unsheathing echoed like a thunderclap, reverberating across the heavens. It was as if 1,000 swords had been unleashed at once, shaking the very air. The overwhelming sword aura soared skyward, and Lin Yi, despite his pride in his own mastery, couldn't help but feel his spirit stirred. The wine sword emerges. Its radiance illuminates the 10 directions. Go forth, young Taoist. His voice rang out, clear and resonant. The unparalleled Tao sound reverberated like the deep tones of a great bell, shaking the heavens and earth. Before their eyes, the immense sword of wine surged skyward like a celestial river. Its brilliance lit up the heavens, cleaving through the sky with dazzling splendor. With a thunderous roar, the wine sword tore through the firmament, charging toward the boundless heights of the skies. Suddenly, an ear-splitting explosion echoed across the heavens as the wine sword erupted, scattering into countless shards of sword energy. These fragments coalesced into a massive vortex, swirling in the air with a majestic force. Within the vortex, the sword energy churned violently, stirring the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Dark clouds began to roll in from 100 miles away, forming a massive black dragon that roared and coiled ominously across the sky. In mere moments, the storm clouds condensed, and torrential rain poured from the heavens. Strangely, the rain carried with it a rich, intoxicating aroma of wine that left all who inhaled it entranced. Rain. It's raining. The destitute onlookers, witnessing this divine spectacle, were struck speechless with awe before erupting into jubilant cries of joy. It's raining. Heaven has shown mercy, taking pity on us and blessing us with this life-giving rain. Refugees from all directions fell to their knees, prostrating themselves in deep reverence. Their faces, etched with gratitude and awe, reflected the belief that they had just witnessed a miraculous intervention. It wasn't heaven who saved you, it was that unparalleled immortal. A voice cried out from the crowd, stirring the hearts of those around. We give our thanks to the immortal, whose sword changed the heavens and brought forth this rain. Countless voices rose in unison, their gratitude surging like waves. Many turned their gazes toward the young Taoist, bowing deeply in reverence. Their cries filled the air like a chant of worship. The immortal sword can alter the heavens. Standing apart from the crowd, Lin Yi's eyes sharpened as he fixed his gaze on the young Taoist before him. Looking up, he saw raindrops falling all around. Yet an invisible force repelled them near the two, forming a transparent barrier of rainless space. This unseen shield separated them from the heavens, exuding an aura of awe-inspiring power. You there, young friend, the Taoist said, turning slowly toward Lin Yi with a serene smile. His tone was calm, yet carried an air of effortless confidence. Am I now worthy of sharing a cup of your immortal's brew? Lin Yi froze momentarily, then quickly clasped his hands in respect. Senior, there is still one thing I do not understand. Are you wondering why an immortal, who dwells high above the clouds, indifferent to the suffering of mortals and untouched by worldly affairs, would wield a sword to alter the heavens and save the people? The young Taoist's profound gaze seemed to pierce directly into Lin Yi's thoughts. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, but nodded earnestly. Exactly. I cannot speak for other immortals, the Taoist replied with a faint smile, his tone tranquil yet resolute. But my Tao is not like theirs. May I ask then, what is your Tao? Lin Yi took a deep breath, his expression solemn as he posed the question. The young Taoist lifted his gaze to the distant sky. His expression carried a carefree air, yet there was an undeniable righteousness in his demeanor. In a soft, steady voice he said, My Tao is simple. Those who enjoy the blessings of the world must bear its burdens. Those who partake in its joys must share in its sorrows. Nothing more. As his words fell, his figure seemed to radiate an intangible brilliance. The righteous energy around him surged skyward, intertwining with the falling rain, creating a breathtaking display. Lin Yi, hearing this, felt as if struck by lightning. His mind churned, overwhelmed by the weight of this seemingly simple statement. It was as if a hammer of immense force had struck his very soul. If that is the case, Lin Yi said after a long pause, finally steadying his thoughts. His gaze burned with newfound respect and determination as he looked at the young Taoist. Then I believe I know who you are, senior. Oh. The young Taoist raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Who am I? Zhou Yun. The sage of literature, Zhou Yun. Lin Yi declared with unwavering conviction, his voice firm and resolute as he met the Taoist's gaze. The sage of literature, Zhou Yun, was born in the Great Qin dynasty. 500 years ago, during the era of the Great Qin, martial valor was exalted while literature was suppressed. Scholars were like floating duckweed, rootless and without hope for recognition or survival. Zhou Yun, born into a family of military generals, defied expectations. Instead of pursuing martial arts, he was captivated by the beauty of poetry and prose, dedicating himself to the study of literature. His family ridiculed him, deeming him an unworthy descendant. Yet Zhou Yun remained steadfast, undeterred by their scorn. He traveled far and wide, seeking the teachings of Confucianism and Taoism, and eventually built a humble grass hut in the countryside, vowing to compose texts and bring enlightenment to the world. However, fate's tide soon swept in. The great Qian dynasty suffered a crushing defeat, and the army of the Great Yu kingdom reached its gates, threatening its sovereignty. On that fateful day, Zhou Yun, clad in a simple blue robe, ascended to the heavens from his grass hut. Facing the vast sky, he recited in a resounding voice, "Those who enjoy the benefits of the world must bear its burdens. Those who partake in its joys must share its sorrows." As his words echoed, the heavens and earth trembled. Across the great Qian, the collective literary spirit surged like a dragon, soaring into the sky and spanning 3,000 miles, reaching the borders of the two nations. Riding the wind and stepping on clouds, Zhou Yun arrived at the battlefield where the two armies faced off. With a commanding voice, he declared, "With the pen, I can bring peace to the world. With my assent, I can determine the fate of heaven and earth." Then, with a single stroke of his sword, he unleashed a wave of sword energy that swept across the skies, forcing the great Yu army of 1,000,000 to retreat. Following this battle, the great Qian retained its territories, and Zhou Yun's name spread far and wide. In gratitude for his contributions, the emperor of the great Qian established a temple of literature and honored him with the title Sage of Literature. From that moment, Confucianism flourished. Yet Zhou Yun vanished from the mortal world, leaving no trace. It was said that every 10 years, a wine-loving immortal would appear in Qingping City, and in their wake, the world would be graced with brilliant strategies for governance and peerless literary works. These tales have long been buried in the annals of history. Only Lin Yi, through secret records of the royal family, uncovered these hidden truths. He firmly believed that the legend of the immortal in Qingping City was none other than the sage of literature, Zhou Yun. Thus, Lin Yi established the Drunken Immortal Tavern in the city, hoping to lure the immortal with fine wine. Now, hearing Zhou Yun himself utter the very words that marked his ascension to sainthood, Lin Yi was finally certain of the wine-loving immortal's true identity. Zhou Yun, the heaven-sent sage from 500 years ago, the sage of literature. Lin Yi's eyes burned with fervor, his emotions surging. "To think that after all these centuries, someone still remembers me," Zhou Yun remarked with a faint smile, his gaze tinged with nostalgia. "Junior Lin Yi, though I have never met you in person, I have long admired you from afar." Lin Yi bowed respectfully, his doubts completely dispelled. From his sleeve, he produced a palm-sized wine flask, sealed with a label inscribed with 3 characters. Immortal's drunkenness. The calligraphy, bold and unrestrained, exuded an aura of grandeur. Such fine calligraphy! Zhou Yun's eyes lit up as he examined the seal, murmuring in admiration, "The strokes are like sword edges, brimming with latent sharpness. The youthful vigor and audacity embedded within remind me of my younger days." Hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with pride. He spoke slowly, "This wine, named Immortal's Drunkenness, was brewed from the soaring spirit I gathered after single-handedly breaking through 26,000 armored soldiers in the great Qian Palace with my sword. Today, I wish to share this wine with you, esteemed elder, and drink to our heart's content." With that, he removed the seal. Instantly, a misty vapor rose from the flask, carrying a rich and intoxicating aroma that filled the air. The scent, infused with a sense of boundless ambition, stirred one's blood and made it feel as though the entire world was within reach. Exquisite wine. Zhou Yun closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if transported back to the glorious days when he repelled a 1,000,000-strong army with a single strike. He murmured softly, "In the prime of youth, one's spirit should indeed soar to the heavens. This wine is nearly divine. No wonder you dare debate an immortal with it." Opening his eyes, Zhou Yun cast a meaningful look at Lin Yi, his gaze a mix of amusement and admiration. With a faint smile, he remarked, "It seems your schemes are far from ordinary." Lin Yi's intentions were exposed, but he didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he took out 2 crystal-clear wine glasses, poured a drink into each, and handed one to Zhou Yun. "Senior, isn't this still falling into the trap?" Ha ha ha." Zhou Yun was momentarily stunned, then laughed heartily. "I've long heard that you, young friend, possess extraordinary talent and unparalleled courage. Now, it seems those words are not unfounded." His gaze toward Lin Yi was filled with admiration. "Senior, you know of me?" Lin Yi was taken aback, clearly surprised. "At the age of 16, you achieved invincibility in Deqian with mere mortal strength, prompting the establishment of a martial temple in your honor. That is talent. And to dare bait a celestial with mortal means, that is boldness." Though immortals reside beyond the illusory bloom of the mirror moon, your name has already been mentioned among them. Zhou Yun looked at Lin Yi meaningfully, a trace of respect gleaming in his eyes. Lin Yi, baiting a celestial, had discerned Zhou Yun's immortal identity the moment they met but chose not to reveal it. He was observing the behavior of this wine-loving immortal. Yet Zhou Yun, in turn, was also observing Lin Yi. In front of you, senior, I wouldn't dare claim the title of martial saint, Lin Yi said with a slight smile, shaking his head. Before retiring, Lin Yi had single-handedly broken through 26,000 armored soldiers with a single sword and supported the new emperor's ascension. As a gesture of sincerity, the new emperor established the martial temple, enshrining Lin Yi as the martial saint. Though Lin Yi cared little for such titles, he was aware of the honor bestowed upon him. Your insight is no less than mine. When you're my age, the title of martial saint will undoubtedly suit you. There's no need for modesty, Zhou Yun said seriously, his eyes sharp. With that, he raised his glass and downed the celestial brew in one gulp. Boom. In an instant, Lin Yi felt a majestic aura, as if a mountain loomed over an abyss, erupting from Zhou Yun's body. Faintly, he saw a swirl of purple mist undulating above Zhou Yun's head, dreamlike and ethereal, brimming with profound truths and principles. Without hesitation, Lin Yi also drank the celestial brew in one go. A surge of boundless heroism arose in his chest. The true energy within him roared like rivers rushing, producing faint sounds of tearing silk and metal, resonating powerfully in his ears. Immortals cultivate the path of immortality, while Lin Yi walked the path of martial arts. Martial arts focus on refining innate true energy within the body, achieving invincibility in the mortal realm. Perhaps due to the mysterious wine system, the better the wine, the more it unleashed his potential. Unfortunately, no worldly beverage could surpass the quality of the celestial brew. The mortal world, after all, has its limits. And this was the true reason Lin Yi sought to bait immortals. The two stood amidst the clouds, rain falling like threads all around, yet not a single drop could touch them. After a moment, they simultaneously opened their eyes. Good wine. Truly exceptional. Zhou Yun's face flushed slightly, and as he spoke, the aroma of wine escaped his lips, revealing a hint of intoxication. Senior, can this celestial brew truly intoxicate an immortal? Lin Yi asked calmly, his lips curling into a faint smile. Indeed it can. Zhou Yun nodded firmly, his gaze fixed on Lin Yi. This wine has already transcended the mundane. To go further, it cannot be done within the mortal realm. I humbly seek your guidance, senior. Lin Yi clasped his hands and bowed deeply, treating Zhou Yun with the respect due to a teacher. Do you know why I visit Qingping City once every 10 years? Zhou Yun asked slowly. I do not, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head without hesitation. There is a realm beyond the mortal world, called the spirit realm. To enter it, one must cross the boundary of the mirror moon illusion. This boundary appears once every 10 years. Thus, when the time comes, I leave the spirit realm to recruit disciples on behalf of the Deluo immortal sect. One disciple per visit, Zhou Yun explained, his gaze growing more profound. Would you be willing to follow me to the spirit realm? Lin Yi remained silent for a moment. Gradually, his expression grew resolute, and an uncontainable fervor lit up his eyes. The elusive bloom only blossoms once every 10 years, and just for one person at a time. Lin Yi suddenly understood. No wonder Zhou Yun appeared only once every decade. It turns out that beyond the mortal realm, there exists a spiritual realm. Junior thanks Senior for leading the way. Lin Yi bowed respectfully again, his expression resolute, his heart free of doubt. Zhou Yun nodded slightly, a look of both satisfaction and approval on his face. Since this is your decision, they'll give you 1 hour to bid farewell to the mortal world. The path of immortals and mortals diverges. The elusive bloom blooms but once in 10 years, and with Lin Yi heading to the spiritual realm, he wouldn't be able to return to the mortal world for at least a decade. Naturally, a proper farewell was in order. Understood. Lin Yi nodded and, with a swift movement, rode the wind downward. This technique of riding the wind was Lin Yi's own creation, the drunken wanderer technique. Though it couldn't match Zhou Yun's ability to walk upon the wind and stand atop the clouds, Lin Yi's carefree movements were like those of a celestial being descending to the mortal world, his graceful figure as ethereal as the lingering fragrance of fine wine. Zhou Yun couldn't help but nod repeatedly at the sight. Young friend Lin Yi is truly a talent beyond measure. Though not yet an immortal, he already bears the demeanor of one. Zhou Yun watched Lin Yi's retreating figure, then turned and walked upon the clouds, disappearing into the horizon. Lin Yi descended with the wind, landing gracefully before heading straight for the drunken immortal tavern. For him, this final farewell to the mortal world was not a complicated matter. He had long since made all the necessary arrangements and said goodbye to those who mattered. After all, he had anticipated this moment for years. calculating that Zhou Yun would appear in Qingping City within a year or two. This was the culmination of his meticulous planning. Shopkeeper, was that Taoist just now truly an immortal? Inside the drunken immortal tavern, the young waiter approached with awe in his eyes. Linny smiled faintly but didn't answer. Instead, he pulled two letters from his robe, both prepared long ago. One was addressed to the leader of the Yiguang Society, and the other to His Majesty the Emperor. Take these two letters and keep them safe. Someone will come to retrieve them in due time, Linny said as he handed the letters to the waiter. The waiter accepted them, his gaze falling on the words, Yiguang Society. His eyes widened in shock, his face full of disbelief. The Yiguang Society. Shopkeeper, do you know the leader of the Yiguang Society? The Yiguang Society was a name known throughout the Daoqian dynasty. It was said that the previous leader, at just 16 years of age, was undefeated in the martial world, shattering armor with a single sword strike, supporting the new emperor's rise, and earning a place in the martial temple as a revered martial saint. Such tales were legendary, whispered in every corner of the land. Shopkeeper, are you leaving? The waiter, still reeling from shock, quickly asked. Yes. Linny nodded, his expression calm. What about us? The waiter hesitated, his voice tinged with unease. Linny patted him on the shoulder and pulled a book from his robe, handing it over. If you wish to stay, then stay. The Yiguang Society will ensure you have a path forward. Though you haven't been with me long, you're earnest despite your sharp tongue. This wine scripture is for you. Study it well and don't let it gather dust. The waiter accepted the book with trembling hands. Shopkeeper, will you come back? Lin Yi did not turn back. He simply waved his hand, carefree and transcendent. His red robe billowed like flames, and within moments, he vanished at the end of the street. Not long after, Lin Yi returned to the place where he had parted with Zhou Yun. He took out a flask of wine, sat on the edge of a field, and gazed toward the imperial capital. A few gulps of wine later, his eyes carried a hint of intoxication, as if bidding farewell, yet also filled with anticipation. Suddenly, a soft hum echoed within his spiritual consciousness. A faint purple-gold light shimmered as a gourd trembled slightly, releasing a mist of wine-scented radiance that spread like the glow of dawn. As the aroma of wine coursed through his body, the innate qi within Lin Yi grew even purer and more concentrated. Standing atop a narrow ridge between rice fields, Lin Yi tilted his head slightly upward, his gaze piercing through the misty drizzle to rest on the faint outlines of distant mountains. His eyes seemed to transcend time and space, cutting through countless obstacles to eventually settle on the grandeur of the imperial capital's city walls, as though he could see everything within. Linny, will you return? Meanwhile, atop the walls of the imperial capital, a figure as slender and graceful as a willow stood resolute in the rain. Her gaze penetrated the curtain of rain, fixed on the direction of Qingping City, her eyes brimming with profound longing and reluctant sorrow. I will wait for you to return, she murmured softly, her voice carrying through the rain as if it could reach the heavens. At that moment, another figure descended from the sky, his robes billowing like a startled swan as he landed gracefully on the city wall. His posture was upright, his gaze sharp, and he too looked toward Qingping City, his expression solemn and unwavering. Farewell to the martial saint, he said in a low, reverent tone. As his words fell, dozens of figures within the imperial capital rose into the air, leaping onto the city walls in unison. They turned toward Qingping City, standing in orderly silence, their hands clasped in respectful salute. Bowing deeply, they shouted in unison, "Farewell to the martial saint." Buzz. A faint tremor resonated from the depths of Lin Yi's consciousness. His violet gold gourd quivered slightly, as if responding to something, releasing an ethereal ripple of Tao intent. This intent, gentle yet profound like the persistent drizzle, intertwined with the lingering sorrow in Lin Yi's heart, carrying an indescribable sense of solemnity and grandeur. Clang! An uncontainable surge of emotion welled up within Lin Yi. His hand instinctively brushed his waist, and a blade-thin, soft sword flashed out of its sheath in an instant. Tilting his head back, he took a fierce swig of strong wine, letting the sword move with the flow of his intoxication. Each sweep of his blade unleashed arcs of sword light, cascading like the rain itself, as though amplifying the downpour. Grandfather, look! Over there, someone is drinking and dancing with a sword. Is he celebrating this blessed rain? A curious child pointed toward Lin Yi, his eyes wide with amazement. No, child. That looks more like a farewell, the elderly man beside him replied, casting a complex glance at Lin Yi. As he gazed at the carefree figure clad in red, a wave of inexplicable sorrow rose in his heart. Lin Yi's sword dance grew wilder, his blade flashing like rain, his sword intent surging like a tide. Immersed in a unique state of mind, his body seemed to merge with the rain and his swordsmanship, creating a breathtaking spectacle that stirred the soul. Though he once prided himself on his carefree nature, Lin Yi now realized that true farewells were never easy. The faces he could not forget, the bonds he could not sever, these had become the very source of his sword intent at this moment. Gradually, the sword light faded, replaced by an invisible sword intent that drifted with the wind, weaving through the rain in an endless flow. At last, when the dance concluded, the rain ceased, the wind stilled, and the world returned to a serene calm. Lin Yi sheathed his sword and sat back down on the ridge. At some point, a wine jug had appeared before him, though only half of its contents remained. He ran his fingers lightly over the jug and sighed softly. Gourd, oh gourd, when will you finally awaken? This violet gold gourd was the very essence of Lin Yi's wine soul system. Silent and ancient, it rarely spoke, but every time it brewed wine, Lin Yi could sense its mysterious power. He remembered the last time when he infused his youthful vigor, capable of breaking through 26,000 armor plates in a single strike, into the wine. It had yielded the legendary immortal's drunkenness, but this time, he poured his sorrow of parting into the brew, only to end up with half a jug, incomplete. Congratulations, Lin Yi, on stepping into the realm of qi refinement and Dao cultivation. A clear and cheerful voice broke the stillness. Lin Yi looked up to see Zhou Yun standing silently beside him, his face full of admiration. May I ask, Senior, what is the meaning of qi refining? Lin Yi inquired. Zhou Yun smiled faintly, a glimmer of profoundness in his eyes. Stroking his slightly disheveled long beard, he spoke slowly. The martial arts of the mortal world focus on tempering the body, strengthening the bones, and nurturing one's vitality. But the so-called immortal path begins from within, comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth, and harnessing the qi that flows through all creation. This qi is the most fundamental essence of the universe's wonders. As the ancient saying goes, the Tao gives rise to one qi gives rise to yin and yang. Yin and yang unite into three forms, and the three forms create all things. This is the foundation of the universe's operation. He paused for a moment, his gaze settling on Lin Yi with a touch of solemnity in his tone. You, my young friend, have entered the immortal path through martial arts. The innate qi you have cultivated within your body is the embryonic form of cultivation. Now that this innate qi has transformed into a true essence within you, you have officially stepped into the realm of qi refining. Lin Yi frowned slightly. Although Zhou Yun's words were somewhat abstruse, he managed to grasp the key points. He murmured to himself, qi refining is about nurturing one's qi using the forces of heaven and earth. Hearing this, Zhou Yun's eyes lit up with approval, and he laughed heartily. Exactly. Your comprehension is truly extraordinary. Come, let's go. I will explain the finer details of cultivation to you along the way. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Zhou Yun's wide sleeve billowed, and an invisible force enveloped Lin Yi, carrying him into the air once more. The wind roared past Lin Yi's ears, but this time, the sensation was entirely different. He could distinctly feel a certain vitality within the breeze brushing against his face, as though it carried a subtle spirituality. The natural energy of the mountains and wilderness also seemed to emanate a life force he had never noticed before. Lowering his gaze inward, Lin Yi focused on his dantian, where a swirling mist of qi gently rose and fell. With each undulation, faint echoes of thunder and wind could be heard, as though it were drawing in the energy of the heavens and earth, nourishing his body. A sense of realization dawned upon him. This was the marvel of qi refining. Observing this, Zhou Yun's eyes grew even more pleased, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Young friend Lin Yi, you are truly gifted. To be so attuned to the qi of heaven and earth despite just entering the qi refining stage is remarkable. Even the native beings of the spiritual realm, born with innate qi, would find it difficult to achieve such sensitivity. He paused, his gaze drifting into the distance as though envisioning Lin Yi's brilliant future. Although qi refining is just the foundation of cultivation, it is an indispensable cornerstone. With your talent, if you receive the heritage of our Deluo immortal sect, you will undoubtedly rise swiftly and become a leading figure among the younger generation. Lin Yi, though stirred by these words, remained silent. He kept his eyes fixed ahead, his curiosity about the legendary mirror flower water moon growing stronger. However, despite traveling for 3 days on the wind, they still had not reached their destination. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel puzzled. With Zhou Yun's speed, as swift as a shooting star, 3 days should have been enough to traverse dozens of nations. Why had they not yet arrived? Throughout their journey, they scaled mountains and crossed seas. Whenever Lin Yi was thirsty, he drank wine. Whenever he was hungry, he took the pills Zhou Yun handed him. These pills, known as fasting pills, not only satisfied his hunger, but also provided a trace of spiritual energy to nourish his body. Zhou Yun, meanwhile, spared no effort in explaining the basics of cultivation. He spoke of the stages of the immortal path qi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, out of body, soul transformation, void refinement, integration, tribulation crossing, and earthly immortal. He also described the diverse schools of cultivation in the spiritual realm, including the orthodox Taoist path, the demonic path, and the path of the beast cultivators. Furthermore, he explained the various immortal paths, such as Tao immortals, Buddhist immortals, demon immortals, and beast immortals. Regardless of the path, the ultimate goal was to achieve immortality. Lin Yi listened with great interest but caught on to a particular term. Looking up, he asked, "Earthly immortal? Senior, are there truly gods and immortals in the spiritual realm?" Zhou Yun chuckled at the question, his eyes reflecting a deep and enigmatic meaning. "What is a god or an immortal?" he countered. "To mortals, someone like me, who can ride the wind, is a god or an immortal. To cultivators, those earthly immortals who transcend the spiritual realm are gods. And to earthly immortals, those sages who have shattered the void and left behind nothing but endless legends, those are the true gods and immortals. Immortals may only exist in legends, but the path to enlightenment has never been severed." Zhou Yun's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable resolve. He paused briefly, his gaze profound as if piercing through the fabric of time itself. Immortality is too ethereal, the ultimate pursuit of all cultivators. And the road leading to that ultimate goal is the path of enlightenment. The path of enlightenment has always been there? Lin Yi murmured softly, a flicker of realization flashing in his eyes. The path is right here. Zhou Yun suddenly extended his hand, lightly tapping his chest. A faint, enigmatic smile appeared on his lips, as though he held some ineffable secret. Before his words had fully settled, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from ahead, shaking the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, an endless surge of mist rolled in like tidal waves, carrying a fresh and natural fragrance that instantly pulled Lin Yi out of his contemplation and back to reality. "This is the Northern Sea?" Lin Yi looked up, his heart trembling at the sight before him. The boundless sea stretched endlessly, waves surging like galloping horses, exuding an overwhelming grandeur. Amidst the vast expanse of ocean, countless seagulls circled in the air. On the surface of the waves, figures could be seen gliding effortlessly, their movements agile as if strolling through a serene garden. Beside them were young boys and girls, their expressions filled with awe and wonder, unable to conceal the astonishment in their eyes. "Senior, are these people all from the spiritual realm?" Lin Yi's gaze shifted slightly as he couldn't help but ask. "The Mirror of Illusions opens once every 10 years. Naturally, I'm not the only one out here seeking disciples," Zhou Yun replied with an easy smile, his tone carrying a casual air. "But if the spiritual realm already has innate beings, why come to the mortal world to find disciples?" Lin Yi frowned slightly, his heart filled with curiosity. Innate beings of the spiritual realm have their own advantages, while mortals possess their unique qualities. "Once you've entered the spiritual realm, you'll understand," Zhou Yun said with a faint smile, offering no further explanation as he continued moving forward. His gaze sharpened as he pointed ahead. "The Mirror of Illusions lies deep within the Northern Sea, at the Abyss of Return." "The Abyss of Return," Lin Yi repeated softly, a tremor running through him. Legend spoke of a massive abyss within the Northern Sea, bottomless and known as the Abyss of Return. It was said to be the convergence point of all waters, whether from the 8 corners of the world, or the celestial rivers above, yet it remained unchanged, neither increasing nor diminishing. It was the ultimate destination of all things. Lin Yi had once thought that if he could not find traces of immortals, he would journey north to seek out this fabled abyss. Little did he expect that the Mirror of Illusions would be intrinsically linked to the Abyss of Return. "The abyss is not far now." Zhou Yun nodded slightly and continued leading Lin Yi forward. Along the way, they occasionally encountered other cultivators. Each time these cultivators saw Zhou Yun, they would immediately halt and bow respectfully. Zhou Yun, however, merely acknowledged them with a calm nod. This made Lin Yi secretly speculate that Zhou Yun's status in the spiritual realm must be extraordinary, at least among the present cultivators. None could rival him. As they ventured deeper into the Northern Sea, a sudden mist began to rise ahead. Within the mist, faint streaks of 7-colored light shimmered, dazzling to the eye. The surrounding seawater seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, spiraling upward and converging at a single point. From a vantage point, Lin Yi gazed down and saw an immense, vibrant vortex ahead. Within the vortex, chaotic light churned, interwoven with thunder, creating a deafening roar and an overwhelming presence. Waves from every direction seemed summoned, surging continuously into the vortex. "This is the Abyss of Return?" Lin Yi's eyes fixed on the scene, his expression filled with awe. "The abyss opens once every 10 years and remains accessible for a month." Zhou Yun stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze deep. During the day, the abyss appears calm and unremarkable. But once night falls, its true nature is revealed. "What we are waiting for is the rise of the full moon." Lin Yi nodded, a sudden clarity washing over him. No wonder so many cultivators had gathered around the abyss, yet none dared to enter recklessly. The timing was not yet right. As night approached, it wasn't long before a bright moon slowly rose from the horizon where the sea met the sky. As moonlight poured down, the abyss suddenly erupted with layers of divine radiance, vast and majestic, instantly dyeing the surrounding waters with a brilliant, ethereal glow. The sky was ablaze with radiant hues, as if the dawn itself surged like a tide, bathing the heavens in light. In that instant, the once restless waves of the sea stilled, transforming into a vast, mirror-like surface, reflecting the brilliance of the world above. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, drawn to the distant depths of the Guisu, where a luminous full moon floated silently, casting a soft, cool glow. Beneath its light, exotic flowers and plants bloomed in a riot of colors, creating a scene so vivid it seemed like a dreamscape. The blossoms rippled outward with gentle waves, appearing as ephemeral as illusions yet tangible enough to touch. Senior, is this the legendary Jinghua Shueyu? Is it real or just an illusion? Lin Yi murmured, his voice tinged with awe and disbelief. His eyes remained fixed on the enigmatic scene within the Guisu, where the boundary between reality and illusion blurred, leaving one unable to discern truth from mirage. Truth or illusion, reality or fantasy, it is as elusive as the Jinghua Shueyu itself. Without stepping into it, how could one ever know? Zhou Yun responded with a faint smile, his tone calm yet layered with profound meaning. His composed demeanor suggested an understanding far beyond what he revealed. As his words faded, cultivators accompanied by their disciples began leaping into the Jinghua Shueyu. Their figures flickered across the tranquil sea, sending ripples cascading outward, shattering the mirror-like surface momentarily before it returned to its serene stillness. Lin Yi watched in silence, until a soft, sorrowful cry abruptly caught his attention. Father, mother, your unworthy son has failed you. A young boy, having just stepped into the Jinghua Shueyu, dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he choked out words heavy with guilt and regret. Nearby, a girl in a flowing gown moved gracefully, her figure ethereal like a celestial being dancing upon the waves. She turned her head to glance back, her eyes filled with longing. "Will you wait for my return?" she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "I will ascend to the highest peak, and when I do, I will ride upon the clouds to marry you," declared a young man standing boldly amidst the shimmering light. His voice carried unwavering determination, his gaze burning with fervent confidence, exuding an aura so powerful it resonated like thunder. Lin Yi scanned his surroundings and noticed that everyone who entered the Jinghua Shueyu appeared to be consumed by some inexplicable emotion. Whether joy or sorrow, guilt or yearning, their feelings were magnified and expressed with an intensity that seemed to transcend the ordinary. At that moment, Lin Yi felt a faint tremor from the purple gold gourd within his consciousness, as if it had sensed something. Upon closer observation, he was astonished to find that the threads of emotion emanating from these individuals were being subtly drawn into the gourd. These threads then flowed into the wine jug. He held in his hands the very wine he had been brewing with the essence of parting as its key ingredient. As these emotions merged with the liquid, a tantalizing fragrance began to waft from the jug. To infuse wine with the sorrow of parting, to let emotions brew into its essence, Lin Yi murmured, staring intently at the jug in his hands. A glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes, as though he were brushing against the edges of some profound truth. Emotions, the most elusive force in this world. Love, familial bonds, the pain of separation, the joy of reunion. Emotions, like mist and smoke, could be as potent as strong liquor, intoxicating the soul, or as faint as clear water, seemingly mundane. Emotions changed with people, with time, yet in truth, what transformed was never the essence of emotion itself, but the hearts of those who experienced it. "My young friend, it's time for us to enter as well," Zhou Yun said with a gentle smile. His eyes briefly flickered toward the wine jug in Lin Yi's hands, as though he had gleaned some insight, before he strode forward into the Jinghua Shueyu. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi followed closely behind. As he stepped onto the shimmering surface, he felt only the faintest sensation, as if passing through a thin bubble. There was no suffocating pressure of water, but rather a sense of stepping into an entirely separate realm. A cascade of light enveloped him like a waterfall, drawing him inward. His consciousness seemed to be pulled into the depths of his memories, where familiar yet distant scenes began to unfold before his eyes. "Lin Yi, will you truly abandon me for the sake of that elusive immortality?" A figure of unparalleled beauty appeared, her voice trembling with a mixture of sorrow and pleading. Her body quivered slightly, her gaze filled with a heart-wrenching longing. "The throne of Deqian is yours, and so am I. If I could, I'd give up this emperor's crown and stay by your side as a mere woman," another figure said, her presence regal and commanding, yet her eyes held only the image of a crimson-clad silhouette, galloping away with unparalleled grace and freedom. Leader, we can't bear to part with you. The Iguang society needs you. Figures brimming with youthful vigor emerged one by one from the radiant glow, gazing at Lin Yi with admiration. The light cascaded like a waterfall, illuminating countless silhouettes. Their eyes, filled with reverence and longing, were fixed on Lin Yi. Their voices carried heartfelt emotion, as if they sought to convey their deepest desires to him. Standing still, Lin Yi lowered his gaze slightly, as though lost in thought or perhaps in memory. At this moment, he finally understood why everyone who stepped into the mirror flower water moon realm would lose their composure, revealing their most genuine emotions. This was an illusion, yet it was more than just an illusion. The mirror flower water moon possessed an extraordinary power, capable of manifesting the deepest desires and regrets buried within a person's heart. Unresolved longings surged forth like a tide, overwhelming the mind. Lin Yi felt a stirring within, as if an unseen force had seeped through his entire being. His eyes grew unfocused, his mind adrift, as though he had entered another world. Zhuang Zhou dreams of a butterfly, Lin Yi murmured softly, unsure if he was Zhuang Zhou or the butterfly flitting gracefully through the air. His consciousness seemed to detach from his body, granting him an outsider's perspective of his past. Each scene appeared vivid enough to evoke a tremor in the soul, yet hazy like a fleeting dream. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in the depths of Lin Yi's mind. The purple-gold gourd within his sea of consciousness trembled violently, as though awakened by an unknown force. At the same time, the wine flask in his hand began to emit an intoxicating aroma rich and potent. It seemed to make even the surrounding air quiver. Lin Yi, my young friend, you truly are remarkable, exclaimed Zhou Yun, who stood nearby. His eyes were fixed on the wine flask in Lin Yi's hand, filled with astonishment. As a cultivator deeply passionate about and skilled in the art of brewing, Zhou Yun prided himself on having encountered many exceptional wines. Yet Lin Yi's brewing abilities were unlike anything he had ever seen. As time passed, more cultivators entered the mirror flower water moon realm. Some were immersed in the emotions buried deep within their hearts, while others chased unfulfilled dreams within the illusions. Among them were elderly figures, weathered by time, their expressions a mixture of complexity and resignation, as they appeared within the realm. These elders displayed a range of emotions, some defiant, some serene, and others laden with regret. All were cultivators who had navigated the arduous path of cultivation, yet at the end of their lives, they chose to bid farewell to their pasts in the mirror flower water moon realm. Some vanished into the illusions, never to be seen again. Others returned resolutely to the mortal world. Many, however, sat cross-legged, silently awaiting their final moments. Sigh. Many onlookers couldn't help but let out quiet sighs at the sight. It was a poignant and indescribable sorrow, the sight of cultivators at the end of their lifespans, using the mirror flower water moon to confront and release their life's regrets and attachments. The path of cultivation was long and arduous. Whether mortal or cultivator, it demanded countless sacrifices. The regrets buried deep within often transformed into haunting dreams in the dead of night. Lin Yi observed the scene in silence, yet ripples stirred within his heart. The wine flask in his hand seemed to absorb the emotions around him, growing increasingly fragrant. A faint glow began to emanate from its mouth, not merely light but a manifestation of emotion, spreading outward. Even Zhou Yun and the other cultivators momentarily lost themselves in its allure. All emotions distilled into a single flask of wine. Zhou Yun muttered, his tone complex yet tinged with awe. His gaze rested on Lin Yi, as if he had caught a glimpse of something profound. At that very moment, a deafening Tao resonance reverberated through Lin Yi's sea of consciousness, like the toll of a great bell or the strike of a mighty drum. The purple-gold gourd within him shuddered violently, and streams of golden script began to flow from its mouth, as if the heavenly Tao itself had taken form. The path of the wine immortal is revealed. The radiant golden characters hovered above the purple-gold gourd, blazing like a brilliant sun, impossible to gaze at directly. It seemed as though a single sweep of their brilliance could obliterate all illusions and falsehoods. Lin Yi's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the golden script, as if an unseen force was pulling him in. Deep within his consciousness, he felt a faint tremor. When falsehoods appear real, the real becomes false. When nothingness seems to exist, existence fades away to nothing. Su Shan. Suddenly, a resounding tone, like the tolling of a great bell, erupted in his mind. The sound reverberated through his mental sea, shaking his very soul. The golden characters appeared as if forged from divine metal, each accompanied by a resounding clang as they descended one by one from the void, striking Lin Yi directly. Every impact carried the overwhelming power of heaven and earth, causing his entire body to tremble violently. His muscles, bones, and blood quaked under the immense pressure. At the same time, A torrential stream of profound and cryptic information flooded his mind, as though a new gateway of knowledge had been unlocked. The Su Shun Gourd's wine can shatter all illusions. It can dissolve all mirages and reveal the true essence of the heart. These words etched themselves indelibly into Lin Yi's memory, accompanied by additional revelations. Mirror flower, water moon, its grade classified as yellow. To his astonishment, the grading system for these wines followed an extraordinary sequence: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and gold, 8 distinct levels. Lin Yi's heart surged with excitement as he murmured, "The wine soul system, it's finally awakened." His eyes burned with intensity as he fixated on the purple gold gourd. The fragments of knowledge in his mind began to coalesce, gradually outlining a clear picture of this newfound ability. Su Shun? A power tied to illusions? Lin Yi muttered softly, his eyes flickering with thought. It can break through any illusion or create one at will. It disregards cultivation level, directly inducing hallucinations. After a moment of contemplation, he began to grasp the terrifying potential of this ability. Its true power lay not only in constructing illusions, but in the fact that illusions stem from the heart. Whether someone could escape an illusion depended entirely on their mental fortitude. This was a weapon crafted to strike at the soul itself. As for the effect of drinking to strengthen the soul, Lin Yi wasn't entirely certain yet, but his instincts told him this was no ordinary artifact. And the mention of the mirror flower, water moon wine sent waves of exhilaration through him. According to the information, this wine could induce a state of enlightenment. Enlightenment, the coveted dream of all cultivators, a state where one could seize the essence of creation and glimpse the ultimate truths of the Tao. Lin Yi recalled his past moments of enlightenment, two vivid memories surfacing in his mind. The first was on the day he brewed the Immortal's drunkenness wine. The second was on a rice field embankment, where he danced with his sword to dispel sorrow, his swordplay transforming into a rain-like curtain, leading him to the path of chi refinement. Other tales of enlightenment only deepened his awe. There was Zhou Yun, who built a simple thatched hut and spent 60 years reciting the teachings of sages, achieving sudden enlightenment that allowed him to master the essence of Confucianism. His power manifested in golden lotuses sprouting from the ground and purple clouds rising in the east, repelling an army of 1,000,000. Or the legendary swordsman who, after comprehending the essence of swordsmanship at the sword cleansing pool, soared through the skies, earning the title of Sword Saint. Every instance of enlightenment was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that cultivators yearned for. If one could enter a state of enlightenment at will, Lin Yi murmured, his anticipation for the mirror flower, water moon, wine growing ever stronger. However, the ingredients required for the recipe made his brow furrow. The names of these materials were entirely unfamiliar to him. Mingjing stone, emotion flower, sorrow grass, forget worry fruit, 12 true essences, 12 types of Tao comprehension, and a total of 16 ingredients for the wine. Lin Yi recited the list under his breath, his gaze turning serious. These ingredients, judging by their names alone, were undoubtedly extraordinary and likely difficult to obtain. Yet, there wasn't a trace of hesitation in his heart. This mirror flower, water moon wine, I must brew it. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with determination as his fists clenched slightly. He understood that this wine wasn't just for his own use. It was a crucial key for his future ascent to the pinnacle of cultivation. The radiant golden characters continued to hover above the purple gold gourd, as dazzling as ever, as though proclaiming the boundless possibilities that lay ahead for Lin Yi. Well, no matter. These things are clearly not of the mortal realm. If they don't exist in the human world, surely they must exist in the spiritual one. Lin Yi withdrew his wandering thoughts and slowly opened his eyes. So this is the true essence of mirror flowers, water moon, is it? As Lin Yi's eyes opened, the world before him seemed entirely different. The vast expanse of endless golden sands stretched as far as the eye could see. Amid the boundless sea of sand, clusters of strikingly beautiful manjasaka flowers bloomed, their crimson petals glowing with an eerie light. They exuded a mysterious fragrance, as though designed to ensnare the hearts and minds of all who encountered them. Lin Yi frowned slightly. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary yellow springs from ancient myths. Amidst the golden sands, the cultivators who had entered this place earlier were scattered about. Some sat cross-legged in deep meditation. Others knelt on the ground, weeping in despair. Their expressions ranged from entranced to utterly desolate, clearly trapped in the illusions with no escape. Lin Yi surveyed the scene with a faint smile, tugging at the corner of his lips. So this really is mirror flowers, water moon, just illusions, after all? Congratulations, young Lin Yi, for seeing through the illusions of mirror flowers, water moon, and taking another step closer to entering the immortal path. A warm voice sounded beside him. It was Zhou Yun, his tone filled with a hint of relief. However, his gaze lingered on the wine flask in Lin Yi's hand. a flicker of fervor flashing in his eyes. So this mirror flowers, water moon, is also part of the test to enter the immortal path? Linny asked casually, his tone carrying a trace of mockery. I must say, the threshold is pretty high. At this, Zhou Yun sighed lightly, his gaze turning distant as though recalling something from long ago. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Most people only see the immortals soaring freely through the skies, living unrestrained and carefree. Few understand the immense hardships along the way. Without a firm and unyielding Tao heart, it is impossible to take even a single step forward. This mirror flowers, water moon test is meant to help those aspiring to the immortal path uncover their true desires, to see clearly into their heart so they may avoid regret in the future. The cultivation path is dazzling, a journey adorned with splendid flowers. It allows one to roam the heavens, witness sights unseen by mortals, and reach places beyond their grasp. But at the same time, it is a path of bitterness. One's lifespan is dictated by their cultivation level. Along the way, you will bid farewell to family, friends, and loved ones. A single retreat into seclusion could see the world outside transformed beyond recognition. Without a steadfast Tao heart, how could one possibly endure such trials? Zhou Yun's voice turned somber, tinged with both reflection and sorrow. Linny fell silent for a moment, about to respond when a resolute voice rang out from the distance. No, father, mother, I don't want to become an immortal. What is immortality but an empty, fleeting pursuit? Better to return now, rather than wait until the tree longs for stillness, but the wind won't cease when the son wishes to care for his parents. But they are no longer there. Following the voice, Linny saw a simple young man suddenly open his eyes, his face filled with unwavering determination. Before his words had fully faded, an elderly Taoist nearby waved his sleeve, releasing a feather that expanded in the wind. It lifted the young man and carried him out of the illusionary realm of mirror flowers, water moon. Since you have made your decision, then go in peace, the old Taoist said calmly, as if long accustomed to such scenes. On the shore, individuals were prepared to receive the young man, treating his experience as nothing more than a vivid dream. Meanwhile, within the golden sands, similar scenes played out repeatedly. Some awoke from their illusions and chose to return home. Others gritted their teeth and resolved to tread the arduous path of immortality. Regardless of their choices, the spiritual cultivators present neither persuaded nor interfered with their decisions. In less than half a day, the crowd of tens of thousands had dwindled to merely a few hundred. Lin Yi stood still, his gaze sweeping over the remaining individuals, a faint smile on his lips. It truly is like panning for gold in a river of sand. Zhou Yun nodded, his expression complex. Out of tens of thousands, only a few hundred remain. And this is merely the first test seeing into one's heart and mind. Many set foot on the immortal path, but only a rare few ever reach its pinnacle. Hearing this, Lin Yi laughed heartily, raising the wine flask in his hand. Who cares about the future? All I know is to live in the moment. Drink when there's wine today. Senior, care to join me? His eyes shone with eagerness and anticipation. Such fine wine, are you truly willing to share it with me? Zhou Yun's gaze lingered on Lin Yi, her eyes carrying a hint of curiosity. Those with great aspirations must bear the burdens of the world to enjoy its blessings, and share its sorrows to partake in its joys, Lin Yi replied with a faint smile, his demeanor exuding both ease and confidence. Though I am but a humble man, I too have a grand ambition. Zhou Yun's eyes flickered with intrigue at his words, her lips curling into a slight smile. Oh, I'd like to hear more. Lin Yi raised the wine jug in his hand, his expression turning solemn yet tinged with boldness. I have a jug of wine to soothe the weary soul. I would pour it into the rivers and seas, offering it to all under heaven. Before the words had fully settled, he swept his crimson robe with a graceful flourish, its fabric billowing like scarlet clouds in the wind. In that moment, he stood tall and proud, as if the boundless passion of the heavens and earth had condensed within him. Pour it into the rivers and seas, offering it to all under heaven? Zhou Yun murmured, her eyes suddenly alight with admiration. She fixed her gaze on Lin Yi, her expression thoughtful yet impressed. Only those of great ability can harbor such vast ambition. A mere 20 words, yet brimming with boundless courage. Lin Yi, you are truly extraordinary. Lin Yi merely smiled in silence. Producing 2 cups, he poured the wine slowly, its rich fragrance wafting into the air, carrying a crisp yet mellow aroma. The two raised their cups, their gazes drifting to the distant expanse of golden sands, where a few rare flowers swayed gently in the desert wind. Please, Lin Yi said with a slight nod, raising his cup. Zhou Yun inclined her head in response, and together they drained their wine in one swift motion. The wine burned as it slid down their throats, its fiery heat tempered by a profound richness. In an instant, it seemed to stir 1,000 unspoken emotions, flooding their hearts before sinking deep into their cores, spreading through their very being. Both closed their eyes, savoring the experience, as if they had been transported into the tapestry of the mortal world, its myriad flavors, joys, and sorrows compressed into a single sip, fleeting yet eternal. This one cup of wine seemed to clear their minds, leaving their hearts unburdened, as if countless insights had suddenly surfaced. Lin Yi felt a spark of light flickering within his energy sea, surging toward his mind and soul, dispelling the haze. It was as though a long-sealed door had been quietly pushed open. Sensory perception, Lin Yi murmured, opening his eyes, which now glimmered with a faint starlight. As he attuned himself to his surroundings, he realized his sensory awareness had reached a new height. Every subtle shift within a 10-foot radius, no matter how minute, was distinctly clear to him. He whispered, drinking to strengthen the soul, enhancing perception of the world. So this is the essence. Zhou Yun also opened her eyes, her gaze a mixture of complexity and delight. This wine, it nourishes the heart and mind, she remarked softly, a trace of awe in her tone. In the path of cultivation, the heart and mind are the hardest to refine. Without the stability of the heart, even the most formidable power would ultimately collapse, leading to ruin. Over the centuries, Zhou Yun had witnessed countless cultivators fall victim to their own impatience, neglecting the cultivation of their inner selves and meeting tragic ends. Yet this wine, though subtle in its effect, could aid in fortifying one's heart. A remarkable discovery. Exquisite wine. Truly extraordinary. Zhou Yun murmured to herself, her eyes brimming with newfound respect. Just the aroma of this wine is enough to make an old man drunk. A playful voice suddenly broke the tranquil silence between them. Lin Yi and Zhou Yun looked up in unison to see two figures approaching. One was an elderly man with white hair and beard, his flowing robes fluttering gently in the breeze, his appearance radiating a sage-like elegance tinged with a faint, pleasant fragrance. Beside him stood a young man, sharp-featured and defiant, his expression carrying a hint of arrogance. The pair stopped a short distance away, and the old man smiled faintly, his gaze settling meaningfully on the wine jug in Lin Yi's hand. Fine wine indeed. Truly remarkable, he remarked, his tone laden with intrigue. The aroma was extraordinary, mysterious, and enchanting. It wasn't the fragrance of wine, yet it was just as intoxicating. Following behind the elder was a timid young girl. She seemed to be about the same age as Lin Yi, her presence serene and calm, like a delicate orchid blooming in a secluded valley. The elder paused in his steps and smiled warmly. Huixin, aren't you going to pay your respects to the master of Daozong Shushan, Zhou Yun? Hearing this, the girl hurried forward, bowing slightly as she spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper carried by the wind. Disciple Huixin greets Master Zhou. Her nervousness was evident. Her delicate, jade-like hands were clasped tightly, her fingers turning pale under the strain. Master of Daozong Shushan Lin Yi stood silently to the side, making a mental note of Zhou Yun's identity. Zhou Yun gave a slight nod, his gaze falling on the girl as he spoke in a gentle tone. No need for such formalities. Then, as if in thought, he turned toward the elder with a smile. Huixin lives up to her name, wise and graceful. It seems Dan Mountain will soon gain an outstanding disciple. Hearing this, the elder couldn't hide his pride. Stroking his beard, he said confidently, naturally, she is a born alchemist, gifted with an innate sensitivity to the properties of herbs. If she were confined to the mortal world, she'd merely be a hilarious waste of her talent. Now that she has joined the Luo Xianzong, her future will undoubtedly astonish the world. Dan Mountain? An alchemist? Lin Yi's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but glance at the elder, guessing that he must be the legendary alchemist he had heard about. Zhou Yun, noticing Lin Yi's interest, explained, Lin Yi, this is Gu Qing, the master of Dan Mountain in our Luo Xianzong. Lin Yi immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Junior Lin Yi greets Master Go. Gu Qing's gaze shifted to Lin Yi, studying him with interest. With a smile, he said, Lin Yi, I've heard of you. Quite the talent. Several mountain masters have expressed their desire to take you as a disciple, but alas, Deqian is Zhou Yun's homeland. Now that I've met you in person, your reputation does not disappoint. Standing off to the side, Huixin couldn't help but steal a glance at Lin Yi upon hearing Gu Qing's praise. But when Lin Yi's eyes coincidentally met hers, she panicked and quickly hid behind Gu Qing like a startled fawn. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and asked, Master Gu, even you have heard of me? Gu Qing stroked his beard and nodded with certainty. Of course. The mirror flower, water moon phenomenon only occurs once every 10 years, and lasts for just a month each time. If we waited for it to open before seeking out talents in the mortal world, wouldn't it be too late? The spiritual realm has its ways of keeping detailed records of prominent figures in the mortal world, and naturally, your name is among them. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. He mused inwardly that if the Yiguang society could deduce the whereabouts of immortals from legends, It was no surprise that immortals could gather intelligence on mortal figures. Besides, his fame in Daqian had already spread far and wide, even to neighboring countries. Gu Qing's gaze suddenly landed on the wine flask in Lin Yi's hand, a look of longing crossing his face. Tentatively, he asked, Lin Yi, my young friend, forgive my boldness, but might I trouble you for a cup of that wine? Seeing this, Lin Yi chuckled, took out a cup, and poured a serving of wine, handing it to Gu Qing. The rich aroma of the wine instantly filled the air. Gu Qing took a deep breath, his expression one of utter delight, as if afraid to miss even a trace of the fragrance. He sipped cautiously, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, excellent wine. I pride myself on being a connoisseur, and I've had my fair share of fine wines, no less than Zhou Yun. But a wine that nourishes the heart and spirit, this is truly rare. Lin Yi smiled modestly. I'm glad you like it, master. He then poured another cup and offered it to Huixin. Unexpectedly, upon seeing the cup, Huixin's face turned pale, and she shook her head repeatedly, as if the wine were something terrifying. Lin Yi paused in surprise, but didn't press further. Gu Qing smacked his lips, clearly savoring the lingering taste, and couldn't resist asking, Lin Yi, my young friend, what do you call this wine? Lin Yi looked down at the cup in his hand, his voice calm as he replied, this wine, born of 1,000 sorrows and worldly insights, is called red dust. Red dust? Zhou Yun echoed softly, his eyes glinting with a trace of admiration. He nodded. So simple, yet profound. Gu Qing burst into hearty laughter, patting his chest. What a fitting name. Thank you for sharing this wine with me, young friend. Rest assured, I won't drink it for free. In the future, if you need help with anything related to alchemy, feel free to come to me. Lin Yi's eyes lit up at this offer, a spark of excitement flickering within. In that case, I do have something I'd like to seek your guidance on, master. His mind was already racing with thoughts of the recipe for the legendary mirror flower, water moon wine. Gu Qing's eyes sparkled with confidence, his white brows slightly raised. With a dramatic shake of his robe, his expression brimmed with pride and self-assurance. When it comes to the Tao of alchemy, no one in the entire spirit realm knows more than this old Taoist. Lin Xiaoyu, speak freely no matter how perplexing the issue. One glance from me, and all will be clear. Lin Yi cupped his hands slightly, his tone respectful and filled with anticipation. This junior has come across an ancient recipe for brewing wine. It lists 16 ingredients, but 4 of them are completely unfamiliar to me. I've neither heard of them nor seen them before. Oh. Gu Qing twirled his long beard thoughtfully, his eyes exuding certainty. If that's the case, they are likely relics from ancient times, passed down from the spirit realm. Bring me the recipe, and this old Taoist will take one look and figure it out. Lin Yi nodded slightly. With a swift motion of his fingers, glowing with sword-like energy, he drew in the air. In an instant, bold and powerful characters appeared on the sandy ground. The strokes carried the sharpened tint of a sword, as if 1,000 galloping horses were charging forth, their momentum overwhelming and awe-inspiring. What is this? Gu Qing, who had been relaxed just moments ago, froze in surprise. Leaning closer to examine the words, his expression gradually stiffened. Mirror stone? Love flower? Sorrow herb? Forget worry fruit? Gu Qing muttered under his breath, his frown deepening with each word. Though he prided himself on his extensive knowledge of the spirit realm's rare flora and fauna, he found himself at a loss when faced with these 4 key ingredients. A flicker of doubt stirred in his heart. The 12 types of Tao enlightenment essences are manageable. Gu Qing stroked his beard, murmuring to himself. They could be traces left by cultivators during moments of epiphany, or perhaps remnants of enlightenment sites. But these 4 main ingredients. Mirror stone? A nearby voice interjected, laced with a hint of amusement. Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. A stone that can be used for brewing wine? And love flower, sorrow herb, forget worry fruit, what even are these? Gu Qing's white brows twitched at the remark, but he found himself momentarily speechless. His hand paused mid-stroke on his beard, a faint hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Lin Yi, my young friend. After a brief pause, Gu Qing turned to Lin Yi, his tone tinged with skepticism. Are you certain this recipe is written correctly? Could there have been an error during transcription? The original scroll is exactly like this, Lin Yi replied firmly, his tone unwavering. Gu Qing's frown deepened as his gaze swept over the characters again, as if trying to decipher their meaning. Could it be that these 4 key ingredients don't refer to specific physical objects? A soft, somewhat hesitant voice broke the silence. Everyone turned toward the speaker. Hui Xian lowered her head slightly, looking a bit uneasy, but she mustered the courage to continue. I once read something similar in a medical text. It mentioned certain medicinal catalysts that, on the surface, seem impossible to find. But in reality, they only appear under specific conditions. For example? Lin Yi's eyes lit up with interest, his tone carrying a hint of curiosity. Hui Xian lifted her gaze, and as she spoke of medicinal principles, her previously timid demeanor transformed. Confidence and a certain brilliance shone in her eyes. Take rootless water, for instance. My teacher once told me that first snow, morning dew, and rainwater can all qualify as rootless water. However, the key lies in how the water is collected and the tools used. These subtle details directly affect the efficacy of the medicine. She paused briefly, her gaze meeting Lin Yi's directly, her voice resolute. The essence of these four key ingredients likely doesn't lie in their physical forms, flowers, herbs, fruits, or stones, but rather in emotions. Love, sorrow, and forgetfulness. The group fell silent, each person processing her words. Gu Qing slapped his thigh suddenly, his brows unknitting as he exclaimed, "That makes sense. Truly the insight of someone well-versed in the medical arts." Linny nodded thoughtfully, admiration evident in his expression. "Miss Hui Xian, your perspective is remarkably insightful. However, if what you say is true, then how should I go about finding these love, sorrow, and forgetfulness elements?" At this, Hui Xian's momentary confidence faltered. Her gaze dimmed slightly, and she admitted with a touch of regret, "My knowledge is limited. I'm afraid I can't provide an answer to that." Gu Qing furrowed his brow once more, clearly lost in contemplation. "This is simple. Once you join the Deluo Immortal sect, you'll naturally gain access to the Dao Library Mountain, which holds the most comprehensive collection of books in the spirit realm. When the time comes, you can search for what you need." Gu Qing stroked his graying beard, his tone light yet brimming with confidence. Then, shifting his gaze to Huixin, he continued, "Huixin, I'll entrust you with the task of assisting our young friend Lin Yi." Huixin was momentarily stunned, but quickly bowed respectfully. Though her timid eyes betrayed a hint of nervousness, a spark of eagerness flickered within them. "Yes, I will do my best," she replied earnestly. Zhou Yun and Lin Yi exchanged a knowing smile, both amused. This old Taoist certainly had a knack for volunteering others, effortlessly delegating tasks with a casual remark. "Let's get moving. Once we cross these 800 miles of yellow sand, we'll enter the spirit realm," Zhou Yun said, glancing at the sky to check the time. He added, "Drink some water as we walk." By now, most of those destined to enter the mirror flower water moon illusion have already done so. Soon, the illusion will close, and anyone left behind will be sent back to the mortal world. The four of them set off together, their figures and the sound of low whispers from the wind and sand the only things breaking the vast expanse of the desert. Zhou Yun and Gu Qing, despite their seniority, were approachable and unpretentious, which helped Linny relax. Even Huixin, who had initially seemed shy and reserved, gradually let down her guard during their conversations, becoming noticeably bolder. As they journeyed, Zhou Yun and Gu Qing took the time to explain various aspects of the spirit realm, their patient guidance reminiscent of dedicated teachers. Within the mirror flower water moon illusion, you'll find the rare Manjasaka flower, which blooms only once every 10 years. Zhou Yun explained in a solemn tone. Legend has it that the Manjasaka flowers and leaves never meet, forever missing one another. Beyond its beauty, this flower is the source of the illusion itself. Its pollen creates all the visions you see. In addition, the Deluo Immortal sect is divided into the inner and outer sects. Gu Qing chimed in, his voice carrying a trace of pride. The inner sect resides within the celestial realm, accessible only to golden core cultivators. The outer sect, on the other hand, occupies the blessed lands at the entrance of the celestial realm, divided into 100 mountains. Each mountain represents a unique Dao inheritance. 100 mountains? Lin Yi's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but ask, does each mountain truly represent a different Dao? Exactly, Zhou Yun confirmed with a nod. For instance, the Dao Library Mountain that I oversee focuses on Confucianism and scholarly pursuits, attracting disciples who are primarily scholars. Meanwhile, Taoist Gu Qing's Pill Mountain specializes in alchemy, supplying the sect's medicinal needs. There are also Sword Mountain, Blade Mountain, and many others, each embodying a distinct legacy. Every new disciple is assigned to a mountain based on their innate talents, Gu Qing added. Whether you can ascend the path to the sky at the Xiaogu platform will determine your destiny. Honored elders, Huixin hesitated before asking softly, the Xiaogu platform assesses one's innate potential. But if someone fails the selection, what becomes of them? With your potential, I dare say you'll easily reach the 5th grade, and perhaps even higher. No need to worry, Gu Qing reassured her confidently, his tone brimming with conviction in his judgment. The Xiaogu platform has 1,200 steps, with every 100 steps representing a grade. Reaching the 5th grade already marks exceptional talent, while the 12th grade is exceedingly rare. Even if someone fails the test, there are other paths available. That's right, Zhou Yun interjected, his tone calm yet firm. The Deluo Immortal sect is a pinnacle sect, and naturally, its standards are high. However, disciples we reject are often highly sought after by smaller sects that fight over them. Even if one doesn't join an immortal sect, they can remain within the sect as a servant or an apprentice. With enough determination, there's always hope for the future. The spirit realm is a land of opportunities. Failing to ascend the path to the sky simply means one isn't suited for the Deluo immortal sect. Not that they lack the potential for cultivation altogether. I understand, Lin Yi and Huixin said in unison, their initial unease giving way to newfound clarity and reassurance. As the four of them continued conversing, they unknowingly crossed the vast expanse of the 800 miles of yellow sand. When they stepped over the final dune, a peculiar sensation washed over them, as if passing through a bubble. The scene before them suddenly transformed. Is this the spirit realm? Lin Yi and Huixin exchanged a glance, their eyes wide with awe as they took in the breathtaking sight before them. The sky was ablaze with radiant hues, a cascade of brilliant lights streaming across the heavens. The spirit realm seemed to be a symphony of light and energy, a place where every flower, tree, blade of grass, and leaf exuded an inner brilliance. This was no ordinary light, it was the glow of vitality, the essence of life itself. With just a fleeting glance, Lin Yi immediately grasped the wonder of it all. This was a world brimming with spiritual energy. The forces of heaven and earth seemed omnipresent here, flowing into him with every breath he took, rushing like a flood into his body, seeping through his pores, and finally converging in his dantian, silently elevating his cultivation. Majestic mountain ranges unfolded in every direction, each peak unique in its splendor. Some were lush and verdant, others blanketed in snow, while still others erupted with fiery brilliance, as if crafted by divine hands. These peaks were far more magnificent than any mundane mountain. Waterfalls cascaded down cliffs like silver ribbons from the heavens, their thunderous roars shaking the soul. The forests teemed with life beasts, with imposing horns prowled the undergrowth, while exotic birds soared across the skies. Immortals stood suspended in the air, some leisurely perched on the backs of these flying creatures, exuding an aura of calm dignity, as if they had stepped out of a celestial painting. Lin Yi surveyed the scene before him, his heart overwhelmed with awe. If just one corner of the spirit realm was this breathtaking, what unimaginable wonders awaited in the vastness beyond? He couldn't help but marvel. So this was the so-called immortal realm spoken of in the mortal world. It truly lived up to its name. That's right. This is the spirit realm, Gu Qing said with a faint smile, his tone tinged with pride. Every mortal stepping into the spirit realm for the first time looks just like you. At that moment, dozens of figures gathered from all directions, bowing in unison to Zhou Yun. We greet the two mountain lords. Among them, 5 or 6 were cultivators from the Deluo immortal sect, while the rest, like Lin Yi, were newly chosen disciples. These disciples, their faces filled with shock and wonder, couldn't tear their eyes away from the ethereal beauty of the spirit realm. Zhou Yun nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. In a calm voice, he asked, "Is everyone here?" A cultivator immediately stepped forward and replied respectfully, "Everyone is accounted for." "Then let us return to the sect," Zhou Yun said plainly. With that, he turned as if preparing to lead the group skyward once more. Lin Yi, readying himself for the journey, suddenly noticed the cultivator pulling an object from his sleeve. It was a circular disc, initially no larger than a palm. However, when thrown into the air, it expanded rapidly to a span of nearly 30 feet. The disc was jet black, covered in intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with profound mysteries, subtly blending with the surrounding space and time. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed as he couldn't help but ask, "What is that?" "This is a Yunhan array disc," Zhou Yun replied coolly. "Yunhan array disc?" Huixian, standing nearby, looked equally curious and asked cautiously, "What does it do?" "It allows us to traverse vast distances in an instant," Gu Qing said with a grin, his tone carrying a hint of pride. "The journey to the outer sect's 100 peaks spans billions of miles. If we relied on flying alone, these old bones of mine would fall apart. But with the Yunhan array disc, as long as we have the coordinates, we can cross 1,000,000 miles in a single leap and arrive in about an hour." Yunhan refers to the Milky Way, stretching across time and space, bridging east and west. In the spirit realm, no distance is unreachable, Gu Qing recited with a touch of arrogance. Hearing this, Lin Yi and the others were visibly stunned. Their eyes sparkled as they watched the cultivators of the Deluo immortal sect. One of them retrieved a handful of radiant, fist-sized stones from his robes and began embedding them into the slots on the Yunhan array disc. The stones shimmered under the sunlight, radiating an energy that seemed boundless. "Those are spirit stones," Gu Qing, noticing the puzzled looks on the newcomers' faces, explained with a chuckle. "Spirit stones are rare treasures unique to the spirit realm, containing pure and concentrated energy from heaven and earth. They are not only the foundation of our cultivation, but also the key to activating many magical artifacts." As Linny listened, waves of excitement surged within him. The existence of spirit stones was yet another testament to the vastness and mystery of the spirit realm. Spirit stones are divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and supreme. To activate this large-scale spatial teleportation array, only supreme-grade spirit stones will suffice. The cost of a single teleportation is enough to sustain the cultivation of all young disciples in Baishan for an entire month. Guqing smiled nonchalantly, his tone carrying a hint of casual indifference, yet it left Lin Yi and Hui Xian exchanging uneasy glances. Both had long heard of the abundant resources of the spirit realm, but they hadn't imagined that the price of a single teleportation would be so staggering. At this moment, a Deluo immortal sect cultivator stepped forward, cupped his hands slightly, and said in a steady voice, "Mountain Lords, the teleportation array is ready. We can depart now." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun waved her hand calmly. "Let's go." She was the first to step onto the Yunhan array platform, with the others following closely behind. Lin Yi stood at the edge of the platform, his gaze sweeping over the intricate, mysterious runes. He could vaguely sense an unfathomable power flowing within them. The cultivator managing the array began forming a series of complex hand seals at lightning speed. Instantly, an inexplicable pressure filled the air. The next moment, the Yunhan array platform trembled violently. With a deafening boom, akin to thunder, Lin Yi felt the space around him distort. The scenery dissolved into countless dazzling points of light that spun rapidly backward, as if he were traversing a river of stars. Stars shifting and worlds spinning. Lin Yi muttered under his breath, his heart shaken. For the first time, he truly grasped the meaning of these words. In just an instant, the light points dissipated, and they found themselves hovering above a vast, sprawling lake. The lake shimmered with a deep, tranquil beauty, yet beneath its calm surface lurked danger. A massive black flood dragon emerged, its colossal head resembling a small mountain. Its blood-red eyes glinted with ferocity, and a menacing aura radiated from its form. Sensing the presence of the array platform, it let out an earth-shaking roar and raised a gargantuan claw, swiping fiercely at the Yunhan array platform. Buzz the air screamed under the immense pressure, as if the very fabric of space was on the verge of tearing apart. The secular cultivators on the platform turned pale, cold sweat dripping down their faces. Some even trembled uncontrollably, their legs giving out beneath them. Yet, just as the claw descended with lightning speed, it struck nothing but empty air. The Yunhan array platform flickered with light and vanished without a trace. "Scared, weren't you?" Guqing glanced at the group's disheveled state, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. "We could have easily avoided that black flood dragon, but we didn't. Do you know why?" "What lesson?" someone asked, still gasping for breath. Guqing's gaze swept across the group, his tone turning cold and stern. "The spirit realm isn't just a land of beauty and boundless opportunities, it's also filled with countless dangers. The fact that you're here means you were exceptional in the secular world. But don't forget, this is the spirit realm. The power you were so proud of back there might not even be enough to handle a slightly stronger ant here. So remember this. When facing the spirit realm, you must have the utmost respect and caution. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." The cultivator controlling the array grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Silence fell over the group, though their minds were in turmoil. They finally understood this was no longer the familiar world they knew. This was an entirely new realm, one that demanded they adapt and rise anew. Lin Yi, however, remained composed and unfazed. He held a wine flask, occasionally taking a sip. The rich aroma of the wine was intoxicating, yet within him, his aura steadily grew stronger. The soul power within his soul expanded with a slow but steady rhythm, enhanced by the wine's mysterious properties. Time on the array platform became a blur. Was it a fleeting moment, or an entire year? None could tell how long they had been traveling. The array alternated between streaking through streams of light and appearing amidst vast expanses of the heavens and earth. Since the Black Flood Dragon incident, the subsequent teleportations had been uneventful, with no further perilous encounters. By the time Lin Yi's flask of red dust wine ran dry, and his cultivation quietly advanced to the second level of qi refining, the Yunhan array platform finally came to a halt, hovering above a boundless expanse of land. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened slightly. He knew that the real challenges were only just beginning. The vast, boundless expanse of land stretched to the horizon, divided into neatly arranged plots of farmland. These fields, however, were unlike anything of the mortal world. On the outermost perimeter lay endless paddies of rice. At first glance, they appeared no different from ordinary crops, but a closer look revealed an innate spiritual energy, unmistakably marking them as extraordinary. Moving inward, one entered a realm of fruits and melons, their crystalline surfaces exuding a rich fragrance so potent it could be detected even from hundreds of feet above. Deeper still stood groves of towering ancient trees, their canopies spread wide like umbrellas. Some were laden with blossoms, while others bore bountiful fruit. Lin Yi's gaze was drawn to the treetops, where mysterious patterns faintly shimmered, resembling the Yunhan formation disk, evoking an instinctive sense of reverence. Amidst the farmland, countless beings went about their tasks, each fulfilling their role. Humanoid figures moved between the fields, pulling weeds or harvesting crops, and the entire area radiated an atmosphere of abundance and prosperity. Above the fields, snow-white celestial dragons soared from a distant river, rising into the sky. They twisted and turned gracefully before releasing a misty rain from their mouths, nourishing the land below. The entire scene was like something out of a divine realm. In the far distance, one could see a range of 100 towering mountains, piercing the heaven's true peaks of immeasurable height. Their summits disappeared into the clouds, while their midsections were shrouded in mist, adorned with vibrant flowers and exotic plants. The landscape resembled a masterpiece painting come to life. Hidden amidst the mountains were ethereal palaces of jade and gold, faintly visible, while flocks of cranes soared through the skies, bringing vitality to the scene. At the heart of the mountain range stood a high platform rising from the ground. Though only 30 zhang tall, it dominated the landscape, drawing the eye no matter the vantage point. The platform was as white as jade, glowing softly with a gentle luminescence. Its surface was covered in countless intricate and mysterious patterns. A number of beings were already ascending the steps, some pausing at the base as radiant light burst forth from their bodies, while others retreated with reluctant expressions, clearly understanding that this was no ordinary place. Even more breathtaking were the rivers of spiritual energy suspended in the air, cascading down like celestial waterfalls. These streams shimmered with light, resembling stars falling from the heavens. Such a phenomenon was the result of spiritual energy condensing to its absolute peak, inspiring awe and wonder. One could only imagine the rapid progress a cultivator might achieve if they could train here indefinitely. That is the Xiaogu platform, your second trial, a voice rang out from the front. It was Zhou Yun, who gestured for the cultivator beside him to put away the Yunhan formation disk before leading the group to land on a narrow path between the fields. His gaze swept across the crowd, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. The steps are called the path to heaven. Only those who ascend 100 steps may enter. 100 steps to enter? A young voice broke the silence, tinged with curiosity and confusion. Then what about 200 steps? 300? Or even 1,200 steps? Zhou Yun seemed unsurprised by the question and replied with the same measured tone. The first 500 steps of the Xiaogu platform are for outer disciples. From 500 to 1,000 steps, you become one of the core disciples of the 100 mountains. Surpassing 1,000 steps earns you the title of true disciple. As for ascending to 1,200 steps to stand atop the Xiaogu platform itself, the lowest rank you'd achieve would be that of an external disciple of the inner sect. An external disciple of the inner sect? The crowd murmured in confusion, their expressions reflecting their puzzlement. Zhou Yun explained unhurriedly, reaching the top of the Xiaogu platform signifies that one possesses an unparalleled talent. Such disciples are recorded under the inner sect's roster and receive personal guidance from the Mountain Lord of the 100 Mountains until they reach the Golden Core stage. Only then are they formally accepted as disciples of an inner sect master. As he spoke, Zhou Yun began walking forward. The crowd, though filled with varied emotions, dared not linger and quickly followed in his footsteps. Is this the worst it can be? Then what, I wonder, is the best? Lin Yi's gaze sharpened slightly, his tone carrying a hint of curiosity. The best? Gu Qing grinned, a profound glint flashing in his eyes. To carve out your own mountain, to forge your own path. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Yun. To carve out your own mountain, to forge your own path? Lin Yi froze for a moment, waves of emotion stirring in his heart. He gazed into the distance at the towering 100 mountains, a complex expression flickering across his face. With his cultivation at the second level of qi refinement, he was far from the pinnacle of this spiritual realm, yet his strength was undeniably a cut above many. However, in the face of a behemoth like the Deluo immortal sect, he was still nothing more than a lowly disciple. How could someone like him ever hope to forge his own path and carve out his own mountain? Gu Qing seemed to see through his doubts, his smile widening. Climb the 1,200 steps to the Xiaogu platform and achieve the 12th rank. If your innate foundation aligns with the 100 mountains, that would indeed be ideal. But the path of the heavens is not confined to these 100 ways. If your truest path does not align with the 100 mountains, so what? The Deluo Immortal Sect has the courage and vision to support you. If no one can teach you, then we will help you forge your own path. The essence of the 100 mountains is yours to claim. It is this audacity that has elevated the Deluo Immortal Sect to one of the 5 pinnacle immortal sects of the spiritual realm, His words rang with conviction, carrying a sense of pride that made hearts tremble. Lin Yi and the others were visibly shaken. To forge a path where none existed, to add to the sect's legacy, such boldness and vision inspired awe in all who heard it. Has anyone ever achieved it? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. Of course, Zhou Yun replied calmly, his deep gaze unwavering. Gu Qing took over, his tone laced with a sense of history. When the Deluo immortal sect was first established, the 100 mountains were incomplete, numbering only 81. Later, sages and enlightened ones added 16 more, bringing the total to 97. The final 3 mountains were created by those who ascended the Xiaogu platform, reached the 12th rank, and forged their own paths. At this revelation, everyone held their breath. Incredible! To complete the 100 mountains, what kind of unparalleled genius could achieve that? A few young disciples couldn't help but exclaim in awe. No need to look too far back. The most recent one is someone you all know, Gu Qing said with a mysterious smile, his tone suddenly shifting. Huh. Everyone froze, their minds racing before almost simultaneously arriving at the same name. Naturally, it's Zhou Yun, the master of Tsangshu Mountain. Gu Qing laughed heartily, his voice brimming with respect and pride. Lin Yi and the others turned to Zhou Yun in unison, their gazes filled with newfound admiration. Master Zhou, back then, entered the path of cultivation through scholarship. With his unparalleled intellect, he ascended the 1200 steps, reached the 12th rank, and established Tsangshu Mountain from nothing. Today, Tsangshu Mountain holds the stature of a leader among the 100 mountains. In terms of talent, even throughout ancient history, few could rival him, Gu Qing said passionately, as if reliving that glorious era. Zhou Yun, however, seemed indifferent to such praise. His expression remained calm as he turned and led the group toward the base of the Xiaogu platform and the path to ascension. Buzz. As they approached, Lin Yi and the others felt a hum resonate from within their bodies, as if an invisible force was awakening their deepest potential. This Xiaogu platform, what is it? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Why is it so overwhelming? Just being near it makes me feel like my power is about to erupt. The Xiaogu platform is one of the 3 great enlightenment platforms of the spiritual realm, Zhou Yun said evenly, his gaze sweeping over the group, his tone carrying a hint of profound meaning. 3 great platforms? Then what are the other 2? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress his curiosity. The first is the Ascension platform of the Feathered Immortal sect, and the second is the Sutra Rolling platform of the Buddhist sect's Lang Temple, Zhou Yun said with a smile. Ascension platform, Sutra Rolling platform? Could it be that, like the Bone Reflecting platform, they can also reveal one's innate potential? Someone couldn't help but ask in a hushed tone, their curiosity piqued. Having just arrived in the spiritual realm, everyone eagerly absorbed knowledge about cultivation, wishing they could engrave every word into their memory. Upon hearing the names of the 3 great enlightenment platforms, many eyes lit up with anticipation. Of course not. Gu Qing grinned, a hint of pride in his tone. Among the 3 great enlightenment platforms, only the Bone Reflecting platform has the ability to reveal one's potential. Then what unique purposes do the Ascension platform and Sutra Rolling platform serve? Lin Yi asked, his tone carrying a trace of inquiry. Zhou Yun nodded slightly, his gaze calm yet exuding a confidence that made him seem inherently trustworthy. The Ascension platform, as its name suggests, allows one to glimpse a fragment of their future. Cultivators can use it to gain insight into their path, and some have even claimed to see visions of ascension on the platform. Its mysteries are beyond comprehension. It is considered the most enigmatic of the 3 great enlightenment platforms. To glimpse the future? The crowd was visibly shocked upon hearing this, and even Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. However, this is all just speculation. Gu Qing chuckled, his tone tinged with a touch of mockery. Whether it's the future, the past, or merely an illusion born of one's own mind, who can say for certain? As long as it aids cultivation, that's all that matters. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, his curiosity about the Ascension platform growing stronger. As for the Sutra Rolling platform, it operates on a completely different level, Zhou Yun continued, his tone becoming slightly more serious. A higher-level enlightenment platform? Hearing this intriguing phrase, the crowd's eyes burned with excitement. On the path of cultivation, obstacles and bottlenecks are inevitable. When a cultivator reaches the peak of a realm, they often find themselves stuck, unable to break through. Some spend centuries without making that critical leap. The Sutra Rolling platform exists to shatter such barriers. How does it achieve that? Lin Yi asked sincerely, his eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. By simply rolling on it, Gu Qing replied with a playful smile, his tone so casual it seemed as though he were describing the most mundane of tasks. Rolling on it? The crowd froze momentarily, their gazes falling on Gu Qing with expressions of doubt and bemusement. That's right, Gu Qing said with a straight face. The Sutra Rolling platform is shaped like a massive green stone. Long ago, A powerful earthly immortal rolled upon it by chance and suddenly comprehended the path to ascension, breaking through and soaring into the heavens. Since then, the sutra rolling platform has become famous throughout the spiritual realm, earning its place among the three great enlightenment platforms. It can help even an earthly immortal overcome their bottleneck. Lin Yi was inwardly astonished, though he couldn't help but picture a group of cultivators rolling around on a giant stone. The image made him feel a bit embarrassed. Never mind the method as long as it works, Zhou Yun said with a light laugh. Over the years, the sutra rolling platform has indeed helped many cultivators break through bottlenecks and reach higher realms. The three great enlightenment platforms truly live up to their reputation. Lin Yi murmured to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation. I wonder if we'll ever have the chance to witness them firsthand? Of course you will, Gu Qing said matter-of-factly. If your innate potential is good enough, you might even get to use them. Wouldn't such treasures be restricted to the two major sects? Would they really allow cultivators from other sects to use them? Lin Yi asked, surprised. Lesson 2. Gu Qing raised two fingers, his expression a mix of amusement and mystery. Lesson 2. Lin Yi arched an eyebrow, his gaze questioning. This second lesson, naturally, is about the way of the world in the spiritual realm. Gu Qing replied nonchalantly, though his tone carried a hint of deeper meaning. The relationships between the various sects in the spiritual realm can be summed up in 14 words. 14 words. Lin Yi pressed further, a sharp glint in his eyes. 3 parts human connections, 3 parts principles, and 4 parts strength, Zhou Yun said with a smile, his tone tinged with amusement. Lin Yi and the others fell into a brief silence, carefully reflecting on the 14-character maxim that Zhou Yun had just shared. The more they pondered it, the deeper its meaning seemed to become. Those simple words, though unassuming on the surface, were like a sharp blade cutting through to the essence of the spiritual realm. Those sects stand tall and follow their own paths, human emotions and relationships remain the threads that bind everything together. The spiritual realm, seemingly cold and ruthless, is in fact a delicate web of interwoven rules and balances. Zhou Yun lifted her head slightly, her tone calm yet carrying a hint of conviction. Our Deluo immortal sect holds the Xiaogu platform, but we've never treated it as our private treasure. Any sect in need is welcome to use it. This applies not just to the Xiaogu platform, but also to the other two great platforms of enlightenment. It's not merely about sharing resources, it's about the flow of goodwill. When others use what belongs to Deluo, they naturally owe us a favor. In the future, when Deluo has a need, we simply reach out, and they'll respond. That's the rule of the spiritual realm, and it's the foundation of our sect. Her words, spoken with an air of composure, carried the weight of wisdom, like a gentle spring rain that nourishes the earth and commands respect. Lin Yi couldn't help but nod inwardly, gaining a deeper understanding of the intricate rules governing the spiritual realm and feeling a growing sense of admiration for the Deluo immortal sect. However, Zhou Yun's tone suddenly shifted, a hint of coldness flashing across her eyes. That being said, wherever there are people, there will be conflict. While the spiritual realm values rules, that doesn't mean those rules are always effective. Generally speaking, we do not initiate violence. After all, the goal of cultivation is the immortal path and eternal life, not endless fighting. But if reason fails, then fists must do the talking. Her gaze was sharp as a blade as she looked directly at Lin Yi and the others, her voice turning steely. Remember this. Once you decide to act, do not hesitate, and do not hold back. When you strike, strike with the force of thunder, leaving no chance for your opponent to retaliate. As Zhou Yun finished speaking, Gu Qing picked up where she left off, his cold and stern expression exuding an even greater sense of ferocity. Exactly. This is the law of survival in the spiritual realm. No matter who you kill, the sect will stand behind you. Deluo Immortal Sect can be magnanimous, sharing resources and building goodwill with other sects, but we can also wipe out entire sects with a single sword. In the spiritual realm, there is no one our disciples cannot kill, and no disciple of ours that we cannot protect. Gu Qing's words, each one like a clap of thunder, left a profound impact on Lin Yi and the others, stirring their blood and filling them with a surge of pride and belonging. At this moment, though they had yet to officially join the Deluo Immortal Sect, they could already feel a strong sense of identity and confidencia pride rooted in the strength and principles of their future sect. Zhou Yun and Gu Qing's words were like a double-edged sword, vividly portraying both the beauty and the brutality of the spiritual realm. This was not just the path to immortality, it was the path of survival. To live was to have the chance to seek the Tao. To live was to have the opportunity to ascend to immortality. And this survival instinct was the ultimate principle that Deluo Immortal Sect had honed over countless years. Well then, that's the end of the lesson, Zhou Yun said with a faint smile, gesturing toward a jade-white table by the ascension path. It's about time. You should head to the platform now. Following her gesture, Lin Yi saw a Taoist seated calmly at the jade table, observing the approaching cultivators with a serene expression. Every being who successfully ascended 100 steps would receive a token here, while those who failed would be escorted away by sect disciples standing nearby. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Yi composed his thoughts and, along with the others, stepped forward to register. Moments later, he began his ascent up the towering ascension path. The ancient and enigmatic steps seemed to emanate an immense pressure from above, filling him with awe. Clang! The moment Lin Yi set foot on the first step, a clear, resonant sound rang out from within him, sharp and crisp like the cry of a sword echoing through the heavens. In the next instant, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the ancient runes etched into the ascension path suddenly lit up, radiating a brilliant light. The runes swirled rapidly, coalescing into a peerless sword embryo that hovered above Lin Yi's head, exuding an unparalleled, razor-sharp aura. Born with a sword bone. No, this is more than just a natural sword bone, this is a peerless sword prodigy. As Lin Yi set foot on the ascension path, an invisible force seemed to ignite the sword intent within him, causing the entire path to tremble in response. The air was suddenly filled with the resonant hum of countless swords, as if they were bowing to his presence. The commotion rippled through the sect, both inside and outside the mountain gates. Even the reclusive elders, who had been in deep meditation for decades, awakened one by one. Their gazes pierced through the barriers of the mountain gate, locking onto Lin Yi's direction with fiery eyes, as though witnessing the emergence of a ancient millennium genius. Hurry! Notify the Sword Mountain Master immediately, this is no ordinary talent. A peerless sword prodigy has appeared. The elderly registrar, trembling with excitement, nearly leapt to his feet. With a swift stroke of his pen, he recorded Lin Yi's details, his eyes brimming with fervor. He knew that if such a talent were to be accepted as a true disciple of Sword Mountain, they would become an unshakable pillar of the Deluo immortal sect in the future. Reporting this promptly would undoubtedly earn him a handsome reward. Standing nearby, Gu Qing glanced at Zhou Yun with a smirk, his tone laced with mockery. Old Zhou, it seems the disciple you brought back is destined for Sword Mountain. A peerless sword prodigy practically tailor-made to be Sword Mountain's true disciple. The rest of us on the other 99 mountains won't even have a chance to compete. However, Zhou Yun remained calm and composed, his gaze steady. Whichever mountain he joins, he will still be a disciple of Deluo. Gu Qing was momentarily taken aback before letting out a cold laugh. Well said, whichever mountain, still Deluo's disciple. But if this peerless sword prodigy ends up in Sword Mountain, won't you feel even a twinge of regret? Zhou Yun didn't reply. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if lost in thought. He recalled the moment outside Qingping City, when Lin Yi had achieved enlightenment with a single sword stroke. Even then, Zhou Yun had sensed that this young man's understanding of the sword transcended the mundane and pointed directly toward the immortal path. Today's display merely confirmed his judgment. Ha ha ha, Master Zhou, your eye for talent is truly remarkable, bringing such an extraordinary individual to our Sword Mountain. A hearty laugh echoed from the horizon, and in the blink of an eye, a figure silently appeared beside Zhou Yun. The newcomer stood tall, exuding an overwhelming aura of sword intent, so tangible it seemed to cut through the air. His eyes gleamed with flashes of sword light, and his entire being radiated the presence of a divine blade. He was none other than Jing Gu, master of Sword Mountain, and the foremost sword cultivator of the Deluo immortal sect. I must thank you, Master Zhou. Lin Yi, such a remarkable talent in the way of the sword, will undoubtedly become the pride of Sword Mountain in the years to come. Jing Ge's voice carried an unmistakable tone of joy as his piercing gaze locked onto Lin Yi, as though the young man was already the cornerstone of Sword Mountain's future. The elderly registrar, witnessing the scene, quickly rose to offer his congratulations. Congratulations to Master Jing on obtaining such a peerless sword prodigy. The future leader of the sword path can only be Lin Yi. Hearing this, Jing Ge's delight grew even more evident. With a casual wave of his hand, several rows of spirit stones flew out and landed neatly before the registrar. A reward. The registrar's face lit up with joy as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Inwardly, he calculated that this reward would be more than enough for him to live luxuriously for a month. Yet just as everyone thought Lin Yi's display had reached its peak, a sudden shift occurred. Boom! The sword embryo above Lin Yi's head began to tremble violently as a vast and overwhelming aura erupted from within him. The ascension path beneath his feet resonated once more, the sound like the tolling of bells and the melodies of ceremonial music. A streak of purple chi shot into the sky, enveloping Lin Yi and intertwining with the sword embryo in a dazzling display. For a moment, everyone within and outside the mountain gate was rendered speechless. Purple chi reaching the heavens, accompanied by the sounds of bells and ceremonial music, such an extraordinary phenomenon had only occurred once in history. And that time was when Zhou Yun first stepped onto the ascension path. An unparalleled genius, blessed by the stars? Someone murmured in awe, their voice trembling with disbelief. Jingge's jubilant expression froze instantly, his sharp gaze fixated on Lin Yi, his brows furrowing slightly. A trace of unease stirred within him, but it was overshadowed by an even greater sense of wonder and anticipation. Zhou Yun, on the other hand, remained silent, his eyes deep and contemplative. He gazed at the purple chi surging above Lin Yi, a faint, enigmatic smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Zhou Yun. Years ago, when Zhou Yun first stepped onto the ascension path, he too had caused the path to resonate, with purple chi soaring into the sky and the ethereal sounds of bells and ceremonial music accompanying him. Back then, he was hailed as a star descended to the mortal realm. Lin Yi, already renowned for his unparalleled sword embryo, now reveals such an extraordinary aptitude in the path of Confucianism? Zhou Yun noticed and smiled faintly. Whether it was the couplets at the entrance of Zue Xianju or the occasional brilliant verses Lin Yi recited, they all signified that Lin Yi was a raw jade of immense potential in the Confucian way. Master Zhou, surely you won't compete with me over this, will you? Jing Ji's voice remained steady, but a flicker of unease betrayed him in his eyes. He glanced at Zhou Yun's subtle, meaningful smile, and a sense of foreboding crept over him. A peerless sword embryo, combined with a destiny aligned with the stars of literature, either of these talents alone would be enough to make anyone covetous. The most troubling part? Lin Yi was brought back by Zhou Yun himself. By the rules of precedence, Zhou Yun had a natural advantage. The old cultivator in charge of registration, however, paid no mind to Jing Ji's discomfort. His eyes were alight with excitement as he loudly proclaimed, "Congratulations to Master Zhou for bringing back the future leader of Confucianism." The announcement left Jing Ji's face darkened with fury. He glared at the old cultivator, cursing inwardly, "You old fox, I just gave you a reward, and now you're turning on me?" Yet the old cultivator seemed entirely oblivious to Jing Ge's anger. His gaze remained fixed on Zhou Yun, full of eager flattery, as if awaiting another reward. Zhou Yun, noticing Jing Gu trembling with rage, only smiled wider. With a casual wave of his hand, a few spirit stones scattered down as he said lightly, "A deserved reward." His calm tone carried an unshakable confidence. Jing Ji's expression shifted between shades of green and pale, but he could do nothing. Standing nearby, Gu Qing crossed his arms, watching the scene unfold with a look of amusement. He smirked and muttered under his breath, "Go on, fight. One's the most brilliant of the 100 peaks, the other's the most influential. The fiercer the rivalry, the more entertaining. Since old Zhou, nothing in the 100 peaks has been this lively." Just as Gu Qing was reveling in the drama, a sudden change occurred. Hui Xian, who had been walking alongside Lin Yi, suddenly trembled. On the ascension path, ancient and mysterious symbols lit up, forming a crystal-clear orchid above her head. Hui Zhilan Xian. The old cultivator's eyes lit up instantly as he exclaimed again, "Congratulations to Master Gu for discovering a prodigy in alchemy." Hearing this, Gu Qing's face broke into a wide grin. He quickly tossed some spirit stones to the old cultivator, beaming with pride. A well-earned reward. His gaze towards Hui Xian was filled with anticipation as he thought to himself, while not as rare as Lin Yi's peerless talents, Hui Zhilan Xian is still an exceptional gift for alchemy. Reaching the 1,000-step mark in the 10th grade shouldn't be a challenge. It all depends on how far Hui Xian can go. Wang Xiangang, I have to ask, why would someone of your status as a peak master be here handling registrations? Did you foresee something in advance? Gu Qing turned to glare at the old cultivator, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. The old cultivator, unfazed, raised an eyebrow and replied calmly, "Who says a peak master can't oversee registrations?" His unapologetic demeanor suggested he was well accustomed to such questions. Gu Qing was momentarily at a loss for words, glaring at him before tossing another handful of spirit stones, as if venting his frustration through the reward. But just as everyone was marveling at Hui Xian's displayed talent, yet another astonishing event unfolded. After Lin Yi ascended the 100th step, the ascension path resonated once more. Wisps of alchemical fragrance began to emanate from the path, condensing into layers of alchemical clouds above Lin Yi. Within these clouds, an ancient and unadorned alchemical cauldron slowly took shape. Its surface was inscribed with flowing runes, exuding an aura of profound mystery. This scene left Gu Qing utterly dumbfounded. The alchemy cloud surged, golden light cascading like waves, carrying an overwhelming and almost otherworldly pressure. It was as if the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth was being drawn inexorably toward the faintly visible alchemical cauldron above Lin Yi's head. Gu Qing's wide, round eyes were locked on Lin Yi, his breathing ragged and uneven. Never before had he witnessed such a phenomenon. Not even the legendary masters of alchemy had ever summoned such a celestial spectacle. "Three supreme innate constitutions in one person," he murmured, his voice trembling with shock and unease. His gaze scanned Lin Yi, as though trying to unravel his very essence. The Sword Dao Constitution, the pinnacle of Baishan's swordsmanship legacy, a dream pursued for countless generations. The Confucian Dao Constitution, exuding the aura of a leader among the 100 mountains, a realm even Zhou Yun had not fully mastered. And the Alchemy Dao Constitution, the ultimate foundation of De Luo's alchemical heritage. To possess even one of these would mark someone as an unparalleled prodigy. Yet Lin Yi embodied all three. Such a phenomenon was utterly unheard of. Chaos, complete chaos, Gu Qing muttered under his breath, his usual composure shattered. Around them, the gathered disciples and elders erupted into a cacophony of bewildered whispers, their emotions ranging from awe to disbelief. Even Wang Xiangang, typically calm and collected, seemed to forget his usual banter with Gu Qing about owed rewards. He stood frozen, staring at Lin Yi with a face full of astonishment. "Old Zhou, you must let me have Lin Yi." Gu Qing suddenly turned, his fiery gaze fixed on Zhou Yun, his tone firm and commanding. He raised his hand slightly, as if ready to claim Lin Yi for the Alchemy Mountain sect. But before his words could fully settle, Jing Gu let out a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with a sharp, frosty light. "And why should I?" he retorted, his voice cutting through the air like the hiss of an unsheathed blade. Without waiting for Zhou Yun to respond, Jing Gu turned his piercing gaze on Gu Qing and said icily, "You want to confine a peerless sword prodigy to a life of alchemy in the mountains?" Gu Qing's brows furrowed, his eyes blazing with intensity as he rebuked. "Because Alchemy Mountain represents the strongest foundation of De Luo." Their gazes clashed like fire meeting steel. Gu Qing's eyes burned with molten determination, while Jing Ji's radiated the sharpness of an unsheathed sword. The air between them seemed to crackle with the clash of fiery tempers and razor-edged wills. Alchemy Mountain may be considered a secondary path, but when it takes the lead, it surpasses all others. Gu Qing stepped forward, his voice thundering like a storm. "No cultivator can survive without the support of alchemy. A single pill can alter the fate of an entire sector. Sword Dao cannot compare." Jing Gu smirked coldly, his fists clenched tightly, emitting faint metallic vibrations as if countless sword energies intertwined within them. His voice was low yet unyielding, carrying an undeniable power. In the spiritual realm, strength ultimately reigns supreme. The pinnacle of Sword Dao can suppress all realms, while alchemists remain no more than a supporting role. The clash between the two mountain lords intensified, the tension in the air growing thick and stifling. The surrounding crowd of disciples and elders held their breath, none daring to interrupt. Such a confrontation was a rarity in Baishan, yet considering Lin Yi's extraordinary constitutions, it seemed only natural. Who wouldn't want to recruit such a prodigious talent? However, despite the heated argument, the timing seemed premature. Zhou Yun's calm gaze swept over the two, his serene eyes like a deep, still lake. In an instant, the fiery tempers of Gu Qing and Jing Gu cooled under his watchful stare. The two exchanged a glance, each seeing a flicker of wariness in the other's eyes. "This Zhou Yun, he's grown even stronger," Gu Qing thought to himself, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. Both he and Jing Gu understood all too well the terrifying power concealed beneath Zhou Yun's composed demeanor. Zhou Yun withdrew his gaze and turned toward Lin Yi, his eyes filled with contemplation. His penetrating look seemed to pierce through the alchemy clouds and cauldron, reaching the very core of Lin Yi's being. While Gu Qing and Jing Gu focused on the surface of Lin Yi's extraordinary constitutions, Zhou Yun saw deeper, much deeper. "Immortals' drunkenness, mortals' wine," Zhou Yun murmured internally, his gaze growing increasingly profound. He understood that Lin Yi was far more than just an unparalleled talent in Sword Dao, Alchemy Dao, or Confucian Dao. The two wines Lin Yi had brewed in the mortal realm had already transcended the ordinary, touching upon the divine. If Lin Yi's potential in Sword Dao bordered on the immortal, then in the realm of winemaking, he had already reached celestial heights. As someone who had risen from the mortal world, Zhou Yun grasped the full significance of this. His gaze returned to Lin Yi, now carrying a faint glimmer of expectation and a hint of inscrutable depth. It was a moment of stillness. Zhou Yun's gaze was as deep as an abyss, fixed on Lin Yi as countless speculations and calculations surged through her mind. However, just as her thoughts were churning, an unexpected change occurred. Lin Yi's body trembled slightly, and the ascension path resonated with him once again. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of slaughter surged forth from the depths of the heavenly path. The aura was like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire world. Above Lin Yi's head, the unparalleled sword embryo seemed to be infused with a mysterious power, emanating a fierce and chilling killing intent that made hearts quiver. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yi's aura surged explosively. The killing intent around him rippled like a relentless tide, as if it could devour everything in its path. Beneath his feet, Faint illusions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood began to emerge, filling the air with a suffocating sense of bloodlust. Hui Xian, standing beside him, turned deathly pale, her legs trembling so violently that she could barely remain standing. She nearly stumbled off the ascension path. The sword of slaughter! Someone exclaimed in disbelief, their voice trembling with shock. All eyes were fixed on Lin Yi, and for a brief moment, a chilling thought arose in everyone's mind: this seemingly ethereal prodigy, could he truly be a god of slaughter in disguise? The sword of slaughter, that aura of death, this, a cultivator murmured, their voice quaking. By the ancestors, an excited voice suddenly rang out. I think I see it, woe, unparalleled divine constitutions, merging into one. The words fell like thunder, and the entire crowd fell silent. Even Zhou Yun and the other mountain lords couldn't suppress the faint tremor in their hearts. The sword mountain lord's gaze turned sharp, while the slaughter mountain lord narrowed his eyes, his expression a mix of complexity. Sword Mountain was known for its supreme sharpness, while Slaughter Mountain was unmatched in its killing power. And now, Sword and Slaughter seemed to have merged into one, reaching for the pinnacle of the 100 peaks. Sword Mountain sought the Tao through the blade, embodying ultimate sharpness. Slaughter Mountain pursued the Tao through killing, achieving peerless slaughter. If one person could possess both of these supreme constitutions, it was almost certain they would become an invincible god of slaughter. Such an existence had only appeared once in the history of the spirit realm. The one from the Sea of Blood. Gu Qing's voice trembled as he looked up at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with both fear and a hint of fervor. Li Zhixian, Jing Gu muttered, his pupils contracting violently as if recalling a terrifying figure. In his mind, he saw a proud figure wielding a long sword, standing atop an endless sea of blood, unmatched in the spirit realm. Li Zhixian, Zhou Yun softly echoed the name, her eyes narrowing slightly as though lost in thought. Li Zhixian? What an ethereal name. Who was he? A curious young disciple couldn't help but ask. He was the gentlest and the coldest existence in the spirit realm. An elder cultivator sighed deeply, his expression complex. The gentlest? The coldest? The young disciple was taken aback, his gaze blank as he struggled to comprehend how such contradictory words could describe the same person. Yet the expressions of the elder cultivators present were tinged with a strange complexity, as if they were recalling memories they would rather forget. Congratulations to Slaughter Mountain, Wang Xiangang spoke, his tone heavy, for securing a future master of slaughter, but his words faltered as he reached the term master, as though there was something unspeakable holding him back. Because of the one in the Sea of Blood. As long as Zhixian had not fallen, who dared claim the title of the ultimate master of slaughter? At that moment, the heavens and earth suddenly resonated with a faint hum. From the peak of Slaughter Mountain, a figure slowly emerged. Cloaked in a hazy mist, the figure was ethereal, seemingly both near and far. Yet amidst the obscurity, a pair of cold, piercing eyes locked directly onto Lin Yi. The Lord of Slaughter Mountain, someone gasped, their voice filled with astonishment. It was a woman. Her aura was ethereal, as if she belonged to the heavens. Yet there was a faint trace of killing intent that could not be ignored. She was a peerless master of the path of slaughter, yet her transcendent presence was so otherworldly that it left people bewildered. How strange! A god of slaughter with an ethereal name and an otherworldly aurates, truly perplexing. Many cultivators whispered among themselves, their expressions filled with amazement. Any mastery of the Tao, when taken to its ultimate level, returns to its purest form, cloaked in the guise of the celestial, Wang Xiangang said softly, his voice heavy. Even a supreme killing immortal is still an immortal. The Lord of Slaughter Mountain quietly observed Lin Yi, her gaze profound as though weighing her options. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Her voice was like a whisper of wind and snow, cold yet distant. Reward. One word, delivered with resounding clarity, sent shockwaves through the crowd. Slaughter Mountain was vying to claim Lin Yi as a disciple. The master of Mount Fa spoke, and Jinggu and the others immediately fell silent. This was the current ruler of the 100 Mountains. Among all the masters of the 100 Mountains, he was undoubtedly the most powerful. The reputation of the master of Mount Fa weighed on everyone like a towering mountain. His cold and piercing gaze swept over the crowd, exuding an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. The laws of survival in the spiritual realm were etched deeply into everyone's bones. 3 parts social wisdom, 3 parts reasoning, and 4 parts brute strength. Yet in front of the master of Mount Fa, none of these mattered. Reasoning with a god of slaughter was no different from courting death. Gu Qing was silent for a moment, his gaze complicated as he looked at Zhou Yun. With a slight sigh in his tone, he asked, Old Zhou, with your half-mastered strength, can you hold your ground? Zhou Yun slightly raised his eyes, his expression as calm as still water. He had forged his own path and established his own mountain, having absorbed the essence of the 100 mountains and even trained under the master of Mount Fa. Though they didn't officially bear the title of master and disciple, their bond had long surpassed such formalities. Gu Qing's words, though probing, also carried a hint of respect. If it's just a sparring match, Zhou Yun paused briefly, his voice steady and resolute. Within 100 moves, it would be a draw. Beyond that, he would defeat me by half a technique. With that, he offered a distant bow to the master of Mount Fa, his demeanor humble yet imbued with an undeniable pride. These words left Gu Qing, Jinggu, and the others with complex expressions. To last 100 moves and lose by only half a technique such strength was enough to elevate Daozong Shushan to rival the position of the 100 Mountains. Of course, that was merely in a spar. If it were a fight to the death, the outcome would be entirely different. Uncontested, truly uncontested. Jing Guest's brows furrowed as his expression flickered between gloom and unease. His sword mountain was famed for its sharpness and ferocity, but the thought of facing the master of Mount Fa's relentless, unyielding fists sent a chill down his spine. Those fists were hard enough to crush hope itself. And this was only the beginning. Lin Yi ascended the path to heaven, step by step. Most of the disciples who had originally embarked on this path, alongside him, had already succumbed to the overwhelming pressure of the Taoist resonance and retreated. Yet Lin Yi seemed to harmonize with the path itself. With every step he took, the power of the illuminating bone platform unveiled the profound mysteries hidden within his very being. The way of the blade, the way of the spear, the way of movement, even rare and unconventional paths, such as the way of needles or the way of music, were astonishingly revealed in his essence. The cultivators of the Deluo immortal sect, initially stunned, gradually grew calm and eventually numb. In a mere 1,200 steps, it felt as though they had witnessed a century pass. Time and time again, their understanding was shattered by Lin Yi's exceptional natural talents, leaving their minds and spirits utterly drained. Yet Lin Yi seemed oblivious, occasionally pausing to close his eyes, as if contemplating some profound truth. Impressive. Among the disciples brought back this time, 5 have surpassed the 500th step. They're all remarkable talents. One of the Deluo cultivators, having grown desensitized to Lin Yi's brilliance, turned his attention to the others. This group of 32 mortal disciples had all surpassed the first rank. Of them, 27 halted before the 500th step, while the remaining 5 successfully crossed that threshold. Lin Yi and Hui Xian easily surpassed the 5th rank, while among the other 3, there were 2 young men and 1 blind old man. The 2 young men, though their natural talents had not been revealed by the illuminating bone platform, ascended the 500th step with ease. The blind old man, on the other hand, stumbled and faltered repeatedly, seemingly on the verge of tumbling down the path to heaven, yet somehow managed to cross the 500th step and reach the 5th rank. Whoever decided to bring in that blind old man must be a genius. Wang Xiangang chuckled, clutching his stomach as he laughed at the sight of the old man. Though the timing of one's entry into cultivation wasn't everything, starting earlier naturally provided an advantage. Not everyone could be like Zhou Yun, who spent 60 years immersed in study, only to achieve sudden enlightenment and soar to great heights in an instant. For most cultivators, the journey to the pinnacle of the path began in youth, progressing step by step. And yet, for this old man, despite his physical limitations, to achieve the 5th rank was undoubtedly a testament to some extraordinary fortune. Zhou Yun spoke calmly, his tone steady yet full of deeper meaning. To reach the 5th rank is to follow the destiny that has been ordained. Buzz. No sooner had Zhou Yun finished speaking than the staggering, blind old man trembled slightly, and the ascension path resonated with him instantly. Amid the crowd's wide-eyed astonishment, a piece of snow-white tortoise shell began to slowly materialize above the old man's head. It was crystalline and translucent, emanating an ancient aura. A divination shell? Someone murmured in disbelief. The very essence of our Bu mountain lineage. Wang Xiangang's previously unrestrained laughter was abruptly cut short. His eyes locked onto the blind old man, the smile on his face frozen in place as the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. Congratulations, Mountain Lord of Bu Mountain, on acquiring such an exceptional disciple. Beside him, Gu Qing burst into laughter, pointing mockingly at Wang Xiangang. His tone brimmed with schadenfreude. With a disciple like this, I'd really like to see how you Bu Mountain folks can keep denying that you're nothing more than a bunch of charlatans. You're the charlatan. Wang Xiangang's face darkened to an ashen hue as he retorted through gritted teeth. Yet, despite his indignation, his gaze involuntarily returned to the blind old man on the ascension path, his emotions a mix of complexity. On one hand, this root talent was undeniably remarkably in 8th grade aptitude, capable of restoring pride to Bu Mountain. On the other hand, the old man's scruffy and unseemly demeanor clashed entirely with the enigmatic and mystical image Bu Mountain had always cultivated. Stepping outside with him in the future is bound to invite ridicule, Wang Xiangang sighed inwardly. But soon, he found some solace. Still, Bu Mountain has seen a decline in talent over the years. Something is better than nothing, consider it fresh blood. The group pressed onward, reaching the 600th step. Two young men displayed their respective root talents in formation mastery and acupuncture arts. Though not the most extraordinary, their abilities were still impressive, both achieving the 6th grade. Minor arts, Jing Gu remarked, shaking his head with a hint of disappointment in his expression. Minor or not, there's still paths to immortality, retorted the mountain lords of Formation Mountain and Acupuncture Mountain, unfazed. They personally came forward to accept the two youths as disciples, leaving behind generous rewards before departing in satisfaction. For them, 6th grade talents were already rare candidates for true discipleship. The atmosphere on the ascension path grew increasingly tense. By the 800th step, the blind old man finally came to a halt and stepped off the path. His final result? 8th grade. Ha ha ha, an 8th grade. Upon witnessing this, Wang Xiangang's previously gloomy expression instantly brightened into a wide grin that nearly stretched to his ears. With this 8th grade disciple, Bu Mountain is undoubtedly one of the biggest winners of this recruitment event. Thinking of the bragging rights this would grant him in the future, Wang Xiangang suddenly found the old man much more agreeable to look at. Meanwhile, Hui Xian did not disappoint Gu Qing. She advanced steadily, ultimately reaching the 1127th step before stepping off the path, achieving an 11th grade result. 11th grade. The mountain lords collectively expressed their amazement and envy at the sight. A peerless prodigy in alchemy, Gu Qing couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes brimming with pride. While the 11th grade might not be as rare as the legendary 12th grade, it was still an extraordinary gift in the field of alchemy. What's more, Hui Xin's talent was uncontested, making her a divine blessing for Gu Qing. However, all attention eventually shifted to the only remaining figure on the ascension path, Lin Yi. At this moment, Lin Yi was surrounded by dazzling phenomena, with radiant light flowing around him as if the heavens and earth themselves were yielding to his presence. Everyone held their breath, watching him take each deliberate step forward. Lin Yi's root talent, it's beyond count. Someone murmured in disbelief, their voice trembling. This one will undoubtedly reach the 12th grade. Another mountain lord declared with conviction, their gaze burning with intensity. Each step Lin Yi took seemed to reverberate in the hearts of those watching. When his figure reached the 1100th step, the entire crowd instinctively rose to their feet, their eyes wide with awe. Whoosh! As Lin Yi ascended the last step, the phenomena above his head erupted in full force. The brilliance of the 12th grade illuminated the entire ascension path. He had ascended to the fabled illumination platform. Beyond 100 paths, all are supreme. The crowd could only describe the figure before them with 4 words. Born for the Tao. Once one steps onto the Xiaogu platform, it becomes certain Lin Yi's most powerful path will be revealed. Among the 100 paths, each is extraordinary, yet there are still distinctions in strength. With such an unparalleled foundation, a single moment under the illumination of Xiaogu platform might even summon heavenly phenomena to obscure the skies. As Lin Yi set foot on the Xiaogu platform, radiant beams of light surged forth from its surface, magnificent and resplendent, as if witnessing the dawn of creation itself. Waves of Tao resonance cascaded in layers, like invisible tides, rushing toward Lin Yi. Above his head, a breathtaking phenomenon unfolded. 108 visions manifested simultaneously, their immense presence reverberating like thunder. A sword embryo, a pill cauldron, an ancient zither, a killing intent. Each vision exuded an aura of supreme power, as if embodying the essence of all the heavens and paths. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the 100 mountains, countless figures soared into the sky, riding swords, standing upon scrolls, or treading the void itself, each one a cultivator from the 100 mountains sect. Some were dressed in white, pure as snow, exuding an ethereal grace. Others donned golden armor, radiating divine authority. Even the mountain lord of fashion personally arrived, standing atop the heavens. Immortal light cascaded around him, his presence akin to an eternal deity. All eyes burned with intensity, locked onto Lin Yi, as if witnessing an event capable of reshaping the balance of the world. Why have all the cultivators of the 100 mountains gathered here? Even the mountain lord of fashion has appeared. The younger disciples exclaimed in astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief. Previously, when Lin Yi displayed his unparalleled foundation in the path of slaughter, the mountain lord of fashion merely uttered a distant commendation. But now, he's descended in person. Could it be that the Xiaogu platform holds an even deeper significance? One disciple murmured in a low voice. Nearby, Gu Qing cast a lazy glance at the scene and spoke indifferently. Do you know why the Xiaogu platform is considered one of the 3 great platforms of enlightenment? Isn't it because it reveals the nature of one's foundation? Hui Xian asked, her face full of confusion. Revealing the foundation is merely its most basic function, Guqing replied with a calm demeanor, though his tone carried a hint of pride. If that were all, how could it be worthy of being called one of the three great platforms of enlightenment? Its true mystery lies in this: when someone with a 12th grade foundation steps onto the platform, they can invoke tides of Tao resonance that sweep across the surroundings. The cultivators nearby can bathe in this resonance, gaining immense benefits. Hui Xian was startled by his words. A 12th grade foundation, is that the key to the Xiaogu platform? Exactly. Guqing's eyes flickered as he glanced at Zhou Yun in the distance. Years ago, when Lord Zhou ascended the platform, he summoned tides of Tao resonance that swept across 3,000 miles. The cultivators of the 100 Mountains gained immeasurable benefits, and the gratitude they owed became the greatest support for Lord Zhou on his path of Tao creation. 3,327 miles. Zhou Yun corrected softly, his expression serious. You're counting every last mile? Guqing rolled his eyes, his tone tinged with exasperation. Matters of scholarship must not be treated carelessly, Zhou Yun replied firmly, just as he was about to continue. Suddenly, a thunderous roar from within the Xiaogu platform interrupted him. Boom! Above Lin Yi's head, the 100 visions trembled violently, clashing with one another as if competing for supremacy. A peerless sword embryo slashed through the void with unparalleled sharpness, attempting to merge with Lin Yi's body, only to be blocked by a steady pill cauldron. At the same time, an ancient zither appeared, its strings vibrating with a sound that surged like a raging tide, captivating all who heard it, as though an army of thousands was charging forth. The 100 paths contended fiercely on the Xiaogu platform, refusing to yield an inch. Amid this intense struggle, ancient symbols began to light up within the platform, gradually coalescing into an ancient mirror radiating an otherworldly brilliance. The mirror floated above Lin Yi's head, shimmering with mysterious light. The ancient mirror quivered, and in an instant, its light burst forth, illuminating the mountains and rivers in a dazzling display. The radiance within the mirror contained the purest essence of the Tao, resonating with Lin Yi's foundation. Lin Yi stood with his eyes closed, his mind immersed in the moment, as if the entire world had come to a halt for him. The way of the sword, the way of alchemy, the way of slaughter, one path after another surfaced in Lin Yi's mind, each one vivid and distinct, each one capable of achieving the pinnacle of greatness. His spirit wandered among the 100 paths, seeking the strongest path, the one he desired most. To wield a sword and become an unparalleled sword immortal. To refine alchemy and become a peerless alchemy immortal. To prove the Tao through slaughter and become a supreme killing immortal. Each of these foundational talents was supreme in its own right, each capable of reaching the pinnacle of greatness. The way of wine had not emerged yet, had it? Zhou Yun gazed intently at Lin Yi, his eyes flickering with a complex mix of emotions: disappointment, intertwined with a faint sense of relief. By all reasoning, if Lin Yi's talent for the way of wine were to take shape, he would undoubtedly forge a path of his own, establishing a school, a mountain. After all, in the vast expanse of Deluo, there was no precedent for the way of wine. Nowhere in the spiritual realms had there ever been a true lineage of wine cultivation. Though in ancient times, there were tales of wine-brewing cultivators who briefly shone like meteors across the heavens, they ultimately faded into obscurity, leaving behind only scattered wine recipes, swallowed by the river of history. To create a path from nothing, this journey was unimaginably arduous. The inheritance of 100 mountains stood firmly on the shoulders of countless sages, but to pioneer a new way was to venture into the unknown, step by step through thorns and peril. What's more, among the myriad paths of cultivation, the way of wine was an obscure and unconventional branch, so much so that it wasn't even considered a proper side path. Compared to orthodox traditions like the way of Confucianism, the way of wine was a near impossible climb. If Lin Yi truly insisted on taking this road, even the slightest misstep could result in failure, squandering his unparalleled foundation of 100 supreme talents. As this thought crossed Zhou Yun's mind, his furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and he found himself quietly relieved that the way of wine had yet to manifest. Yet, the disappointment was undeniable. How could he not understand Lin Yi's grand ambition? I have but one flask of wine, enough to soothe the weary traveler. I would pour it into rivers and seas, to offer it to all under heaven. Such bold aspirations, if the way of wine were to succeed, Lin Yi would undoubtedly become a peerless immortal of wine, creating a new path that would benefit countless beings, standing shoulder to shoulder with the way of alchemy. Now that the way of wine had not appeared, though the world might lose a wine immortal, it would gain a celestial cultivator of 100 paths. This, Zhou Yun thought, was perhaps a consolation. Zhou Yun shook his head with a soft laugh, as though murmuring to himself, or perhaps lost in reflection. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected change erupted. Boom! Lin Yi, who had been standing silently on the bone-illuminating platform with eyes closed, allowing the 100 phenomena to contend, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze tore through the heavens like a bolt of lightning, and his voice resounded like a great bell, shaking the world. I have a path that can surpass 100 others. A single sentence, yet it crashed like a tidal wave, leaving the gathered cultivators around him gasping in shock. A path that could surpass 100 others? What kind of path was this? Even the famed path of slaughter, known for its unparalleled might, would not dare to claim superiority over all others. The way itself holds no strength or weakness. It is the one who comprehends it that determines its power. Zhou Yun's pupils contracted sharply, and the once relaxed light in his eyes suddenly erupted into a dazzling brilliance, as radiant as the blazing sun. Boom! The 100 phenomena seemed to react to Lin Yi's overwhelming presence, roaring in unison, brimming with spiritual vitality, as though voicing their dissatisfaction. Yet Lin Yi stood unshaken, his crimson robes billowing like flames, exuding an air of boundless confidence. His voice rang out, firm and resolute, like a hammer striking the heavens. My path shall be the great way of wine. I have a flask of wine, enough to soothe the weary traveler. I have a flask of wine, enough to intoxicate the sun, moon, and stars. As his words fell, a vast surge of wine energy erupted from within Lin Yi, instantly transforming into a colossal gourd that reached the heavens and the earth. It carried an unstoppable force as it hurtled toward the 100 phenomena with earth-shattering momentum. Boom! The first to face its might was the supreme killing sword, forged with the essence of slaughter. Yet before the wine gourd, it shattered instantly, its brilliance dimming to nothing. Next came the melodious zither, its ethereal strings snapping one by one, releasing mournful cries. One by one, the other phenomena followed suit, whether it was the radiant golden pagoda or the fiery alchemical furnace. They all crumbled under the wine gourd's dominance, dissolving into nothingness. In the end, as the wine gourd emerged, the 100 phenomena collapsed. Now, only the wine gourd remained, floating above Lin Yi's head, radiating an unparalleled aura of majesty. Buzz. On the bone-illuminating platform, ancient symbols that had lain dormant suddenly awakened, transforming into a river of wine energy that flowed from beneath Lin Yi's feet. It stretched across 10,000 miles, vast and magnificent. Boom! With a deafening roar, the river of wine energy swept across the heavens and earth, as if proclaiming to all creation the birth of a new path, a new great way. A celestial river of wine stretched across the heavens, spanning 100,000 miles, its rich, intoxicating aroma cascading down. In an instant, the fragrance permeated the air, filling the world like an invisible tide, overwhelming everyone present. Thud, thud. One by one, figures fell from the sky, descending from all directions. Countless cultivators succumbed to the intoxicating aroma, losing themselves in its allure and plummeting from midair. Fortunately, these cultivators, adept in flight, possessed sufficient prowess to avoid fatal injuries. Though their landings were less than graceful, they remained unharmed. However, when they awoke from their drunken stupor, the soreness in their bodies would surely plague them for days. Yet, not a single one of them bore an ounce of regret, for in that fleeting moment when the wine's essence entered their being, they experienced an unprecedented transformation. The wine's fragrance surged like a tidal wave, infiltrating every fiber of their beings, carrying with it a profound resonance of the Tao. It was as if an invisible hand was guiding and harmonizing their vital energies and understanding of the Tao. Every strand of muscle, every bone, radiated a divine glow as the essence of the wine washed over them. With every breath, their pores exuded a luminous brilliance. Lost in a daze, many cultivators felt an indescribable sense of awe. What a powerful aroma! I feel as though I'm witnessing the eruption of 100,000 volcanoes. This is the Tao of fire that I have been cultivating, one cultivator exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. No, it's the endless snowfall, the freezing of all under heaven. This is my Tao of ice. Another cried out, his face flushed, his eyes alight with fervor. Beams of sword light slicing through the heavens, severing the sun, moon, and stars. This is the true Tao. Yet another growled, his gaze blazing with sword intent, as though he sought to cleave the very skies. The pervasive wine aroma seemed to awaken the deepest truths of the Tao within each cultivator's soul. Their eyes reflected a profound obsession and awe, as though they had glimpsed the ultimate principles of heaven. Even the lords of the 100 mountains were no exception. Their faces flushed with color, clearly shaken by the overwhelming fragrance. Boom! At that moment, a sudden phenomenon erupted. Zhou Yun's body quivered violently, and 6 great stars burst forth above his head, accompanied by a majestic surge of purple energy that ascended like the heavens themselves. Each of these 6 stars embodied a profound principle of the Tao, representing his self-created 6 arts of Confucianism. Under the nourishment of the wine's essence, these 6 arts grew ever more complete, as if they were on the verge of transforming into the fundamental laws of the cosmos. Elsewhere, Wang Xiangang staggered, on the verge of collapse, yet above his head materialized the vision of a white tortoise carrying an immortal. The tortoise's shell shimmered with radiant symbols, as though it held the mysteries of past and future. Wang Xiangang's face was flushed red, his expression a mixture of intoxication and clarity, clearly immersed in an epiphany brought on by the wine's essence. Clang! A surge of killing intent shot skyward. The Lord of Execution's celestial aura transformed into a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. She had attained enlightenment through the Tao of slaughter. Though her demeanor was ethereal, the eruption of her killing intent was akin to the descent of an unrivaled deity of carnage, striking terror into all who bore witness. Every ounce of her killing intent seemed to carry the wails of countless souls, shaking the hearts of all present. At this moment, every cultivator within the 100,000-mile river of wine was immersed in their own comprehension of the Tao. Yet amidst this spectacle of countless phenomena, none shone brighter than Lin Yi. Lin Yi sat cross-legged upon the Xiaogu platform, the wine gourd above his head resonating intensely with the purple gold gourd within his spiritual sea, emitting thunderous echoes. With each resonant boom, his eyes gleamed brighter, as if brimming with boundless wisdom. Heavenly forces from all directions surged toward him like silver rivers, pouring into his body. His cultivation soared steadily. In mere moments, he ascended from the 3rd level of Qi refinement to the 12th, just a step away from reaching the pinnacle of the 13th level. Such an astonishing rate of progression would ordinarily be akin to courting disaster for any other cultivator. The path of cultivation demands steady progress and a solid foundation. Recklessly forcing a breakthrough could lead to instability of the mind and flaws in one's Tao heart, potentially resulting in catastrophic consequences for future advancement. However, this was the Xiaogu platform, one of the 3 supreme platforms for enlightenment, a place uniquely conducive to comprehending the Tao. Under the nourishment of the wine's essence, Lin Yi's cultivation, mental state, and understanding of the Tao advanced in perfect harmony, each realm reaching flawless completion without a single flaw. In this moment, his aura was as vast and unfathomable as the abyss, seamlessly merging with the celestial wine river. Bathed in the boundless resonance of the Tao, he radiated brilliance. This extraordinary, world-shaking spectacle was none other than Lin Yi's supreme enlightenment within the celestial river of wine. The path of wine cultivation. Lin Yi sat cross-legged, surrounded by a thick aroma of wine. The fragrance lingered like mist and smoke, as though it sought to envelop the entire world. Quietly, he immersed himself in comprehending the extraordinary phenomena of the path of wine within the Xiaogu Tai. His expression was one of profound focus, his brow furrowed with intensity and depth. Behind him, the wine Tao river flowed like a celestial stream descending to the mortal realm, its shimmering waves carrying an infinite resonance of the Tao. Foundation building is the cornerstone of cultivation. Lin Yi understood its paramount importance. Entering the foundation establishment stage was akin to laying the groundwork for the path ahead. The quality of this foundation determined how far and how high a cultivator could aspire. The forces of heaven and earth were boundless, encompassing countless das. A cultivator's energy reflected the path they chose. For sword cultivators, their energy was sharp and unyielding like a sword's edge. For alchemists, their energy burned like a furnace, steady and enduring. Lin Yi, however, chose the energy of winning a path never tread before. In the spirit realm, cultivators were born with innate energy, granting them a high starting point but locking them into predetermined paths. Mortal beings, on the other hand, lacked such innate energy, but this lack of restriction allowed for infinite possibilities. Through their understanding of the world, they gradually refined their own innate energy, free from the labels of heaven and earth, making it highly adaptable. Lin Yi, embracing this boundless potential, fused it with the phenomena of the Wine Dao River to devise his unique method of Wine Dao foundation establishment. As his method took shape, the energy within him began to transform. It was a process of converting the energy of heaven and earth into the energy of Winia metamorphosis, akin to the fermentation of fine wine, rich and enduring. With his eyes closed, Lin Yi sat in still meditation as the aroma of wine grew ever more potent, drawing in the spiritual energy of the surrounding heavens and earth. Time seemed to lose meaning as he infused his insights into the cultivation scripture, fully transforming his energy into the essence of the Wine Dao. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted within him. Lin Yi's eyes snapped open, glowing with a brilliance akin to flowing wine, as though countless stars converged in his gaze. The wine gourd above his head silently dissipated, and the Wine Dao River receded back into the Xiaogu Tai, transforming into ancient, eternal symbols that quietly settled into stillness. At that moment, Lin Yi had successfully established the foundation of the path of wine. The surrounding cultivators emerged from their astonishment, their gazes fixed on Lin Yi with a mix of awe and disbelief. They had never witnessed such phenomena, nor had they seen anyone elevate foundation establishment to such an extraordinary level. Lin Yi rose, his figure moving gracefully as he descended from the Zhao Gu Tai, stepping on clouds of wine-infused energy. His crimson robes fluttered in the breeze, his demeanor ethereal and otherworldly, like a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. The crowd held their breath, their hearts filled with tumultuous emotions. Lin Yi, are you truly determined to walk the path of wine? A voice rang out from the crowd. It was Jing Gu, his tone laden with complex emotions. His eyes bore into Lin Yi, as though searching for a trace of hesitation in his resolve. Yes, Lin Yi replied calmly, his voice firm and resolute, leaving no room for doubt. The crowd's hearts grew heavy with mixed feelings. Among the myriad Daos, each one extraordinary, he had chosen the path of winning, a path so unconventional it defied all expectations. They felt both admiration and regret for his decision. Then I, Zhou Yun, must first extend my congratulations to Taoist Lin Yi for becoming the 101st Tao Master of our Deluo sect. Zhou Yun clapped his hands with a smile, a glint of relief flickering in his eyes. His earlier concerns dissipated with Lin Yi's choice, and Lin Yi's success rekindled his own faith in the creation of new paths. I'm afraid it won't be that simple, Gu Qing interjected with a wry smile. Once the news of Lin Yi's unparalleled mastery of the Daos reaches the inner sect, it will surely stir up a storm. Do you really think those old masters will allow him to establish the path of wine without interference? Rest assured, we of the outer sect's 100 peaks will shoulder this burden for you, Zhou Yun declared firmly, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder. He gestured to a disciple nearby. Take Lin Yi to rest. With that, Zhou Yun's figure rose into the sky. From above, the peak lord of Fa Shan cast one last glance at Lin Yi before following Zhou Yun. The two most formidable peak lords of the outer sect headed straight for the inner sect. Everyone, let us go. The inner sect is bound to be in turmoil today, Gu Qing remarked with a complex smile before ascending into the sky. The peak lords of the 100 peaks exchanged knowing glances, their smiles tinged with intrigue, before following suit. The skies above churned with turbulent winds as they departed. At Daozong Shushan's miscellaneous affairs hall, disciple Su Li pays his respects to brother Lin Yi. Su Li, who had been temporarily summoned by Zhou Yun to act as a guide, hurried forward to bow. His expression revealed a trace of nervousness, but it was overshadowed by an undeniable sense of awe. In his eyes, the man before him, brother Lin Yi, was practically destined to become the future master of the 101st peak. Though the official internal sect appointment had yet to be announced, it did nothing to diminish Su Li's admiration for Lin Yi. Thank you for leading the way, brother Su, Lin Yi said with a slight bow, his tone calm and composed. You're too kind, brother Lin Yi. Su Li quickly returned the gesture, not daring to show the slightest hint of disrespect. As a disciple of modest, standing in Daozong Shushan, Su Li appeared both uneasy and deeply reverent in Lin Yi's presence, his demeanor tinged with an almost excessive admiration. Along the way, he took the opportunity to explain the structure of the Deluo Immortal Sect's 100 Peaks to Lin Yi. The 100 Peaks represent the 100 unique legacies of the Deluo Immortal Sect. Each peak is overseen by a peak master who presides over the Peak Master's Hall. The disciples under their lineage belong to the Peak Master's branch. While their primary focus is cultivation, there are always mundane affairs that need attending to, Su Li explained eloquently, his tone revealing his familiarity with the sect's organization. Thus, beneath each peak are 4 halls: the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, the Resources Hall, the Law Enforcement Hall, and the External Affairs Hall. These halls respectively handle disciples' daily needs, resource distribution, enforcement of rules, and external matters. Pausing briefly, Su Li noticed Lin Yi listening intently and continued, however, most of the disciples in these halls are either those whose natural talents fall short of first-grade or senior members who have exhausted their potential and decided to forego further cultivation. Though their status may not compare to the Peak Master's branch, they play vital roles in maintaining the operations of the 100 Peaks. Lin Yi gave a slight nod, his serene gaze reflecting a hint of contemplation. Brother Lin Yi, since your appointment is still pending, you'll temporarily reside in a disciple's dwelling. These dwellings are specifically prepared for inner sect disciples who are stationed outside. Though modest in design, they offer a tranquil environment, Su Li said, quickening his pace as he led Lin Yi through a series of winding mountain paths. Eventually, they arrived at a secluded courtyard. The courtyard spanned roughly 10 zhang in diameter, and within its walls, the silhouette of a 3-story hall could be faintly seen. The main gate of the dwelling was tightly shut, radiating a sense of quiet stillness. Su Li produced a set of jade keys, skillfully opened the gate, and stepped aside respectfully to allow Lin Yi through. Thank you, Lin Yi said, brushing his sleeve as he prepared to step into the courtyard. Wait, brother Lin Yi. Su Li's expression suddenly changed as he hastily extended a hand to stop Lin Yi. What is it? Lin Yi paused, his gaze calm as he looked at Su Li. Brother Lin Yi, you might not be aware, but all the disciples' dwellings for inner sect members stationed outside are equipped with protective formations to prevent disturbances during seclusion, Su Li explained solemnly. This particular dwelling is shielded by a 7th-grade illusion formation. Without the formation token held by the head of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, it's unsafe to enter. I've already notified the hall master to come, so I ask for your patience. Hearing this, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, a flicker of curiosity crossing his mind. He then asked, may I ask, Brother Su, what does a 7th-grade illusion formation signify? Su Li's expression grew serious as he earnestly replied, in the cultivation world, all treasures, pills, formations, and the like are classified into 10 grades, each further divided into 9 ranks. A 7th-grade formation represents the techniques of a cultivator at the refining void stage, corresponding to the 7th level of cultivation refining void. Cultivators at this stage possess methods as vast and unpredictable as the void itself, and they are already considered among the ranks of great cultivators. He paused for a moment, as if to emphasize the significance, before adding, a 7th-grade illusion formation, if placed in the outside world, could serve as a sect-protecting formation capable of safeguarding a sect for 1,000 years. For a chi refinement cultivator to trespass would almost certainly result in their immediate annihilation, body and soul. Lin Yi's eyes flickered slightly as he listened, then he nodded. I see. It seems the Deluo immortal sect places great emphasis on the safety of its disciples. Indeed, it was clear that the Deluo immortal sect spared no effort in ensuring the well-being of its members. Lin Yi nodded slightly, his expression calm yet carrying a quiet confidence. Without haste or hesitation, he walked straight toward the cave residence, as if the 7th-grade illusion array before him was of no consequence. Su Li followed closely, unable to suppress a soft warning. Brother Lin Yi, the 7th-grade illusion array is no trivial matter. Without an array token before he could finish, Lin Yi smiled faintly, his tone calm but resolute. Don't worry. A mere 7th-grade illusion array doesn't require an array token. Before the words fully left his lips, Lin Yi had already stepped past Su Li and entered the courtyard. Buzz. The moment he set foot into the courtyard, Lin Yi was met with a dizzying sensation as the scenery around him transformed abruptly into a world of ice and snow. The biting wind cut like blades, carrying freezing frost that chilled to the bone. Just then, a thunderous roar shattered the silence around him. Roar. A colossal snow dragon, spanning thousands of feet, materialized from the void. Its coiling body exuded an overwhelming presence, as if mountains themselves were bearing down with destructive force. The dragon's crystalline scales gleamed with a cold, sharp light, and the frost swirling around it seemed intent on freezing everything in its path. Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged. He paused slightly, his demeanor composed and unshaken. With a soft yet commanding tone, he said, disperse. As the word fell, a ripple emanated from the purple-gold wine gourd deep within his sea of consciousness, revealing an ancient script. In an instant, the roaring snow dragon shattered like an illusion, dissolving into nothingness. Not only did the snow dragon vanish, but the icy wasteland around him also faded away, revealing a serene and elegant courtyard. The wine soul, the illusory spirit this wine gourd could dispel all falsehoods, dissolve all illusions, and pierce straight to the truth of the heart. Outside the courtyard, Su Li stood frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, as waves of astonishment surged within him. Brother Lin Yi actually broke a 7th-grade illusion array? Could this be the power of a legendary array master's innate talent? Lin Yi, however, remained indifferent. He stepped into the courtyard, his gaze sweeping across its surroundings with a hint of appreciation. Though the courtyard appeared no larger than 10 square feet from the outside, it concealed an expansive space within, spanning nearly 100 acres. Exotic flowers and rare herbs blossomed in vibrant competition, clearly tended with care. A pavilion and artificial mountains were artfully arranged amidst flowing streams and blooming plants. Inside the pavilion sat a chessboard, a guqin, and a tea table complete with cups and utensils. At the far end of the garden stood an ancient cave residence, partly obscured by the foliage. Lin Yi furrowed his brows slightly and murmured to himself, who could be so careless, tending to this place but neglecting to activate the protective array? Before his words settled, an irate voice rang out, who dares trespass here? Along with the voice, an elderly Taoist, holding an array token, approached briskly, his eyes filled with scrutiny and displeasure. Su Li immediately stepped forward and introduced him respectfully. Brother Lin Yi, this is the esteemed Elder Wei Qi, the head of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall of Daozangshu Mountain. Lin Yi smiled faintly and cupped his hands in greeting. Disciple Lin Yi greets Elder Wei Qi. The elder's initial annoyance softened upon seeing Lin Yi's polite demeanor. He quickly returned the gesture, saying, "Brother Lin Yi, you're too courteous." However, inwardly, he dared not underestimate the young man. Although Lin Yi had yet to officially join as an inner sect disciple, once formally inducted, he would become a mountain master of one of the 100 peaks, holding a status equal to that of Zhou Yun. Such a figure was not to be treated lightly. Seeing this, Lin Yi's smile deepened. His tone was composed as he said, "Elder Wei Qi, the array here was not unactivated, it simply couldn't hinder me. Please do not implicate others." Wei Qi froze for a moment, stunned. He turned to look at Su Li, who nodded vigorously, his face brimming with admiration. Finally convinced of Lin Yi's claim, Wei Qi was inwardly shaken to his core. A mere Qi refinement cultivator breaking a 7th grade array? This is unheard of. Taking a deep breath, Elder Wei Qi suppressed his astonishment and cupped his hands. "If that's the case, I won't disturb you further." With that, he departed with Su Li in tow. Lin Yi casually closed the courtyard gate behind them and walked into the cave residence. He headed straight for the meditation platform in the main hall, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, his focus sinking into the purple-gold wine gourd within his sea of consciousness. Within the wine gourd, 12 orbs of spiritual light hovered gently, each seeming to contain profound universal truths. These 12 orbs were the fruits of Lin Yi's enlightenment during his experience on the Xiaogu platform, where the wine gourd had absorbed the essence of Tao comprehension from the surrounding cultivators. The 12 essences are now complete, Lin Yi mused to himself, a glimmer of depth flickering in his eyes. All that remains is to gather the 4 essential wine catalysts, and he'll be able to craft the illusory moon wine. Returning his focus, Lin Yi continued his cultivation of the Wine Dao's Qi refinement chapter. Meanwhile, within the inner sect, a storm was brewing. In the hall of the sect master, renowned elders each capable of shaking the spiritual realm with a mere stomp of their foot were gathered in heated debate. One by one, they voiced their opinions with fiery intensity. Above the 100 paths, only the rarest talents exist. With such unparalleled potential, how can we allow him to cultivate the Wine Dao? An elder with fiery red hair and beard bellowed. "In my opinion, we should strip him of the Wine Dao and have him choose another path from the 100. The Wine Dao? What kind of proper cultivator even practices the Wine Dao? I also think this is feasible." A deep voice broke the silence as an elder in a purple robe spoke, his eyes sharp and calculating. "Our Deluo sect can absolutely do it, dissolve his path of wine without harming his foundation. If all else fails, we can prepare a Deluo golden pill for him." His words caused an uproar among the gathered elders. While many remained silent, a few of equal standing nodded subtly in agreement. Such a ruthless suggestion, yet there were those who supported it more than one. In fact, ridiculous. A rough voice suddenly shattered the commotion. The mountain lord of Baishan slammed his palm onto the table, sending teacups clattering and tea spilling along the wood grain. His face, flushed with rage, scanned the crowd like a blade. Lin Yi's path of wine was illuminated on the Xiaogu platform. Call it unconventional all you want, but even if he'd chosen something as absurd as dung, he'd still have the potential to ascend to immortality in the future. What business is it of yours to meddle? Exactly. Another elder, clearly siding with Lin Yi, sneered coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "The reason Deluo sect has reached its current prominence is because we dare to dream big. Lin Yi chose the path of Weniso, be it. By the rules, he should forge his own path and establish his own mountain." End of story. The mountain lord of Baishan snorted disdainfully, refusing to give the inner sect elders even a shred of respect. Though Baishan was part of the outer sect, its position was far from subordinate. The structure of Deluo sect was unique. The outer sect was not entirely under the thumb of the inner sect. Even in the immortal world, where hierarchy was rigid, exceptions existed. After all, even immortals vary in stature and power. "Why don't you send a so-called needle immortal to spar with Li Zhixian and see how that goes?" scoffed an elder with fiery red hair and a voice full of derision. "Why don't you take on Zhou Yun yourself?" retorted Gu Qing without missing a beat, his tone equally sharp. "Don't tell me a firepath cultivator like you is afraid of a scholar? Afraid of a scholar? Me?" The elder's fiery beard quivered as he smirked coldly. Yet his gaze, sweeping across the crowd, lingered on Zhou Yun, who sat calmly to the side. His subtle frown betrayed a hint of unease. "I'm only thinking of Lin Yi's future. Don't misinterpret my intentions," he protested, though his voice carried the faintest trace of guilt. The entire Grandmaster's hall descended into chaos. These elders, whose combined ages likely spanned hundreds of thousands of years, bickered like common townsfolk, refusing to back down. Their heated arguments roared like waves, echoing throughout the hall. Lin Yi's unparalleled talent was the root of it, also extraordinary that these old monsters were ready to roll up their sleeves and settle things with brute force. In the end, however, an agreement was reached. And how was it resolved? Naturally, through the logic of fists. Seventh Elder, this is for your own good. A cold snort preceded the sudden flash of a blade, slicing through the tension in the Grandmaster's hall. A chill blanketed the space, as though the entire world had been frozen solid. The blade's brilliance lasted but a moment, yet it left the inner sect shrouded in an icy, bone-deep cold. And so, the matter was settled. Lin Yi was appointed the Mountain Lord of Deluo's 101st Mountain, forging his own path. As the Mountain Lord of Baishan exited the inner sect, Gu Qing glanced sidelong at Zhou Yun, his tone tinged with curiosity. Old Zhou, are you really confident you can hold your own against her for 100 moves? Zhou Yun straightened, his posture upright and dignified. I am confident I can fight her on equal footing. Yeah, right? Gu Qing scoffed, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. From claiming you can hold your own for 100 moves to simply having the strength to fight what's next? Let me guess. What? Gu Qing's eyes gleamed with amusement. That you have no chance of victory. Wang Xiangang burst into laughter, his voice brimming with schadenfreude. Without waiting for a response, he turned on his heel and made a hasty retreat. The Qi refining stage was now complete, yet the path to foundation establishment remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Lin Yi sat cross-legged in meditation, slowly opening his eyes. After half a day of comprehension and cultivation, his Qi refining had reached the 12th stage, its pinnacle. His foundation was as solid as a mountain. The next step would be to break through to the 13th stage, achieving perfection in the Qi refining realm. At that point, he would need to prepare for foundation establishment. Foundation establishment laying the cornerstone of the immortal path. The firmer the foundation, the farther one could walk in the future. However, as someone newly initiated into the immortal sect, Lin Yi had no idea how to approach foundation establishment, let alone in such an unconventional manner as the path of wine. His brows furrowed as he pondered his next move, when suddenly, a fiery voice called out from outside his cave. Is Lin Yi here? Lin Yi's heart stirred. Rising quickly, he opened the door to his cave, where two figures stood side by side. One was none other than Zhou Yun, master of Dao Cangshu Mountain. The other, with fiery red hair and a blazing aura, resembled a living flame. Disciple Lin Yi greets you. The old man's hairstyle was rather unconventional, cropped so close to the scalp that at first glance one might mistake him for a monk from the Buddhist sect. For a dignified figure of the Taoist Deluo lineage, it appeared quite comical. Lin Yi stood to the side, his gaze lingering on the elder for a moment longer than usual. The man before him exuded an aura of calm authority, the kind that commanded respect without anger. Yet, the smooth, shaven head made it difficult not to stifle a chuckle. While Lin Yi was still speculating about the elder's identity, Zhou Yun chuckled and reminded him, Lin Yi, aren't you going to greet the seventh elder of the inner sect, Zhu Yan? Disciple Lin Yi greets Elder Zhu Yan. Lin Yi quickly reacted, clasping his hands together and bowing respectfully. Zhu Yan's eyes swept over Lin Yi with a detached glance, his expression devoid of warmth. His tone was cold and firm as he announced, the inner sect has decreed that, starting today, you are appointed the master of the 101st mountain of the outer sect. You may establish your own path and create your own mountain. May you soon forge a legacy of the Wine Dao and add another tradition to the glory of our Deluo sect. The words were spoken through gritted teeth, carrying a subtle undertone of frustration and reluctance. Lin Yi felt puzzled, but dared not inquire further. He bowed once more with utmost respect. Understood. Zhu Yan offered no further explanation. With a wave of his hand, a jade scroll appeared in midair and floated steadily into Lin Yi's grasp. Without much ceremony, Zhu Yan said, this contains the specifications for the Wine Mountain. Choose the style you want. Once you've decided, inform me. Before Lin Yi could respond, Zhu Yan turned and strode off with visible impatience in his steps. Lin Yi stood there, holding the jade scroll, his face full of confusion. Instinctively, he turned to Zhou Yun beside him and whispered, Senior Zhou, the seventh elder seems to be in a rather foul mood. Hearing this, Zhou Yun's lips curled into a bright smile. Well, anyone would be in a bad mood after being shaved bald. Lin Yi froze for a moment, his pupils contracting slightly as shock flickered across his face. Who would have the audacity and the ability to shave the head of the seventh elder of the inner sect of the Deluo immortal sect? Zhou Yun lightly patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, but his tone became serious. Lin Yi, now that you've been made a mountain master, you should no longer address me as senior. From now on, we our peers address me as fellow Taoist. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, but then shook his head firmly. Senior, you have been a mentor to me. At least in private, I would prefer to address you as Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yun's expression softened, a trace of warmth and approval in his gaze. He nodded gently and said, Mister, that's an unusual title in the spiritual world, but it's a term of great respect in the mortal realm, often used for teachers. Very well, I shall teach you how to select your mountain. The two entered a cave dwelling and sat in a pavilion. They unfurled the jade scroll Zhu Yin had left behind, which detailed various mountain designs, names, and characteristics. As Lin Yi studied the scroll, he frowned. A mountain is just a mountain. How much difference can there really be? Of course there's a difference. Zhou Yun replied with conviction, pointing to the scroll. For instance, some mountains contain natural ley lines, others are forged from celestial meteorites, and some are famed peaks directly relocated from the spiritual realm. The materials and origins of the mountain can significantly impact its properties. Linny nodded in understanding and asked, so how should I choose? The one that suits you best is the right choice, Zhou Yun said, his gaze scanning the scroll before settling on a particular design. Since your wine mountain is meant to uphold the legacy of the wine Tao, you'll undoubtedly need to brew wine in the future. And for cultivation, you'll need a place that fosters enlightenment. This Cold Spring Mountain would be an excellent fit. Cold Spring Mountain? Linny's interest was piqued as he followed Zhou Yun's guidance to examine the design. Zhou Yun explained patiently, Cold Spring Mountain is a renowned peak from the spiritual realm, containing a natural spring imbued with innate Taoist essence. The water is extremely cold and yin in nature, making it ideal for studying the wine Tao and experimenting with brewing techniques. Lin Yi's eyes lit up with excitement, and he nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for your guidance. This heartfelt, Mr. Zhou clearly pleased Zhou Yun, who smiled warmly. Together, they began finalizing the details of the wine mountain. From the mountain structure to its internal formations, from the selection of the four hall masters to the arrangement of vegetation, Zhou Yun meticulously helped Lin Yi plan every detail. Once everything was decided, Zhou Yun turned to Lin Yi with a look of anticipation. Lin Yi, have you discovered the method for building your foundation yet? The disciple clasped his hands in respect, his expression a mix of admiration and curiosity. Master, how did you manage to create the foundation building method of the Confucian path from nothing back in the day? Lin Yi bowed deeply, his eyes filled with anticipation. Zhou Yun, however, waved his hand with an air of calm authority, his tone steady yet carrying undeniable gravitas. No rush. Forge your own path, establish your own mountain. From the essence of 100 mountains, take what you need. Tomorrow, start with Qi Mountain. First, gain an understanding of the ways of the 100 mountains, then come find me at Book Mountain. Before his words fully settled, Zhou Yun's figure drifted away like a wisp of breeze, his sleeve fluttering lightly as he vanished, leaving behind a tranquil silence. Lin Yi gazed in the direction of Zhou Yun's departure, his heart rippling slightly with emotion but mostly filled with contemplation. Although he had already become a mountain lord, he knew all too well that in the realm of cultivation and creating methods, he was but a novice. To truly walk the great path, he needed to start from the basics, advancing step by step with diligence. Yes, he responded solemnly. Watching Zhou Yun disappear into the distance, Lin Yi turned and returned to his cave abode. Inside the cave, Lin Yi sat cross-legged. After a brief moment, he took out a bottle of aged wine, pouring himself a drink. Knowing he wouldn't be able to reach the peak of the 13th level of Qi refinement in the short term, he decided it was better to calm his mind and reflect over a drink than to fret needlessly. This wine was crafted using Lin Yi's own techniques, stored conveniently within a purple gold gourd in his spiritual sea. As the aroma of the wine spread, he sipped it slowly, but suddenly, his heart trembled. Having entered the path of wine, even this ordinary spirit now brought him subtle, newfound sensations. Immortal's drunkenness. The wine of the mortal world, Lin Yi murmured softly to himself. The two legendary wines were long gone, and what he held now was merely the simplest of strong liquors. Yet as a sip slid down his throat, a fiery energy erupted within him like a volcano, surging through his body with an unrelenting vigor. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in sensing the changes brought about by this energy. There was a faint glimmer of understanding, though it remained elusive for the moment. That night, accompanied by his wine, Lin Yi found no breakthrough but felt a sense of freedom and ease. The following morning, a clear voice called out from outside the cave. Suli requests an audience with the Lord of Wine Mountain. Lin Yi opened his eyes, the lingering effects of the wine still present, but his thoughts stirred slightly. With a wave of his hand, the cave door slowly opened, and he said in a calm voice, "Come in." Entering was a young man Su Livum Zhou Yun had specifically arranged to assist Lin Yi. Though Su Li's aptitude was mediocre, his steadfast temperament and diligent nature made him reliable. Serving as Lin Yi's attendant not only allowed Lin Yi to navigate the 100 mountains more easily, but also elevated Su Li's status immensely, providing him with an unparalleled opportunity. Mountain Lord, where shall we head first today? Su Li asked respectfully, his tone humble. The master said to start with the basics, so let's begin with the Qi Refinement Hall, Lin Yi replied with calm detachment. Yes, Mountain Lord. Please follow me, Su Li said, bowing once more before turning to lead the way. The two walked out of the cave, heading toward Qi Mountain. As they traveled, Su Li occasionally explained, the Qi Refinement Hall is located on Qi Mountain, one of the earliest foundational mountains of the 100 Mountains. All new disciples spend some time on Qi Mountain, learning the fundamentals of Qi refinement. In a sense, Qi Mountain is the starting point of cultivation, a place no cultivator can bypass. Linny nodded slightly, listening attentively. His gaze carried a thoughtful glint. It seems the foundation of Qi Mountain lies in its understanding of Qi. Exactly, Su Li continued. Although Qi Mountain's combat strength has been surpassed by other mountains in recent times, its comprehension of Qi remains unparalleled. This is the core reason why Qi Mountain has consistently ranked among the top 10. Lin Yi remained silent, his eyes sweeping over the mountain gate that loomed ahead. A faint anticipation began to rise within him. As they passed by, disciples along the path stopped to bow respectfully, stepping aside to make way. Their gazes were filled with reverence, mingled with a touch of envy, especially when they looked at Su Li. Their expressions carried hints of complex emotions. To be the mountain lord's attendant, that's a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Someone whispered. Lin Yi remained unfazed, his expression calm as he continued following Su Li toward their destination. Based on Su Li's natural aptitude, he was never destined to become the mountain master's attendant disciple. Seated cross-legged, Su Li lowered his head, staring at his thin, withered hands. A flicker of complex emotion crossed his eyes. With his meager talents, not to mention becoming the mountain master's attendant, even being accepted as a menial disciple would have been a stretch. Yet fate had other plans. Master Lin Yi of the Mountain broke convention and selected him as an attendant disciple. This decision sparked both envy and hushed speculation. I heard Master Lin Yi created a new path of the way of wine and needed someone to test his techniques. That's why he chose Su Li. Exactly. After all, his cultivation is shallow, and the requirements for an attendant disciple aren't high. But still, this is a gamble with one's life. Outside the Qi practice hall, several Deluo disciples whispered among themselves, occasionally glancing at Su Li with a mixture of envy and schadenfreude. However, Su Li's expression remained indifferent, as if he hadn't heard a single word. He knew too well was merely a tool, a test subject for verifying the master's techniques. Lin Yi stood to the side, his gaze calm and unfazed by the murmurs around him. With a wave of his sleeve, he signaled Su Li to follow and headed straight toward Qi Mountain. Qi Mountain exuded an ancient, majestic aura. Towering ancient trees blanketed the mountain, their moss-covered trunks speaking of the passage of time. At the foot of the mountain stood the Qi practice hall, where disciples from different peaks had already gathered, each accompanied by an attendant disciple. Among the crowd, two newly initiated disciples, Lao Xiazi and Hui Xin, were particularly conspicuous. As Lin Yi approached, the disciples collectively bowed, their voices unified and respectful. Greetings, Mountain Master. Lin Yi gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on Hui Xin. Noticing his attention, Hui Xin timidly stepped forward. Mountain Master. Miss Hui Xin, we are acquainted. Just call me Lin Yi, he said with a faint smile, his tone warm and approachable. Hui Xin blinked in surprise, but quickly nodded. Lin Yi Dao brother, I found some clues about the wine catalyst. Lin Yi's eyes brightened slightly, and his tone grew serious. You've uncovered clues this quickly? Yes, Hui Xin replied softly. Yesterday, my teacher took me to the Dao Archive Mountain. In one of the ancient texts, I found some records that might be related to the Mingjing stone. The Mingjing stone? Lin Yi's brows furrowed, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. Please, elaborate. It was in a text associated with the Buddhist sect. According to the records, a revered figure of their tradition once left a verse. Bodhi is not a tree, nor is the bright mirror a stand. Originally, there is not a single thing where can dust a light. Huixin's voice was soft, tinged with confusion, as though she hadn't fully grasped the meaning of the verse. Lin Yi's expression shifted subtly, a trace of contemplation crossing his features. He hadn't expected such a familiar Buddhist verse to exist in this world. Hui Xin continued, because of this verse, I consulted other texts and found references to a place called the Rolling Sutra Platform. I wondered if the Mingjing stone might have some connection to it. Rolling Sutra Platform? Lin Yi murmured, his gaze deepening. He realized how remarkable it was for Hui Xin to uncover these clues in such a short time. Regardless, my thanks to Miss Hui Xin, Lin Yi said sincerely, his tone carrying genuine gratitude. Hui Xin quickly shook her head, her voice slightly flustered. Lin Yi Dao brother, there's no need for such courtesy. This was a task my teacher entrusted to me, and am simply doing my best. At that moment, a young disciple arrived, riding the wind with flowing robes and a confident demeanor. Landing gracefully before the Qi practice hall, he announced in a clear voice, fellow disciples, the Mountain Master has decreed that today's lecture will be held at the transformation platform, and he will personally deliver the instruction. As the announcement ended, his eyes flickered briefly toward Lin Yi, a subtle trace of intrigue flashing within them. The news of a lecture at the transformation platform was sure to stir up a storm. The transformation platform? A lecture from the mountain master? As soon as the disciple of Qishan uttered these words, the surrounding crowd couldn't hide their excitement. Their gazes were filled with anticipation and longing. May I ask, senior brother, what exactly is the transformation platform? The old blind man, though unable to see, had a keen sense of perception. Upon hearing this, he immediately stepped forward and respectfully saluted the Qishan disciple. The Qishan disciple's eyes burned with fervor, and his tone carried a trace of pride. The transformation platform is the treasured legacy of Qishan. Qishan has been passed down for thousands of years, with over 3,000 mountain masters. Each mountain master, before stepping down, imprints their insights into the essence of Qi onto the platform, forming the foundation of our heritage and benefiting future generations. Over 3,000 mountain masters' legacies. The old blind man was shaken to his core, his face revealing undisguised astonishment. Does that mean the transformation platform contains countless profound truths? Precisely. The Qishan disciple nodded firmly. However, not everyone is qualified to enter the transformation platform. Without sufficient aptitude or cultivation, entering recklessly would yield no understanding. Typically, the platform is only opened once every 100 years during Qishan's enlightenment gathering, allowing disciples to study and comprehend its mysteries. At this point, his tone shifted, carrying a hint of reverence. But this time, the mountain master has chosen the transformation platform as the site for his lecture and will personally teach there. Such an honor is unprecedented, likely thanks to the influence of the mountain master of Jishan. With that, he turned and bowed deeply to Lin Yi. The surrounding disciples quickly followed suit, all paying their respects to Lin Yi, clearly aware that they owed this rare opportunity to him. Lin Yi responded with a gentle smile, returning the gesture. Internally, his anticipation for the transformation platform grew even stronger. Everyone, please follow me, the Qishan disciple announced, turning to lead the group up the mountain path. Rumble. As they ascended, Lin Yi observed the scenery along the path. On either side of the trail stood jade platforms, atop which many Qishan disciples sat cross-legged, bathed in the morning sunlight as they practiced their breathing techniques. Their inhalations and exhalations seemed to harmonize with the natural world, faint glimmers of light flowing around their bodies. It was as if they were celestial beings, exuding an aura that inspired awe. Watching these disciples in their meditative states, Huixin couldn't help but whisper, "Why aren't they attending the lecture?" Hearing this, Suli quickly explained, "This is part of their morning practice. Outer disciples follow a regimen known as the 336. 336? Lin Yi asked, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Noticing Lin Yi's interest, Suli patiently elaborated, outer disciples typically train for a total of 120 years. The first 30 years are the most blessed phase, much like where we are now. During this time, dedicated mentors guide and teach us, allowing us to focus solely on learning the path of cultivation. The second 30 years mark the phase of independent practice. Those senior brothers and sisters meditating under the morning sun have been training for over 30 years. At this stage, their foundational knowledge is solid, and their progress in cultivation depends entirely on their own aptitude, effort, and opportunities. During this period, the sect permits disciples to venture down the mountain for worldly experiences. As for the final 60 years, Suli paused briefly, his tone becoming more solemn. By then, the disciples' foundations are considered stable, and the sect sends them out to travel the spiritual realm for 60 years, a phase known as tempering the heart. After completing the full 120 years, the sect evaluates them. Those who reach the golden core stage during this time may enter the inner sect and become inner disciples. Those who fall short remain in the outer sect and take on various duties. Suli's detailed explanation left Huixin in awe. So those senior brothers and sisters have already been cultivating for 30 years. Her eyes wandered back to the meditating disciples, her voice tinged with disbelief. But they look so young. They don't seem to be over 30 at all. Suli chuckled and shook his head. Once you've entered the immortal sect, appearances can no longer reveal one's true age. Before he could finish speaking, a towering platform shrouded in mist came into view ahead. This, without a doubt, was the legendary transformation platform. Disciples gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves. One of them lowered his voice, speaking with a hint of gossiping excitement. I heard the master of fashion is a figure on the Fenghua ranking. Though his voice was soft, it was enough to catch the attention of those nearby. Fenghua ranking? Lin Yi paused for a moment, his gaze shifting toward the disciple. The disciple, noticing Lin Yi's interest, quickly explained. The Fenghua ranking is essentially the list of the most beautiful women in the spirit realm. It's published by the Shanghai Immortal Sect and updated every 10 years. Women on the list possess not only extraordinary beauty but also unparalleled talent and cultivation. They are truly rare, peerless beings, Standing nearby, Su took over the conversation, admiration flickering in his eyes. It's more than that. The rankings published by the Shanghai Immortal sect are highly authoritative. Besides the Finghua ranking, there are others like the Absolute ranking, the Divine Weapons ranking, and the Celestial Exiles ranking. Each list is a symbol of unparalleled honor. Being ranked means standing at the pinnacle of an entire generation. What a trivial ranking. How can anyone take it seriously? Hui Xian muttered quietly, her cheeks flushing slightly. Shaking his head, Su responded with a tone of seriousness. It's far from trivial. The Shanghai Immortal sect is renowned in the spirit realm for its pursuit of the Tao of freedom. Their founder was famous for traveling the world and documenting the spirit realm's landscapes and cultures. It's said that after his passing, he left behind 10,000 volumes of scriptures, encompassing almost all the customs, legends, and mysteries of the spirit realm. There's hardly anything the Shanghai Immortal sect doesn't know. Hearing this, Hui Xian looked surprised, while Lin Yi appeared thoughtful. Su continued, the Finghua ranking is just one of their lists. There's a story that when the Master of Fashion first appeared on the ranking, she seemed indifferent. But shortly after the rankings were released, a shocking event shook the spirit realm. A mysterious woman severed one of the heavenly demon palace master's feathers with a single strike, just 3 days after the rankings were published. At this point, Su Li's tone grew heavier, his gaze burning with fervor. Following that incident, the Shanghai Immortal sect revised the rankings overnight, moving the Master of Fashion from second place to first. This shows that these rankings aren't just about prestige, they represent an invisible yet immense power. I see. Lin Yi nodded lightly, gaining a new understanding of the Shanghai Immortal sect's legacy. Su Li's eyes gleamed as he looked at Lin Yi, his voice carrying a trace of anticipation. Master, in a few days, I suspect you might find your name on one of these rankings too. Me? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled faintly with a hint of amusement. The Celestial Exiles ranking is updated every 10 years, focusing on disciples who have just entered the immortal sections. With your unparalleled talent, extraordinary roots, and remarkable demeanor. Su Li paused, his tone firm. If you make it onto the list, I'm certain you'll claim the top spot. Hearing this, Lin Yi chuckled lightly, his tone tinged with self-deprecation. Indeed, in this life, I've been fortunate to be born with good looks. It seems the Celestial Exiles ranking might be worth some attention. I wonder what kind of individuals the others on the list will be. Standing nearby, Hui Xian stole a glance at Lin Yi, then quickly lowered her head. A faint blush crept across her face as she silently nodded to herself. Lin Yi truly is striking. As the group chatted and laughed, the disciple leading the way suddenly stopped, turning to point into the distance. He raised his voice and announced, everyone, over there is the transforming chi platform. Hearing this, Lin Yi and the others all looked ahead. As they lifted their eyes to take in the sight before them, they couldn't help but show expressions of awe and astonishment. Huacatai, towering at an astonishing height of 3,333 zhang. It is not merely a platform, it resembles an eternal celestial tower. Huacatai stands majestically, as though reaching into the heavens. Each layer rises 3 zhang high, stacking one atop the other until they vanish into the clouds. Its surface is etched with countless radiant runes, shimmering with brilliance beyond compare. These runes seem to contain the mysteries of the Tao itself, and as their light flows and shifts, an ethereal aura of Tao reverberates through the air, stirring the hearts of all who gaze upon it. Within each layer, faint and distorted silhouettes can be seen. These figures vary in posture. Some sit cross-legged in serene meditation, others point boldly toward the heavens with an air of invincibility. Some trace patterns on the ground, as though mapping the cosmos, while others gaze skyward with profound contemplation or bow low, scrutinizing the mysteries of the universe. Despite their differing forms, each figure radiates divine light, their presence imbued with the rhythm of the Tao, as though they are living embodiments of its essence. Even from a distance, onlookers feel their spiritual energy surge, resonating with the tower's aura. Is this truly Huacatai? The crowd held their breath in awe, speechless with wonder. Even Lin Yi struggled to remain calm. This place felt like an ocean of Tao, where every breath of air was suffused with profound meaning. These strands of Tao seemed to seep quietly into their bodies, nourishing their spiritual energy. Even more astonishing were the ancient Tao sounds that echoed intermittently, distant yet piercing, as though unraveling the universe's deepest truths. Those who heard it could not help but become utterly immersed. 3,333 zhang. With each layer standing 3 zhang tall, each one represents a former master of Qishan. Someone murmured in reverence, their voice filled with awe and respect. Huacatai was not only a treasure for enlightenment, but also a living testament to Qishan's long legacy of cultivation. Amid the collective astonishment, a deep and ancient voice suddenly resonated from the summit of Huacatai. Though not loud, every word was clear. carrying a strange and indescribable power that instantly spread across all of Qishan. The crowd instinctively looked up and saw, at the very top of the tower, a figure that had appeared without anyone noticing. His robes fluttered gently, his stance as upright as a towering pine tree. He seemed to merge seamlessly with the heavens and earth, both imposing and ethereal. "We greet the Mountain Master." The disciples of Qishan knelt in unison, their voices resounding like thunder. Witnessing this, Lin Yi and the others quickly followed suit, bowing respectfully. The Mountain Master of Qishan nodded faintly, his piercing gaze sweeping across the crowd before finally settling on Lin Yi. A slight smile appeared on his face as he said, "Mountain Master of Jushan, you've come to Qishan to study the Tao. Standing below simply won't do. Please, ascend the tower." Before his words had fully faded, the Mountain Master's robe moved with a gentle wave. Lin Yi suddenly felt an immense force of heaven and earth gather beneath his feet. In an instant, it transformed into a cloud of radiant mist, lifting him upward toward the summit of Huacatai. The cloud was soft yet firm, carrying Lin Yi effortlessly past layer after layer until he reached the very top. Then, as quietly as it had appeared, the cloud dissipated, leaving him standing steadily on the tower's peak. As Lin Yi steadied himself, he couldn't help but feel deeply shaken. Was this the mastery of energy? To command the forces of nature so effortlessly, even from a height of 3,000 zhang. Kishin's techniques were truly extraordinary, leaving him silently in awe. Lin Yi greets the Mountain Master. Lin Yi collected his thoughts, offering a polite smile and a cupped hand salute. "There's no need for such formality, Mountain Master Lin." The Qishan Mountain Master, Yin Qingyun, replied warmly, returning the gesture. "I am Yin Qingyun. It is an honor to meet you, Mountain Master Lin." The two exchanged a smile. Though it was their first meeting, there was a subtle sense of mutual respect and understanding between them. As leaders of their respective mountains, they shared equal status. Yet Yin Qingyun recognized Lin Yi's unparalleled talent across all paths of cultivation, knowing that his future achievements might even surpass his own. "Everyone, take your seats," Yin Qingyun instructed. As his words echoed, countless meditation cushions materialized around Huacatai, forming neat rows and glowing with a faint, warm light. "Thank you, Mountain Master, for the seats," the disciple said gratefully, quickly finding places to sit. Lin Yi, too, chose a spot without hesitation. All eyes were now focused on Yin Qingyun, their faces brimming with anticipation. Having the Mountain Master personally teach the Tao was a rare and invaluable opportunity. However, for newcomers like the blind old man and Hui Xian, nervousness crept into their hearts. They couldn't help but worry whether they would be able to grasp such profound teachings. Just then, the sound of rushing wind filled the air as countless figures flew in from the peaks of Qishan. These individuals wore distinct clothing, vastly different from the disciples' robes. Some exuded an overwhelming presence, clearly elders or powerful cultivators of Qishan. They descended gracefully, taking seats around Huacatai alongside the disciples, all waiting in silence for the Mountain Master to begin. What wisdom would the Qishan Mountain Master impart in his lecture? Now, everyone sat quietly on their meditation cushions. Lin Yi glanced around, observing the gathering of powerful figures from the 100 mountains. The atmosphere was solemn and dignified. The radiant glow emanating from the Huachi platform enveloped the entire space, giving the air a palpable weight. At that moment, Yin Qingyun stepped gracefully onto the highest level of the platform. His gaze swept across the crowd before finally settling on Lin Yi. His tone carried a mix of confidence and authority. "Master Lin, aside from the Ancient Century Tao Enlightenment Assembly, I rarely give lectures. Today, as I open the platform to teach, it is truly a rare occasion. Although the other mountain masters are not physically present, they are undoubtedly listening from their respective mountains." Lin Yi's heart tightened slightly as he nodded in acknowledgement. "I see." Yin Qingyun nodded back, a subtle hint of approval in his expression. "Master Lin, you might as well stand by my side and listen." He then looked down at the crowd, his voice resonating with power and formality. "Today, we will discuss history." "History?" The disciples exchanged puzzled glances, their faces filled with uncertainty. Cultivators were accustomed to discussing qi refinement, yet now they were to delve into history? It was as if Yin Qingyun had anticipated their reaction. A faint smile played on his lips as his eyes turned profound. Literature carries the Tao, and history serves as a mirror. This Huachi platform itself is a piece of historia microcosm of the spirit realm's qi refinement legacy. Today, we will use history to understand the Tao. As his words fell, he waved his hand, and the highest level of the Huachi platform erupted with a brilliant radiance. From within the light, a towering figure emerged, connecting heaven and earth. The silhouette of an elder materialized, exuding an ancient and timeless aura. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, the figure radiated an indescribable sense of authority. "This," Yin Qingyun said, bowing deeply toward the figure, his voice laced with reverence, is the first Qi refiner of our spirit realm, the progenitor of all cultivators. Lin Yi and the others were stunned by his words. Quickly, they rose to their feet and bowed in respect. The identity of the first Qi refiner of the spirit realm transcended cultivation levels. The title progenitor alone commanded the utmost veneration. Yin Qingyun raised his head, a flicker of nostalgia in his eyes. The progenitor, with a sliver of innate energy, bridged the path between heaven and earth. On Xian Duan Mountain of the spirit realm, he created the Qi Sutra, the foundational text of Qi refinement, and pioneered the path of cultivation. From that moment, the spirit realm gained its first cultivators. The Qi Sutra is the oldest method of Qi refinement, and also the simplest. Yet it was this text that revealed to the living beings of the spirit realm that there is a Tao in this world, and that we can harness the power of heaven and earth through our own efforts. To this day, the Qi Sutra remains the most widely practiced foundational method. Lin Yi gazed intently at the progenitor's imprint of the great Tao. The closer he observed, the more he could sense its unique essence. It was an extraordinarily pure aura, as if the truths of the universe had been compressed into a singular point. To unify the power of heaven and earth with a single Qi. Yin Qingyun's voice resounded slowly. This is the essence of the Qi Sutra. But here lies the question: how does one unify the myriad forces of the heavens with a single Qi? The moment the question was raised, the entire audience fell silent. Even the most experienced cultivators refrained from speaking, their expressions focused and contemplative. Lin Yi, deep in thought, shifted his gaze back to the progenitor's imprint of the great Tao. Qi is the foundation of all Das. The way of heaven and earth is boundless, yet all of it begins and ends with the path of Qi. For Qi can transform into all things. Yin Qingyun paused briefly, his piercing gaze sweeping across the audience. Then, with unwavering conviction, he declared, "That's right. The path of Qi is the path of invincibility." The path of invincibility? A disciple couldn't help but blurt out, his tone filled with astonishment. Exactly. Yin Qingyun's eyes burned brightly, his voice ringing out like a great bell. The path of Qi was once truly invincible, but that was in ancient times. Now, while Qi Mountain still ranks among the top 10 of the 100 mountains, it has long since lost its title of invincibility. His tone shifted, becoming sharper as his gaze bore into the disciples below. I ask you this. If you were to kill, how would you use the Qi within you? At this, many disciples' eyes lit up with eagerness. To use Qi to kill? The question seemed straightforward, but it carried profound implications. Using Qi to kill? That's a simple question. Yin Qingyun stood atop the Qi transformation platform, his gaze sharp and piercing as it swept across the disciples below. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. You, step forward. He casually pointed, his eyes locking onto a particular disciple. The chosen disciple immediately rose to his feet, a glimmer of confidence flashing in his eyes. Straightening his posture as though prepared for this moment, he cupped his hands respectfully toward Yin Qingyun and declared in a clear, steady voice, "To wield the sword with Qi is to kill with ease." As his words echoed, a murmur rippled through the crowd of disciples below. Many appeared deep in thought, pondering the meaning behind his statement. However, Yin Qingyun merely smiled faintly, his expression carrying a hint of enigmatic amusement. He spoke with a calm yet pointed tone. The path of Qi cultivation has flourished for 3,000 years, giving rise to the first artifact craftsman who forged the spirit realm's first magical treasure. Yet, the sword you speak of is but a mundane object. How could it possibly withstand the Qi within your body? The disciple's confidence faltered, his expression freezing as though doused with cold water. He stood there, stunned, lips slightly parted, but unable to muster a response. Yin Qingyun's voice remained steady, yet it cut through the air like a blade. Without a sword, one could use Qi to manifest divine abilities. Indeed, it could still kill. However, it took 300 years of Qi cultivation before someone deduced the first divine technique. Do you know why? The disciple's face shifted uneasily, his earlier confidence now replaced by uncertainty. He furrowed his brow, struggling to find an answer, but ultimately lowered his head in silence. Could it be that, in the earliest days, Qi was only used for health and longevity? Yin Qingyun's gaze swept over the crowd like a knife. While the pursuit of immortality and eternal life is the ultimate goal of cultivation, protecting oneself and upholding one's path are equally indispensable. Killing is never the goal, it is merely the means to defend the Tao. With those words, his sharp gaze landed on Lin Yi, his tone suddenly turning incisive. Master Lin, if it were you, how would you use Qi to kill? This question was clearly deliberate. Today's lesson had been tailored for Lin Yi, the disciple with unparalleled talent in Qi cultivation. Yin Qingyun was keen to see if Lin Yi could grasp the true essence of Qi cultivation from his teachings. Without hesitation, Lin Yi raised his head and met Yin Qingjian's gaze, replying succinctly, "The body." The body? The crowd of disciples was momentarily stunned before a wave of astonished murmurs broke out among them. Lin Yi's voice remained steady as he explained, "By channeling qi into the fists, they can shatter mountains and crack stones. By channeling qi into the legs, one can sweep across the battlefield. The body itself is the most direct weapon." His words stirred even greater commotion among the disciples. Some nodded in agreement, while others looked uncertain. The disciple who had been called out earlier seemed to reconsider, a flicker of understanding crossing his face before he shook his head and muttered, "But such a method of combat seems too crude, hardly befitting an immortal." Yin Qingyun observed the scene and then spoke in a commanding voice. "Do not assume that immortals are inherently lofty and ethereal. In the days when nothing else existed, a cultivator's only reliance was their own body. To channel qi into one's fists, to fight with boldness and strength, that was the original method of combat. And in the history of cultivation, the first divine technique was none other than a fist technique." His eyes glimmered with admiration as he looked at Lin Yi. "Using qi to empower your fists is indeed commendable, but it is not as effective as wielding a weapon. A fist can injure, but a blade can kill. Once you master channeling qi into your fists, you will naturally be able to channel qi into a blade." Lin Yi's heart trembled at these words, a spark of realization igniting within him. He looked up at Yin Qingyun, his eyes now filled with newfound understanding. "Channel qi into a blade?" Yin Qingjian's gaze shone brightly as he nodded. "Precisely. Channel qi into a blade. The invincibility of qi lies in its infinite adaptability. Qi can transform into fire for refining pills and forging artifacts. It can become a sword to soar through the skies. It can resonate with the heavens and earth to form patterns and create formations. The myriad paths of the world, all of them, are intertwined with the cultivation of qi." As his words fell, the qi transformation platform suddenly trembled with a resounding hum. A majestic aura swept through the air, and atop the platform, ancient marks of the Tao began to awaken. One by one, the figures of past masters of the Qi mountain appeared, their imprints of the Tao manifesting vividly. With a deafening roar, over 3,000 figures moved in unison, each displaying their unique divine techniques. Among them, one master raised a hand, channeling qi into a fist, and unleashed a strike that seemed to shake the heavens and suppress all directions. There was a mountain master who let out a mighty roar, channeling vast spiritual energy into an invisible sword. In an instant, the sword's power spanned the galaxy, as if it could tear apart the heavens. Another mountain master raised a hand, and the surging spiritual energy transformed into blazing flames, resembling celestial fire descending to consume all things. These imprints of the great Tao were neither the result of divine techniques nor empowered by magical treasures. Through sheer spiritual energy alone, they manifested the infinite paths of the Tao atop the Qi transformation platform, their grandeur awe-inspiring and deeply moving. These were individuals who had mastered spiritual energy to the utmost perfection. Perhaps in later generations, as various techniques emerged, they would no longer be invincible. Yet in their time, they undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle, unmatched and peerless. Lin Yi gazed at the imprints of over 3,000 mountain masters, his eyes profound. He immersed his mind in their presence, contemplating the mysteries of their movements and the flow of spiritual energy within their forms. In that moment, countless insights surged into his heart like a tidal wave, enlightening him. The legacy of Qi Mountain had endured countless ages, producing over 3,000 mountain masters. Among them, more than 2,000 had used their own Tao imprints to construct the Qi transformation platform, while the remaining thousands stood watch over its various levels. Some had pioneered the path of the sword with spiritual energy, leaving Qi Mountain to establish their own schools. Others perfected the Qi scriptures, becoming the foundational ancestors of Qi Mountain. Each mountain master represented a legend, a lineage. Qi is the foundation, capable of evolving into endless paths. If one can grasp even a fraction of its truths, the benefits will be boundless, Yin Qingyun said, his voice calm yet commanding. His gaze swept over the disciples and the powerful figures from 100 mountains, his eyes carrying profound meaning. At this moment, whether they were newly initiated disciples or seasoned veterans, all stood solemnly, their eyes filled with reverence as they fixed their attention on the countless Tao imprints. Lin Yi and the others held their breaths, their minds fully immersed. They remained in this state for 6 hours, until the sun set behind the mountains. The golden hues of twilight bathed the Qi transformation platform, casting a dreamlike glow over the imprints of the 3,000 mountain masters, leaving everyone entranced. "Your first assignment." Yin Qingjian's voice broke the silence, pulling everyone from their reflections. "Learn to control Qi. Those who can form a fist using Qi may leave and continue their comprehension. Those who cannot will remain here until they succeed." His tone brooked no argument, carrying an undeniable authority. This was the customary teaching style of the Deluo Immortal Sect. Complete assignments on the spot, laying a solid foundation step by step. The imprints of 3,000 mountain masters on the Chi transformation platform were an unparalleled resource in the spiritual realm. If one could not grasp enlightenment under such conditions, they could only continue to spend time in study. The sect had made every arrangement for the cultivators. Meals would be delivered, water provided, and even restrooms were available. This rigorous environment was designed to push everyone to grow under pressure. However, when Yin Qingjian's gaze shifted to Lin Yi, there was an added layer of significance in his eyes. Mountain Master Lin, forming a fist with Qi is their task. Your assignment will be a level more challenging. I humbly await your guidance, Mountain Master. Lin Yi replied with a slight bow, his tone respectful. Your task is to shape Qi into a blade. Yin Qingjian's gaze burned brightly, his voice resonating like a great bell. A blade is sharp and precise. Accomplish this, and you may leave. To shape Qi into a blade, Lin Yi murmured, his eyes narrowing slightly. He understood that this was not only a test of his talent, but also a form of encouragement. Shaping Qi into a blade was the most difficult standard for an entry-level lesson, far beyond the reach of ordinary disciples. Is there a time limit? Lin Yi asked, raising his head. There is none, Yin Qingyun replied with a faint smile. However, the fastest cultivator in the history of the Deluo Immortal Sect achieved this feat in 3 days. Mountain Master Lin, with your exceptional talent, why not aim to break that record? 3 days, Lin Yi repeated softly, then let a confident smile curl his lips. He retrieved a flask of Star Moon wine, uncorked it, and took a light sip in front of Yin Qingyun. The fragrance of the wine spread through the air, intoxicating yet calming. Setting the flask down, his eyes were sharp and resolute as he declared, easy. Simple? Yin Qingyun raised an eyebrow. If you can master the art of Qi's blade within 3 days, then you may no longer need to visit Qi Mountain in the future. Standing atop the Qi transformation platform, Yin Qingyun swept his gaze across the crowd, his eyes sharp as lightning. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. The disciples of Qi Mountain, upon hearing his words, were visibly shaken, their expressions filled with disbelief. Qi's blade, someone muttered under their breath, their face a mix of astonishment and resignation. This technique required mastery over Qi to an extraordinary degree, of feat unlikely to be achieved in 3 days. Even 30 years of effort often ended in failure for many. Lin Yi, however, remained unfazed. He didn't rush to act but instead sat leisurely on the platform. One hand held a wine flask, from which he occasionally took a sip, while the other hand moved idly, as if sketching out some profound trajectory. At times, he closed his eyes in contemplation. At others, a faint smile played on his lips, as if everything were within his grasp. Meanwhile, the disciples below the stage were in an uproar. A sudden muffled explosion shattered the brief silence. One disciple attempted to channel his innate Qi to envelop his fist, but the chaotic energy backfired, sending him sprawling across the ground in a sorry state. Another tried to use Qi to form a punch, but the unstable energy scattered wildly, resulting in an unintended blow that left his fellow disciple with a bruised face. Others fared no better. Some couldn't even form the Qi, leaving nothing but awkwardness in their wake. Yet not all were fruitless in their endeavors. The first to grasp the essence of confused punches was an unlikely figure, a scruffy disciple nicknamed Old Blind. Sitting cross-legged on his meditation cushion, he calmly raised his hand, channeling his innate Qi to gather at his fist. With a single punch, a streak of energy shot out, spanning 3 zhang about 10 meters. The surrounding disciples gasped in amazement, marveling at how Wang Xiangang had such a talented pupil who could master this technique within the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Yin Qingyun observed coldly, his gaze briefly pausing on Old Blind, a flicker of approval passing through his eyes. But before he could comment, another loud burst drew everyone's attention. This time, it was Hui Xin, whose delicate, pale fist was now engulfed in flames. The scorching heat compelled her to unleash a punch. Ow! Old Blind yelped as his beard caught fire. He jumped up, frantically patting at the flames. By the time the fire was extinguished, his beard was singed into a curled mess, making him look even more comical. Not bad. Using Qi to ignite fire and channel it into a punch. Hui Xin's comprehension surpasses even this cheeky blind one, Yin Qingyun remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he looked at Hui Xin. Over the next several hours, more disciples succeeded in completing the confused punch technique, but none chose to leave early. The opportunity to train on the Qi transformation platform was rare, and everyone was eager to make the most of it. Secretly, many were also curious to see if Lin Yi could truly achieve Qi's blade within 3 days. Lin Yi, however, seemed utterly indifferent to the attention. As night fell and stars filled the sky, he remained seated on the ground, sipping wine and gazing at the moon, completely at ease. Yin Qinjian's expression darkened, and his tone grew slightly stern. Lin Yi, Mountain Lord, your talent is unparalleled, but if you grow complacent, you risk squandering your extraordinary potential. At this, Lin Yi chuckled softly, raising his wine flask and giving it a gentle shake. Rest assured, Mountain Lord, once I finish this flask, it'll be ready. With that, he tilted his head back, downing the starlight-infused wine in one go. But as the flask emptied, Lin Yi casually flipped his hand, producing another flask of wine, and continued drinking at his leisure. Watching this, Yin Qingjian's eye twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but inwardly curse the young man for his cunning. Just then, Lin Yi suddenly rose to his feet, bathed in the silvery light of the stars and moon. The qi of his wine-infused energy surged through his body, radiating outward. He seemed to be enveloped in a dazzling celestial glow, his presence ethereal and awe-inspiring, like a banished immortal descending to the mortal realm. Gulp. Lin Yi tipped his head back, raising the wine jug high above him. The rich liquor poured down like a gentle stream, sliding smoothly into his mouth. His figure swayed slightly, and his steps became unsteady, giving the impression that he was somewhat tipsy. Yet in the very next moment, a thunderous boom shattered the silence of the scene. Lin Yi clenched his fist abruptly, and astonishingly, fist-shaped imprints began to materialize around his hand. They encircled him, rumbling with a force so intense it seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. Using qi to form fists? Yin Qingjian's eyes suddenly lit up as he muttered under his breath, impressive. To control one's qi to this extent, this is already a sign of mastery. The Tao of Qi Mountain emphasizes the mastery of qi and is divided into 5 realms: initiation, minor mastery, major mastery, perfection, and grand perfection. Forming fists with qi signifies initiation. Controlling kind-fused fists with ease marks minor mastery. Shaping qi into sharp edges is major mastery. Transforming qi into boundless forms defines perfection. And commanding the forces of heaven and earth represents grand perfection. From what Lin Yi had just displayed, he had clearly stepped into the realm of minor mastery. Come forth, sword. Lin Yi suddenly called out in a low voice. His unsteady steps carried a carefree and unrestrained air. With a sharp motion, he clenched his hand, and the fist-shaped imprints around him exploded with a loud bang, transforming into a long sword forged entirely of wine-infused qi. The sword gleamed with a cold brilliance, its hum reverberating fiercely, as if it could pierce through the very clouds. Lin Yi casually grasped the Weneki sword and flashed a faint smile before sweeping it outward with a single stroke. The sword's radiance surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the heavens and earth, rolling across the land like an endless sea. Yin Qingjian's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, his heart gripped by shock, shaping qi into a blade. This is the realm of major mastery. In just 3 hours, Lin Yi had progressed from initiation to major mastery. For 1,000 years, Qi Mountain had only ever seen one unparalleled genius achieve major mastery within 3 days. Yet now, Lin Yi had effortlessly shattered that record with ease. And still, his feats were far from over. As the sword's aura dissipated, Lin Yi withdrew his stroke, and the Weneki sword instantly transformed into a long blade. With a casual sweep, he swung the blade downward, and its radiance burned like the sun, so dazzling it seemed to outshine even the stars and moon. The crowd was utterly spellbound, able only to marvel at the brilliance of that single stroke. Clang! At the moment the blade's brilliance fell, the weapon morphed once again, taking the shape of a long spear. Its tip gleamed with a frosty edge, and with a gentle thrust, it caused the qi transformation platform to tremble with a low hum. Then, with a flicker of motion, the spear dissolved into flowing Weneki, reforming into a long staff. With a swift swing, Lin Yi brandished the staff, its shadows dancing wildly, exuding an unstoppable momentum, transforming qi into myriad forms. Yin Qingyuan murmured to himself, his voice filled with disbelief. This is no longer major mastery. This is perfection. The realm of qi perfection. 3 hours, and Lin Yi had reached qi perfection. His unprecedented display left all of Qi Mountain in utter awe. The entire mountain fell silent, save for Yin Qingjian's anguished cry that echoed through the peaks. Why? Why didn't you choose the Tao of Qi? At that moment, even the masters of the 100 Peaks, who watched from afar, fell into silence. Some nodded with sighs of admiration, while others shook their heads in regret. The masters of Qi Mountain, in particular, began to question their decision to shield Lin Yi from the pressures of the inner sect. After a pause, Lin Yi slowly retracted his Weneki, holding his wine jug as he stood in place. His gaze was calm yet tinged with a hint of rebellion. Looking at Yin Qingyun, he chuckled softly and said, Master Yin, Qi Mountain has plenty to teach me, don't you think? Yin Qingyun froze, furrowing his brows. What do you mean? Lin Yi lifted his head to glance around at the surrounding imprints of the illustrious mountain masters of the past. A playful smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Master Yin, as a humble junior, offering a toast to these ancestral masters shouldn't be too much. Wouldn't you agree? Yin Qingyun stood dumbfounded, and even the imprints of the revered mountain masters seemed momentarily stunned by his audacious words. The imprints, manifestations of the great Tao. Drinking wine, how could that even be possible? Master Lin, are you drunk? Yin Qingyun asked with a peculiar tone. Master Lin must be completely wasted. He's already starting to spout nonsense. The disciples were dumbfounded, their eyes collectively falling on Lin Yi. On the Huachi platform, the Tao imprints manifested vividly, lifelike in their intricate detail, pulsating faintly as if they had a semblance of life. Yet, everyone knew deep down these were mere imprints, neither sentient nor capable of thought, let alone able to drink wine. Do any of you know the origin of the term nonsense? Lin Yi asked with a faint smile, his tone slightly tipsy, seemingly oblivious to the puzzled stares directed at him. Isn't it just another word for speaking gibberish? What kind of origin could it have? Yin Qingyun blurted out in confusion. Lin Yi casually pointed towards the direction of the mirror flower, water moon illusion, his voice calm and unhurried. In the far southernmost regions of the mortal world, there exists a tribe called the Hu. They have long dwelled upon the icy plains, isolated from the outside world. On rare occasions, when members of the Hu tribe travel north, their language, so different from that of outsiders, came to be labeled as nonsense. In truth, this was merely due to a lack of understanding by others. Lin Yi's words, though soft and measured, carried a weight that struck deeply, as if to remind everyone that what seemed impossible in their eyes did not necessarily equate to true impossibility. Master, is what Lin Yi said true? Within the Tao Collection Mountain, a scholar of great renown slightly turned his head to glance at Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun's gaze grew focused as he nodded. Master Lin Yi's use of the nonsense anecdote is a reminder to them that what the world deems impossible does not mean it is beyond his reach. Yin Qingyun, hearing this, seemed to grasp something, but his brows furrowed even deeper. With a cold tone, he said, for someone of Master Lin's stature, it is only fitting to drink alongside the ancestors. If you can truly make it happen, I will not stand in your way. With that, he took a step back, his eyes carrying a mix of disbelief and a faint glimmer of expectation. Lin Yi laughed heartily at Yin Qingyun's words. With a swift leap, he rose into the air, standing atop clouds that seemed to bloom beneath his feet, ascending like an immortal descending upon the mortal realm. To have achieved such mastery of qi control, this is beyond extraordinary. The crowd gasped in awe, their eyes following Lin Yi's figure, their hearts overwhelmed by shock. Suspended midair, his robes billowing in the wind, Lin Yi spoke boldly, his voice clear and resonant. I, Lin Yi, Master of Jushan, humbly invite the ancestors to join me in a toast today. Before his words fully faded, he raised his hand, and from his wine flask, a stream of exquisite liquor cascaded like a rainbow, transforming into a fine mist that rained down upon the Huachi platform. The rich aroma of the wine spread instantly, permeating the entire space and stirring the spirits of all present. An ethereal spirit. The soul of the wine is divine. A single flask can shatter all illusions and transcend all falsehoods, reaching the truest essence. Lin Yi's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the hearts of everyone present. At that moment, the distorted and hazy figures atop the Huachi platform began to solidify under the descending wine mist. It was as if they were emerging from the realm of the unreal, coming to life before everyone's eyes. Impossible. The cultivators from the 100 mountains collectively cried out in disbelief, their gazes fixed on the Huachi platform. From within the Tao imprints, the figures of ancient mountain masters began to step forth. Their attire varied. Some wore high crowns and flowing robes, exuding an air of strict formality, while others appeared carefree with loose hair and open garments, their every movement radiating charm and grace. Each one seemed to embody unparalleled brilliance, as though they had stepped out of history itself, brought back to life in this very moment. The Huachi platform became a scene of otherworldly grandeur, with celestial figures drifting in and out, their presence imbued with divine resonance. The entire platform seemed to transform into an ethereal palace. Illusion Tao. This is the Illusion Tao. The master of Fantasy Mountain suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes flickering with divine light, as if reflecting entire worlds. His voice trembled with astonishment. To use Tao imprints as a foundation and create such a vivid illusion. Even I am far from capable of such a feat. This level of mastery is comparable only to the palace master of the heavenly demon palace. Lin Yi, how could someone at the 12th level of qi refinement achieve something so utterly extraordinary? The Fantasy Mountain master spoke in a low tone. Before his words could fully land, his figure vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared upon the Huachi platform. One by one, the mountain masters of the 100 mountains also materialized, their expressions complex as they gazed at Lin Yi. The Tao imprints had truly come to life. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their gazes fixed on the ethereal scene unfolding on the Huachi platform. Was this an illusion? Or something else entirely? Zhou Yun stood below the platform, his brows slightly furrowed, his eyes betraying a trace of confusion. Though he had dabbled in the art of illusions, the spectacle before him far exceeded his understanding. The figures of several ancestors appeared vivid and lifelike, their expressions gentle and kind, as if they had truly traversed the river of time to arrive here. This has to be an illusion, the master of Huanshan declared with conviction, though his flickering gaze betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Even as a master of illusions, he could not fully affirm his judgment in this moment. Many thanks, Master Lin. Indeed, who would have thought that after all these years, we would return in such a manner? What shocked everyone even more was that the ancestors began to speak. Their voices were deep and resonant, clear as if imbued with their own consciousness. A pot of wine among the flowers, drinking alone with no kindred soul. Raise a toast to the ancestors, and together, let us create the foundation establishment chapter. Lin Yi's voice echoed from the void. He descended gracefully, holding a wine pot, his demeanor serene and otherworldly. With each step he took, blossoms erupted on the Huachi platform. Under the light of the stars and moon, birds, butterflies, and other creatures came to life, as though the entire world moved in harmony with his steps. At the same time, a wine cup appeared in front of each ancestor. Lin Yi raised his hand with a slight wave, and the wine pot darted through the air like a butterfly among flowers. The wine poured out like a gentle stream, filling each cup precisely. The cups are fake, but the wine is real. Someone whispered in astonishment, their tone filled with disbelief. Standing nearby, Hui Xian and the other disciples whispered anxiously among themselves, their faces tense. Master, are these people really alive? It's the middle of the night, could this be ghosts? Watch your words. Hui Xian quickly corrected herself, flustered. Forgive me, ancestors. Create the foundation establishment chapter together? One of the ancestors held his cup, his gaze profound as he looked at Lin Yi. There was a trace of inquiry in his tone. Master Lin, are you inviting us to discuss the Tao? Discuss the Tao? The master of Baishan twitched slightly at the words, muttering under his breath, discussing the Tao with an illusion? What kind of logic is that? Shuhua Valley, can an illusion even achieve this? He turned to the master of Huanshan, probing with his question. A simple illusion array? Certainly not. Shuhua Valley's master shook his head, his expression grave. As they say, an illusion arises from the heart. All illusions are born from the inner desires of the mind. Illusion arrays merely borrow the power of the Tao to evoke the obsessions within a cultivator's heart. To discuss the Tao with an illusion is akin to discussing the Tao with oneself. He paused, glancing at Lin Yi again with a trace of hesitation. But, when it comes to Lin Yi, I'm not so sure. No sooner had the master of Huanshan finished than the master of fashion interjected coldly. Speak clearly if you know something. His tone was sharp, clearly dissatisfied with the ambiguous explanation. Under the pressure, the master of Huanshan spilled everything in one go. Don't forget, Lin Yi's illusions are based on the Tao imprints. These imprints are the very essence of the ancestors' insights into the Tao. Now that they've materialized as illusions, who can predict what might happen? To discuss the Tao across the river of time with the ancestors, the master of Kishin's voice trembled, his gaze involuntarily falling on one of the ancestors, his own master. It's possible. The master of Huanshan nodded, but then gave a bitter smile. Though I can't do it. The master of Baishan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If the master of Huanshan were capable of such a feat, he would have summoned the ancestors long ago to teach and guide the disciples. Why wait until now? At that moment, one of the ancestors spoke, his voice booming yet tinged with warmth. Master Lin, if you wish to create the foundation establishment chapter, is there already a chi refining chapter? Of course there is, Lin Yi replied with a slight nod. His tone was calm but carried an unshakable confidence. May we take a look? The ancestor asked again, his expression now tinged with anticipation. Certainly. As Lin Yi's words fell, lines of text began to appear in the void, each glowing brilliantly like stars descending to the mortal world, dazzling in their radiance. The scripture on the philosophy of wine flowed like the Milky Way descending from the heavens, each word shimmering with profound meaning, rippling invisibly through the eyes of the assembled masters. Every sentence carried the weight of 1,000 mountains, pressing the atmosphere into an ocean of solemnity. The expressions of the masters gradually shifted from serene contemplation to gravity, tinged with a reverent sense of awe. Master Lin Yi, the path you've chosen is not an easy one. Hong Xianyi said as he slowly set down the scripture he held. His gaze was deep, his tone carrying a hint of lament. mixed with an undeniable admiration. Who was Hong Xianyi? He was none other than the forefather of qi cultivation, the one who single-handedly established the framework of spiritual cultivation in the Ling realm. With a single glance, he saw through the immense challenges of Lin Yi's chosen path, using wine as a medium to cultivate, refining the heart and emotions. It was a path uncharted, one more perilous than any other form of cultivation. No path is harder to tread than the one you blazed when you pioneered the art of qi cultivation, Lin Yi replied with a hearty laugh. His voice rang out with boldness, and his smile, like the winter sun, was both radiant and unwavering, as if no obstacle could ever make him falter. Hong Xianyi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter that resonated like rolling thunder. His laughter carried an air of heroic spirit. Master Lin speaks the truth. We cultivators, if we fear the challenges of the road ahead, are already defeated before we begin. Exactly. Another master interjected, his voice booming like a clap of thunder. A true cultivator faces gods and slays gods, encounters Buddhas and cuts down Buddhas. No matter how treacherous the path ahead, I will carve my way through it. The atmosphere surged with fervor. One by one, the masters spoke, each with a tone of unyielding confidence and dominance, as if nothing in heaven or earth could stand in their way. Raising his cup, Lin Yi's gaze burned with determination, and his voice rang out like a bell. I humbly ask for the guidance of the masters to help pave the way. Before his words had fully settled, the masters raised their cups in unison. The aroma of wine filled the air, spreading in all directions, as if this were a gathering of celestial beings. A unique resonance emanated from their beings, causing even the heavens and earth to tremble faintly in response to this extraordinary gathering. To pave the way, we dare not presume, but we can use our own paths to light the way for Master Lin, Hong Xianyi said as he set his cup down, his expression turning solemn. My path can be summed up in a single phrase: the universe is in my hands, and all transformations are within me. Boom. As his words fell, it was as if the heavens had been split by thunder. Countless powerful figures felt an involuntary tremor course through their bodies, as though a dazzling light had erupted from the depths of their souls, piercing straight to their very core. The universe is in my hands, and all transformations are within me. Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly, his gaze suddenly blazing with intensity. A fire ignited within that surged toward the heavens. Hong Xianyi's path was one of belief in oneself, a faith in his own invincibility. In that instant, Lin Yi seemed to glimpse a vivid image: Hong Xianyi standing at the center of the universe, with all creation revolving around him, entirely within his grasp. His path was pure, unyielding, and overwhelmingly powerful. Aligned with heaven and earth, he comprehends the way of the cosmos. Another master continued, his voice resounding like a great bell, shaking the very air. To live is to shepherd the way, to guide all creation. One after another, voices rang out like the most profound melodies of the universe, each word imbued with boundless wisdom and insight. The masters spoke not merely of techniques, but of the Tao itself, their understanding of the heavens, their interpretation of the ultimate truth. At this moment, all fell silent. Even the venerable Lord of Hundred Peaks, despite his overwhelming awe, held his breath and listened with rapt attention. This was not about techniques. This was the Tao. This was Qi Mountain, where the masters shared their deepest insights into the heavens and the Great Path. This was their Tao made manifest. Why was the Enlightenment platform, a place of such profound resonance with the Tao, only opened once every 100 years? Because the difficulty of enlightenment was akin to scaling the heavens. The platform was imbued with the strongest essence of the Tao, but without sufficient preparation and innate talent, it would be like playing music to the deaf, utterly futile. Yet now, the situation was different. The master's Tao imprints, transformed into visions by Lin Yi's spiritual power, were indistinguishable from their true selves. At this moment, these masters were personally imparting their wisdom, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Those with keen perception would undoubtedly gain immense insight. Even those with lesser comprehension can take note and gradually grasp the truths. This is an extraordinary opportunity for everyone present. Lin Yi stood atop the Huachi platform, his voice resonating like thunder, shaking the hearts of all who listened. Surrounding him, the Tao rhythm surged like tidal waves, as though he were immersed in an endless ocean of Tao. With his eyes closed, he immersed himself in this profound state, his expression solemn and serene, as if in harmony with heaven and earth. In an instant, flashes of enlightenment illuminated his mind. Complex and obscure principles gradually became clear, transforming into his unique understanding of the great Tao of the universe. In that moment, his comprehension seemed to ignite. A radiant clarity filled his mind, and insights continued to rise and converge into a vast starry expanse. At the same time, the Tao rhythm above Qi Mountain grew increasingly dense, almost tangible, like an invisible tide striking at the hearts of everyone present. Such a grand phenomenon could not go unnoticed, and news of it quickly spread to the inner sect. What? Mountain Lord Lin has awakened the ancestral masters of Qi Mountain to discuss the Tao with the ancient forebears? Within the inner sect, those who heard this news were utterly stunned, followed by an uproar. Using the path of wine in such a way? This is unheard of. Hurry, we must see this for ourselves. In no time, the ancient elders of the inner sect could no longer restrain themselves. They quietly left their places of secluded cultivation, concealed their presence, and headed straight for Qi Mountain. However, upon their arrival, the sight before them left them utterly astonished. Qi Mountain was already packed with people. Countless cultivators were gathered, attentively listening to the Tao sounds emanating from the Huachi platform. Many were so deeply engrossed that their own spiritual energies surged naturally. Some even broke through long-standing bottlenecks under the impact of the Tao rhythm, achieving breakthroughs on the spot. Such an overwhelming Tao rhythm even shook the understanding of the great Tao held by the inner sect's ancient elders, leaving them deeply moved. This Zhu Yin was about to speak when someone sternly rebuked him. Silence. Any sound at this moment would be a desecration of the Tao. Hearing this, Zhu Yin flushed with embarrassment and immediately fell silent, his face full of shame. The group of ancient elders also ceased speaking, holding their breath and focusing intently on the unfolding scene. On the Huachi platform, Lin Yi stood motionless, his gaze growing ever brighter. He seemed to merge with heaven and earth, his understanding surging like a flood. The Tao of wine, the Tao of the heart, the Tao of emotion, and the Tao of heaven and earth intertwined, as if about to break free and erupt outward. Tai gives rise to wine. Wine nourishes Tai. Thus, heaven is formed. Heaven nourishes Tai, and thus earth is formed. Heaven and earth complement each other, and thus the Tao is achieved. Lin Yi murmured softly, his voice clear and natural, like the music of the heavens. The Tao of wine within him surged outward, instantly spreading in all directions. Tao rhythm flowed like tides, and wine fragrance rose like clouds. Accompanying Lin Yi's voice, extraordinary phenomena unfolded on the Huachi platform. Boundless splendor blossomed as the wine mist transformed into radiant clouds, soaring skyward and descending to the earth. Mountains rose, rivers surged, and life emerged, resembling the grandeur of creation itself. In a thunderous moment, the power of Lin Yi's Tao of wine reached perfection, seamlessly connecting heaven and earth, achieving the great perfection stage. At that moment, Lin Yi transcended to the great perfection of his Qi refinement realm. The vast power of heaven and earth poured into him, causing his body to tremble slightly. His cultivation advanced naturally, breaking through to the 13th level of Qi refinement, achieving its ultimate pinnacle. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Lin Yi raised his eyes, his gaze sharp and resolute. His voice, filled with confidence and power, echoed in all directions. My foundation shall be built upon the Tao of wine, with the heart as the guide, with emotion as the soul, infusing the Tao into wine. Fellow Taoists, will you aid me in establishing my foundation? As his words fell, the purple gold gourd deep within Lin Yi's sea of consciousness suddenly radiated an unparalleled brilliance, illuminating the entire world. Buzz. The violet gold gourd trembled, and an aura of profound Tao, uniquely tied to the way of wine, surged outward. It enveloped everything around, shrouding the entire Qi mountain in its resonance. In Lin Yi's hand, the violet gold gourd quivered gently, as if responding to the call of heaven and earth. A rich and profound aura of the Tao of wine spread forth, instantly consuming the entirety of Qi Mountain. Lin Yi closed his eyes, immersing his mind in the infinite resonance of the Tao. In that moment, he seemed to glimpse the essence of the way of winite was not solitary indulgence, but a shared harmony of all beings. It drew upon the heart, infused with emotion, and merged the Tao into the wine itself. Slowly, Lin Yi opened his eyes, a flash of determination crossing them. His aura and the violet gold gourd were now in perfect harmony, as though he had become one with the Tao surrounding him. Yet, the path to building his foundation was no simple feat. He was acutely aware that his strength remained insufficient. Everyone, today we owe Mountain Master Lin a debt of gratitude. If we cannot help him establish his foundation, we might as well find a block of tofu and smash our heads against it. Gu Qing stepped forward boldly, his hearty laughter carrying a sense of unyielding resolve. Exactly. We will do everything we can to assist. A disciple echoed passionately. But soon, another voice hesitated. But how can we help? A silence fell over the crowd as the disciples exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to aid Lin Yi in his endeavor. Gu Qing frowned slightly, but Lin Yi smiled faintly and raised his hand. The heart is the key. What we need is a state of mind, a will. Brothers and sisters, the will of a cultivator is none other than the heart that seeks the Tao. I possess a heart that seeks the Tao. It can serve as the lead for the wine. As his words faded, Zhou Yun stepped forward. Above his head, 6 constellations of the 6 arts glimmered, while purple mist swirled at his feet. He stood like an unsheathed sword, sharp and unyielding. With a low shout, a powerful will to seek the Tao erupted from within him, surging straight into the heavens. The heart that seeks the Tao, someone murmured softly. Gradually, understanding dawned upon the gathered disciples. Every cultivator who embarked on the path of cultivation carried within them the resolve to seek the Tao. Regardless of their initial motivations, the ultimate goal was always to ascend and grasp the Tao. In an instant, the disciples atop Qi Mountain raised their voices in unison, their cries like thunder, shaking the land. With a resounding boom, the collective willpower of the crowd stirred the forces of heaven and earth. Waves of spiritual energy surged toward Lin Yi, converging around him. These streams of will, like gentle rivers, eventually flowed into the violet gold gourd within Lin Yi's consciousness, transforming into the water of seeking Tao pure yet profound. With emotion as the soul, humans possess 7 emotions and 6 desires. Though I follow the Confucian Tao, my heart carries 3 measures of guilt that can serve as the soul. Zhou Yun spoke again, his voice low and tinged with complexity. He closed his eyes slightly, as though summoning memories long buried. A hazy figure emerged behind him, half human, half fish, with an expression of longing and sorrow. It was the image of a mermaid-like woman, filled with boundless yearning and grief. Zhou Yun's gaze quivered as he let out a soft sigh. The deep guilt he had harbored transformed into a beam of light, merging into the violet gold gourd within Lin Yi's consciousness. Drip. The water of seeking Tao rippled within the violet gold gourd, its surface stirring with faint waves. A bitter essence spread through the air. I have 3 ounces of yearning, it can serve as the soul. I have a gallon of regret, it can serve as the soul. I have. Zhou Yun's actions ignited the emotions of everyone present. A newfound clarity shone in their eyes as they began to speak, releasing the most hidden and purest emotions from the depths of their hearts. One by one, strands of emotion transformed into luminous points of light, flying from their bodies to merge into the violet gold gourd. These emotions, whether yearning, regret, longing, or unspoken guilt and obsessions, had long been buried deep within their souls. Yet at this moment, they were awakened, becoming the soul force that would aid Lin Yi in building his foundation. Drip, drip, drip. Each droplet of emotional power fell into the gourd, resonating like celestial music, echoing across the skies of Qi Mountain. Ripples spread outward from the center of the purple gold gourd, layer upon layer of radiant light cascading like waves, illuminating the surroundings in a dreamlike splendor. At the same time, a rich aroma of wine pierced through the void, filling the air, as if carrying an infinite depth of flavor that stirred the hearts of everyone present. Lin Yi's expression turned solemn as he raised his hands lightly, his gaze sharp and unwavering. His voice resonating like a great bell. The third step. Infuse the Tao into the wine. Before his words had fully settled, Zhou Yun made the first move. Above his head, the stars of the 6 arts roared, their brilliant starlight converging into a pure and authentic essence of Confucian Tao. In an instant, it flew toward Lin Yi, merging into his body and dripping into the purple gold gourd. Following his lead, the cultivators of 100 mountains responded one after another. Each figure stood tall and imposing like a mountain, their presence overwhelming, as they each condensed their purest essence of Tao intent. I possess a sliver of the path of slaughter, and it can enter the wine. I have a thread of the Qi Dao's true intent, and it can enter the wine. I carry the essence of the alchemy Tao, and it can enter the wine. One by one, threads of true intent transformed into beams of Tao light, flying toward Lin Yi and ultimately merging into the purple gold gourd. With the infusion of these essences of Tao, the gourd shuddered as if struck by thunder, emitting a deafening roar. Within it, winds and thunder clashed. Radiant light surged like a rising tide, as if a new world was being born inside. Simultaneously, the rich aroma of wine reached an unparalleled intensity, flooding the heavens and earth in an instant. The heart of seeking Tao, the emotions of all beings, the essence of 100 paths together, they form a single jar of wine. Lin Yi murmured softly, his eyes gleaming with unparalleled brilliance. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the wine within the purple gold gourd finally took shape. This was no ordinary wine, it was the foundation wine, and even more, the wine of seeking Tao. Boom. At the moment the wine was completed, the heavens and earth resonated with a sound akin to grand bells and great drums, reverberating in all directions. At the same time, lines of profound and mysterious script appeared within Lin Yi's sea of consciousness. Each character seemed to strike at the very essence of the Tao, radiating infinite profundity. Drink to the full. Let the cup not stand still. Seek the Tao. As the Tao resonance echoed, lines of golden script flowed into Lin Yi's body, transforming into unfathomable meanings and integrating into the depths of his memory. Lin Yi closed his eyes to comprehend, and moments later, he opened them, his gaze now radiant with unparalleled clarity. His heart surged with excitement as he silently reflected on the additional effects of the wine of seeking Tao. This wine not only allowed one to seek the truths of the world, but also helped shatter barriers and break through bottlenecks. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi's eyes burned with determination. The foundation wine was not merely a recipe, it was a method of cultivation for laying the foundation of the wine Tao. From this day forward, the disciples of Jiu Mountain could use this recipe to establish their foundations, and Lin Yi himself now held a jar of the wine of seeking Tao, capable of propelling him directly to the foundation establishment realm, heralding a new chapter in the wine Tao. Steadying his mind, Lin Yi retrieved the wine of seeking Tao. Instantly, the fragrance of the wine permeated the air, intoxicating and invigorating, while the sound of the Tao echoed faintly in his ears. Just the scent alone was enough to leave one captivated. Standing atop the Qi transformation platform, Lin Yi raised the cup to his lips without hesitation and took a sip. Gulp. The first sip of wine entered his throat, and the power of the wine Tao within Lin Yi instantly surged, like a slumbering dragon awakened from its deep sleep. With the second sip, a wine Tao platform materialized above his head, radiating boundless majesty. The third sip coursed through him, and the platform cast down layers of Tao light, enveloping him entirely as if he had become a divine manifestation of the wine Tao. As the entire jar of wine was consumed, the power of the wine Tao within Lin Yi erupted fully. Within his sea of Qi, a crystalline wine Tao vessel took shape, exuding endless Tao resonance. A transcendent aura swept outward, enveloping all of Jiu Mountain, as if the entire mountain was being cleansed by the power of the wine Tao. Around him, the cultivators of 100 mountains were deeply moved, bowing in unison as their voices rose like a tide. Congratulations to Master Lin for creating the foundation chapter of the wine Tao and becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. Congratulations to Jiu Mountain for obtaining the foundation legacy. Lin Yi gradually retracted his aura, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he bowed in return, his voice low and resolute. It is I who should thank all of you. Lin Yi bowed slightly, his demeanor respectful yet composed. The surrounding mountain lords responded one after another, their faces softening into gentle smiles, as if a heavy burden had finally been lifted from their hearts. Bai Shan's mountain lord let out a long sigh, his emotions mixed. He had once gone against opposition to support Lin Yi in using the path of wine as his foundation for cultivation, challenging the inner sect. Yet deep down, he had always felt uneasy. The path of wine seemed too unconventional, and he feared that his indulgence might ruin Lin Yi's future. But now, Lin Yi had proven the validity of his choice with a stunning display of his foundation-building path. This step was both pivotal and victorious. A sense of relief and gratification appeared in Bai Shan's mountain lord's Aishi could finally put his worries to rest. In contrast, the ancient elders of the inner sect displayed complex expressions, especially those who had vehemently opposed Lin Yi in the past. Their gazes, once filled with disdain, now carried a hint of genuine admiration as they watched him. Fa Shan's mountain lord has a better eye than this old man. The path of wine is no less than any other. An elderly man sighed, his tone tinged with a trace of wistfulness. Standing nearby, Zhu Yan was silent for a moment before suddenly breaking into a grin. He raised a hand to his head, but the sharp prickle of his hair under his fingers made his face darken instantly. He glared fiercely in the direction of Fa Shan's mountain lord, but the moment his gaze met her piercing eyes, his heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat broke out down his back. This woman is getting harder and harder to deal with. Zhu Yan muttered to himself, swallowing nervously. The memory of having his hair cut by her flashed vividly in his mind, making him inwardly groan. If I provoke her again, I might lose my beard next time. Then I'd look like a bald egg. Shaking his head, he pushed down his unease and leaped to Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi, your wine mountain has been fully prepared. Have you chosen a spot for it? Next to Tao Scripture Mountain, Lin Yi replied calmly, pointing in that direction. All right, follow me. Zhu Yin nodded and, with a flicker of his figure, soared ahead on fiery clouds. Lin Yi turned to face the ancestral figures atop the foundation platform, bowing deeply once more. Junior Lin Yi bids farewell to the esteemed ancestors. The ancestral figures of Qi Shan smiled in satisfaction, as though they could see a promising future in the younger generation. With a hum, Lin Yi withdrew the power of his spiritual projection, causing all illusions to vanish as the natural world returned to its original state. He clasped his hands in farewell to Yin Qingyun. Yen Mountain Lord, I take my leave. Then, with Su Li by his side, he walked forward with steady steps to catch up with Zhu Yan. Zhou Yun, watching from a distance, chuckled softly before following closely behind, riding the wind. Zhu Yin halted 100 miles away from Tao Scripture Mountain, stopping at a vast, untouched stretch of forest. This pristine land had been reserved for establishing new sects and paths. Looking around, Zhu Yin declared with a booming voice, "Here it is." Lin nodded, a trace of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "Rise." Zhu Yin raised his hand, his 5 fingers clawing into the air. Instantly, the power of heaven and earth surged like a tidal wave, coalescing into a colossal fiery red hand that blotted out the sky. The mountains below twisted and roared like dragons, uprooted in an instant. The massive hand burned with blazing flames, refining the mountains into molten rock. In moments, it condensed into a fist-sized crimson tower, which Zhu Yin casually caught in his palm. Lin Yi's jaw dropped, his face twitching slightly. Was this the power of one of the inner sect's ancient elders? The tales of burning mountains and boiling seas were no exaggeration. Zhou Yun arrived just in time to see Lin Yi's stunned expression. Smiling knowingly, she explained, Elder Zhu Yin is a 10th-tier artifact refiner. For him, this is child's play. I see. Lin Yi nodded in realization, his respect for Zhu Yin growing even deeper. With a deafening rumble, Zhu Yin paid no attention to the two of them. With a casual wave of his hand, a mountain emerged from his palm. It was Hongquan Mountain, initially no larger than his hand. But as it flew through the air, it expanded rapidly, transforming into a towering peak tens of thousands of feet high before crashing down onto the cleared land with an earth-shaking impact. At the base of the mountain, 100-foot stone tablet stood proudly, engraved with the words Wine Mountain. The mountain itself was adorned with green tiles and blue bricks, its caves and dwellings scattered across its slopes. At the summit, an imposing palace stood like a celestial temple, surrounded by mist and clouds, exuding an ethereal charm akin to a paradise on earth. Go on up and take a look. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, I'll personally have it reforged for you. Zhu Yin said, glancing at Lin Yi. All right. Lin Yi nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes as he stepped onto the Wine Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a series of interconnected cave dwellings came into view, grand wineries, exuding faint traces of intoxicating aroma. Zhu Yin explained, since your path is the way of wine, the disciples of Wine Mountain will spend their days surrounded by it. Naturally, these wineries are indispensable. Lin Yi ascended slowly, his gaze sweeping over his surroundings. Above the wineries were rows of neatly arranged disciples' residences, each radiating a unique aura. Higher up, for majestic halls stood like sentinels at the mountainside, solemn and imposing. Further up are the elders' residences, and at the very peak lies your mountain lord's abode, Zhu Yin said, pointing to the summit with a tone of pride. Lin Yi looked up, and his eyes lit up. At the mountain's peak, a vast lake shimmered like a celestial mirror reflecting the morning light. A winding walkway stretched across the lake, dotted with elegant pavilions. Cranes danced gracefully, their reflection rippling in the pristine water. In the lake's center stood the mountain lord's grand residence, magnificent and commanding. Behind the residence is a cascading waterfall, shrouded in a misty chill and brimming with spiritual energy, Zhu Yin added with evident pride. Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement and couldn't help but exclaim, this Wine Mountain is truly extraordinary. As the sun rose, its golden rays bathed the mountain peak. The lake sparkled, the cranes skimmed the water, and Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of openness in his chest. A wave of boldness surged within him, akin to the sentiment of standing atop a mountain and gazing over the world. Since you're pleased, come with me to take a look inside the residence, Zhu Yin said with a faint smile, leading Lin Yi into the mountain lord's abode. The mountain lord's residence was indeed remarkable, protected by a 10th-grade formation. Zhu Yin handed Lin Yi a formation token. This is the token. With it, you can control the formation. The residence was divided into 3 levels, which Zhu Yin introduced one by one. The first level is the 100 Herbs Garden, filled with rare and exotic plants meticulously selected according to your preferences. The second level is a winery, fully equipped for brewing all kinds of spiritual wines. The third level is for secluded cultivation, with 12 layers of formations to aid in advancing your cultivation. Lin Yi followed Zhu Yin through the residence, becoming more satisfied with every step. Seeing this, Zhu Yin waved his hand and presented a spatial artifact. This contains your monthly stipend as the Mountain Lord, including various resources. A stipend? Lin Yi was momentarily surprised but soon intrigued. Zhu Yin nodded solemnly. The Luo cultivators receive a monthly stipend based on their rank, but it only covers the most basic cultivation needs. If you want more resources, you'll have to earn them yourself. Lin Yi pondered this for a moment, his eyes flickering with thought. So you're saying that each of the 100 mountains must have its own way of generating resources? Exactly, Zhu Yin replied firmly. A flower can't thrive in a greenhouse. If the sect provided everything, the essence of cultivation would be lost. That makes sense, Lin Yi agreed with a nod. At that moment, Zhou Yun approached from the side. smiling as he looked at Lin Yi. So, you have two tasks to accomplish now. What are they? Lin Yi asked eagerly. First, you need to organize a grand event for Wine Mountain to announce your presence, Zhou Yun said with a serious tone. A grand event? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled. Zhou Yun explained, every mountain in the outer sect has its own traditional event. Qi Mountain holds a Dao discussion assembly every century. Daocangshu Mountain hosts poetry gatherings. Fa Mountain has its heaven-splitting tournament. Naturally, Wine Mountain must have its own signature event. Lin Yi nodded in realization, smiling. And the second task would be establishing a way to generate resources for the mountain, right? Exactly, Zhou Yun said, his smile deepening. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. To ensure the continuity of the Tao, disciples must first learn how to sustain themselves. Talking about money may seem mundane, but wealth, companions, methods, and land are all essential to cultivation. None of us can escape it, Lin Yi said, his eyes gleaming with understanding before bursting into laughter. If that's the case, these two tasks are essentially one and the same. Lin Yi grinned brightly as he spoke, his confidence radiating. Zhu Yin was momentarily stunned. He looked up at Lin Yi with a flicker of surprise in his eyes, then asked in a deep voice, Master Lin of Jushan, you're reopening Jushan to accomplish something? Could you share what this something is? Lin Yi's lips curved into a faint smile, his gaze calm and composed. Jushan follows the path of the Tao through wine. Naturally, our livelihood should come from winemaking. And as for the grand event, it would, of course, be a wine gathering. Winemaking. Zhu Yan's lips twitched slightly, revealing a wry smile. Master Lin, have you really thought this through? While cultivators do enjoy wine, it's not a necessity for cultivation. Brewing wine might not be enough to sustain an entire mountain's population. Lin Yi, however, seemed unfazed by the remark. A sharp gleam flickered in his eyes as he replied with a tone both calm and brimming with confidence. Then I'll make wine a necessity for cultivation. Zhu Yin was momentarily taken aback, then let out a soft sigh, shaking his head with a mix of helplessness and intrigue. Interesting. Well then, since you're so confident, I'll be looking forward to seeing what you're capable of. I'll attend the wine tasting gathering in half a month. Thank you, Elder Zhu Yin, for your support. Lin Yi responded with a slight bow, his smile remaining composed and serene. Seeing that his persuasion had failed, Zhu Yin decided to say no more. Just as he turned to leave, his footsteps halted abruptly, and his tone shifted. Since this is to be a grand event, it shouldn't be confined to the 100 Mountains alone. Our Deluo Immortal Sect, as one of the 5 pinnacle sects in the spirit realm, must announce the reopening of Jiushan to the world. At that time, the 4 other pinnacle sects, the 12 top-tier immortal sects, and the 72 ninth-grade sects will all be invited. This wine-tasting gathering won't just be Jushan's reopening ceremony. It will also serve as your official inauguration as the master of Jushan. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. If that's the case, then the scale of this wine gathering will need some serious upgrades. Exactly, Zhu Yin agreed with a nod, his tone solemn. Jushan's first grand event concerns the reputation of the sect. Whatever resources are required, do not hesitate to ask. Be it manpower or materials, you'll have them. With those words, he turned and walked away, his figure gradually disappearing down the mountain path. Lin Yi watched Zhu Yin leave, his gaze deep and contemplative, as ideas began to take shape in his mind. Just then, Zhou Yun stepped forward, his eyes filled with curiosity. Sir, Elder Zhu Yin mentioned the sect hierarchy earlier. Is it also categorized into grades, much like pills and artifacts? Yes, though it's somewhat different, Lin Yi replied after a moment of thought. Zhou Yun explained slowly, cultivation has 10 realms, but sects are divided into 11 grades. The pinnacle sects are 11th grade, also known as transcendent grade. The 5 pinnacle sects all possess the power to slay earth immortals, placing them above all else. As for the 12 top-tier sects, they're distinguished by having earth immortals among their ranks. 9th grade sects, on the other hand, have their strongest members at the tribulation crossing stage. Zhou Yun's explanation was clear and methodical. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. I see. However, Zhou Yun's tone suddenly carried a deeper meaning as he continued. But in the spirit realm, there are entities that, while not sects, are on par with or even surpass the pinnacle sects in power. Oh. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, his interest clearly piqued. For example, the Blood Sea, Zhou Yun said with a serious expression. The Blood Sea isn't a sect, but with Li Zhaxian alone and his unparalleled swordsmanship, it's considered invincible. He possesses the power to slay immortals, yet he hasn't stepped out of the Blood Sea in 1,000 years. It is thus deemed a forbidden zone. Then there's the Bitter Sea, Zhou Yun continued. The Bitter Sea contains a number of terrifying entities. If any one of them were to walk out freely, it could trigger a catastrophe. It, too, is considered a forbidden zone. After a brief pause, he added, and then there are the overseas immortal mountains. Their cultivation methods are entirely different from ours, but the strongest among them rival the pinnacle sections. However, their interactions with us are limited, so they aren't included in the sect hierarchy. Hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, his expression alight with curiosity. So the spirit realm has so many forbidden zones and hidden mysteries. This just keeps getting more fascinating. Zhou Yun, noticing Lin Yi's enthusiasm, smiled faintly and offered a reminder. Sir, your chi manipulation has already reached perfection, and there's no longer any need to visit Chi Mountain. In these half-months, why not focus on preparing for the wine-tasting gathering? Visiting the 100 Mountains might also yield some valuable insights. Lin Yi nodded slightly at the suggestion, his eyes filled with both contemplation and anticipation. Zhou Yun's figure gradually disappeared beyond the hall, but Lin Yi did not linger. His gaze shifted toward the doorway. Just then, a clear and spirited voice called out, "Mountain Master, the disciples of the fourth hall have arrived to report." Lin Yi responded immediately, stepping out of the hall. Outside, hundreds of cultivators stood in neat rows, their attire immaculate and their expressions solemn. As Lin Yi appeared, everyone bowed in unison, their movements synchronized, a clear sign of rigorous training. Lin Yi gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the cultivators. Unbidden, a familiar figure surfaced in his mind. In the mundane world, he had once founded the Yiguang Society. Though its leader, he rarely managed its affairs, leaving everything to her, who had kept things impeccably organized. The thought flickered briefly before he returned to the present, his eyes settling on Su Li, who stood at the forefront of the group. Su Li. Lin Yi's voice carried authority, drawing everyone's attention to Su Li. From today onwards, you will temporarily assume the position of Elder of the Fourth Hall, overseeing all its matters. As his words fell, Lin Yi casually flicked his robe and turned to leave, embodying the demeanor of someone who delegated without hesitation. The hundreds of cultivators were momentarily stunned before all eyes turned to Su Li, their gazes filled with admiration and respect. Su Li, on the other hand, was visibly elated, his excitement rendering him somewhat flustered. Though he had been the Mountain Master's attendant, a position of no small importance, it was worlds apart from the rank of an elder. Lin Yi, however, paid no attention to the reactions. What mattered to him was never cultivation level but capability. The one who could get things done was the true elder in his eyes. Having given his instructions, he left the fourth hall without looking back, heading down the mountain. Congratulations, Elder Su Li. As soon as Lin Yi departed, the cultivators swarmed around Su Li, their faces brimming with smiles and their words full of flattery. Standing at the center of the crowd, Su Li had clearly become the rising star in their eyes. After descending the mountain, Lin Yi made his way directly toward Dan Mountain. In half a month, Zhou Mountain would host a grand wine-tasting event, marking its debut in the spiritual realm. As the Mountain Master, Lin Yi naturally had to showcase the unique charm of his wine mastery at this gathering. It would also be the starting point for Zhou Mountain's path to prosperity. At present, Lin Yi had over 1,000 jars of wine in his possession, but they were all ordinary mortal brews. While he could use the power of the wine soul to transform these mundane wines into Tao-infused wines, granting them the ability to aid in cultivation, their inherent quality remained limited, far from rivaling the finest wines of the spiritual realm. True celestial wines, such as Immortal's Drunkenness and Mortal Dust Wine, required not only extraordinary brewing techniques but also rare and precious ingredients from the spiritual realm. Although Lin Yi's abode was surrounded by a variety of exotic flowers and herbs, his knowledge of their properties was limited. He dared not use them recklessly, lest he ruin their value. To quickly familiarize himself with medicinal properties and create wines on par with Immortal's Drunkenness and Mortal Dust Wine, he needed the resources and expertise of Dan Mountain. He had two objectives. First, to craft a few exceptional wines comparable to celestial brews, and second, to gather the ingredients needed for Mirror Flower Moon wine. This particular wine could not only help him enter a state of enlightenment for cultivation, but also serve as the highlight of the wine-tasting event, ensuring Zhou Mountain's name would resound throughout the spiritual realm. Lost in thought, Lin Yi soon arrived at the foot of Dan Mountain. As he approached the mountain gate, a timid voice called out, "Mountain Master Lin?" Lin Yi looked up to see Hui Xian, struggling under the weight of two towering stacks of jade scrolls, her face flushed and her breathing labored. "Miss Hui Xian, why not store these in a spatial artifact?" Lin Yi asked, his brow furrowing in puzzlement as his gaze shifted between her and the massive piles of jade scrolls. Master said that in the art of alchemy, controlling spiritual energy is of utmost importance. He urged me to practice channeling energy as much as possible and achieve mastery soon. After all, unlike our mountain lord, who can reach complete mastery in just 3 hours, I must rely on diligence to make up for my shortcomings like an early bird trying to catch up. After becoming more familiar with Lin Yi, Huixin was no longer as timid as before. She smiled faintly and said, Miss Huixin, if you are a clumsy bird, then there aren't many good ones left in this world. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh at her words, though his eyes revealed a hint of admiration. After all, Huixin had an 11th grade spiritual root and had already reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Among her generation of disciples, she was undoubtedly among the best. Mountain Lord Lin, let's return to the alchemy hall. I found some clues about the wine catalyst, Huixin said, lifting a massive pile of jade slips in her arms, clearly containing vital information. All right. Lin Yi nodded and followed her to the alchemy hall. As soon as they stepped into the alchemy hall, a hearty laugh echoed in Lin Yi's ears. I knew you'd show up, kid. Looking up, Lin Yi saw Gu Qing already waiting there. The elder grinned widely upon seeing him. Junior seeks your guidance on pharmacology, Lin Yi said respectfully, bowing. You too, follow me. Gu Qing nodded and led them straight to the inner chamber. Inside the alchemy hall, there were quite a number of disciples, but their methods of cultivation intrigued Lin Yi. He noticed some disciples using spiritual energy to turn it into thread and needle, embroidering with precision as if carving intricate details. Others used spiritual energy to form fishing rods, fishing with unwavering focus, blending seamlessly with nature. Some even meticulously sorted powders from jade plates, their expressions fully absorbed. Yet, not a single person was actually refining pills. Strange, isn't it? Why aren't the disciples of Alchemy Mountain refining pills? Gu Qing asked with a knowing smile. It is puzzling, Lin Yi admitted honestly. To become an alchemist, having a good spiritual root isn't enough, Gu Qing said, his tone growing more serious. Alchemy is a meticulous craft. Controlling energy, sensing medicinal properties, and understanding pharmacology are all fundamental skills. For instance, threading a needle hones one's precision in controlling spiritual energy and cultivates patience. Refining pills can take months, years, or even decades. Without precise control over spiritual energy, how could one possibly succeed? He gestured towards the disciples fishing and continued. Fishing enhances one's perception. During alchemy, the flame tempers the medicinal properties, and whether those properties are extracted correctly depends entirely on perception. A slight deviation in the medicinal properties can result in vastly different pills. He then pointed to the disciples sorting powders, adding, as for those powders, they're ground from hundreds of rare herbs. Only by categorizing them flawlessly can one begin to understand medicinal properties. Pills are consumed to enhance cultivation. If the ingredients are mistaken, what should have been medicine could turn into poison, causing untold harm. Gu Qing's tone carried a newfound reverence as his gaze grew solemn. The path of alchemy is not to be taken lightly. It must be treated with utmost sincerity. Hearing this, Lin Yi's expression turned serious as he said solemnly, it seems every alchemist deserves our respect. You've got a way with words, kid, Gu Qing said with a grin. Boom. Just as the words left his mouth, a deafening explosion erupted from one of the alchemy rooms in the inner chamber. A moment later, a miserable scream followed. A disciple of Alchemy Mountain came stumbling out, disheveled and covered in soot, with smoke still puffing from his mouth. His robe's hem was even on fire. He frantically tried to extinguish the flames, ultimately diving into a water barrel near the entrance to put himself out. The disciple emerged from the barrel looking utterly miserable, still gasping for breath. Let me guess, poor energy control led to a furnace explosion, Gu Qing remarked casually, clearly unfazed by the scene. Come in. Gu Qing led Lin Yi into a pill refinement chamber. The sight inside took Lin Yi's breath away. The room seemed like an entirely separate dimension, vast and boundless, with no visible end. All around, countless flower pots of various shapes and sizes were arranged neatly, each holding a unique, exotic plant. The sheer number was staggering, hundreds of thousands. Above each pot hung a jade slip that emitted a faint, ethereal glow. There are exactly 274,562 types of exotic plants of the 3rd grade or lower here, Gu Qing said, gesturing proudly to the room. A hint of satisfaction colored his tone. If you can master the medicinal properties of these plants, it should suffice for a start. Lin Yi scanned the sea of plants, his eyes filled with awe and disbelief. So many, I have to memorize them all? His voice carried a tinge of uncertainty, even a hint of panic. Hearing this, Gu Qing's lips curled into a faint, teasing smile. This is already the easy part. Do you know that the founder of Pill Mountain once traveled the entire spiritual realm, risking his life to taste countless herbs, and eventually authored the Compendium of 100 Herbs? Sadly, he succumbed to incurable pill poison from consuming too many toxic plants. In his final moments, he smiled serenely and passed away after recording the medicinal properties of the last exotic flower. At this point, Gu Qing's expression turned solemn. Over the years, countless alchemists have followed in his footsteps, sacrificing themselves to test herbs and contribute to the knowledge we have today. The 100 Herb Pavilion, one of the pinnacle sects, has erected over 1,000 statues on Sage Mountain to honor those alchemists who gave their lives for the path of medicine. We, the later generations, merely stand on their shoulders, benefiting from their legacy. Lin Yi was deeply moved by these words, a profound respect rising in his heart. He could almost see those predecessors, their unwavering determination as they risked their lives for the pursuit of medicinal knowledge. Every path that is forged is a source of pride, Gu Qing continued, his eyes sharp and resolute, his voice firm. But only the pioneers understand the hardships involved. That is why alchemists must cherish their heritage. The name of alchemy must never be tarnished. Lin Yi nodded solemnly. Understood. Only then did Gu Qing's stern expression soften slightly. His tone became more relaxed. But don't stress too much. These exotic plants aren't real. They're manifestations created by a formation. Each pot contains an independent array that can perfectly simulate the entire life cycle of a plant from seed to sprout to full maturity. The jade slips above the pots will also display the characteristics of each stage in real time. He gestured around them. Take your time to observe and study for yourselves. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Once you've grasped the basics, I'll teach you the medicinal theories. With that, Gu Qing walked over to a pill furnace in the chamber, sat down cross-legged, and began reading from a scroll, fully absorbed in his study. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, driven by curiosity, approached the nearest flower pot. Inside grew a plant about 2 feet tall, its leaves sharp and vein-like, resembling blades. The surface of the leaves glimmered faintly, as if bathed in moonlight. The jade slip above the pot bore the inscription, June Medicine, Water Swordgrass. Water Swordgrass. Lin Yi murmured the name under his breath. Just as he leaned in for a closer look, the plant began to twist slightly before vanishing like a mirage, leaving behind only a single seed. Simultaneously, a line of text appeared on the jade slip, born of celestial essence, nurtured by the energy of 100 shadows. Thus, the water sword is formed. Under Lin Yi's watchful gaze, the seed sprouted rapidly, growing into a sapling and then maturing into a full-grown plant. At every stage, the jade slip displayed detailed information about the plant's medicinal properties, clear and easy to comprehend. Incredible craftsmanship. Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel. Only someone with divine abilities could create such a method to perfectly showcase the life cycle of these exotic plants, making it so convenient for future generations to understand their medicinal properties. His gaze fell once more on the words June Medicine, inscribed on the jade slip, sparking a question in his mind. But why is this water sword grass classified as June Medicine? He glanced at Gu Qing, who was engrossed in his book, and silently pondered the mystery. Medicinal herbs are divided into 10 grades, and each grade further classified into roles of sovereign, minister, assistant, and guide. Gu Qing leaned lazily against the stone table, casually fiddling with a nameless herb. In an indifferent tone, he explained, as they say, medicine has its sovereign, minister, assistant, and guide, working together in harmony. For any formula, it is best to have 1 sovereign herb, 2 ministers, 3 assistants, and 5 guides. Alternatively, 1 sovereign, 3 ministers, and 9 assistants and guides could also suffice. This is the general principle of alchemy. Simply put, rare and exotic herbs have their hierarchy, with the sovereign herb as the leader, governing the properties of the others. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. I see. This is quite similar to the principles of winemaking. In the art of brewing, there's also an emphasis on the balance between main and secondary ingredients, along with the supporting materials. Hearing this, Gu Qing's eyes lit up slightly, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Indeed, winemaking and alchemy share certain similarities. However, if you plan to use these rare herbs to brew wine, there's only one thing you need to remember. What is it? Lin Yi asked, his curiosity piqued, his gaze fixed on Gu Qing. Gu Qing set the herb in his hand aside, his tone calm but carrying an undeniable authority. Medicines must complement each other. Yin and yang, parent and offspring, siblings, roots, stems, flowers, seeds, herbs, stones, bones, and flesh. Some act alone, some enhance one another, some assist, some counteract, some conflict, some neutralize, and some nullify. Among these 7 interactions, choose those that complement and assist each other. Avoid those that conflict or oppose. If there's toxicity involved, it must be neutralized only, then may it be used. Otherwise, it should never be combined. Lin Yi felt a jolt of realization, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Though unfamiliar with alchemy, Gu Qing's explanation had illuminated its essence for him. In simpler terms, Lin Yi murmured, the properties of herbs can either complement or counteract one another. The art of alchemy lies in combining complementary properties to create elixirs. If toxic herbs are involved, their harmful effects must be neutralized by counteractive ingredients. He looked up at Gu Qing, a newfound respect in his voice. Understanding this principle, If one can master the properties of these rare herbs, crafting elixirs below the third grade would be a simple task. Guqing gazed at Lin Yi, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes before he sighed softly. Indeed, your talent in alchemy is extraordinary, unparalleled even.
But alas, the path you walk is not that of alchemy, but another entirely.
Lin Yi, however, paid no mind to Guqing's lament. He turned and walked toward a nearby shelf stacked with herbs, focusing intently on memorizing their properties. With over 200,000 varieties of rare herbs, even with his exceptional memory and unparalleled talent, he could only manage to learn the properties of 3,600 in a single day. As night fell, just before parting ways with Hui Xian, Lin Yi suddenly remembered something. Miss Hui Xian, earlier you mentioned a clue about the mirror flower, water moon wine. What was it? Hui Xian retrieved an ancient book from her sleeve, opened it, and pointed to a passage. I found some clues related to the love flower. According to legend, in ancient times, a cultivator used emotions to achieve enlightenment. Afterward, flowers bloomed across 30,000 miles. The love flower? Lin Yi's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting that the legendary love flower might be one of these rare herbs? It's a possibility, Hui Xian nodded. However, this book doesn't specify where that cultivator achieved enlightenment. I even asked my master, but he's never heard of this legend. Given how ancient this story is, even if we had a location, it might no longer exist today. Lin Yi frowned slightly, deep in thought. Noticing his expression, Hui Xian quickly added, actually, I can keep looking. I've gathered many texts this time, and once I've gone through them, I might uncover more clues. She gestured toward a towering pile of jade slips and books not far away, her tone resolute. Lin Yi followed her gaze and was momentarily stunned. All these books, did you borrow them just for this clue? Indeed, Hui Xian replied earnestly, nodding. It's a task assigned by my master. I must give it my all. But Huixin hesitated, her eyes brimming with worry. Relax, relax. I'll take care of the rest myself. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, cutting off any chance for her to object. With a casual flick of his wrist, a ripple of spiritual light spread out, and the mountain of jade slips and ancient texts disappeared into his spatial artifact. His movements were brisk and confident, as if he had already planned everything out. Don't worry. Even though I didn't find the actual item, you've pointed me in the right direction. Lin Yi's gaze softened, but his tone carried a quiet certainty. He looked at Huixin and smiled gently, hoping to ease her overly serious nature. She was a wonderful person, but her stubbornness sometimes bordered on rigidity. Yet, it was precisely this quality that made her assistance so invaluable. At this moment, Lin Yi felt much lighter. In his mind, he couldn't help but revisit the deductions he had made earlier. If the love flower blooms by channeling emotions, could the sorrow grass emerge through the path of sorrow? And the forget-worry fruit, might it be formed by embracing the art of letting go? This line of thought could very well hold the key to solving the puzzle. All right, Huixin nodded, ultimately choosing not to say more. Though reluctant, she understood that Lin Yi's decision was the most appropriate course of action for now. Master of the mountain, a guest is here to see you. As soon as Lin Yi returned to Jushan, Su Li hurried over, a hint of excitement in his expression. Who is it? Lin Yi paused, raising an eyebrow. Having just joined the sect, he knew only a handful of people. Neither the mountain lords of Baishan nor the inner sect elites were likely to show up as guests. It's a disciple from the Shan High Immortal Sect. Su Li's eyes sparkled with reverence. Shan High Immortal Sect? Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, and a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his lips. The sect famed for crafting all those rankings and lists? Exactly. They've probably come to deliver the exiled immortal list to you, Su Li confirmed with a nod. Perfect timing. Lin Yi's eyes lit up with a glimmer of intrigue. While he had identified the general direction for gathering the ingredients for the mirror flower moon wine, the actual search would undoubtedly be time-consuming and arduous. Although Huixin could assist, she was still new to the sect and at a critical stage in her cultivation. Splitting her focus would be unwise. On the other hand, the Shan High Immortal Sect, known as the information brokers of the spiritual world, might just provide some useful leads. Let's go. Lin Yi rose decisively, his robes swaying as he strode towards the mountain peak. Moments later, Lin Yi arrived at his abode. From a distance, he spotted a lone figure in white standing gracefully within the lakeside pavilion. Her skirt fluttered lightly in the breeze, and she held a flute, playing a melody that flowed like a clear stream. The ethereal tune melded with the surroundings, transforming the lake into a dreamlike scene. Disciple of the Shan High Immortal Sect, Shangguanyu, greets Master Lin of the Mountain. The moment Lin Yi stepped into the pavilion, Shangguanyu sensed his presence. She lowered her flute, offering him a faint smile and a courteous bow from afar. You're too kind, Taoist Shangguan. Lin Yi stepped onto the pavilion, his gaze sweeping over Shangguanyu briefly. Internally, He couldn't help but marvel. The Shanhai immortal sect truly lives up to its reputation for charm and finesse. Even their emissaries are so impeccably presented. Taoist Shangguan, your flute melody just now was truly serene and captivating. I hope I didn't interrupt your moment of inspiration. Lin Yi spoke with a warm smile, his tone easygoing. You flatter me, Master Lin. Shangguan Yu returned his smile, her voice composed. I was merely following my heart and playing as I felt. As she spoke, her eyes discreetly studied Lin Yi. The more she observed, the more astonished she became. Foundation establishment. The previous reports had stated that Lin Yi was merely at the 12th level of qi refinement. Yet here he stood, having pioneered the unique path of foundation establishment through the Tao of Wine. Such talent truly lived up to the acclaim of someone destined to stand out among all paths. What brings you here today, Taoist Shangguan? Lin Yi asked casually, gesturing for her to take a seat. His tone carried a hint of curiosity, though his demeanor remained light-hearted. I come at my master's behest with a matter to discuss, Shangguan Yu replied, her expression turning serious as she got straight to the point. Hearing this, Lin Yi's smile deepened. What a coincidence. I also have a matter to discuss with you. Shangguan Yu stared at Lin Yi in astonishment. She had come to see Lin Yi about the matter of the Zhexin list, but now Lin Yi had something to ask of her as well. What could it be? Shangguan Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. With a hint of curiosity in her eyes, she asked, May I ask what matter Master Lin is referring to? Lin Yi's lips curved into a faint smile, his gaze calm as still water. He replied slowly, I wish to inquire about some information from the Shanhai immortal sect. Hearing this, Shangguan Yu let out a small sigh of relief. A hint of ease appeared on her face, and her tone gained a touch of confidence. That's simple. Whatever Master Lin wishes to know, as long as it is within the knowledge of my Shanhai immortal sect, I will answer without reservation. She had full confidence in the intelligence-gathering capabilities of the Shanhai immortal sect, and fulfilling Lin Yi's request would naturally be a straightforward matter. Lin Yi nodded, a faint smile in his eyes. And what brings you here, Taoist Shangguan? I came for the Zhexin list, to create a portrait of Master Lin, Shangguan Yu replied directly. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. A portrait? Exactly. The Zhexin list consists of 10 individuals. We have already compiled their information and now need their portraits for documentation. I hope Master Lin will kindly cooperate. Shangguan Yu explained softly, her tone calm yet earnest. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, not finding the request troublesome. He casually sat on the pavilion's railing, took out a jug of wine, and leaned against a column with an air of ease. Adjusting his posture slightly, he asked with a smile, Taoist Shangguan, does this pose work for you? Shangguan Yu's eyes gleamed with a hint of admiration as she replied softly, Master Lin is as refined as jade and as elegant as an immortal. Any pose would look splendid on you. Lin Yi let out a light laugh, clearly indifferent to the compliment, though his tone grew a touch more casual. In that case, let us chat as you draw. With that, he poured himself a drink, his gaze drifting to the bright moon in the sky. His expression was serene, yet his thoughts wandered as he silently reflected on the rare flowers and herbs he had noted earlier at Danshan. Very well, Shangguan Yu nodded slightly. With a flick of her wrist, she produced a brush, ink, paper, and an inkstone, which she gently arranged on the stone table within the pavilion. Her slender, fair hands moved with an elegance that made even the simple act of grinding ink seem poised and graceful. As the ink dissolved, a faint floral fragrance wafted through the air, subtle yet enchanting. Lin Yi's nose twitched slightly, and his brow arched as he remarked, This ink is rather unusual. Shangguan Yu paused momentarily, her eyes lifting to meet his. Oh? In what way? Lin Yi's gaze sharpened slightly, a hint of seriousness crossing his features as he said in a low voice, If I'm not mistaken, this ink contains the essence of 32 different rare flowers and herbs. A flicker of surprise flashed across Shangguan Yu's face, though she quickly regained her composure. She gave Lin Yi a deep look before responding calmly, Master Lin, you can identify herbs by their scent? Identify herbs by scent? Lin Yi chuckled softly, his tone unhurried. You could say that. Lin Yi had an extraordinary sensitivity to scents, a talent that stemmed from his unparalleled aptitude in the art of alchemy. His ability to discern the 32 rare flowers and herbs in the ink was a testament to his exceptional olfactory acuity. Shangguan Yu was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly, her tone carrying a hint of admiration. You're correct. This ink is called Yunxiang ink. It is infused with the essence of 32 rare flowers and herbs. Her tone was steady, but there was a trace of awe in her eyes. Yunxiang ink, though categorized as a third-grade ink, had the unique property of calming the mind and focusing the spirit, making it incredibly valuable for cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Its formula was a closely guarded secret of the Shanhai immortal sect. Yet Lin Yi had identified its composition with just a sniff and ability that was truly astonishing. Lin Yi, however, said nothing further. His gaze shifted slightly, and his tone changed as he steered the conversation toward the main topic. Taoist Shangguan, have you ever heard of someone entering the Tao through love, with blossoms blooming across 30,000 miles? Shangguan Yu paused at his words, then lowered her head to continue her drawing. Her voice was calm as she replied, there is a tale of a tree on Tsang Mountain that took 3,000 years to take human form. Its name was Xiao. Xiao entered the mortal world and fell in love, ultimately entering the Tao through love. Blossoms bloomed across 30,000 miles, and the place came to be known as Peach Blossom Mountain. Is this the story Master Lin is referring to? Her tone was as tranquil as still water, yet the details she provided were far more intricate than what Huixin had uncovered earlier. Lin raised his cup, taking a small sip of wine, his gaze sharp and probing, carrying a hint of curiosity. His voice was low but firm, like a stone striking the ground. Peach Blossom Mountain, does it still exist? Shangguan Yu looked up, her expression calm yet resolute. Her voice was cool, steady, and unwavering. Peach Blossom Mountain, though once a place of enlightenment, could not withstand the passage of time.
It has long been lost to the river of history.
Lost? Lin Yi's brows furrowed slightly as his hand paused mid-motion, holding the wine cup. His expression revealed a mix of reluctance and disappointment. His gaze turned colder as he pressed on. But what of the flowers? Do any remain? They do, Shangguan Yu replied without hesitation, her hand moving gracefully as she wrote with her brush, the characters flowing like clouds and water, unaffected by their conversation. Her pale, steady hands exuded composure and confidence. Lin Yi's expression brightened, and his voice rose slightly in excitement. Where? The flower, known as the five-colored peach, is a rare and extraordinary bloom, revered among spiritual cultivators. It ranks as a third-class sacred plant and is cultivated in the medicinal gardens of many sects, Shangguan Yu explained with an air of authority. Five-colored peach? Lin Yi repeated softly, his gaze flickering as if recalling something. A faint, bitter smile appeared on his lips. So the flower of affection is the five-colored peach. Images of a breathtaking scene he once witnessed on Dan Mountain resurfaced in his mind. The five-colored peach blossoms blooming in vibrant hues, their fruits resembling peaches, both the flowers and fruits possessing medicinal properties. The memory stirred a sense of awe at the curious twists of fate. Lin Yi's smile faded as his eyes grew more profound. Shangguan, do you know if there are those in the spiritual realm who pursue enlightenment through emotion? And if so, are there those who take the path of sorrow or the path of forgetting grief? Do they have accompanying artifacts? The brush in Shangguan Yu's hand paused momentarily. She raised her gaze to meet Lin Yi's, her tone resolute.
Yes.
Please, enlighten me. Lin Yi could no longer suppress his curiosity and eagerly pressed for details. Shangguan Yu smiled faintly and began to explain. There is one who achieved enlightenment through the path of forgetting grief, known by the Taoist title endless sorrow. It is said that this individual was born into the mortal world, plagued by endless misfortune. On the day they were born, their parents perished. When they opened a mountain, it collapsed. When they tilled the land, the fields caved in. When they ventured to sea, storms arose. On their wedding day, their spouse fled. Their life was an unending series of sorrows. By this point, Lin Yi was already wide-eyed, unable to contain his astonishment. Endless sorrow indeed lives up to their name. They must be the reincarnation of a cursed star. Shangguan Yu neither confirmed nor denied his remark and continued. Yet, despite such a life, at the age of 90, this individual experienced a moment of sudden enlightenment, transcending the attachments of the mortal world and achieving the Tao through the path of forgetting grief. The sorrows of their life transformed into the essence of Tao, manifesting as an accompanying artifact the stone apricot. Stone apricot? Lin Yi murmured, his eyes reflecting a trace of puzzlement. This fruit has an exceptionally peculiar taste but possesses the power to dispel inner demons. When the Buddhist sect brought endless sorrow from the mortal world to the spiritual realm, they also brought the stone apricot. Due to its unique properties, it is now cultivated in the orchards of various sects, Shangguan Yu explained calmly, though her words stirred waves of emotion in Lin Yi's heart. Lin Yi shook his head with a wry smile, exclaiming, well, it seems I've been searching far and wide, only to find what I sought was right under my nose. Who would have thought that 2 of the 4 legendary wine catalysts would be so close at hand? After a brief pause, his gaze sharpened as he asked, and the one who achieved enlightenment through the path of sorrow, who are they? There are many who tread the path of sorrow, but only one possesses an accompanying artifact, Shangguan Yu said as she set her brush down, her fingers interlacing. A subtle yet meaningful expression crossed her face. And as fate would have it, this individual has ties to the Deluo immortal sect. Tied to the Deluo immortal sect? Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. To be precise, they are connected to Zhou Yun, the master of the Tao repository mountain within the sect. Shang Guanyu revealed in a soft voice, her words landing like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through Lin Yi's thoughts. Connected to the master? Lin Yi was completely taken aback, his face betraying disbelief. Zhou Yun achieved enlightenment through the path of Confucianism. How could they have any connection to the path of sorrow? Shang Guanyu hesitated for a moment, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes before she shook her head. While this matter is known to many, the specifics are not something I am at liberty to share. If you are truly interested, you would do best to ask Master Zhou directly. As Shang Guanyu's words faded into the still air, Lin Yi fell into deep contemplation, his mind brimming with unanswered questions and a growing sense of intrigue surrounding Zhou Yun's past. Lin Yi nodded slightly, his expression calm but his gaze sharp. In a soft voice he said, Master Lin, ask away. Shang Guanyu pondered briefly before nodding, her eyes as deep as the night. Years ago, the venerable Hongren of Lang Temple left behind a verse. Bodhi is not a tree, nor is the clear mirror a stand. Originally, there is not a single thing where could dust alight. Master Lin, do you know if any object is connected to this verse? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. He and Huixin had already investigated thoroughly and knew well of the venerable Hongren. Among the 4 legendary wine guides, 2 were already in their possession. Zhou Yun's grief, considering Zhou Yun's nature, would undoubtedly be revealed to him. The remaining one must be the mirror stone. If this verse indeed relates to an object, it might just be the key. There is. Shang Guanyu nodded firmly, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Lin Yi's expression lit up with joy as he pressed. What is it? Shang Guanyu's face remained composed, though her tone carried a hint of intrigue. Actually, the true author of this verse was not the venerable Hongren. It wasn't him? Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. Though surprised, he found it not entirely implausible. After all, historical records were often prone to errors, and both the mystical and mortal realms were rife with apocryphal tales, making truth hard to discern. It was a humble novice monk at Lang Temple. Shang Guanyu said slowly, her voice steady but tinged with mystery. This monk was tasked with sweeping the rolling scripture platform. Despite his menial role, his wisdom was extraordinary. One day, he noticed that no matter how diligently he swept, the dust on the platform would not disappear. Frustrated, he threw down his broom in exasperation and spontaneously uttered these words. The moment he spoke, enlightenment struck him like lightning, and his spiritual path soared. However, the rolling scripture platform shattered as a result, revealing a translucent, mirror-like stone beneath. It was said to possess extraordinary qualities, capable of illuminating one's true nature. Lin Yi listened intently, unable to resist asking, is this stone still at Lang Temple? Of course, Shang Guanyu nodded confidently. After achieving enlightenment, the monk became a disciple of the venerable Hongren and took the title Liaochen.
The stone was thus named the Liaochen Mirror.
Upon Master Liaochen's ascension, the mirror became the temple's most treasured artifact. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, taking a deep breath. A wave of unease swept over him. Such a sacred relic would undoubtedly be difficult to obtain. Noticing his reaction, Shang Guanyu's lips curved into a faint smile, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. Actually, acquiring the Liaochen mirror may not be entirely impossible. Lin Yi's eyes lit up with anticipation. Does Shang Guan have a plan? Shang Guanyu replied slowly. Before his ascension, Master Liaochen inscribed a verse upon the mirror. It is said that whoever can decipher this verse will inherit the master's legacy and claim the Liaochen mirror as their own. Is that so? Excitement flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. In that case, it doesn't seem too difficult. Not difficult? Shang Guanyu's body tensed slightly as she bit her lip, her gaze sharp as she stared at Lin Yi. This verse has been passed down for generations, and not even the sages of the Buddhist and Taoist paths have been able to unravel it. And you call it simple? Lin Yi, however, remained nonchalant, his smile bright and carefree. If no one else can solve it, that makes it simple. If I can solve it, then it's destiny. Shang Guanyu fell silent at his words, though a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. She lowered her gaze slightly, gripping her brush tighter as if channeling all her feelings into her work. Before long, Shang Guanyu's brush paused sharply, and the painting was complete. Letting out a deep breath, she looked up at Lin Yi. Thank you for your cooperation, Master Lin. Stretching lazily, Lin Yi rose and approached the table. His gaze fell upon the painting before him. It depicted him seated by the railing, his robes billowing in the wind. The moon's reflection on the lake was faint and ethereal, its silvery glow illuminating his figure like a deity descended to the mortal realm, mysterious yet free-spirited. Are you satisfied, Master Lin? Shang Guanyu's voice was cold yet carried a hint of pride, a testament to her confidence in her artistic skill. Lin Yi studied the painting carefully, a faint smile tugging at his lips. In a soft voice, he remarked, the craftsmanship is flawless, and the spirit is captured perfectly. Lin Yi nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on the painting for a moment before his tone shifted, carrying a hint of regret. It's a pity. It's missing a certain essence. Shang Wanyu was momentarily stunned by his words, her heart filled with doubt and curiosity. She quickly leaned closer to the painting, scrutinizing it intently. Yet, no matter how carefully she examined it, she couldn't spot any flaws. The Lin Yi depicted in the painting was elegant and otherworldly, the night serene as flowing water. The brushstrokes were delicate and fluid, the atmosphere profound. It was undeniably a masterpiece. She couldn't help but wonder to herself, a figure as flawless as jade, unmatched in this world. How could a painting like this lack essence? As her thoughts swirled in confusion, Lin Yi suddenly spoke, his tone lighthearted. Fellow Taoist Shangguan, you don't drink, do you? Shangguan, you blinked, then shook her head. Indeed, I do not. Lin Yi's lips curved into a subtle, meaningful smile. Then that's perfect. Without further explanation, he raised the wine flask in his hand, took a swig, and abruptly sprayed the wine toward the painting. The fine mist of wine turned into delicate droplets midair, gently falling onto the artwork. The rich aroma of wine filled the room, intoxicating and delightful. As the wine mist settled on the painting, it was as if it had added the final, defining touch, completely transforming the piece. Take another look, fellow Taoist, Lin Yi said, stepping back with a smile and motioning for Shang Wanyu to approach. Shang Wanyu stepped forward hesitantly, her gaze falling on the painting once more. Her eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief. It was still the same painting, yet now it seemed to possess an indescribable vitality. The interplay of moonlight and water seemed so real, as if they had truly merged into one. It was impossible to tell whether the moonlight was rising from the water, or the moon above was casting its reflection down. The Lin Yi in the painting, seated by the railing, now appeared vividly alive, raising his cup, his eyes hazy with intoxication. Even the faint trace of drunkenness seemed tangible, almost real. This Shangguanyu's slender figure trembled slightly, a spark of enlightenment flickering through her mind, elusive yet profound. Yes, yes, that's how it should be. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, his eyes brimming with appreciation as they lingered on the painting. Taking a deep breath, Shang Wanyu finally calmed herself. Her gaze shifted back to Lin Yi, now filled with admiration. Master Lin, your talent is truly extraordinary. Her voice carried a trace of awe, her expression complex. Among countless arts, Lin Yi had chosen the path of wine. Yet, despite not pursuing the art of painting, a mere mist of wine from him had imbued the painting with its varied soul. Soul, Shang Wanyu suddenly realized, finally grasping the elusive truth she had been searching for. I'm glad it meets your approval, fellow Taoist, Lin Yi said with a serene smile. He then glanced out the window. It's getting late. If you don't mind, how about staying the night here on my wine mountain? Shang Wanyu shook her head gently, her tone polite but firm. I appreciate Master Lin's kindness, but I must decline. I need to deliver this painting back to my sect tonight, and after that, I will be tasked with distributing the celestial rankings to various sections. Within 3 days, the names of the 10 chosen will spread throughout the entire spiritual realm. Lin Yi nodded in understanding and cupped his hands in farewell. In that case, I won't keep you any longer, fellow Taoist. He watched as Shang Wanyu carefully rolled up the painting, placing it in a protective scroll case before taking her leave. Standing there, Lin Yi's gaze grew deep and contemplative. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he thought to himself, though I've already earned fame in the mortal world, it feels quite satisfying to make a name for myself in the spiritual realm as well. Turning around, his eyes fell on the distant Taoist library mountain. He murmured softly, Sir, with your path of sorrow, what exactly is your connection to him? After a moment of silence, Lin Yi straightened his robes and headed toward the Taoist library mountain. Upon arriving at the mountain, Lin Yi's eyes narrowed, his heart struck with awe. At the summit stood an enormous bookshelf that seemed to pierce the heavens, towering between the realms of earth and sky. Purple clouds cascaded down its sides, and immortal light shimmered faintly. On the shelves, countless texts floated amidst the clouds, forming a vast ocean of scholarly energy. Faint, majestic echoes of ancient knowledge reverberated through the air. It's unimaginable how many texts has Zhou Yun collected over the years? Lin Yi thought to himself, his gaze filled with respect. Just then, the towering bookshelf emitted a gentle hum, and a figure gradually emerged. Zhou Yun appeared, surrounded by flowing scriptures that seemed to contain the entirety of the stars and heavens. His aura brimmed with literary brilliance, exuding an indescribable presence. His cultivation had clearly advanced yet again. You've come seeking sorrow, haven't you? Zhou Yun opened his eyes slowly, purple light swirling within them as though he had already seen through everything. The countless scriptures surrounding him instantly merged into his body, his aura becoming as deep and calm as an abyss. Lin Yi straightened his posture, bowing deeply. I humbly ask for your guidance, sir. Follow me, Zhou Yun said calmly, stepping onto the colorful clouds as he headed toward the intersect. Lin Yi quickly followed. The intersect lay just beyond the 100 peaks. As the two crossed the undulating mountain ranges, the view suddenly opened up before them. At the entrance, floating mountains stood like a forest, and cascading waterfalls hung like rivers from the heavens, shrouded in mist and brimming with spiritual energy. It was a scene straight out of a fairy tale. Spirit Chi waterfalls? Lin Yi's eyes widened as he stared at the shimmering spiritual light dancing within the waterfalls, his heart surging with astonishment. Though he had heard of them before, seeing them in person was an entirely different experience, truly breathtaking. Zhou Yun seemed to notice his awe and smiled faintly as he began to explain. The intersect of Deluo resides within a blessed land, a world of its own. This land, known as the Deluo Blessed Realm, is said to be the most extraordinary in the spiritual realm, containing the purest and most abundant spirit chi in existence. However, because this spirit chi is so potent, cultivators below the golden core stage who attempt to cultivate here risk losing control of their mind and spirit. This is why our sect has the distinction between the outer and inner section. Lin Yi nodded, fully understanding the reasoning. Cultivation may increase one's power, but elevating one's state of mind is far more challenging. In a place as saturated with spirit chi as this, one's cultivation might progress rapidly, but if their mental state couldn't keep up, they would face endless dangers. This was why outer sect disciples were required to endure 120 years of tempering before reaching the golden core stage and being admitted to the inner sect. These spirit chi waterfalls not only benefit the disciples of the 100 Peaks, but are also a vital part of our Deluo sect's protective formation, the Yunluo Waterfall Array. Zhou Yun continued, his tone calm yet with a hint of seriousness in his gaze. Remember, follow my steps exactly. One wrong move could be disastrous. Before his words had fully settled, Zhou Yun lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his figure soaring gracefully like a crane as he darted toward the waterfalls. Lin Yi dared not hesitate. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and followed closely, matching Zhou Yun's every step with precision. As they moved through the spirit chi waterfalls, the mist, infused with spirit chi, enveloped them like invisible barriers. A single misstep could disrupt their energy flow and throw them into chaos. Yet, with his keen senses and solid foundation, Lin Yi managed to keep up flawlessly. In mere moments, the two had crossed the Yunluo waterfall and entered the inner sect. The sight before them left Lin Yi breathless. Spirit chi surged from all directions like tidal waves, converging into rivers that glimmered like the Milky Way. With every inhale and exhale, he could feel the energy within his core vessel, the wine Dao bottle, roaring and swelling, its power surging dramatically. If I cultivated in a place like this, I could probably break through to the second stage of foundation establishment in less than 3 days. Lin Yi exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Zhou Yun chuckled at his remark. You're the first to enter the inner sect while still at the foundation establishment stage. Lin Yi froze for a moment, surprised by the comment. Even Zhou Yun himself had not entered the inner sect during his foundation establishment stage. Yet now he was making an exception for Lin Yi. Don't worry, Zhou Yun said, seemingly reading his thoughts. His tone carried a quiet confidence. The inner sect holds what you need. Besides, I have great faith in your state of mind. Among the countless paths, your talent is unparalleled. Yet you chose the Wine Dao path you carved for yourself, creating a unique foundation. Such determination and courage are rare. Lin Yi's heart swelled with emotion at these words, though he said nothing. As he looked around, he couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of the inner sect. Towering mountains stood majestically, with spirit beasts roaming and auspicious birds soaring in the skies. The air was thick with a primal energy that inspired both awe and reverence. Mighty rivers snaked through the landscape like dragons, their roaring currents a testament to the inner sect's untamed power. This is just the outer perimeter of the inner sect, Zhou Yun said evenly, not leading Lin Yi deeper but instead moving laterally. Before long, they arrived at a serene valley. Here, vibrant flowers and rare herbs bloomed in abundance, while a tranquil river flowed gracefully through the scene. By the riverbank stood a humble grass hut, nestled against the mountains and water, exuding a peaceful yet transcendent aura. Sir seems to have a fondness for grass huts, Lin Yi remarked with a smile as he observed the simple dwelling. To build a hut from grass is also a form of cultivation, Zhou Yun replied calmly, offering no further explanation as he led Lin Yi toward the riverbank. By the riverbank stood a magnificent boulder, shimmering with radiant light, solitary and striking against the flowing waters. The gentle murmur of the river only served to highlight the boulder's extraordinary presence. Though top-heavy, it stood firm and unwavering, as if bearing the weight of the heavens and earth. Its surface was smooth, faintly etched with mysterious divine patterns. These markings divided the stone into 3 distinct sections, and as they glimmered with a shifting light, an unexplainable sense of pressure seemed to emanate. piercing straight into the soul. Lin Yi focused his gaze on the stone, a strange and indescribable feeling stirring within him. Sir, this stone is quite unusual, he murmured, his tone tinged with curiosity and caution. Zhou Yun's eyes lowered slightly as his fingers gently brushed over the surface of the boulder, his touch as delicate as if he were caressing a rare treasure. He let out a deep sigh, his gaze distant and profound, as though peering through the mists of time. This stone is called the Zhaoshan stone, an ancient relic of the primordial era. Zhaoshan stone? Lin Yi furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. The Zhaoshan stone was born when the spiritual realm first came into being, imbued with the essence of the sun and moon to gain divine insight. Zhou Yun explained, his voice steady and resolute. It can sense the aura of living beings. If it resonates with one's essence, it can reflect their past. Reflect one's past? Lin Yi was taken aback, his heart trembling as a wave of astonishment washed over him. Zhou Yun nodded faintly, exhaling a long breath as though releasing distant memories buried deep within. Suddenly, he turned to Lin Yi and asked casually, "You brought wine, didn't you?" "Of course," Lin Yi replied, snapping out of his thoughts. He retrieved a wine flask from his storage pouch and handed it to Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun took the flask, sniffed it lightly, and a faint glimmer appeared in his eyes. The wine's spirit wavers just ordinary Xingyue wine, but it'll suffice. Before Lin Yi could respond, Zhou Yun flipped his palm, revealing a pearl the size of a fingertip. Lin Yi's eyes focused on the pearl. Its surface glowed with a soft, azure light, resembling an endless ocean contained within. Just one glance was enough to leave one entranced. "This is the Jiren's tear," Zhou Yun said, his gaze fixed on the pearl. A myriad of emotions flickered in his eyes as he spoke with a trace of sentiment. In the coastal waters of the Eastern Sea, 3 million miles westward, there exists a race of Bangshaofuman, half-fish known as Jiaren. Their tears crystallize into pearls, treasures that can enhance the soul and aid in the path of enlightenment. He paused briefly before continuing. The Jiaren practice a technique called the threefold reversal of immortality, which allows them to live through 3 lifetimes. Those who tread the path of sorrow often belong to the Jiaren. Lin Yi's heart stirred at these words. He glanced at Zhou Yun with a trace of contemplation. Does that mean those who walk the path of sorrow are Jiaren? Zhou Yun didn't answer directly. Instead, he extended the Jiren's tear toward Lin Yi. "Dissolve this pearl in the wine and take a sip. You'll understand." Lin Yi accepted the pearl and dropped it into the wine flask. As it entered, the pearl dissolved into a stream of blue light, merging with the wine. Immediately, an indescribable sorrow filled the air, as though it could evoke the deepest regrets and anguish buried in one's heart. Without hesitation, Lin Yi took a swig. Instantly, a wave of grief surged from within, swelling into a tidal force that threatened to overwhelm him. A faint hum echoed. The sorrow within him seemed to resonate with the wine, transforming into an invisible ripple that reached out toward the Zhaoshan stone. In the next moment, Lin Yi felt the world around him shift. The mountains, rivers, and cottages vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of sapphire sea. An illusion. Lin Yi's heart jolted. He quickly steadied his mind, suppressing the wine's influence, careful not to disrupt the vision before him. His form now seemed to dissolve into the air, like a breeze drifting without shape or substance. Below him, a group of Jiaren frolicked in the sea, their laughter ringing out in pure, untainted joy. Suddenly, in the distance, a figure approached, gliding effortlessly over the waves on the blade of a sword. The figure moved with grace and confidence, their robes billowing in the wind, exuding an air of elegance and charm. Zhou Yun. Lin Yi's eyes sharpened, instantly recognizing the man. This version of Zhou Yun, though already a century old, radiated vitality and spirit. He carried himself with the poise of a seasoned swordsman, his every gesture brimming with purpose and authority, like a blade newly unsheathed, dazzling and unyielding. Lin Yi's gaze shifted to the group of Jiaren below. Among them, a woman slowly raised her head, her eyes locking onto Zhou Yun. Her expression softened, her gaze filled with admiration and a longing that was impossible to conceal. Could it be love at first sight for Zhou Yun? Lin Yi murmured under his breath, his tone tinged with disbelief as he observed the Jiaren woman's entranced demeanor. Lin Yi felt a tremor in his soul as the scene before his eyes began to shift, like waves surging and receding. Gradually, the image solidified into a crystal palace. Nestled deep beneath the ocean, the palace was entirely translucent, shimmering like a dream. Surrounding it were forests of coral swaying gently, their vivid hues glowing softly, while jellyfish drifted gracefully, radiating a faint luminescence like scattered stars. Inside the palace, an almost unearthly tranquility reigned, as though time itself had come to a standstill. A mermaid sat quietly before a dressing table. Her features were delicate and beautiful, but her eyes carried an unmistakable sorrow. In her hands, she held a portrait, gazing at it with such intensity that it seemed she wished to etch the image into her very soul. The portrait depicted a man, sword in hand, striding against the wind. Though the brushstrokes were somewhat crude, they captured his spirit vividly, exuding an indescribable aura of resilience and grace. It was clear that the painting was a reflection of the artist's boundless longing and devotion. As Lin Yi's thoughts churned, a sudden realization struck him: this was no illusion but a memory from the mermaid's past. His consciousness swept through the scene like a breeze, and more fragments of her memories began to unfold. The recurring motif in these memories was the mermaid gazing at the portrait, lost in thought. It all began with a chance encounter, a fleeting moment that left her deeply smitten. That single meeting planted a love so profound that it became an inescapable bond, even a shackle on her path of cultivation. This love had given rise to an inner tribulation she could not overcome. Was it fate? Or a cruel twist of destiny? Lin Yi's heart stirred with a mix of emotions. The scene shifted once more, revealing another mermaid in the palace. This one exuded an air of authority and grace, her gaze sharp and imposing. She looked coldly at the lovesick mermaid, her tone laced with impatience. Fenghua, with your innate talent, you should have reached the golden core stage by now. Why are you still failing? Fenghua lowered her head slightly, her voice soft and hesitant. Perhaps the time has not yet come. She dared not admit that each time she attempted to break through, the image of that man would surface in her mind, disrupting her focus and allowing inner demons to take root. The mermaid queen's eyes grew colder, her tone more severe. You failed twice already. If you fail a third time, even I cannot save you. At that point, your only option will be to undergo the threefold rebirth of the reverse immortal path. Do you realize the immense cost of such a choice at your current realm? With those words, the queen turned and left, leaving Fenghua standing there, dazed and conflicted. Her hands clenched tightly, her fingertips trembling as a storm of emotions swirled in her eyes. No, Fenghua murmured to herself, a determined glint emerging in her gaze. If I undergo the threefold rebirth, I will forget him, but I don't want to forget. Even if it means being shattered into pieces, I want to remember everything about him. Her expression carried the same mix of confusion and stubbornness that had marked her first awakening to love. The scene shifted yet again, this time to a desolate island. Fenghua stood before a glimmering heart mirror stone, holding the portrait as she gazed at it with deep affection. It seemed as though she hoped the stone could reveal something to her. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed as he recognized the significance of the stonite had not originally been in Deluo but was brought back from this very sea. The heart mirror stone, it reflects the past, Fenghua whispered, her tears silently falling. I offer the tears of a mermaid. To preserve the beauty of that fleeting moment, a single teardrop fell, transforming into a luminous pearl as it merged with the heart mirror stone. At that moment, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What is love, if not a force that drives one to the edge of life and death? A single glance, a fleeting encounter, had ensnared the mermaid so deeply that she could not break free. Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, the scene abruptly shifted again. By now, Fenghua had entered her second life. Her gaze was clear and pure, her demeanor lively and radiant, and her cultivation had reached the peak of the golden core stage. Yet Lin Yi felt a sense of unease. In this second life, could Fenghua possibly encounter him again? The scene unfolded at the Xianshui sect, a coastal immortal sect hosting a grand gathering of cultivators. The atmosphere was lively, with guests mingling and exchanging pleasantries. Fenghua, carrying a gift, moved gracefully through the crowd, her eyes scanning her surroundings. Suddenly, she froze in her tracks, her bright eyes locking onto a figure in the corner of the gathering. There, leaning casually against a wall, was a Taoist. He held a wine flask in one hand, drinking at his leisure. At times, he engaged in lively conversations, his expressions animated and full of vitality. His unrestrained demeanor and carefree spirit struck a chord in Fenghua, awakening a faint but familiar sense of admiration. Lin Yi's head throbbed as he watched, inwardly groaning. This glance, this is going to cause trouble. And worse still, this is definitely more than just a glance. Zhou Yun's gaze lifted lightly and landed on Fenghua, his eyes carrying a soft, tranquil glow. A gentle smile graced his lips, and his voice, warm and smooth like jade, carried a note of certainty. Miss, have we met before? Fenghua's heart skipped a beat, as if struck by something profound. Her chest tightened, her thoughts scattered. She quickly lowered her head, shaking it in an attempt to hide the flush rising to her cheeks. We have not, she replied firmly, though her trembling voice betrayed her. Fenghua, hurry and present the gift. The voice of the Merman King rang out from a short distance away, laced with an unyielding authority that shattered her reverie. Suppressing the strange stirrings in her heart, Fenghua hurriedly delivered the ceremonial gift. But when she glanced back to find Zhou Yun, he was already gone. All that remained was a solitary wine flask left behind at the drinking table, as if waiting to be noticed. Fenghua stood frozen in place, her mind replaying Zhou Yun's fleeting smile. Almost as if guided by some unseen force, she picked up the flask and carefully took it with her. From that moment on, Fenghua's gaze would often wander toward the wine flask. Her fingers traced its smooth surface, much like the way she once lingered over Zhou Yun's portrait. An unshakable yearning began to take root in her heart, one she could neither understand nor quell. The scene shifted, and Fenghua now stood before the Zhaoshan stone, accompanied by a lively young merman girl. Fenghua gently ran her fingers across the stone's surface, her voice soft and uncertain. Xiaoqi, can this Zhaoshan stone truly reveal my past? With a mischievous grin, Xiaoqi nodded confidently. Of course it can. The Zhaoshan stone reflects past lives, it only needs a guide. Didn't you want to know if you've met that man in a previous life? Just try it and see. With that, she playfully nudged Fenghua closer to the stone. Mermaid tears are the best guide, Xiaoqi reminded her, a sly glint in her eyes. Fenghua, however, hesitated, a troubled expression crossing her face. She sighed softly. But I can't cry. Xiaoqi stuck out her tongue cheekily and pulled out a shimmering, crystalline tear from her pouch. She waved it triumphantly. I came prepared. This is one of my mother's tears. I snuck it out, but you can't tell on me when we go back. She giggled and tossed the tear toward the Zhaoshan stone. Clink. The tear hit the stone but failed to merge with it, instead bouncing to the ground. Xiaoqi froze, her face a mask of confusion. How can this be? Did they lie to me? Fenghua shook her head with a faint smile and bent down to pick up the fallen tear. Her eyes caught something partially buried in the dirt near a corner of a jade box. She murmured softly, It seems something is buried here. Xiaoqi's eyes lit up with excitement. With a wave of her hand, the dirt scattered, revealing a finely crafted jade box. She eagerly dug it out and opened it, only to pout in disappointment. Who wastes such a beautiful box to store an old painting? She casually unrolled the scroll, revealing the image of a man standing tall with a sword, exuding confidence and vitality. Xiaoqi gasped in admiration. What a handsome figure! Fenghua's gaze fell upon the painting, and her heart jolted violently. A flood of memories seemed to stir within her, struggling to rise to the surface but suppressed by an unseen force. Her head spun, and she swayed unsteadily. Suddenly, the Zhaoshan stone emitted a brilliant blue light that shot directly toward Fenghua's forehead, merging into her in an instant. Her body trembled, her eyes closed tightly, and waves of past life memories surged through her mind, overwhelming her senses. Drip. A single tear slid down Fenghua's cheek as she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze now carried a mix of joy and clarity, and she whispered softly, So we truly have met. That fleeting glance. I have finally found it again. A gentle smile curved her lips, and a newfound determination took root in her heart, growing rapidly like a towering tree. Clutching the painting tightly, she murmured, So, he remembers me. Fenghua's expression radiated resolve, though this transformation did not escape Lin Yi's notice. He sighed quietly and muttered to himself, Sir, that one glance of yours has entangled 2 lifetimes. 2 lifetimes, 2 encounters. In one life, Fenghua merely caught a glimpse of Zhou Yun. In another, she spoke but a single sentence to him. And yet, she was utterly captivated. Fenghua knew nothing of Zhou Yun, not his name, not his sect, not his origin. Yet, her heart was already lost. Linny sighed softly as the scene before her eyes shifted once again. Within the crystal palace, a serene blue light bathed the grand hall. The resplendent pearl-inlaid glass pillars shimmered like daylight. Atop the throne sat the Shark Queen, her expression a mix of icy sternness and regal authority. Her eyes, as deep and cold as an ancient abyss, carried a faint aura of menace. Around her stood an array of guards, their swords and spears gleaming, a testament to her unassailable power. Below the throne, Fenghua and Xiaoqi knelt on the ground. Xiaoqi, head bowed, trembled slightly, clearly overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere. Fenghua, in contrast, despite her delicate appearance, stubbornly raised her gaze to meet the Shark Queen's. Her eyes shone with defiance, unyielding even in the face of such majesty. Scattered on the ground before them was a paintinga portrait of Zhou Yun, his refined features graced with a faint, gentle smile. The Shark Queen's cold gaze landed on the painting. Her fingers trembled slightly as she pointed at it, her voice cutting through the silence like a blade. So, you possess unparalleled talent, yet you remain stuck at the most trivial bottlenecks in your cultivation. And this is the reason why. It has nothing to do with him. It's Mei can't forget. Fenghua's voice broke through, urgent and resolute. The Shark Queen let out a cold laugh, her anger intensifying. Nothing to do with him? Do you even understand? The third stage of the rebellious immortal path is a path of heartlessness. Its core lies in severing all ties of emotion. If you cling to this, how can you ever ascend? Fenghua's defiance only grew stronger. Her voice was unwavering as she replied, if becoming an immortal means forgetting him, then I would rather not ascend at all. The Shark Queen slammed her hand against the armrest of her throne, the force causing the entire crystal palace to tremble. Not ascend? Ridiculous. As the future queen of the Shark clan, this is not your choice to make. Guards, take her to the rebellious immortal platform. Fenghua's face turned pale, her heart surging with dread. The rebellious immortal platform? What are you planning to do? The Shark Queen's gaze was sharp as a blade. The rebellious immortal platform is the treasured artifact of our Shark clan. It is used to sever emotional ties. The third stage of the rebellious immortal path grants the Shark clan the ability to live 3 lifetimes. This unparalleled method naturally demands the utmost discipline. A heart of detachment, as vast as the heavens, is the key to success. Yet mortals are not the heavens, and emotional roots are hard to sever. When all else fails, the rebellious immortal platform is used to eradicate these roots. Once severed, all grievances and obsessions will dissipate. As her words fell, she gestured with a wave of her hand. 2 guards immediately stepped forward, seizing Fenghua and dragging her toward the palace's exit. Fenghua struggled, her voice hoarse with desperation. Just kill me. The rebellious immortal platform requires my cooperation to sever my emotional roots. I won't cooperate. The rebellious immortal platform loomed under the cold, biting wind, its immortal flames flickering ominously, as if foretelling an inescapable calamity. Fenghua was forced up the steps, her figure frail but unyielding. The Shark Queen watched her coldly, her voice as icy as frost. I will give you 2 choices. First, cooperate with the rebellious immortal platform and sever your emotional ties. Afterward, you will remain the future queen of the Shark clan. Though you may have wasted your second life, with your talent, you can still reach the tribulation stage in the future. Second, refuse to cooperate, and I will kill that man. The spirit realm may be vast, but the one you cannot find, I can. Fenghua's resolve finally crumbled. Her voice broke into a desperate cry. No, don't harm him. Her mother, ruthless and decisive, would never hesitate once she decided to act. Zhou Yun, with his mere golden core cultivation, stood no chance against the Shark Queen's pursuit. The Shark Queen sneered, tossing the painting to the ground before Fenghua. Then you will deliver this portrait to the Mountain and Sea Immortal sect. I want every detail about this man. No. Fenghua's voice trembled, her eyes filled with terror. I'll do it. I'll cooperate. At last, her defiance shattered. She collapsed to the ground, allowing the guards to drag her to the center of the rebellious immortal platform. Buzz. In an instant, the platform was engulfed in immortal flames. Countless symbols, like the sun, moon, and stars, swirled in dazzling motion. Radiant beams of scorching light shot toward Fenghua, embodying the power of the Tao itself. Even though Lin Yi was merely witnessing this through memory, she felt as though her physical body might be consumed by the flames. She saw Fenghua, her eyes brimming with profound sorrow, as the power of the Tao enveloped her. Her body gradually turned into an illusory shadow, eventually vanishing atop the Nicn platform. The triple realms of Nicn are ultimately the path of heartlessness. Once emotions take root, they grow deeply, forming entanglements that are hard to sever. Even with the power of the Nicn platform to refine emotional ties, failure remains a possibility. What's more, Fenghua had long harbored the will to die. In the end, she perished right there on the Nicn platform. A sense of sorrow lingered in the air. The Nicn platform was left with nothing but tenacious wild grass, stubbornly thriving in the cold wind. So this is the origin of the sorrowful grass? Lin Yi felt a shiver run through him, as if a chill had risen from the soles of his feet and pierced his heart. Suddenly, a deafening roar exploded within his mind. The emergence of the sorrowful grass caused the purple-gold gourd within his sea of consciousness to tremble violently, as if some dormant power was awakening. In the next moment, the gourd began to draw waves of sorrow from the depths of his memory, transforming them into intangible ripples that struck at his very soul. So it's true. A flash of insight lit up Lin Yi's eyes as he immediately understood. The essence of mirror flower moon wine lies not in the flowers or grass themselves, but in their emotional resonance. Whether it's the love flower or the sorrowful grass, the key is the pure, untainted emotions they embody, not the physical forms. But just as this realization dawned, his brows furrowed sharply, and a faint sense of unease arose in his heart. No, something's not right. These memories, they've been tampered with. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he turned his attention back to the scene of Fenghua's failed resurrection through the Nicn platform. The scene should have been one of desolation and sorrow, yet his instincts told him it wasn't genuine. Sure enough, with a mere thought, he channeled the power of his wine soul spirit into the memory, dispelling the illusionary force with ease. What emerged was the true, unaltered vision. The scene atop the Elysian platform was far more harrowing than what he had initially witnessed. Symbols of the Tao danced like flames across Fenghua's body, burning her flesh to a bloody pulp, exposing stark white bones beneath. Her once exquisite face was utterly unrecognizable, marred by deep wrinkles, resembling nothing more than a frail and decrepit skeleton. How could this happen? Lin Yi's heart trembled with shock, his face turning pale. Only now did he realize that the Elysian platform burned not only her emotional ties, but also her very life force. 3 years. Why has it taken 3 whole years? Yet the emotional ties still haven't been refined. Lin Yi murmured to himself, his mind unable to settle from the turmoil. Meanwhile, beneath the Elysian platform, the Merman Emperor stood silently, his gaze fixed intently on Fenghua atop the platform. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, as if he were suppressing a storm of emotions within. 3 years, a low sigh reached Lin Yi's ears. Beside the Merman Emperor, an elderly merman furrowed his brows and said, "Her will is as unyielding as steel. It's truly admirable." But precisely because of this, she had resolved to die long ago. In the end, both she and her emotional ties will be consumed together. The Merman Emperor's gaze darkened slightly. With a cold snort, he stepped forward. A jade scroll appeared in his hand with a flick of his wrist. "Let's see just how steadfast her resolve truly is," the Merman Emperor said coldly. With a swift motion, he flung the jade scroll toward the Elysian platform. The scroll unfurled midair, revealing a painting slowly coming into view. So she claimed her emotional ties were profound enough to forsake the path of immortality? Let's see for ourselves what her beloved has been doing these past 3 years. His voice was icy, but the words struck like a hammer to the heart. As the scroll unfolded, a faint light reignited in Fenghua's once lifeless eyes. Trembling, she reached out to unfurl the scroll further, her gaze carrying a trace of hope, as if she had returned to the moment she first met Zhou Yun. However, the instant the scroll was fully revealed, the light in her eyes dimmed abruptly, as though a merciless blade had pierced her heart. Within the painting, Zhou Yun appeared as dashing and charismatic as ever. Yet, standing beside him was another woman. This woman exuded an ethereal elegance, her entire being shrouded in a soft, celestial glow, as though she had stepped out of a painting herself. A perfect match, a pair made in heaven. Anyone who saw this scene would undoubtedly think the same. Damn it! Lin Yi's heart clenched suddenly, his expression shifting. He recognized the woman in the painting. It was none other than the Mountain Lord of Fa Shan. The Mountain Lord of Fa Shan. Lin Yi's mind buzzed with chaos as a sense of foreboding filled his heart. Within the Jade Scroll, there were not just portraits of two individuals, but also a record of everything they had done over the past 3 years. Each image was breathtaking, a vivid depiction of the two traversing the spiritual realm together, scaling towering peaks, diving into the depths of hidden seas, even venturing into forbidden zones and perilous lands. Time and again, they faced life and death situations together, as if they were inseparable companions, journeying hand in hand through the vast mortal world. Every scene was etched deeply into the Jade Scroll, weaving an unforgettable legend. Anyone who laid eyes on it could feel the undeniable, intense affection between them. The Queen of the Merfolk held the Jade Scroll in her hand, her gaze icy and her words sharp as blades. "You cling to him, yet he does not respond. While you endure the torment of the Tao fire here on the reversed immortal platform, he enjoys romantic moonlit evenings with her. In his eyes, what are you to him?" Fenghua's body trembled, as though struck by a heavy blow. She lifted her head to look at her mother, pain flickering in her eyes before it was quickly masked by calmness. The queen's words were cold and cutting, but what pierced deeper was the content of the Jade Scroll. Her gaze lingered on the images, unmoving for a long time. "Mother, they truly are a perfect match," Fenghua said in a low, steady voice, tinged with a hint of resignation. The Queen of the Merfolk was momentarily taken aback, just as she was about to speak further. But then, she noticed a faint, contented smile appear on Fenghua's face. That smile unsettled her, a vague sense of unease creeping into her heart. 3 years of being burned by the Tao fire, from excruciating agony, to wishing for death, to eventual numbness, had long since drained Fenghua of most of her emotional responses. She had even harbored thoughts of ending her own life. The only thing that kept her going was an unresolved regret. She had never asked for the man's name, his origins, his sect. She didn't even truly know who he was. Now, she knew. Zhou Yun, Mountain Lord of Daozong Shushan, a sect under the Deluo Immortal Sect, who carved his own path and established his own mountain. She murmured the words softly, as if confirming them, or perhaps committing them to memory. Her eyes fell back onto the Jade Scroll, and for a moment, it seemed as though it was not the woman in the images who had accompanied Zhou Yun over the years, but herself. She gently ran her fingers over the scroll, her gaze so tender it could break one's heart. More importantly, she now understood something: her mother, the queen of the merfolk, could not kill him. The Deluo immortal sect, one of the most powerful sects in the spiritual realm, a mountain lord of Daozong Shushan, a figure of immense prestige and unfathomable strength. Who would dare to challenge him? Who could possibly defeat him? Fenghua raised her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. Her voice was calm, yet carried a trace of liberation. Thank you, mother. She struggled to her feet for the first time in 3 years. She stood on the reversed immortal platform. Even though the Tao fire continued to burn her flesh, her blood, and her very soul, she seemed utterly indifferent to the pain. The queen of the merfolk frowned deeply, an ominous feeling surging within her. What are you planning to do? Before the words had fully left her mouth, a burst of flame suddenly erupted from within Fenghua. The fire was brilliant, yet melancholic, resembling a blooming otherworldly flower. It spread rapidly, enveloping her entire figure and intertwining with the Tao fire on the platform. The two opposing forces seemed to achieve a bizarre harmony upon her body. Stop her. Now, the queen commanded, her voice a mix of anger and panic. But before the order could be carried out, several merfolk warriors had already moved to suppress the flames consuming Fenghua. Yet the fire, as if imbued with an unyielding will, grew even fiercer, forcing them to retreat. The fire of Tao dissolution, it transforms one's own Tao into flames, burning everything to ashes and returning it to nothingness. It is a path chosen by cultivators only when they reach the brink of despair, with no attachments left in their hearts. Fenghua smiled faintly, her expression radiant like the first light of spring. Mother, you know as well as I do, one can stop someone who seeks death with all their heart. The queen's gaze darkened, a complex mix of emotions flashing across her face. She remained silent. She knew this truth all too well, yet witnessing it unfold before her still left her feeling helpless. Mother, Fenghua's voice was soft but carried a quiet determination. You've always said I have unparalleled talent and could ascend to immortality. But I don't want to ascend. I only want to have him in my heart. You said I cling to him, yet he does not respond. But love has always been like that, hasn't it? She let the fire of Tao dissolution consume her, her smile as bright as a blossoming flower. There was no fear in her eyes, as though it was not her life being burned away, but rather some invisible chain being broken. Is it worth it? The queen finally asked, her voice low, tinged with an uncharacteristic hint of reluctance. Fenghua shook her head, her gaze distant. I don't know if it's worth it, mother. But over these 3 years, just thinking of him made the Tao fire hurt a little less. And now, seeing news of him still makes my heart feel happy. Her voice grew fainter and fainter, until it was barely audible. Yet her smile never wavered. The fire of Tao dissolution burned ever more brilliantly, as if determined to merge her entirely into its dazzling radiance. Even now, knowing of him, my heart is still filled with joy. Just the thought that I might forget him someday, unable to recall him ever again. Fenghua gently caressed the jade scroll with her delicate fingers, her movements slow and tinged with a sense of reluctance. Her already frail and ethereal figure seemed even more fragile in this moment, as though a mere gust of wind could scatter her into the void. She murmured softly, her voice carrying a hint of relief, yet intertwined with profound sorrow. My attachment to him will be entirely consumed by this fire, leaving no trace in this world. This pain, it surpasses even the agony of the flame. But thinking of it this way, perhaps, it's worth it. The Jiaran Empress stood silently by her side, as still as a mountain, yet the glimmer of tears in her mesmerizing eyes betrayed the turmoil and helplessness within her. She gazed at Fenghua, her lips trembling slightly before she finally let out a sigh, her voice choked with guilt and remorse. All of this, alas, it's my fault. Her words quivered with emotion, laden with deep self-reproach. Fenghua, however, only shook her head gently, her gaze softening with a complex mix of emotions. Mother, you've done nothing wrong. The affairs of the world are rarely perfect. Though the Jiaran lineage possesses the unparalleled technique of the 3 stages of defying immortality, only a rare few can cultivate it. The path of detachment, on the other hand, is the easiest hurdle to overcome. Your daughter's selfishness has left you to bear the burden alone. You've already endured too much. The Jiaran Empress' jade-like hands trembled slightly as she heard this, her eyes filled with helplessness and heartache. Fenghua continued, our Jiaran clan has always remained secluded, and though we have the defying immortality technique, we still barely qualify as a 9th grade power. At its core, it's because the 3 stages of defying immortality are too demanding, with so few who are qualified to practice it. Yet for this very reason, the clan would never give up on anyone capable of cultivating it. Even if you, mother, were willing to let me abandon it, the elders of the clan would never agree. At that point, all the pressure would fall solely on your shoulders. Hearing these words, The Jiaran Empress felt as though her heart was being torn apart. Her voice trembled as she spoke. My foolish child, you've done all of this, and yet he doesn't even know. She pointed at Fenghua, as if wanting to scold her, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to. Fenghua raised her gaze, her eyes calm and untainted, as if untouched by worldly concerns. Mother, I have one last request. The Jiaran Empress sighed deeply, her expression a mixture of emotions. What is it? Lowering her gaze to the jade scroll in her hands, Fenghua spoke, her voice low but resolute. After I dissolve into the Tao, there will inevitably be remnants left behind. If possible, I ask that you find a way to leave them with him. While I cannot accompany him in life, I wish to walk by his side in death. Through mountains and rivers her voice faltered briefly, followed by a faint, bitter smile. The only regret is, if he were to see me in my current state, would he find me repulsive? As her words fell, the jade scroll in her hands began to emit a faint glow. In that moment, Fenghua's dreamlike figure dissolved completely, vanishing into the heavens and earth. On the defying immortality platform, a single blade of grass, exuding a sorrowful aura, took root in the void. Its leaves swayed like the fins of a koi, each gentle movement seeming to carry boundless grief. Around the grass, 9 crystal-clear Jiaran tears danced lightly, as if recounting an unfinished tale of deep affection. At the same time, the purple gold gourd within Lin Yi's sea of consciousness trembled once more, absorbing an even purer and more intense sadness, transforming it into a profound and potent force. Lin Yi's mind quaked, and the vision before him dissipated, pulling him back to reality. He still stood before the heart-reflecting stone, his gaze distant, as though lost in the remnants of the scene he had just witnessed. Beside him, Zhou Yun stared into the horizon, her expression complex, her thoughts scattered. Sigh, even after merging with the Tao, the sorrow lingers, Lin Yi murmured softly, his voice tinged with a sense of melancholy. Zhou Yun's eyes flickered slightly at his words. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke, her tone cautious yet curious. Sir, when did you first learn of this? Lin Yi remained silent for a moment before turning to look at Zhou Yun, his gaze carrying a hint of depth. Before I answer that question, I have one to ask you. For the first time, Zhou Yun heard Lin Yi refer to himself as this old man, his tone heavy, his demeanor revealing a trace of weariness. Zhou Yun smiled faintly, as if she had anticipated his reaction. Sir, are you asking whether Senior Fenghua's memories were flawed? Hearing this, Zhou Yun's eyes lit up, and for the first time, her usually composed and gentle expression gave way to unrestrained excitement. Yes, Lin Yi's question was like a needle, piercing straight into Zhou Yun's heart. Zhou Yun's voice faltered slightly, a rare occurrence as waves of turmoil surged within him. He gritted his teeth, his gaze betraying an internal struggle. He had revisited Fenghua's memories 8 times. The first time, his cultivation was still shallow, and he noticed nothing unusual. However, as his cultivation deepened, subtle inconsistencies in those memories began to surface. Unfortunately, as someone who did not specialize in illusion arts, he could never pinpoint the exact issue. At one point, he considered seeking out an expert in illusion arts, but after much deliberation, he dismissed the idea. Fenghua's memories were his deepest secret, something he was unwilling to share lightly. Moreover, throughout the entire spiritual realm, there were fewer than 3 individuals capable of altering memories at such a level. One of them was none other than the Lord of Huanshan. Zhou Yun had once probed the Lord of Huanshan, who admitted that while he was capable of altering memories with illusion arts, restoring them to their original state was beyond his power. After all, anyone capable of modifying memories to such an extent would have mastery in illusion arts that rivaled the Lord of Huanshan himself. Reversing such a feat was nearly impossible. However, Lin Yi was different. Zhou Yun's eyes flickered as he recalled the scene on the Huachi platform. Lin Yi had used his heart as a guide, his emotions as the soul, and his understanding of the Tao to infuse wine with meaning, prompting even the strongest of the Baishan sect to join forces in support. It was at that moment that Zhou Yun had opened his heart for the first time, confronting his own past. He knew that with Lin Yi's sharp intellect, it was inevitable that he would detect something from Zhou Yun's emotional fluctuations. If that was the case, why not let Lin Yi witness the memories firsthand? Besides, Lin Yi seemed to possess a natural immunity to illusion arts. Even a 7th-grade illusion array was ineffective against him. He had even managed to revive the ancestors on the Huachi platform through illusion arts, allowing them to engage in discussions of the Tao. If anyone in the spiritual realm could uncover the truth, it would undoubtedly be Lin Yi. As for the bay grass, that was merely a convenient excuse. Lin Yi's gaze was intense as he asked in a steady voice, Sir, during those 3 years, what exactly did you do? Zhou Yun's heart skipped a beat, and his expression froze for a moment. He cautiously asked, Are you referring to the 3 years my teacher and I spent traversing mountains and seas? Lin Yi nodded, his tone resolute. That's right. Zhou Yun furrowed his brow, hesitation flickering across his face. After a brief moment of contemplation, he slowly began to speak. During those 3 years, we climbed every mountain we encountered, crossed every sea we came across, ventured into forbidden zones, and braved perilous grounds. We even visited the Sea of Blood and the Sea of Suffering, two places where survival is nearly impossible. Before his voice fully faded, a cold voice echoed from the void. Unfortunately, the truth of those 3 years is something you have yet to fully reveal. The air distorted, and a hazy figure slowly emerged. It was none other than the Lord of Fashion. Greetings to the Lord of Fashion. Lin Yi immediately bowed, while Zhou Yun offered a salute with a conflicted expression, seemingly lost in memories of the past. The Lord of Fashion swept his cold gaze over the two, his eyes lingering on Zhou Yun. His voice was devoid of emotion as he asked, "Will you tell the rest, or shall I?" Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had heard the Lord of Fashion speak at such length, and there was even a faint trace of human warmth in his tone, a stark contrast to his usual ethereal detachment. Zhou Yun sighed deeply at the words, his face etched with weariness and resignation. In a low voice he said, "It seems there's no avoiding this today." The Lord of Fashion let out a cold laugh, his tone as sharp as a blade. "All these years, you've kept silent, and so have I. With your potential, you should have long mastered the Confucian Tao and ascended to the tribulation transcending realm. Yet you've remained stuck in stagnation. How much longer do you intend to drag this out? Since you've already taken the first step, why not see it through cleanly?" These words struck like thunder, leaving even Lin Yi shaken. He refrained from speaking, choosing instead to wait quietly for Zhou Yun's response. Zhou Yun remained silent for a long time, his eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. Finally, he reached out and took the wine flask from Lin Yi's hands. As the liquid slid down his throat, the bitterness was overwhelming. Yet, on Zhou Yun's face, there was a trace of nostalgia. Reaching into his robe, he pulled out an earring crystal clear and shaped like a swimming fish, radiating a faint, otherworldly glow. "Is this Fenghua's earring?" Lin Yi asked, astonished. He recognized it immediately. Fenghua had worn it before, and it seemed as though memories spanning 2 lifetimes were encapsulated in this single ornament. However, Fenghua had always only worn one earring, a detail he had never questioned, assuming it was a unique trait of the merfolk's exotic aesthetic. Buzz. At that moment, the heart mirror stone trembled again. Its dispersed light quickly coalesced into an image, one that revealed Zhou Yun's past. In the scene, Zhou Yun stood with his sword, striding over the waves with the disciples of the Deluo immortal sect following behind him. The sea breeze whipped through his robes, giving him an ethereal, otherworldly air. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Something was floating on the surface of the waves, shimmering brilliantly. It was an earring. With a casual gesture, Zhou Yun beckoned, and the earring rose from the water, landing in his palm. Made of float jade, the earring was light and translucent, refusing to sink even in the depths of the ocean. What was even more remarkable was the faint fragrance unique to the merfolk that clung to the earring. "Zhou Shidi, why are you holding a lady's trinket? Could it be that even a scholar like you has started thinking of romance?" One of his fellow disciples teased, their tone full of mischief. "I've heard plenty of tales about scholars falling for fox spirits in the mortal world. Zhou Shidi, are you thinking of a forbidden love story between a human and a non-human?" Lin Yi recognized several familiar faces among the teasing crowd, with Gu Qing standing out in particular. Back then, Gu Qing was still young, fiddling with a few pills in his hand, a carefree and roguish expression on his face. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhou Yun frowned, his tone carrying a hint of irritation. He held the earring up, his gaze contemplative. The merfolk are known to craft accessories from float jade, but those adorned with fish-shaped designs are reserved exclusively for the royal family. This earring is very likely the possession of a royal mermaid. "Zhou Shidi has quite the discerning eye," Gu Qing remarked, intrigued as he gave the earring a once-over. Nodding, he continued, "The material is undoubtedly float jade, so it must indeed belong to the royal merfolk. But what a pity members of the royal merfolk cultivate the path of detachment. If you truly sought a love story between human and non-human, Zhou Shidi, you'd likely have your legs broken by a royal mermaid before it even began." Gu Qing burst into laughter, evidently on very good terms with Zhou Yun. Though his words were teasing, they carried a sense of camaraderie and affection. "Stop spouting nonsense." Zhou Yun shot him a glare, his tone serious. "To find something and not return itho, can that be the action of a gentleman? I simply wish to return it to its rightful owner." With that, he ignored the others, clutching the earring as he soared into the air, heading toward the distant waves. In no time, he spotted a group of merfolk frolicking in the water, their movements as graceful as spirits of the sea. With a quick glance, his eyes landed on one figure, Fenghua. Sure enough, one of her ears was missing an earring. Miss, Zhou Yun began to speak, but Fenghua had already looked up, her gaze meeting his. Her eyes were pure and translucent, as if shrouded in a light mist. Their blue depths, so captivating they seemed to pull one's very soul into them. For a moment, Zhou Yun was spellbound, as if something within him had been stirred. He instinctively tightened his grip on the earring, and, as if moved by an inexplicable impulse, he said nothing. Instead, he flew directly over her head and disappeared into the horizon. So, Master has known about Fenghua all along? Lin Yi stared at the scene unfolding within the heart mirror stone, utterly dumbfounded. If I hadn't picked up this earring back then, would none of this have happened? Zhou Yun gently rubbed the fish-shaped earring between his fingers, murmuring softly. His tone carried a faint trace of regret and self-reproach. The earring was as cold as ever, as if it had absorbed the chill of millennia, yet his eyes burned with a complex mix of emotions. As his voice faded, the Zhaoshan stone on the table suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Scenes began to emerge on its surface, like long-buried memories being forcibly awakened. Senior Brother Gu, is it truly impossible for one in the third stage of reverse immortality to harbor emotions? In the images, Zhou Yun was buried in a sea of books, ancient scrolls piled high around him, all related to the lore of the Jiaran lineage. His expression was focused, but there was an undercurrent of anxiety in his eyes. Among the texts, the most prominent was a jade slip from the Shanhai Immortal sect, containing all the information about Fenghua. Gu Qing leaned casually against a bookshelf, flipping through an ancient tome with an air of indifference. His tone was calm as he replied, "The third stage of reverse immortality is a path of emotionlessness. Only by severing all emotional ties can one abandon the burdens of the past upon reincarnation." Hearing this, Zhou Yun's fingers froze for a moment, his heart trembling slightly. Then, what happens if one does succumb to emotions? That would be quite troublesome. Gu Qing answered nonchalantly, his tone light, though his gaze inadvertently fell on the fish-shaped earring on the desk. He paused briefly, his eyes narrowing with a sudden sharpness before a playful smile spread across his face. "Junior brother, you're paying an awful lot of attention to the third stage of reverse immortality. Could it be that you've developed some inappropriate feelings?" Zhou Yun's expression stiffened slightly as he hurriedly shook his head in denial. "Senior brother, you're overthinking. My heart is devoted solely to the Tao." Yet his hurried movements betrayed his unease. He quickly snatched the earring from the table and tucked it into his sleeve, avoiding Gu Qing's gaze. Gu Qing's smile deepened, his expression one of knowing amusement. "If you say so, then I won't press further." But his tone shifted, becoming deliberately mysterious. "The Jiaran have invited me to their palace recently to refine pills. I've been considering whether or not to arrange for you to meet her." Before he could finish, Zhou Yun's expression changed dramatically. He grabbed Gu Qing's arm and asked urgently, "How? How can I see her?" Gu Qing burst into hearty laughter, clearly entertained by Zhou Yun's uncharacteristic fluster. Well, everyone always says that junior brother Zhou Yun is as steady as a mountain. Who would have thought you'd lose your composure the moment she's mentioned?" He casually pulled out an ancient mirror from his robes and tossed it to Zhou Yun. "This is the heavenly mirror that brother Huang Long from Qishan lost to me in a bet. I've left a trace of my divine consciousness in it. Once I'm in the Jiaran Palace, you can use this mirror to see what I see." But he deliberately dragged out his words, his tone teasing, "You mustn't look at anything you shouldn't." With that, he laughed uproariously and strolled away. Zhou Yun held the mirror, his expression conflicted. Lin Yi, observing from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. So even the ever-composed Zhou Yun has moments of being teased by senior brother Gu Qing. It's rare to see such light-hearted stories about our sect elders when they were young. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Yun's face as he seemed to drift into a memory. "That period was the happiest time of my life since entering the spiritual realm." The scene shifted, revealing the interior of the Jiaran Palace. Gu Qing spent 3 months there refining pills, while Zhou Yun used the heavenly mirror to see her 7 times. Each time, his gaze was filled with unconcealed worry. "She's not doing well," Zhou Yun said softly, his voice tinged with suppressed pain. Despite her exceptional talent, she couldn't form her core and nearly perished on her path to advancement. The Jiaran sought help from Dan Shan to refine a barrier-breaking pill for her. I asked senior brother Gu Qing to do his utmost to make the best pill for her, and even sent a manual for assisting in core formation through HEMA method I developed myself." He paused, his gaze falling on the Zhaoshan stone, and sighed. But in the end, it wasn't enough. In the images, Fenghua's figure gradually faded, replaced by scenes of her reincarnation. Zhou Yun's eyes flickered with pain. She chose to live a second life. Linny looked at Zhou Yun thoughtfully, probing. "So, your encounter with Fenghua in this life was no coincidence?" Zhou Yun shook his head gently, his gaze steady on the Zhaoshan stone. His voice was calm yet layered with meaning. Every so-called coincidence in this world is just a carefully planned waiting. The Zhaoshan stone's images shifted again, this time revealing the Xian Shui immortal sect by the Eastern Sea. Gu Qing turned to Zhou Yun with a grin. The sect master of Xian Shui immortal sect is ascending to the rank of a tribulation-crossing cultivator. The sect is sending disciples to congratulate him. Would you like to lead the group? Without even looking up, Zhou Yun coldly declined. You know I dislike crowds. Having lived another life, Zhou Yun had long buried those unrealistic desires deep in her heart. She thought she could maintain clarity this time around. But when Gu Qing mentioned that person, ripples spread across the calm lake of her heart. Have you thought it through? She might be there too, Gu Qing said, his tone calm but every word piercing like needles into Zhou Yun's heart. That single she seemed to carry an invisible force, instantly seizing her thoughts. Zhou Yun's hand paused slightly, her gaze flickering with complexity as an image of that familiar blue figure surfaced in her mind. The Xinshui immortal sect has a close relationship with the Merfolk clan. For an important event like the Ascension Tribulation, the Merfolk Queen will surely attend in person. As the future queen of the Merfolk, she's very likely to accompany her, familiarizing herself with the alliance between the two sects, Gu Qing added, his words falling like a heavy hammer straight onto Zhou Yun's heart, shaking her resolve. I'm not going, Zhou Yun finally spoke after a long silence. Her tone was stiff, as if declaring it not just to Gu Qing but to herself. She knew she couldn't go. Feng Hua's difficulty in breaking through seemed, in some inexplicable way, tied to her. Now that she had been given a second chance, why interfere in the other's path again? After Gu Qing left, Zhou Yun sat alone by the window, staring at the sunset on the horizon. Her eyes were a storm of conflicting emotions. Yet in the end, she quietly descended the mountain. Under the guise of offering congratulations, she blended into the Xinshui immortal sect celebration, hiding in the crowd shadows. She only wanted to catch a glimpse of her. Just one look, she told herself over and over, would be enough. But when Feng Hua's figure finally appeared in her sight, the emotions she had suppressed for so long burst free. Like a paper dam overwhelmed by a flood of longing, her restraint crumbled. Have we met before? Zhou Yun heard herself ask, almost involuntarily. Feng Hua paused, her expression briefly stunned before a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Her gaze flickered with shyness as she avoided Zhou Yun's eyes. Zhou Yun's heart stumbled in chaos. She had never imagined that after a century of cultivation, after founding her own sect, she would be rendered speechless by the mere sight of this woman. In the end, she fled in disarray, leaving even her wine flask behind. Lin Yi stood silently, observing the entire scene. His emotions a complex mix. He understood all too well that these two were but pawns of fate. One was the princess of the Merfolk, raised from childhood to walk the path of detachment, indoctrinated with the philosophy of emotionlessness, bearing the weight of her clan's future. Even if she felt something, she could only bury those thoughts in paintings, never daring to reveal a trace. The other was the master of Daozong Shushan, a scholar for 60 years, whose heart was devoted solely to the pursuit of enlightenment. When it came to matters of love, she was more naive than a youth just stepping into the world. Though her longing was as vast as the sea, all she could do was gaze at objects and think of the person. You just asked me what I was doing during those 3 years? Zhou Yun's eyes burned as she looked at Lin Yi, her voice carrying an unrestrained defiance. I was searching for a way to break the path of detachment. She walks the path of detachment. She's the future princess of the Merfolk. While I have the ability to take her away, wouldn't that be too selfish? So after returning from the Xinshui immortal sect, I started wondering if there was a way to resolve the flaw of the threefold reversal path, which forbids emotional attachment. Zhou Yun paused, fatigue clouding her gaze. For 3 years, my master and I traveled to every place tied to the path of detachment. My teacher even crossed swords from afar with the one in the blood sea for this. I wanted to make it so she could leave with me, free of any burden, Zhou Yun said, her voice low but resolute. But alas, how can one have the best of both worlds? To neither fail the heavens nor fail her? Even after searching all of the spiritual realm, I found no solution. Her expression dimmed, bitterness and helplessness filling her eyes, leaving Lin Yi momentarily speechless. After a long silence, Lin Yi finally spoke. So it wasn't unrequited longing after all. It seems our esteemed master has done quite a lot. That's why, after returning, I made a decision that would shake the heavens and the earth. Zhou Yun's eyes suddenly gleamed with a hint of madness. What is it? Lin Yi froze, holding his breath. Steal her away. Zhou Yun gritted her teeth and spat out the words. Simple yet thunderous, they struck Lin Yi's heart like a bolt of lightning. Seizing someone? This is Zhou Yun we're talking about. A man well-versed in the teachings of sages, who walks the path of a true gentleman. He once vowed, those who enjoy the benefits of the world must bear its burdens. Those who partake in its joys must share its sorrows. Yet, This very paragon of virtue has made a shocking decisionto venture into the territory of the merfolk to seize someone. Zhou Yun stood at the center of the grand hall, his gaze sharp and resolute, his entire being exuding an unyielding determination. He drew a deep breath, as if suppressing the storm of emotions brewing within. Seizing someone, and not just any a woman. Such an act ran counter to his principles. One misstep, and a century of cultivation could dissipate like smoke. His fists clenched tightly, the knuckles turning pale, but his mind was crystal clear. If I don't go, she will perish. If I don't go, then even if I reach the pinnacle of the Tao in the future, what meaning would it hold? Tilting his head upward, his eyes glimmered with unwavering resolve. He bowed deeply toward the master of Mount Fashion and spoke with firm conviction. Senior brother, I ask for your aid. Zhou Yun embarking on such a mission alone was unthinkable. After all, with his current cultivation level at the golden core stage, venturing into the merfolk's domain without powerful allies would be nothing short of suicide. The nature of this endeavor was too audacious to be carried out openly, yet it demanded sufficient strength to ensure success. The master of Mount Fashion, upon hearing Zhou Yun's plea, let a spark of battle intent flash in his eyes. He lifted the massive war blade beside him and laughed heartily. Seize someone? Ha! Count me in. His laughter thundered through the hall, causing it to tremble faintly. Before long, Gu Qing and Wang Xiangang also arrived upon hearing the news. Gu Qing, the personal disciple of the master of Mount Danshan, was the destined future leader of the mountain. Wang Xiangang, who had recently assumed the mantle of leadership, shared a deep bond with Zhou Yun. Together, the four masters of the 100 Mountains set forth, heading straight for the eastern sea. Buzz. The Zhaoshan stone hummed, projecting an image. On the vast, boundless waters of the eastern sea, Zhou Yun and his three companions stood atop the waves, their robes billowing, their presence commanding. Beneath the surface, faint silhouettes of merfolk darted about, vigilant against these uninvited guests. Zhou Yun stepped forward, his voice like a resounding bell that echoed across the waters. I am Zhou Yun of Deluo, master of Daozong Shushan. I request an audience with the merfolk king. Leave. A voice, filled with fury, grief, and guilt, boomed from the depths of the sea, shaking the heavens and earth. The overwhelming emotions embedded in that voice were suffocating. The merfolk King Lin Yi, observing from afar, recognized the voice and sighed inwardly. Zhou Yun, you're too late. After all, if his hunch was correct, Fenghua had already sacrificed herself for the Tao. The merfolk king, having just bid farewell to his beloved daughter, must be consumed by anguish. Clang. At that moment, a blade's hum pierced through the heavens and earth. Without another word, the master of Mount Fashion acted. The blade energy within him surged skyward, transforming into a peerless strike imbued with pure, unblemished killing intent. The strike descended with unparalleled force, as if cleaving through the heavens and splitting time and space itself. For a brief moment, the sea fell into an eerie silence, as if nothing had occurred. Then boom! The endless expanse of the ocean split apart. Towering waves, tens of thousands of feet high, surged toward the skies. At the center of the strike, a massive passage appeared hundreds of miles wide and stretching endlessly, leading directly to the crystal palace at the ocean's floor. Linny watched with his scalp tingling, his heart unable to calm from the shock. This is the power of the master of Mount Fashion? If this blade were to strike a person, what would the result be? Swish! The crystal palace quaked and roared as figures poured out, each one a formidable warrior of the merfolk. Their faces were filled with astonishment, their gazes locked on the blade-wielding master of Mount Fashion, disbelief written all over their features. This is the Lord of Fashion Mountain, the #1 warrior among the Deluo 100 Mountains, the unrivaled vanquisher of immortals, and the top of the Fenghua rankings. How could the Merman Emperor not recognize such a figure? The Lord of Fashion stood in the void, an imposing presence like a towering mountain. Her azure robe fluttered in the wind as she held her battle blade, its edge tilted toward the sea. The intent of the blade lingered, causing the waves to surge ceaselessly. The Merman Emperor's gaze, as deep and turbulent as a whirlpool, burned with fury. His voice was cold and cutting. Yin Qingyu, what is the meaning of this? The Merman Emperor's question echoed between the sea and sky, his anger crashing like waves, silencing the surrounding merfolk. Though the blade had not drawn blood, its intent had pierced the pride of the Merman lineage. The Lord of Fashion remained silent, standing still, her gaze cold and heavy, as though scrutinizing, perhaps even warning. She knew this was not her battlefield. The Lord of Fashion, though domineering, was no fool. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes resting on Zhou Yun, as if to convey a deeper meaning. Zhou Yun took a deep breath, stepping forward and cupping his hands respectfully toward the Merman Emperor. I am Zhou Yun. I have a request and hope the Merman Emperor can grant me this favor. The Merman Emperor let out a cold snort, his restrained fury sharp as an icy blade. Speak your mind, or hold your tongue. Zhou Yun frowned, tension gripping his heart. Gritting his teeth, he spoke. I wish to take someone from the merman lineage. The moment these words were spoken, the wind seemed to still. All the merfolk turned their gazes toward him, and the atmosphere grew oppressively tense. The merman emperor's eyes narrowed, his voice chilling. Who? Zhou Yun lifted his head, resolutely uttering the name. Fenghua? The name Fenghua dropped like a boulder into the sea, stirring colossal waves. Gasps rippled through the gathered merfolk, their murmurs spreading like a tide. The merman emperor froze for a moment, then burst into laughter wild, yet tinged with sorrow. His laughter reverberated, causing even the ocean's surface to tremble faintly. Ha ha ha, why didn't you come sooner? The merman emperor's laughter abruptly ceased. Pointing at Zhou Yun, his hands trembled, and crystalline tears slid down his cheeks, falling into the sea as glittering merman tears. Zhou Yun's heart tightened, unease surging like a tide within him. If you had come sooner, I would have let her go with you. If you had come sooner, I would have borne the weight of any burden for you both. If you had come sooner, how could Fenghua have died? The merman emperor's voice thundered, each word cutting like a blade, his wrath laced with profound grief. Dead. Zhou Yun stood frozen, his mind reeling as if struck by lightning. He was utterly stunned. Impossible. He suddenly snapped back to reality, his voice hoarse. Merfolk can live 3 lifetimes. She must still have 1 life left. The merman emperor sneered, his gaze icy. The reverse immortal triad allows for 3 lifetimes. But if one's heart chooses death and refuses to live into the 3rd life, where would that 3rd life come from? The words struck Zhou Yun like a hammer, causing him to stagger backward. The wind beneath his feet scattered, and he nearly fell into the sea. Fortunately, Gu Qin caught him in time, preventing him from completely losing control. Why? Why would she refuse to live that 3rd life? Zhou Yun's voice trembled, his eyes unfocused. The light of his Tao flickered erratically, as though he were on the verge of dissolution. The merman emperor regarded him deeply, a complex mix of emotions flickering in her eyes. The anger faded, replaced by a somber tone. I, too, wish I could ask her why she refused to live that 3rd life. With a wave of her hand, 9 merman tears floated from her palm, glowing faintly as they descended before Zhou Yun. These are Fenghua's parting gifts to you. The merman emperor turned and walked away, her people following in silence. The parted sea slowly mended itself, returning to calm. Those present watched Zhou Yun, who stood lost in despair, their hearts heavy with conflicting emotions. None had anticipated such an outcome. The reflection stone. Use the reflection stone? Wang Xiangang suddenly exclaimed, his voice urgent. The reflection stone can reveal the messages within the merman tears. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Zhou Yun had already leapt into the air, heading straight for the reflection stone. Determination burned in his eyes, as if he were clinging to his last shred of hope. Later, Zhou Yun used the merman tears to glimpse Fenghua's past and learn the full truth. Instead of succumbing to dissolution, he embraced his grief as a path to enlightenment, advancing his power even further. The boundless sorrow emanating from him transformed into a vision of the vast sea, where phantom merfolk seemed to frolic within the tides. Fenghua forged her Tao through sorrow, and I have entered mine through sorrow, Zhou Yun murmured, his gaze falling on Lin Yi with a glimmer of hope. If her memories were tampered with, then tell me, does Fenghua still live? Did she live out her 3rd life? His voice was low, but it carried an indomitable trace of hope. She's gone. Lin Yi let out a sigh, his tone filled with helplessness and complexity. Zhou Yun's gaze locked onto Lin Yi, her eyes a mixture of doubt and struggle. If Fenghua is truly dead, why would the merman emperor go to such lengths to fabricate memories? Her voice trembled slightly, tinged with an unwillingness to accept the truth. Lin Yi remained silent for a moment, recalling a heart-wrenching scene. He spoke softly. Before Fenghua perished, she endured the Tao fire of the reversed immortal platform. For 3 whole years her appearance had long been unrecognizable. She once said she hoped you wouldn't despise her for how she looked in her final moments. Perhaps the merman emperor only wanted to preserve her most beautiful image in your heart. Hearing his words, Zhou Yun froze momentarily before letting out a bitter laugh, her tone filled with desolation. Fate is cruel, Fenghua. Me, even the merman emperor, none of us are truly at fault. If there's any blame, it lies with the coincidences that conspired against us. Her gaze dimmed, her face pale as if drained of all color. She murmured, so, in the end she really is gone? Lin Yi observed her expression, feeling a pang in his chest. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke up. However, Fenghua may not be entirely without a chance of revival. Zhou Yun's body stiffened, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes, only to be quickly replaced by a resolute despair. She shook her head, her tone firm yet laden with sorrow. When a person dies, their soul returns to the heavens and earth. Even celestial beings cannot reverse death. Her voice carried the weariness of years spent poring over countless texts and chasing after legends, only to arrive at this conclusion. But Lin Yi, undeterred by her despair, straightened his posture and said solemnly, "Actually, when Fenghua passed, she left behind not just 9 merman tears, but also a single blade of grass." A blade of grass? Zhou Yun's head snapped up, her eyes burning with urgency and disbelief. What kind of grass? Lin Yi, calm and deliberate, replied, "After Fenghua's passing, a blade of grass emerged from the void, its leaves resembling a koi fish, rooted in nothingness. Though it was only a fleeting image in my memory, I am certain that grass contained a life force akin to that of a person." "Are you sure it was a blade of grass, and not an entire patch?" Zhou Yun turned to face him, her expression full of astonishment. "Yes, just a single blade," Lin Yi affirmed, his tone unwavering and confident. "A single blade, so it was just one." Zhou Yun's expression suddenly lit up with excitement, a rare smile breaking across her face. It was a pure, childlike smile, brimming with indescribable joy. Watching her reaction, Lin Yi frowned slightly and turned to glance at the master of Mount Fa, only to find the same confusion reflected on her face. Zhou Yun abruptly turned back, bowing deeply to Lin Yi with a voice full of sincerity and gratitude. "Lin Yi, thank you." Without another word, she turned and left, her steps quick and purposeful, as though she couldn't afford to waste a moment. Her voice drifted back from a distance. "Lin Yi, I'll leave the rest to the teacher." Lin Yi watched her figure disappear into the distance, his brows furrowing even deeper. Turning to the master of Mount Fa, he asked in puzzlement, "What just happened to her?" The master of Mount Fa pondered briefly before replying in a low voice. She might have recalled something. "Zhou Yun has been studying the mysteries of the reversed immortal triple realm and the process of transformation for years. It's possible she's pieced together something important. Come, I'll take you back." With that, she said no more, leading Lin Yi out of the inner sect with steady steps toward Mount Jiu. When they arrived at Mount Jiu, the master of Mount Fa raised her hand, and a jade slip flew into Lin Yi's grasp. He took it, his face filled with curiosity. "What's this?" The spirit realm once had a Tao of wine. Though it only flourished briefly, some wine recipes have been preserved, the master of Mount Fa explained in a calm tone, though her words carried a subtle sense of expectation. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he quickly used his spiritual sense to scan the jade slip. A flood of information poured into his mind. It contained 13 wine recipes, 3 complete and 10 fragmented. Even so, the knowledge was incredibly valuable to him. The master of Mount Fa watched Lin Yi's focused expression and remarked lightly, "If you have time, you're welcome to visit Mount Fa." With that, she turned to leave. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly stepped forward to block her path, his tone earnest. "Master Ancestor, please wait." She paused, her gaze softening slightly with a hint of approval. "What is it?" Lin Yi offered a small smile, his voice carrying a note of pleading. "I would like to ask Master Ancestor to visit Lanku Temple and bring back the Mirror of Dustlessness." "Not a problem." The Mountain Lord of Fashion furrowed her brows and said seriously, "If it's below a supreme sect, whatever you want, I can seize it for you. As for Lank Temple, I could still take it, but it might cost a few lives." Her tone was calm, yet carried a chilling edge that sent shivers down Lin Yi's spine. Lin Yi immediately understood those few lives would undoubtedly belong to the monks of Lank Temple. She couldn't help but swallow nervously. Her ancestor, the Mountain Lord of Fashion, was indeed a force to be reckoned with. But no worries. I can wear a mask. Lank Temple shouldn't recognize me. Even if they do, without evidence, they can't do anything about it. Just wait. The Mountain Lord added nonchalantly, as if this were a trivial matter. With that, she turned to leave. "Please, Ancestor, wait." Lin Yi quickly stepped forward, blocking her path again. Her mind raced with memories of her ancestors' exploits. This Mountain Lord, who believed in taking action over words, had once cleaved the ocean in half with a single strike, exposing the crystal palace of the merfolk. If she were to head to Lank Temple now, it would undoubtedly lead to another bloody storm. The Mountain Lord stopped, her tone now tinged with impatience. "What is it? Do you have more to say?" Lin Yi took a deep breath, suppressing her anxiety. She quickly replied, "Ancestor, there's no need to seize it. You're being too rash." "No need to seize it?" The Mountain Lord raised an eyebrow, her gaze curious, as if trying to decipher what Lin Yi was planning. Lin Yi leaned in and lowered her voice. "Ancestor, all you need to do is remember this phrase, and you'll naturally be able to retrieve the mirror of dust from the Buddhist sect." She whispered something into the Mountain Lord's ear, her tone resolute. The Mountain Lord frowned slightly after listening. "Are you sure this will work?" "As long as Master Liaochan's final wishes hold weight, it will work," Lin Yi replied confidently, her gaze unwavering. "Fine. Then we'll try diplomacy first. If that doesn't work, I'll just take it by force. The mountain lord nodded, though her eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment, as if lamenting the missed opportunity for a direct confrontation. With that, the mountain lord turned and left. Linny stood in place, watching her ancestors' retreating figure. She silently prayed, "Let's hope. There's no need for violence." She sighed softly before returning to her cave dwelling. Once inside, Linny retrieved the brewing manual left behind by the mountain lord from her storage pouch and began studying it carefully. The brewing techniques of the spiritual realm were entirely different from what she had imagined. They resembled alchemy more than traditional brewing, involving the refinement of various rare herbs into wine pellets, which were then dissolved into liquor. Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel. No wonder this craft has vanished. The so-called wine arts of the spiritual realm are essentially a form of alchemy. They can't possibly compete with true alchemy. As she pored over the manual, she grew increasingly exasperated. It seems like a brewing guide, but in reality, it's just a simplified alchemical formula and not even a particularly sophisticated one. However, some of the underlying theories caught her attention. With some improvements, they could potentially save a great deal of effort. Linny chuckled to herself, and then settled down to delve into the pharmacological principles. Over the next few days, her schedule was packed to the brim. By day, she attended Dan Mountain to study alchemy. By night, she experimented with brewing methods on Wine Mountain. As her stockpile of wine grew, her latent, hoarding tendencies began to surface. Seeing the room fill up with jars of wine brought her immense satisfaction. 3 days later, the spiritual realm was thrown into an uproar. The updated rankings for the Mountain and Sea Immortal Sects Heavenly Exile list had been announced. The news spread like wildfire across the major sects, and the list was swiftly delivered to each one. Linny, above all paths, with unparalleled talent and constitution. These 12 simple words pierced through the hearts of all cultivators like a sword. The top-ranking sect on the Celestial Exile list, the Deluo Immortal Sect, has a name that now resonates throughout the cultivation world. Lin Yi. His cultivation level stands at Foundation Establishment, first stage. Within the sect, he holds the title of Mountain Lord of Jiu Mountain, one of the Deluo 100 Peaks. His chosen path of cultivation? The way of wine. The reason for his ranking. Above all paths, his natural talent is unparalleled. The succinct annotation on the list is accompanied by an exquisite portrait of Lin Yi. In the painting, he sits by a railing, savoring wine under the moonlight. The young man's features are as refined as a painting, serene as the moon itself, exuding an air of transcendent detachment in every gesture. Cultivators who gaze upon the Celestial Exile list cannot help but stop in their tracks, with Lin Yi's name and visage leaving an indelible mark on their minds. What is this? Does the Deluo Immortal Sect even know how to teach disciples? If they don't, why not let us at the Zhan Tian sect take over? A Zhan Tian sect elder, his face dark with anger, slammed the table as he glared at the rankings. Above all paths, with unparalleled talent, and you had him choose the way of wine? The head of the Deluo Immortal Sect must be out of his mind. Another sect leader, red-faced with fury, huffed and puffed, seemingly ready to storm the Deluo Immortal Sect to confront its headmaster. Yes, the Deluo Immortal Sect is powerful, but how can they waste such a prodigy like this? With that kind of talent and potential, anyone would treat him like a priceless treasure. But look at them, letting a pearl gather dust, squandering a rare gem. The release of the Celestial Exile list sent shockwaves through the major sects, with elders across the cultivation world collectively losing their composure. They vented their frustration at the Deluo Immortal Sect in every manner imaginable. Some even resorted to drawing ominous circles, as if cursing the sect's headmaster. Meanwhile, the reactions from female cultivators painted an entirely different picture. Who would have thought such a stunningly handsome man exists in this world? I've heard that Zhou Yun, the mountain lord of the Deluo sect's Dao Library Mountain, is the most handsome man in the spirit realm. But compared to Lin Yi, it seems Zhou Yun falls just a bit short. My master once said that companions, resources, and a place to cultivate are the 3 essentials for cultivation. If I could form a Dao partnership with Lin Yi and cultivate together every day, what a dream that would be. How shameless. What's wrong with saying it? Anyway, I'm hanging this portrait up. Just looking at it while I cultivate will be a delight. The chatter among the female cultivators was lively and unending. While admiring Lin Yi's breathtaking appearance, some even began to imagine scenarios of becoming his Dao partner. After all, who could resist such unparalleled beauty? At the same time, other cultivators on the list had entirely different concerns. Am only ranked second? Yang Jian of the Zhan Tian sect fixated on the list, his eyes burning with fury. There's a saying, in literature there's no first. In martial arts, there's no second. The more extraordinary a person's talent, the less willing they are to accept being overshadowed. Yang Jian, a foundation establishment cultivator at the 13th stage and a direct disciple of his sect's headmaster, had mastered the path of battle. In just 3 years, he had progressed from nothing to reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment. He had even defeated a golden core cultivator with his signature technique, the sky-splitting finger, earning widespread renown in the spirit realm. The description of him on the list was extensive, detailing his extraordinary speed of cultivation and overwhelming strength. Yet despite all this, Yang Jian still found it impossible to suppress the dissatisfaction boiling within him. Above all paths, unparalleled talent? So what? In the end, you can only choose one path. In the world of cultivators, strength speaks louder than anything else. Who cares about looks? Yang Jian scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain. At that moment, a soft laugh drifted over from the distance. Brother, don't think I didn't hear you. By the way, I wasn't joking when I said I'd trade 10 years of your single life for the original portrait of Lin Yi from Shangguanyu. Yang Jian's eyes narrowed, and with a slight lift of his finger, he pointed toward the nearby lake. Boom! A surge of his battle energy shot forth, tearing through the air and plunging into the lake. The water's surface twisted violently, forming a massive whirlpool before erupting in an explosion of spray. Amidst the chaos, a petite, green-clad figure leapt out of the water. It was Yang Ji, Yang Jian's younger sister. She soared into the sky, stuck out her tongue at her brother, made a playful face, and vanished into the horizon as a streak of light. Yang Jian withdrew his gaze with a cold snort, casually closing the celestial exile list. The battle intent in his eyes grew fiercer. Lin Yi, above all paths, unparalleled talent? Let's see how long you can hold on to that top spot. Yang Jian, do not acknowledge this ranking. Yang Jian let out a cold snort, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd, his disdain evident for all to see. A girl in green noticed his reaction, pouting and making a playful face, but Yang Jian paid her no mind. With a few swift steps, his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. 2 days later, Lin Yi sat in the alchemy chamber, flipping through a thick tome of alchemical texts, his eyes focused with unwavering intensity. After noting down the final details about all third-grade and below rare herbs and flowers, he exhaled deeply and stretched his arms, a sense of relief washing over him. You sure are persistent, kid. A slightly hoarse but approving voice came from nearby. Gu Qing had appeared beside Lin Yi without him noticing, his gaze full of genuine admiration. With this kind of determination, no matter which path you choose, your future is bound to soar to great heights. Over the past 7 days, Gu Qing had witnessed Lin Yi starting from scratch, memorizing all the properties and effects of third-grade and below herbs from the alchemical texts. This endeavor not only required talent, but also immense patience and perseverance. Yet Lin Yi managed to accomplish this feat in just 7 days, something that had taken Gu Qing 3 full months in his youth under the relentless encouragement of the old alchemy mountain master, no less. Shifting his gaze, Gu Qing looked toward Hui Xian, who sat not far away, her head buried in the alchemical texts, her brows furrowed in deep concentration. She appeared close to completing her own notes as well. Lin Yi glanced at her and nodded inwardly. Hui Xian's talent in alchemy is indeed remarkable. Most importantly, her focus and hard work are truly admirable. Although Hui Xian's innate abilities were slightly inferior to Lin Yi's, her persistence and diligence bridged the gap, allowing her to keep pace with him without falling far behind. Indeed, I've truly taken on an exceptional disciple, Gu Qing remarked with pride and satisfaction as he looked at Hui Xian. For a mentor, nothing was more gratifying than witnessing their disciples grow stronger day by day. Now that you've learned what you needed, where do you plan to go next? Gu Qing asked, turning to Lin Yi with a hint of anticipation in his voice. To Qi Mountain, Lin Yi replied softly, his gaze distant. Recently, he had brewed several types of celestial wine comparable to Immortal's drunken bliss and Mortal's red wine, only to find that ordinary vessels couldn't perfectly preserve the wine's potency. Each type of wine required a specific vessel, one that not only preserved its essence but also brought about unexpected effects. Thus, he decided to journey to Qi Mountain to study the art of crafting vessels and create the perfect containers for his wines. Fair enough. If you encounter anything you don't understand, feel free to return to Alchemy Mountain and ask me. I'll share everything I know. Gu Qing nodded with a smile, refraining from saying more. Lin Yi retrieved 2 flasks of wine from his storage pouch, handing one to Gu Qing before leaning against the alchemical furnace and taking a sip from the other. His eyes grew distant. The preparations for the wine gathering are almost complete. All that's left is the mirror flower moon wine. I wonder how things are progressing on Master Ancestor's end, he murmured, his gaze drifting toward the direction of Lanku Temple. But at that moment, Lanku Temple was in utter chaos. The temple's bell tolled incessantly, and disciples hurriedly gathered at the main gate as if preparing for an imminent calamity. Senior brother, what on earth is happening? Why are all the elders rushing to the gate with such grave expressions? A group of young monks, their faces pale with fright, asked nervously as they watched the usually composed elders dart past with solemn urgency. A formidable figure has arrived. One monk replied in a low, tense voice, his expression betraying his unease. A formidable figure? But Lanku Temple is the leader of the Buddhist sects, one of the 5 great supreme sections. Even if the head of a supreme celestial sect were to visit, it wouldn't warrant such a reaction. Could it be Li Zhixian? The young monks grew even more bewildered. If it were Li Zhixian, that would actually be less concerning. The monk shook his head, his tone grave. Though Li Zhixian is ruthless, he remains in the blood sea and rarely acts unless provoked. But this time, it's the second killing immortal who's come. The second killing immortal? The young monks' faces turned ashen at the name. That's right. This killing immortal acts without reason and is utterly unreasonable. Moreover, the monk paused, lowering his voice even further. She is the mountain master of Fa Mountain. The mountain master of Fa Mountain? The disciples of Lanku Temple were struck with terror, their exclamations echoing through the air. The mere mention of this name was like a thunderclap in their ears, plunging the entire Lanku Temple into a chilling silence. The Buddhist disciples, upon hearing this, all turned pale with dread. In the vast expanse of the Deluo 100 Mountains, each peak and valley has its own way of survival. For the mountain known as Fa Shan, its way lies in bloodshed. This mountain is not home to ordinary cultivators, but to a league of assassins. As long as the price is right, the assassins of Fa Shan will claim any life you desire. However, even Fa Shan operates by its own set of rules. They do not accept just any task. Those who do not tread the path of deserved death will not be killed. For Fa Shan's philosophy of killing is not one of blind bloodlust, but of prideful execution of justice. The true Tao of killing is not the mindless ferocity of beasts, but a lofty pursuit of acting as an agent of the heavens and mastering the cycle of reincarnation. This audacious belief has made Fa Shan the most feared among the 100 mountains. And at the heart of Fa Shan lies its most terrifying figure, the Mountain Master. A grandmaster of the killing arts, she is shrouded in mystery, her blade merciless. No sect dares to provoke her, for who can guarantee that none of their disciples have ever wronged another, thereby stepping onto the path of deserved death? Suddenly, at the gates of Lanku Temple, a burst of radiant Buddhist light shot into the heavens. Endless patterns of divine formations interwove to form the image of a Buddha, illuminating the world and dispelling suffering. The 10,000 Buddhas formation had been activated. This defensive formation was widely regarded as the strongest in the spiritual realm. Countless Buddha projections, each exuding an air of eternal majesty, sat solemnly in the void, their presence seemingly capable of subduing all creation. Beyond the formation, the mountain master of Fa Shan stood atop a cloud of blood, her gaze alight with anticipation. Fa Shan was known as the strongest in combat among the 100 mountains, while the 10,000 Buddhas formation was hailed as the ultimate defensive barrier. She couldn't help but wonder to herself, can my blade shatter this formation? Beneath the radiance of the Buddha's light, every monk of Lanku Temple had emerged, even their current leader, the venerable Bukong Shurzuan, who personally took his place at the forefront. Such a display of power made the mountain master shake her head with a faint smirk, suppressing her instinct to strike. She muttered coldly, I haven't even unsheathed my blade, and you've already activated your temple's ultimate defense? Cowards. Bukong Shurzuan, however, did not find this excessive in the least. With hands clasped in prayer, he offered the mountain master the respect she was due. This was no ordinary opponent. The Fa Shan mountain master was a peerless assassin on the Tao of killing, one who had once clashed with the legendary Li Zhixian amidst a sea of blood. Though she was defeated, Li Zhixian had remarked, such a brilliant gem, unworthy of destruction. For Li Zhixian, known as the coldest and most ruthless figure under heaven, to offer such praise spoke volumes about her mastery of the killing arts. And that was centuries ago. The mountain master of today could only be more formidable. Her path was that of the assassin, precise, lethal, striking in a single blow, then vanishing without a trace. Even the 10,000 Buddhas formation could not entirely ease Bukong Shurzuan's unease. Her gaze was icy, her voice as cold as frost. I am not here to kill today. I have come to retrieve something. At these words, a collective sigh of relief swept through the monks of Lanku Temple. As long as she sought no bloodshed, there was room for negotiation. Bukong Shurzuan inclined his head slightly, his tone calm. If that is the case, then perhaps we can discuss it. The Liaochen mirror, the mountain master stated bluntly, her words as sharp and direct as her blade. Bukong Shurzuan's brows furrowed slightly as he fell into contemplation. He knew that if the mountain master of Fa Shan sought something else, he might have had the authority to make a decision. This mirror of dust was left behind by Patriarch Liaochen. To take it, one must decipher the riddle inscribed upon it, said Master Bukong solemnly. The master of Vashan stood in front of the temple, her gaze as cold as frost, freezing the very air around her. She gave a faint smile, though her voice was as piercing as a winter gale. The one who left this behind also left behind a saying. Master Bukong pressed his palms together, a frown creasing his brow as he asked softly, "What saying?" Shariputra, form is no different from emptiness. Emptiness is no different from form. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. So too are sensation, perception, volition, and consciousness. The master of Vashan recited slowly, her tone calm, but each word struck like a thunderclap. Hearing this, Master Bukong's expression changed dramatically. His eyes widened, as if reflecting a divine light, his lips trembling as he murmured, "The Bodhi tree is not a tree, the clear mirror is not a stand. Originally, there is nothing where could dust alight." He lifted his head, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on the master of Vashan. His voice was steady and resonant. These words aligned perfectly with the riddle left by Patriarch Liaochan. The monks of Lank Temple, hearing this, reacted with a mixture of emotions. Some appeared enlightened, others confused, while a few seemed deep in thought, as though they had touched upon a profound truth. Yet the master of Vashan remained unmoved. Her voice was cold as she asked, "The message has been delivered. Will you hand it over, or not?" Master Bukong's expression grew complex. Finally, he pressed his palms together and said quietly, "Master of Vashan, please wait a moment." With that, he turned and hurried into the depths of Lank Temple. Moments later, a deafening roar echoed from within the temple, as though the heavens and earth were trembling. In an instant, boundless Buddha light erupted from the temple's depths, forming the image of a grand Buddha suspended in the air, solemn and majestic. The sound of chanting filled the air, golden lotuses sprang from the ground, and the radiant light of the Buddha spread in waves, reaching every direction. "What's happening?" someone exclaimed in shock. "That's Mount Liaochan. It's the inheritance left behind by Patriarch Liaochan. The Patriarch's legacy is about to be revealed." The disciples of Lank Temple fell to their knees in reverence, their expressions devout. The master of Vashan stood still, her gaze narrowing slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across her face. She murmured to herself, "So the scripture actually worked?" Not long after, Master Bukong emerged from the radiant Buddha light, his expression filled with emotion and his presence even more commanding. Step by step, he walked out of the grand array of all Buddhas paying homage and stopped in front of the master of Vashan. The master of Vashan raised an arched brow, her tone indifferent. "Not afraid now, are you?" Master Bukong smiled faintly, his demeanor still serene and dignified. "You jest, master of Vashan. The grand array of all Buddhas paying homage exists to deter intruders. If a confrontation were truly necessary, this old monk would not fear the master of Vashan." Though his words were calm, they carried an unshakable confidence. After all, he was one of the leaders of the Buddhist sect, renowned for both his cultivation and strength. The master of Vashan let out a cold laugh. "Since the message I brought was useful, I assume I can take the mirror of dust with me now?" Master Bukong nodded, his tone resolute. "You can. Not just the mirror of dust, everything left behind by the patriarch is yours to take." He paused, his gaze deepening, before continuing. "In the Buddhist path, we emphasize the importance of karmic ties. Without such ties, even if one possesses the mirror of dust, it is nothing more than an ordinary mirror. Only in the hands of someone destined can it reveal its true value." The master of Vashan's lips curved slightly as she extended a graceful hand, then handed over. But Master Bukong suddenly pressed his palms together and said softly, "Before that, there is one matter this old monk wishes to inquire about." The master of Vashan's gaze turned cold, as if she had already discerned his thoughts. Her voice was calm as she uttered 4 words, "The master of Jushan." Master Bukong's expression shifted drastically, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Lin Yi, the top of the immortal rankings, the unparalleled prodigy of 100 paths, that Lin Yi." Master Bukong knew Lin Yi had mastered 100 unparalleled paths, but he did not realize that among those paths was also the Buddhist path. Master Bukong paused slightly, a flicker of surprise flashing across his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He reached into his monk's robe and took out a golden bracelet, crystalline and radiant with a faint glow of Buddhist light. Handing it to the Lord of Mount Fashion with solemnity, he spoke in a grave and reverent tone. "I ask the Mountain Lord to deliver a message to young Lin Yi." The Lord of Mount Fashion accepted the golden bracelet, his gaze flickering slightly as he asked coolly, "What message?" Master Bukong pressed his palms together in a gesture of prayer, his expression devout but tinged with anticipation. "Please ask young Lin Yi if he would be willing to become an honorary Buddhist disciple of Lan Ku Temple." An honorary Buddhist disciple? The Lord of Mount Fashion raised an eyebrow. Though his demeanor was typically indifferent, a trace of surprise crossed his face. Master Bukong, seemingly prepared for this reaction, explained calmly, "At Lanku Temple, we accept disciples based solely on destiny." Over the years, many disciples who left the temple to join other sects have not been few. The Mountain Lord must understand, the term honorary Buddhist disciple does not require one to formally join our temple. It simply signifies our willingness to form a bond of Buddhist affinity with young Lin Yi. He pressed his palms together again, his eyes radiating profound sincerity, as if his words were not only addressed to the Lord of Mount Fashion, but also a vow sworn to heaven and earth. The Lord of Mount Fashion remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly. In the spiritual world, sects were highly wary of poaching disciples, but Lanku Temple had always been unorthodox, acting outside conventional norms. The concept of an honorary Buddhist disciple left no room for criticism. This was because, in the eyes of Lanku Temple, where a practitioner cultivated, or the method they used was not the focus was whether they carried the essence of Buddhism in their heart. As Master Bukong had said, many disciples of Lanku Temple had left to live secular lives, yet they were never regarded as traitors. Instead, they became bridges for spreading Buddhist teachings. Very well. The Lord of Mount Fashion said no more, storing the golden bracelet away before turning and leaving. Master Bukong watched as the Mountain Lord departed, his gaze deep and reflective. Behind him, a few elderly monks couldn't help but sigh softly. Such extraordinary potential, it's truly a pity if he doesn't enter the Buddhist path. Young Lin Yi, still in the foundation establishment stage, has comprehended the profound teachings left by Patriarch Liacheng, teachings that no one has been able to decipher for years. He even inherited the legacy of Patriarch Liaoqing. His aptitude and insight are beyond exceptional, but Master Bukong gently shook his head, pressing his palms together with a serene smile. You are mistaken. The essence of Buddhism lies in self-cultivation and inner discipline. Whether one formally joins the Buddhist sect is unimportant. What matters is whether they carry the spirit of Buddhism within their heart. Hearing this, the elderly monks suddenly understood, bowing their heads in agreement. All of this is for me? Inside the Mountain Lord's residence on Mount Yushan, Lin Yi glanced at the towering pile of jade slips before him. His eye twitched slightly, and he finally pressed his fingers to his forehead in resignation. They're all addressed to the Mountain Lord. Suli, standing beside him, asserted firmly. He elaborated. These jade slips were sent from various sects in the spiritual realm. They were delivered via the courier network of the Great Luo Immortal Sect and brought directly to the Mountain Lord's peak by their disciples. Although Suli dared not peek into the contents of the jade slips, he had a fair idea of their purpose. Ever since the celestial rankings were released, these jade slips had arrived one after another. It was evident that most of the senders were drawn by Lin Yi's title as the top of the celestial rankings. Lin Yi casually picked up one of the jade slips, touching it lightly with his spiritual sense. Instantly, an image and a line of text appeared. The image depicted a graceful woman holding a bouquet of fresh flowers, her head tilted slightly as she inhaled their fragrance. Her every gesture exuded allure and enchantment. Below the image was a bold and fiery message. Yun Xiurong of the Joyful Sect wishes to become Lin Mountain Lord's Tao companion and seek immortality together. Lin Yi stared at the image and words, his expression stiffening. After a long moment, he sighed deeply. If only Mr. Zhou Yun and Elder Fenghua had such boldness, Elder Fenghua might not have met such a tragic end. But this was just the beginning. Lin Yi soon realized he had underestimated his own appeal. The straightforward confessions in some of the jade slips were already considered subtle. Others were far more audacious, containing official Taoist marriage contracts within. These contracts declared that all Lin Yi needed to do was sign, and they would immediately take effect. And these were no ordinary contracts, they were genuine Taoist marriage agreements. They were recognized by the heavens and acknowledged by all sects, representing the highest form of commitment between cultivators. To break such a vow would invite true divine retribution. Those are genuine Taoist marriage agreements. There were even invitations for Lin Yi to attend the Tao discussion conference, and some had even sent him challenges to duel. It seemed like all sorts of people were coming forward. As Lin Yi browsed through the jade slips in his hand, his brows furrowed slightly. In such a short time, an overwhelming flood of information had come his way, invites to discuss the Tao, marriage proposals, and even battle challenges. The variety was dizzying. Shaking his head at the spectacle, he couldn't help but sigh. Truly, there's no shortage of peculiar people. Suli, you handle the rest of these jade slips. Lin Yi handed the jade slips to Suli beside him casually, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. Me? Suli hesitated as he accepted the jade slips, looking at Lin Yi with a confused expression. Yes. Lin Yi nodded decisively, his gaze firm. Ignore the marriage proposals. Ignore the battle challenges. As for the Tao discussion invitations, respond uniformly if the opportunity arises. I will gladly attend. Suli blinked, momentarily stunned. He could understand ignoring the marriage proposals after all. Choosing a Tao companion was a lifelong matter for a cultivator, not something to be taken lightly. But to disregard the battle challenges? That seemed a bit too dismissive. Unable to resist, he asked, even the challenges? Lin Yi seemed to have anticipated Su Li's question. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he replied calmly, those truly qualified to challenge me wouldn't send such letters. The ones who do are simply seeking to make a name for themselves by using mine. I have no time to waste on such trivialities. As he spoke, Lin Yi's gaze grew distant, as though recalling past experiences from a more mundane life. He added, in the mortal world, countless people sought to challenge me. They fell into two categories. The first had genuine skill and wanted to test themselves against me. The second came with a mindset of if I win, I gain everything. If I lose nothing, hoping to build their reputation. Those who send written challenges are almost always the latter. Realization dawned on Su Li as he nodded thoughtfully. That's true. If a true prodigy wanted to challenge you, they would come to you directly. Sending a written challenge does seem unnecessary. Seeing that Su Li understood, Lin Yi said no more. Rising to his feet, he spoke with a composed yet commanding tone. From now on, any more jade slips that arrive, handle them yourself. Yes. Su Li responded respectfully, watching Lin Yi's departing figure with quiet admiration. After giving his instructions, Lin Yi stepped outside. Bathed in the morning light, his silhouette appeared especially upright and resolute. He lifted his gaze toward the horizon, his eyes reflecting a profound determination. Today, his destination was Qi Mountain. Qi Mountain, the place Lin Yi was headed to today. With the wind beneath his feet, Lin Yi traveled swiftly and soon arrived at the base of Qi Mountain. Before he even had a chance to fully take in the view, a hearty voice rang out from the distance, Master Lin, your esteemed presence graces Qi Mountain. What an honor this is. Lin Yi smiled faintly, but before he could respond, a wave of intense heat surged toward him. The air seemed to ripple, and in an instant, a burly figure appeared before him. The newcomer was a middle-aged man whose features bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhu Yan's. His hair and beard were a fiery red, as if ablaze, and his entire presence radiated a scorching intensity tempered with an undercurrent of warmth. Lin Yi glanced at him briefly before asking with a polite smile, might I ask if the master of Qi Mountain is related to Elder Zhu Yan? The man let out a hearty laugh and cupped his hands in greeting. I am Zhu Tian. Zhu Yan is both my father and my master. Lin Yi was slightly surprised by this revelation, though he kept his expression neutral. He inclined his head and returned the gesture, saying, I see. Lin Yi greets Master Zhu. There's no need for such formality, Master Lin. Zhu Tian replied with a booming laugh, his demeanor bold and straightforward. Master Gu already informed me in advance that you would be visiting today. I've made all the necessary preparations. Please follow me. The two exchanged a knowing smile and began walking side by side up the path to Qi Mountain. Lin Yi followed Zhu Tian up the mountain path, and within moments, they arrived in front of a grand hall. The plaque above the entrance read, Materials Workshop. Lin Yi glanced at it, his eyes narrowing slightly. Zhu Tian gave him a meaningful look before pushing the doors open. As the doors creaked open with a deep rumble, Lin Yi felt a sudden jolt in his chest. Inside the hall stood an enormous cauldron, towering like a mountain and seemingly connecting heaven and earth. The surface of the cauldron was covered with densely packed runes, glowing with a magnificent light that seemed to embody the profound truths of the universe. Even more astonishing was what lay beneath the cauldron, a massive volcano. Molten lava churned violently, radiating intense heat. Waves of crimson light erupted from the volcano's mouth, bathing the entire hall in an infernal glow. Above the volcano, intricate patterns of array formations intertwined, flickering in and out of sight. Each formation seemed to possess a life of its own, pulsating and weaving together to draw endless streams of earth fire. The earth fire, amplified by the power of the formations, surged like a raging dragon into the cauldron, heating it until it glowed a fiery red and emitted an overwhelming heat. Inside the cauldron, radiant streams of light swirled and cascaded, like a heavenly river suspended in midair, dazzling and breathtaking. Meanwhile, within the hall, groups of identical, uniformed suits of armor moved back and forth. These suits of armor, animated as though alive, moved fluidly and methodically as they transported heaps of materials into the cauldron. Each time materials were added, the light within the cauldron surged dramatically, as if the refining process was proceeding with extraordinary speed and efficiency. What exactly are these armors? Lin Yi asked, his expression one of awe as he turned his gaze toward Zhu Tian. Zhu Tian's lips curled into a subtle, self-satisfied smile. These, he said, are Qi Jia. As he spoke, he gestured to a disciple of Qi Shan standing in the distance, who was holding an array disc. The disciple approached swiftly. Disciple Tian Pong greets Master and Lin Shanju, the young man said respectfully, bowing deeply. When his gaze fell on Lin Yi, there was an unmistakable glimmer of admiration and reverence. Lin Yi's reputation across the 100 Mountains was legendary not only for manifesting the 10,000-mile wine river on the Jiagu platform, but also for reviving the ancient ancestors of Qi Shan on the Huaxi platform and bringing blessings to countless mountains. His deeds had earned the respect of countless cultivators. Zhu Tian took the array disc from Tian Pong and smiled faintly before tapping it lightly. Instantly, the hall echoed with a thunderous rumble. Over 1,000 Qijia moved in unison, swiftly forming ranks under Zhu Tian's command. Each suit of armor moved with perfect synchronization, exuding a mechanical elegance in every motion. Ah, I see. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, a hint of admiration flickering within them. Zhu Tian nodded and continued his explanation. Qijia are the result of combining the arts of artifact crafting and array formations. The artifact serves as the body, while the formation serves as the soul. Using this array disc, I can control over 1,000 Qijia at once. Depending on their purpose, Qijia are divided into three main categories: Li Jia, Zhan Jia, and Tan Jia. Pointing to the armors diligently working in the hall, Zhu Tian said with a smile, "These are Li Jia. Their construction is the simplest among the three, designed primarily for tasks like transporting materials. Thanks to the existence of Li Jia, our Deluo Immortal Sect controls nearly 70% of the market for third-grade and below magical artifacts in the spiritual realm. High production, excellent quality, and affordable prices, these are our absolute advantages." Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in his heart. The depth of Deluo Immortal Sect's foundation was truly unfathomable. Zhu Tian's face bore a trace of pride as he continued, "Zhan Jia, on the other hand, are Qijia equipped for combat. When Qi Shan and Jin Shan join forces, we can craft Zhan Jia as powerful as 8th-grade artifacts. Their combat strength rivals that of Earth Immortals and Tribulation Transcending cultivators, even surpassing ordinary integration stage cultivators. As for Tan Jia, they are specialized for exploring dangerous areas and resource extraction, significantly reducing the casualties among sect disciples. You should know that the average mortality rate for disciples of spiritual realm sects is as high as 30%, but for our Deluo Immortal Sect, it is less than 1%. All of this is thanks to the existence of Zhan Jia and Tan Jia." As he spoke, Zhu Tian's expression grew solemn. A cultivator's time and energy should be devoted to cultivation, not wasted on meaningless and dangerous tasks. The advent of Qijia has not only improved efficiency but also safeguarded the lives of our sect disciples. This is the unique strength of Deluo Immortal Sect. Lin Yi gazed at the busy and efficient Qijia within the hall, his heart filled with admiration. The might of Deluo Immortal Sect was indeed well-deserved. "We only need to send a small number of disciples to control the armored constructs," Zhu Tian said confidently, a trace of pride flickering in his eyes. Lin Yi, standing nearby, nodded repeatedly, his perception of Qi Shan undergoing a complete transformation. Initially, he had thought artifact forging was merely about crafting magical tools. Little did he expect that Qishan's research into devices had long surpassed traditional boundaries, reaching an astonishing level of innovation. Advanced, the pinnacle of productivity. Lin Yi thought to himself, silently marveling. This was the highest praise he could give Qi Shan. "Let's move on," Zhu Tian said, leading Lin Yi deeper into Qi Shan. As they walked, they frequently stopped along the way. At each location, Zhu Tian would pause and patiently explain to Lin Yi. In the areas dedicated to artifacts below the 3rd grade, there were halls for materials, molds, and artifact completion. These places operated primarily with the help of a small number of Qi Shan disciples and a large number of labor constructs. Lin Yi observed the precision of these constructs' movements. They were like perfectly functioning machines, astonishingly efficient. As for artifacts above the 3rd grade, these labor constructs cannot handle them independently, Zhu Tian explained. However, we still rely heavily on formations and labor constructs to assist the process, significantly improving forging efficiency. As they ventured further, Lin Yi came across institutions such as the Artifact Formation Research Institute and the Magic Tool Design Bureau. Each building operated in an orderly fashion, showcasing the vast and systematic operations of Qi Shan. It wasn't until they reached the war preparation yard that Lin Yi was truly stunned, his footsteps halting as his gaze was fixed on the site before him. There stood colossal warships, each spanning 1,000 feet in length. On board, rows of battle armors were neatly arranged. Lin Yi could even sense the oppressive aura emanating from some of the armors, rivaling the presence of certain mountain lords. If these warships were to leave Deluo, what kind of devastation would they unleash? Lin Yi found it hard to fathom. Noticing Lin Yi's awe, Zhu Tian's expression grew somber. He spoke slowly. "The purpose of Qishan's existence is to allow more Deluo cultivators to have the time to focus on their cultivation while giving our disciples a greater chance of survival. After all, if someone dies, everything becomes meaningless. Staying alive is the ultimate priority." Lin Yi nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with Zhu Tian's words. Qishan had indeed, to a certain extent, liberated productivity, enabling more individuals to devote themselves to their cultivation. In fact, Qishan once tried to promote these constructs to other sects in the spiritual realm. Zhu Tian continued, his tone tinged with regret. Unfortunately, it ultimately failed. Failed? Linny frowned slightly, his curiosity piqued. Such powerful toolsif widely adopted could benefit countless lives. Why did it fail? Zhu Tian sighed and explained. First, the cost. The production of these constructs is incredibly expensive, far beyond what most sects can afford. Second, the constructs are considered an external path. Many artifact forgers and formation masters view them with disdain and refuse to engage with them. Third, it comes back to cost. Constructs, after all, are tools, and tools wear out. The maintenance cost of a single construct could be enough to train several disciples of the same level. Linny fell silent. He understood that not all sects could bear the expense of these constructs, nor did all sects value the lives of their disciples as highly as Qishan did. Let's go. There's one last place I want to show you, Zhu Tian said, breaking Lin Yi's train of thought as he led the way. The two continued their conversation as they walked, eventually arriving at an enormous plaza. Linny looked around and was immediately rendered speechless by the sight before him. The 8 treasures sword casket? Linny murmured, his voice barely audible. The plaza itself was shaped like a massive, open sword casket. At its center stood 8 towering celestial swords, each piercing through the heavens. The swords radiated an unparalleled sharpness, as if they could tear the very fabric of the universe. The 8 treasures sword casket was forged by Qishan's first mountain lord. Zhu Tian's eyes burned with fervor, his tone brimming with pride. It embodies the entirety of Qishan's artifact forging legacy. Zhu Tian gazed at the 8 treasures sword casket, his eyes alight with fiery determination. The myriad peaks of Deluo each possess their own treasured artifact, safeguarding their domain with unparalleled power. Among them, the 8 treasure sword casket of Qi Mountain stands as a true masterpiece. Zhu Tian, accompanied by Lin Yi, ventured directly into the depths of the sword casket. The two stood beneath the first colossal sword, its blade piercing the heavens and earth. Though its sharpness remained concealed, the ancient sword runes flowing across its surface exuded an aura of timeless majesty. Master Lin, Zhu Tian said softly, his fingers lightly brushing the sword's edge. His gaze flickered briefly, and though his tone was calm, it carried a deeper meaning. What if I told you that the founding ancestor of Qi Mountain was of average talent? Would you believe me? Average talent? Linny raised an eyebrow, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Indeed, Zhu Tian replied with a faint smile, his voice laced with a touch of nostalgia. Our ancestor, Chenping Fan, was as unremarkable as his name suggests. He possessed neither extraordinary gifts nor divine providence. Lin Yi, however, remained unmoved by the revelation. Resolutely, he said, if that were true, then the ancestor must have had qualities that surpassed ordinary men. Zhu Tian nodded, his gaze growing profound. Exactly. Though he lacked supreme talent, the ancestor was the most dedicated cultivator the spiritual realm has ever known. His tone grew more instructive as his eyes settled on Lin Yi. In those days, Deluo was not yet known for its 100 peaks but was merely a collection of various sections. The ancestor was born into a humble family and entered the Deluo weaponry sect as a mere blacksmith. Back then, the rule of the refining sect was that all disciples must achieve mastery of Qi control within 30 years. Yet after 20 years of study, the ancestor had only barely reached the advanced stage of Qi control, making further progression in the path of weaponry seem unattainable. Zhu Tian's eyes burned with intensity as he posed a question. Master Lin, if you were in his place, what would you have done? Linny pondered for a moment before responding. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they might have chosen a different path. But if it were me, I would find another way forward, no matter how unconventional. The ancestor indeed refused to abandon his path, but he also would not give up so easily, Zhu Tian said, a faint smile playing on his lips as his gaze turned distant. And so, he did something extraordinary, focused on mastering a single technique to perfection. Since he could not achieve mastery over all aspects of Qi transformation, he concentrated solely on one. Transforming Qi into fire. Such singular focus. Lin Yi's eyes lit up with understanding, nodding in agreement. Though not true mastery, it could be considered a form of completion. Zhu Tian's expression softened with approval as he continued. Exactly. The ancestor spent 10 years dedicated solely to mastering the transformation of Qi into fire. For 10 years, he asked nothing of the future and focused only on this one task. He ranked last in every sect evaluation and was always defeated in competitions. Yet despite it all, he endured, and after 10 years, he achieved a level of mastery where Qi transformation into fire became as natural as moving his own limbs. Linny felt his heart stirred. unable to suppress his admiration. Such unwavering dedication could have achieved greatness in any path he chose. Zhu Tian smiled faintly. Transforming qi into fire was merely the goal of his first 30 years. For the next 30 years, the ancestor set a new objectivito, forge his very first magical artifact.
And that artifact was a sword.
A sword? Lin Yi blinked in surprise before his expression turned respectful. The sword is the king of all weapons, the progenitor of close combat arms. Though its form may appear simple, its inner workings are profoundly intricate, requiring unparalleled expertise in the path of crafting to master. Exactly. The complexity of forging a sword is akin to ascending to the heavens, Zhu Tian said with a trace of reverence in his tone. After 30 years of grueling effort, even the elders of the sect took notice and offered him the chance to choose a different artifact. But the ancestor, with unyielding determination, declared that it was the sword that had chosen him. Lin Yi was deeply moved by these words, as if he could feel the ancestor's resolute spirit from centuries past. And so, for the next 30 years, the ancestor devoted himself to yet another singular pursuit, sword forging. Zhu Tian said, his gaze sharpening. To forge a sword, one must have the right materials. The ancestor declined the sect's offered resources and instead spent 10 years traveling across mountains and rivers, seeking the finest iron essence from the earth and the purest gold from the 6 directions. During those 10 years, he lived and breathed alongside the materials, studying every nuance of their properties. Lin Yi took a deep breath, as if he could envision the ancestor's solitary figure traversing the majestic landscapes. Another 10 years passed. Zhu Tian continued, his voice heavy with emotion. The ancestor built a sword furnace beside the earth's fire and committed himself to the art of sword forging. The earth's fire alone was insufficient to purify the impurities of the sword materials, so he compensated by painstakingly refining them through countless hammer strikes. After 10 years of relentless effort, the ancestor finally glimpsed the embryonic form of the sword. 20 years had passed, and countless disciples of the weapon forging hall had already made their mark, standing out as masters in their own right. Yet, the founder had forged only a single sword embryo during all this time. Lin Yi furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing this, remaining silent. 20 years, and only one sword? Such perseverance would have long been abandoned by ordinary cultivators. While cultivators do enjoy lifespans far beyond mortals, their years are still finite. Moreover, as a disciple in the Deluo trial period, with a cultivation level at the foundation establishment stage and a lifespan of merely 3 centuries, to dedicate 50 years to a single sword was an extraordinary commitment. Another decade went by, and the sword was finally completed. Above the infernal sword furnace, the light of yin and yang intertwined, and a celestial phenomenon unfolded. Within a radius of 36,000 miles, all weapons resonated in unison, as though subjects paying homage to their sovereign. Such a phenomenon shook both the weapon forging hall and the sword hall. The 2 hall masters personally arrived to witness what was destined to be a historic moment, the founder stepping into the pinnacle of weapon forging with this sword, merging the art of forging with the path of the sword itself. Zhu Tian raised his right hand slightly and flicked his finger. The massive sword before him issued a deep, mountainous hum, its sound waves rolling skyward. Layer upon layer of indestructible Tao essence rippled outward, spreading in all directions. The sword's resonance seemed to awaken the purple gold gourd within Lin Yi's sea of consciousness. The gourd buzzed incessantly, its Tao essence cascading down like an invisible force, merging with the sword. What is the name of this sword? Lin Yi asked, his gaze fixed on the ancient blade before him. At that moment, he could distinctly sense a formidable will emanating from within the sword, unyielding and indestructible. Zhu Tian smiled faintly and replied slowly, this sword is named Zhuofeng, a clumsy blade without a sharp edge, embodying the principle of perfection achieved through imperfection. This is the first sword forged by the founder. When the sword was completed, it ceased to be a mere weapon and became the embodiment of will itself. Lin Yi appeared contemplative, pondering deeply before lifting his gaze once more to the ancient sword. Zhu Tian continued, Master Lin, if you represent unparalleled talent and aptitude, then the founder's existence reveals another possibility within the spiritual realm that, even without exceptional talent, as long as one has the determination to seek the Tao, they too can ascend to the pinnacle. Even without divine providence, one can still soar to great heights. It is the founder's existence that has made this truth known across the entire spiritual realm. Master Lin, do you understand now? Zhu Tian's gaze was sharp, piercing through Lin Yi. To forge a weapon is to forge oneself. Lin Yi spoke firmly, his voice unwavering. As cultivators, whether we are weapon forgers or alchemists, we must endure solitude, persevere through countless trials, and remain true to our original purpose, even if it takes a lifetime. If there truly exists the ultimate path of weapon forging, I would call it becoming the weapon itself. As his voice fell, Lin Yi lifted his head, his gaze piercing toward the 8 towering swords that reached into the heavens. His eyes burned with determination as the Tao essence within his body surged forth, shaking the surroundings. Clang! The 8 treasures sword casket suddenly trembled, and the 8 peerless swords within it erupted into a fierce resonance. Their sword intent pierced through the void, circling around Lin Yi as if in harmony. At that moment, the entire weapon mountain was awash with astonishment as countless cultivators turned their gazes toward the 8 treasures sword casket. The 8 swords are resonating, someone exclaimed in shock. Has someone comprehended the Founder's teachings? How many years has it been since the 8 swords last resonated together on Weapon Mountain? Even the former Mountain Master could only make 6 swords resonate back then. The air buzzed with incredulous murmurs as countless eyes pierced through layers of Tao essence, all fixed on Lin Yi. He stood motionless, enveloped in surging sword intent, as though he had become the embodiment of swordsmanship itself. Lin Yi, someone whispered softly. The next moment, Zhu Tian broke into a wide smile before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! To become the weapon itself. Master Lin, you truly are Master Lin. With just a few of my words, you have grasped the essence of Weapon Mountain. Truly remarkable. Zhu Tian's laughter roared like thunder, shaking the entirety of Weapon Mountain and echoing across the heavens and the earth. To use one's body as a vessel does not mean treating oneself as a mere tool, but rather forging an indomitable heart in pursuit of the Tao. It involves enduring endless trials and tempering an unyielding will. This is the profound method of entering the Tao through the vessel, the pinnacle of the Tao of artifacts. Buzz. A sudden enlightenment dawned upon Lin Yi. His gaze sharpened like lightning, and with a slight motion of his palm, 8 beams of sword light shot skyward, transforming into 8 celestial swords. Their blades gleamed with unmatched sharpness, encircling Lin Yi. In that moment, he stood like a peerless sword immortal, exuding an overwhelming presence that commanded awe and reverence. The 8 treasure sword casket, a relic left by the founder of Qishan, can only be moved by those who have comprehended the founder's Tao. However, once one steps onto this path, they gain mastery over the 8 swords, wielding them freely across heaven and earth. The Tao of artifacts consists of 5 stages. Using fire as a vessel marks the entry level. Using the forces of heaven and earth signifies minor achievement. Using the Tao as a vessel represents great achievement. Using the heart as a vessel indicates perfection. And using the body as a vessel achieves supreme perfection. The first 4 stages involve crafting external artifacts, but the ultimate stage, using the body as a vessel, focuses on refining oneself, reaching unparalleled heights. Master Lin, our Qishan has nothing more to teach you. Zhu Tian looked at Lin Yi with a complex expression, a mix of astonishment and deep satisfaction. The 8 treasure sword casket, with its 8 swords as guides, symbolizes the foundational path of Qishan's Tao. Even for many artifact forgers, its mysteries remain elusive despite a lifetime of effort. Zhu Tian had initially believed that while Lin Yi was extraordinarily gifted, his smooth cultivation journey might hinder his ability to truly grasp the founder's Tao. At best, Zhu Tian thought Lin Yi might reach the 3rd stage of great achievement. Yet, to his utter disbelief, Lin Yi had not only comprehended the Tao but had directly ascended to the supreme stage of using the body as a vessel, mastering the essence of Qishan. Master Gu Qing once said, "We cultivators merely stand on the shoulders of sages." Lin Yi raised his eyes, a radiant smile gracing his lips. With a wave of his hand, the 8 swords soared back into the casket as streams of light, their hums resonating as if responding to their master's will. Master Lin, are you not taking the 8 treasure sword casket with you? Zhu Tian's brow furrowed, his tone betraying his surprise. The founder of Qishan had decreed that those who could command the 8 swords were entitled to wield them in their pursuit of the Tao. Yet Lin Yi merely smiled and replied, "These swords are a symbol of inheritance. To take them would be a selfish act, reducing them to mere tools and diminishing their true purpose." Though the 8 swords were unparalleled treasures, their significance transcended their physical form. Lin Yi would not compromise this legacy for personal gain. If the day ever came when he truly needed them, a single command of "Come, my swords" would suffice for them to break through space and return to him. Zhu Tian's gaze flickered, and a deep sense of admiration welled up within him. To renounce the 8 swords required a resolve that could command respect from all beings in the spiritual realm. Buzz. As the two conversed, the void within the 8 treasure sword casket began to ripple faintly. A vortex slowly emerged, emanating an intense blade aura, its metallic clangor echoing like thunder. The 8 swords, seemingly provoked, began to resonate fiercely, as if yearning to break free. "Settle down," a cold voice echoed, silencing the cacophony. From within the vortex, a hazy figure stepped forth. The person's presence was as deep as an abyss and as sharp as a blade. Simply standing there commanded the 8 swords into instant submission, as if they instinctively recognized the figure's unassailable might. We greet the master of fashion. Lin Yi and Zhu Tian exchanged a glance before bowing respectfully. Zhu Tian's expression was wary, while Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The mirror of Liaochen and its associated inheritance are here. The master of fashion was as straightforward as ever. With a graceful flip of her hand, a golden object materialized before Lin Yi. The mirror of Liaochen? Master, have you raided the Temple of Lank? Zhu Tian exclaimed in shock, his face paling visibly. I would have liked to, but alas, the Temple of Lank is rather tedious. The master of fashion replied with a light snort, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. The moment I arrived, they deployed their grand myriad Buddha's formation.
It was quite the letdown.
The master of fashion's tone carried a lingering grievance. Zhu Tian felt a chill in his heart but couldn't deny that the Lanku Temple's approach was incredibly wise. If not for the lack of fortifications among the 100 mountains, Zhu Tian would have set up a massive formation to guard against the master of Fa Shan. The items have been retrieved. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. The master of Fa Shan's voice barely faded before he turned to leave. His steps were steady, his presence as imposing as a mountain. Yet after only a few steps, he paused, slightly tilting his head. His sharp gaze landed on Zhu Tian once more. Send another batch of 5th grade battle armor to Fa Shan. Another batch? Zhu Tian's voice rose in disbelief, his eyes flashing with astonishment. The last batch was sent less than 6 months ago. 5th grade battle armor was exorbitantly expensive to produce. A single batch of 12 suits could sustain the disciples of Qi Shan for 3 years. Zhu Tian gritted his teeth, inwardly cursing Fa Shan for being a bottomless pit. They're ruined. The master of Fa Shan spoke plainly, but his tone carried an undeniable authority. Ruined. Zhu Tian began to retort, but swallowed his words halfway. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the master of Fa Shan casting him a sidelong glance. That gaze was as cold and sharp as a blade, sending a chill down his spine. He suddenly remembered how his father's hair had been shaved off in a similar confrontation. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Hastily, he softened his tone and muttered under his breath, according to the rules, 5th grade battle armor is dispatched once every 3 years. If you want more, you'll have to pay. I'll owe you. The master of Fa Shan replied curtly. As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure vanished, leaving only a low, commanding echo behind. Bandits. Thugs. Everyone on Fa Shan is a bandit. Zhu Tian stomped his foot in frustration, his face turning ashen as he glared in the direction where the master of Fa Shan had disappeared. Oh me, he muttered bitterly, turning to look at the drawer in Qi Shan filled to the brim with Fa Shan's IOUs. His heart filled with indignation. You say you'll owe me, but when are you ever going to pay me back? Lin Yi, who had been observing Zhu Tian's defeated expression, couldn't help but chuckle softly, the corners of her lips curving upward. Master Lin, could I take a look at the Liaochen mirror? Zhu Tian suppressed his anger and shifted his attention to Lin Yi. His tone carried a mix of urgency and eagerness. The Liaochen mirror. It was said that this artifact could reveal the flaws in a cultivator's practice, a treasure of unparalleled wonder. Zhu Tian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Why not? Lin Yi replied with a smile. With a thought, she opened the golden case in her hand. Within the case lay primarily scriptures 127 volumes in total. Among them rested a mirror, taller than half a person, exuding an ancient and sacred aura. With a flick of her wrist, Lin Yi sent the Liaochen mirror flying out of the case, where it landed steadily on the ground. The mirror's surface was entirely stone-like, smooth and translucent, faintly emitting a soft Buddhist glow. At a glance, it seemed capable of enlightening one to their flaws and weaknesses in cultivation. What a treasure! Zhu Tian couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes gleaming with admiration. With such Buddhist essence, this could easily be refined into a Dao enlightening artifact. Lin Yi's lips curved into a faint smile as she calmly explained. The Liaochen mirror was never carved or refined. It achieved its current state after being imbued with the Dao resonance of Master Liaochen and naturally falling from the rolling sutra platform. As it stands, it is not an artifact but merely a piece of refining material. A Dao enlightening artifact? Zhu Tian murmured, his tone tinged with awe as he stared at the mirror. If it were merely used as a Dao enlightening artifact, it would fail to realize its full potential, Lin Yi remarked, her voice carrying a hint of mystery. Then, according to Master Lin, how should its value be fully utilized? Zhu Tian asked, stunned and curious. The art of refining requires a deep understanding of the material's nature to craft a corresponding artifact, Lin Yi said steadily, her tone brimming with certainty. For the Liaochen mirror, the most suitable artifact would indeed be a Dao enlightening one. This material, she continued, suddenly shifting her tone with a sly smile, should be used to craft a wine jar. A wine jar? Zhu Tian froze, utterly dumbfounded. Such a peerless material, used to make a wine jar? Zhu Tian looked at Linny with eager eyes, his expression filled with urgency, as if he might snatch the Liaochen mirror any moment. His gaze burned intensely, his fingers slightly clenched, betraying a hint of impatience. Lin Yi, however, remained unmoved, a faint, ambiguous smile lingering at the corners of his lips, as if he were merely an amused spectator to a drama that had nothing to do with him. He asked unhurriedly, Master Zhu, if the Liaochen mirror were used to craft a treasure for enlightenment, could it truly grant someone instant realization? Of course not. Zhu Tian was momentarily stunned by the question, but quickly shook his head with resolute certainty. His expression grew serious, his tone slowed, as though he were explaining a profound truth often misunderstood. Instant realization sounds mysterious, but in reality, it is a flash of insight that comes only after one's accumulation has reached its peak. An enlightenment treasure can assist in the process, but it is not a tool for instant realization. As for a treasure that truly grants such a state, I have forged artifacts for nearly a millennium and have never heard of its existence. Though there was a trace of regret in his words, his tone carried more conviction than disappointment. He raised his eyes to meet Lin Yi's, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Realization depends on accumulation and seizing the right opportunity. If cultivators could truly control the art of instant realization, the power of the spiritual realm would have long since reached an unimaginable level. Lin Yi listened, then chuckled softly, his voice clear and resonant like jade striking stone. If an enlightenment treasure won't do, what about a wine jar? Zhu Tian blinked in confusion, his brows furrowing slightly as if he couldn't quite grasp Lin Yi's meaning. But Lin Yi was in no rush. He continued, his tone calm and deliberate. This Liaochen mirror, also known as the Mingjing stone, is the primary ingredient for brewing the illusory moon wine. Do you know that just one sip of this wine can bring about instant realization? His words were delivered with a measured rhythm, as if stating a mundane fact, yet each syllable landed with the weight of a hammer, stirring waves of astonishment in Zhu Tian's heart. Zhu Tian's breath caught, and a flash of disbelief flickered in his eyes. Lin Yi, however, paid him no attention. His gaze wandered into the void, as though lost in memory or explaining something of little consequence. The illusory moon wine requires one primary ingredient and three secondary ones. The primary ingredient is, of course, the Liaochen mirror. The three secondary ingredients are the Qinghua, the sadgrass, and the forgetting fruit. The Qinghua has been identified as the five-colored peach. The forgetting fruit is the stone apricot, and the sadgrass originates from the sorrow born of Zhou Yun and Fenghua's intertwined fates. His voice was low and steady, yet carried an undeniable force. The five-colored peach and the stone apricot are cultivated by sects across the realm, their abundance limitless. As for sorrow, I've already extracted a significant portion using the reflecting heart stone. And since Zhou Yun has entered the Tao through sorrow, she can provide it for future brewing needs. Lin Yi paused briefly, his gaze returning to Zhu Tian, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. The 12 intentions of enlightenment are also easily obtained. The only rarity is the Mingjing stone, of which only one exists in this world. If its essence is directly used for brewing, the illusory moon wine will become a one-time marvel, never to be replicated. However, if the Liaochen mirror is used as the brewing vessel, combined with the three secondary ingredients and the 12 great intentions of enlightenment, it will continuously nourish the wine, ensuring an endless supply. By now, Zhu Tian's expression had grown dark and conflicted, his face a shifting storm of emotions. His brows furrowed tightly, his features twisted as if wrestling with a difficult decision or suppressing his inner turmoil. A wine jar, you say? Zhu Tian finally spoke, his voice low, tinged with both reluctance and resignation. Yet Lin Yi gave him no chance to speak further. With a single thought, a resonant hum filled the air as a formless energy surged from within him, shaking the very fabric of the world. Hum, a flame, invisible yet radiant, ignited from his being, illuminating the entire space with a brilliance that seemed to pierce the void. This was no ordinary fire, not a flame born of spiritual energy, nor one of the natural world, but something far more profound, the fire of the heart. Zhu Tian's eyes narrowed, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. He murmured under his breath, the fire of the heart. Lin Yi's expression remained calm, as though everything was firmly within his control. He spoke with quiet authority. To wield energy as fire is the first step. To use the forces of heaven and earth as tools is mastery. To command the power of the Tao as one's instrument is to reach great heights. But to use the heart itself as the vessel, that is the pinnacle of artifact forging. Zhu Tian's astonishment deepened, his face a canvas of awe. He broke into hearty laughter, his voice brimming with admiration. What a concept, to sing the heart as the vessel. Master Lin, Your reputation is well-deserved. By transforming one state of mind into fire, there are currently only 2 individuals in the Grand Luo immortal sect capable of such a feat. The first is him, Zhu Tian. The second is his father, Zhu Yin. But after today, this list will gain another name, Lin Yi. They say that in the spiritual realm, only the Buddhist sect has methods to refine the mind. I don't think that's entirely true. Didn't the patriarch of Qishan refine the power of the mind by treating his own body as a vessel? Lin Yi murmured softly, his gaze fixed on the slowly igniting flame of his mental state in his palm. The flame was faint yet pure, exuding an indescribable sense of majesty. A flicker of reverence crossed his eyes, and his admiration for the patriarch, Chan Pingfan, deepened further. The mind's flame ignites, and the vessel's furnace emerges. Lin Yi took a deep breath and suddenly spread his fingers wide. The flame of his mind instantly surged, transforming into a void furnace that floated between heaven and earth. The furnace glowed a deep crimson, its flames roaring as if capable of incinerating everything, warping even the void with its intense heat. Go! Lin Yi pointed with his finger, and the Liaochen mirror turned into a streak of light, flying straight into the furnace. Bodhi has no tree. The moment the Liaochen mirror entered the furnace, a distant and grand chanting echoed from within. The sound, like a tide, reverberated in all directions. Accompanying the chanting, a sacred Buddhist radiance emerged from the furnace, illuminating the heavens and earth. Under this radiance, both Lin Yi and Zhu Tian instinctively closed their eyes, their minds immersed in an ocean of boundless peace. It was a profoundly extraordinary state, as if their souls had left their physical bodies, floating high above the heavens and gazing down upon all things. Their minds, cleansed by the Buddhist light, became incomparably serene, free of joy or sorrow, detached from worldly concerns. In this tranquility, they seemed to have touched upon some primordial essence of the universe, drawing closer to the Tao. The Tao speaks no words. To explain it through words is to distort its essence, hence enlightenment is rare. Lin Yi murmured to himself, as the chanting surged into his ears like waves, carrying infinite wisdom and serenity. In that moment, his state of mind shattered some unseen barrier, as if he glimpsed the path of the Tao meant for him. The chanting within the furnace did not cease but rippled outward like waves, enveloping the entirety of Qishan. Disciples throughout the mountain halted their cultivation and set aside their tasks, quietly listening to the voice imbued with Buddhist essence. The sound, like the tinkling of a cold spring or the caress of a gentle breeze, silently soothed their inner turmoil. This chanting, it can influence our state of mind. One disciple whispered in astonishment, "My inner demons have been suppressed. This must be my chance for ascension." Another disciple exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement, his body trembling with exhilaration. Even more practitioners emerged from their secluded cultivation chambers, bathed in the Buddhist light and chanting as they stepped onto the path of ascension. Those who had once fallen into corruption due to their demonic nature found themselves purified by the Buddhist radiance, returning to the righteous path of cultivation. The Liaochen mirror? It is a Buddhist treasure. Zhu Tian gazed at the Buddhist light emanating from the furnace, his eyes filled with disbelief. This mirror, which was always by Master Liaochen's side, has absorbed the purest essence of Buddhism. Now, after being refined by the mind's flame, its Buddhist nature has been fully unleashed. The 100 peaks of Grand Luo are about to experience an unprecedented blessing. Before his words had fully settled, the furnace suddenly shuddered. The flames within surged like a tide, painting half the sky in hues of gold and crimson. A golden lotus slowly took form, and atop the lotus platform sat the ethereal image of an ancient Buddha. With a serene smile and a flower in hand, the Buddha's expression seemed to encapsulate the truths of all existence. A phenomenon during artifact refinement. Zhu Tian's pupils contracted sharply, his mind reeling as though struck by lightning, leaving him frozen in place. In an instant, all of Qishan fell into utter silence. Only the smile of the ancient Buddha's image remained, as if it were silently conveying infinite mysteries of the universe. The phenomenon of artifact forging represents the ultimate pursuit of a lifetime for any artifact craftsman. Master Chen Pingfan of Qi Mountain spent 30 years forging a single sword. When the sword was completed, it radiated both yin and yang light, shaking the heavens and earth. Within a radius of 36,000 miles, countless weapons resonated in unison. Such a spectacle astonished the world, leaving the cultivation realm in awe. Yet now, Lin Yi, in less than half a day, has forged a weapon that triggered an equally breathtaking phenomenon. A golden lotus illuminated the world. An ancient Buddha smiled while holding a flower, and the radiance of Buddha's light bathed the land for 100,000 miles. All beings were enveloped in the serene aura of Buddhism, their hearts calmed. The grandeur of this phenomenon rivaled that of Chen Pingfan's legendary achievement. Artifacts are graded into 10 tiers, but a Tao artifact transcends these rankings. The soul of a Tao artifact can absorb the essence of the sun and moon, embody the profound truths of the heavens, and evolve over time. Such treasures are the ultimate dream of cultivators. Yet Lin Yi, relying solely on the principle of artifact forging without ever learning the method of artifact forging, crafted a Tao artifact on his first attempt. Such innate talent is nothing short of astonishing. Zhu Tian stood frozen in place, his gaze fixed on the phenomenon, torn between laughter and tears. Under the influence of the Buddha's aura, his emotions flowed freely. He could hear the grand chanting of sutras, as if the entire universe was reciting Buddhist scriptures. The ancient Buddha, seated atop the golden lotus, smiled serenely, and the chanting resonated deeply in his soul. Zhu Tian's heart quivered, and he sighed. All forms are illusory. If one sees that all forms are not forms, then one sees the Tathagata. The master of Fa Mountain stood atop its peak, her clear, elegant eyes observing everything. Her ethereal presence seemed to merge with the celestial phenomenon itself. She silently mused, to enter the path of Buddhism through the way of artifacts truly. The insight of Bukong Venerable is unparalleled. No wonder he wishes for Lin Yi to become the external Buddhist disciple of Lank Temple. The brilliance of the phenomenon lasted but a moment before dissolving back into the heavens and earth. With a resounding boom, the artifact furnace, condensed from Lin Yi's inner fire of enlightenment, slowly returned to his body. Left in the sky was a single, radiant wine jar. On its surface, the engraving of an ancient Buddha seated atop a golden lotus was distinctly visible, the lotus shimmering with golden light that brought peace to all who beheld it. Surrounding the wine jar were 8 dancing wine flasks, forming a complete set of Tao artifacts. These were not merely vessels for wine but treasures for enlightenment. Zhu Tian stared at this set of artifacts, his emotions a tumultuous mix. As the master of Qi Mountain, he had always prided himself on his expertise in artifact forging. Yet in a single day, he had been twice surpassed. With a bitter smile, he looked at Lin Yi and murmured, I have been fixated on using the dustless mirror to forge a tool for enlightenment, yet I overlooked the principle that an artifact craftsman's creations must resonate with their own path. Lin Yi is the master of Jiao Mountain, and the artifacts he forges naturally align with wine. Wine vessels, too, can become tools for enlightenment. With a casual gesture, Lin Yi summoned the wine jar, flasks, and cups before him. He smiled faintly and said, Excellent. With this set of wine vessels, my Jiao Mountain wine gathering is sure to succeed. He carefully stored the artifacts and turned to Zhu Tian, clasping his hands in a respectful salute. Master Zhu, in 7 days, Jiao Mountain will host its wine gathering. I sincerely invite you to attend and share a drink. Zhu Tian returned the gesture and nodded solemnly. I will certainly be there. Lin Yi turned and departed, his steps steady and purposeful. His plan was already forming. With all the essential ingredients gathered, he needed to return to Jiao Mountain as soon as possible to brew the legendary mirror flower, watermoon wine. Master, the stone apricots and 5-colored peaches you requested are ready. As Lin Yi stepped onto Jiao Mountain, Su Li approached, carrying a wooden box filled with spiritual fruits and wearing a respectful smile. Beside him stood a lively young woman. It was Hui Xian. Her demeanor was noticeably more cheerful than when they had first met, indicating she was gradually adapting to life in the immortal sect. Lin Yi's gaze shifted, his smile deepening as he looked at her. Miss Hui Xian, you're here too? Hui Xian bowed slightly and replied softly, Master Lin, the 5-colored peaches and stone apricots you required were personally selected by teacher Gu Qing. He asked me to deliver them. Lin Yi nodded approvingly, his smile warm. Perfect timing. Today, I plan to open the cask and begin brewing. Would Miss Hui Xian be interested in sampling a cup? Hearing this, Hui Xin's cheeks flushed, and she quickly waved her hands, stepping back in a flustered manner. No, thank you. Her reaction drew a chuckle from Su Li, and even Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. The success of Mirror Flower, Water Moon wine owed half its credit to Hui Xian. As a wine capable of inducing enlightenment, it was only fitting that Hui Xian deserved her own flask. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened slightly, a faint, meaningful smile playing on his lips. His tone was resolute as he said, Why? The wine I am about to create will benefit you immensely. Breaking through 3 minor realms in succession will be no challenge for you. Hui Xian's eyes flickered with a trace of astonishment, her tone tinged with disbelief. Break through 3 realms in a row? Lin Yi nodded, his expression firm and his voice brimming with confidence. Of course. If it were the Foundation Establishment realm, I might not be so certain. But you are only at Qi Refinement Stage 3. With the aid of the Mirror Flower Moon Wine and the spiritual energy of the 100 Mountains, breaking through 3 realms will be no problem at all. Hui Xian froze, her hesitation and intrigue evident in her eyes. Her gaze wavered slightly as she spoke with a trace of inner struggle. Then shall I just have one cup? Trust me, just one cup. Lin Yi's tone was decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. Yet deep within, he couldn't help but feel curious. Why did this Hui Exine seem so fearful at the mere mention of wine, as though it were something sinister? He turned and instructed, Suli, take Miss Hui Exine for a stroll around the mountain. Once the wine is ready, you can have a cup as well. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi wasted no time. Taking the stone apricot and the 5-colored peach, he turned and walked back into his cave dwelling. Inside the cave, Lin Yi carefully arranged the spiritual fruits on a stone table, his gaze calm and focused. The mirror flower moon wine was no ordinary brew. It required the essence of truth as its core. The 5-colored peach and stone apricot were ideal for this purpose, as they contained the essence of their true nature. With his mastery of alchemy and artifact refinement, Lin Yi was well-versed in how to extract their essence. He willed his inner flame to life, and it roared up in an instant. The fire coiled like a living serpent, effortlessly refining the 5-colored peach and stone apricot, stripping away their outer layers to reveal their purest essence. These essences, glowing like streams of light, converged and merged into a wine jar refined by the dust mirror. Next, Lin Yi reached into his sea of consciousness and retrieved the will of sorrow and the 12 grand truths from his purple gold gourd, channeling them into the wine jar as well. The gourd trembled lightly, releasing a strand of golden light that flowed into the jar. Buzz. The wine jar quivered softly, and a rich, intoxicating aroma burst forth, filling the entire cave. The scent was so potent it could make one feel tipsy just by breathing it in. Even more astonishing, the fragrance carried traces of Tao resonance, which manifested as ethereal visions of mirror-like flowers and moonlit reflections, painting mystical scenes throughout the cave. Lin Yi took a deep breath, savoring the Tao resonance within the aroma, and silently praised, "This is truly extraordinary wine." At that moment, a surge of wine Tao energy coursed through his body like a raging river. The treasure vessel in his chi sea roared with resonance, faintly echoing the grand rhythms of heaven and earth. With a flick of his finger, a stream of wine rose from the jar, shimmering like liquid crystal, and entered his mouth. As the wine touched his tongue, it felt as though the myriad flavors of the mortal world exploded in a symphony. The taste then transformed into a lingering sweetness that spread throughout his body, invigorating every fiber of his being. Lin Yi closed his eyes, immersing himself in the experience. His aura shifted dramatically, and he entered a profound state of enlightenment. Buzz. Lin Yi's body trembled slightly. The accumulation of insights he had gained since ascending to the 100 mountains of the great Luo realm erupted like a surging flood. Boundless Tao resonance surged within him, and countless realizations converged into a unified stream. His cultivation advanced visibly, as if propelled by an unstoppable force. Foundation Establishment Stage 3. Foundation Establishment Stage 4. Foundation Establishment Stage 5. In mere moments, Lin Yi's cultivation broke through 3 consecutive stages, his aura growing ever more vast and profound. And yet, the transformation did not end there. The purple gold gourd within his sea of consciousness began to resonate violently. Lines of golden script emerged from its opening, radiating dazzling light as they imprinted themselves deep within Lin Yi's mind. One sip to intoxicate an immortal, a dream spanning 3,000 years drunken immortal. The golden script resounded with the weight of the Tao itself, like the voice of the heavens. It then condensed into radiant golden stars that plunged into the depths of Lin Yi's consciousness. His mind roared with upheaval as waves of information surged forth, ultimately crystallizing into a clear and vivid impression. Wine Dao divine ability. Lin Yi opened his eyes, his gaze profound and radiant. He took his time to comprehend the essence of this newfound power. After a while, a trace of irrepressible joy appeared on his face. Drunken Immortal Finger, the legendary divine technique of the Tao of wine, known for its ability to intoxicate even immortals with a single gesture, strikes directly at the soul. It evokes a dreamlike intoxication spanning 3,000 years, bypassing all defenses. Lin Yi held an ancient tome in his hands, his eyes gleaming with excitement, his heart surging with emotion. The soul is the true lifeline of cultivators. If the soul remains intact, there is always a chance of revival. Yet, the drunken Immortal Finger can shatter this final barrier, making it a peerless weapon of destruction. Remarkable. Lin Yi murmured in admiration, taking a sip of the ethereal mirror flower, water moon wine. The fragrant wine slid down his throat, causing a faint tremor in his soul as he entered a state of enlightenment once more. However, this time, he did not awaken a new ability. Instead, his comprehension of the heavenly Tao deepened, and the speed at which he absorbed the power of the heavens and earth increased exponentially. Enlightenment depends on the right moment. The deeper the foundation, the greater the rewards, Lin Yi mused to himself, recalling the legendary tale of Zhou Yun driving back an army of 1,000,000 with a single sword strike. That feat was the culmination of 60 years of profound preparation. While Lin Yi had experienced 3 moments of enlightenment, his youth and limited accumulation placed him far behind such legends. During his previous enlightenment, Lin Yi had exhausted his reserves to create an unparalleled wine recipe. This time, though the effects were less dramatic, his understanding of the heavenly Tao had ascended to a new level, further solidifying his foundation. He resolved in his heart to wait until he had accumulated enough before using the mirror flower, water moon wine, for enlightenment again. When that time came, he was confident it would lead to a comprehensive breakthrough. With this thought, Lin Yi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. With a casual motion, he summoned a wine vessel forged from bright mirror stone and filled it with the divine nectar from a 3-stone wine jar. Though the vessel could only hold half a stone, its convenience was unmatched. "I'll let Miss Huixin and Su Li taste this mirror flower, water moon wine as well." Lin Yi stored the wine jar in the depths of his spiritual sea within a purple gold gourd, carrying the wine vessel as he stepped out of his cave dwelling. The mountain breeze brushed against him as Lin Yi quickly found Su Li and Huixin resting in a pavilion. Su Li had been guiding Huixin on a tour, and now they stood bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. The lake shimmered with light, cranes called out melodiously, and fish leaped from the water, creating a scene imbued with a serene, otherworldly charm. "Greetings, Mountain Lord." Su Li rose to his feet and bowed respectfully. Lin Yi's crimson robes fluttered in the wind as he exuded an air of carefree elegance. With a flick of his wrist, 2 crystal-clear wine cups appeared on the jade table. He then poured the wine, its pale golden liquid cascading into the cups, releasing an intoxicating aroma imbued with a trace of mystical Tao resonance that instantly filled the pavilion. Su Li and Huixin felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, as if a glimmer of enlightenment had flashed before them. However, it remained just out of reach, veiled behind a thin, elusive barrier. "1 cup each drink," Lin Yi said casually, leaning against the railing and gazing out at the lake with a tranquil expression. Without hesitation, Su Li raised his cup, bowed and said, "Thank you, Mountain Lord, for the wine." He then drank it all in one gulp. Huixin, on the other hand, hesitated, holding her cup with a conflicted expression. "Should I really drink this?" she asked, uncertain. Before her words fully left her lips, a surge of power erupted from within Su Li. The energy of his foundation-building cultivation roared to life, and a profound Tao resonance emanated from his body, momentarily halting even the flow of air. As a member of the spirit clan, Su Li had cultivated for 2 centuries, yet in this moment, a single cup of wine had propelled him toward a higher realm. At 30 years old, Su Li began his journey into the world of cultivation, a path destined to be fraught with challenges. It took him a staggering 170 years of relentless effort to barely achieve the foundation establishment stage. Even so, he never wavered in his determination. As an unnoticed laborer at Daozong Shushan, his diligence earned the sympathy of Zhou Yun, who tried to mentor him. However, Su Li's innate talent was as stubborn as a boulder, refusing to transform. His natural limitations seemed like an insurmountable chasm. But today was different. 1 cup of Jinghua Shueyue wine, and the accumulation of his 170 years of cultivation erupted in an instant. Foundation establishment 2nd stage. 3rd stage. His cultivation soared as he broke through 3 levels in succession, shattering the barriers that had held him back. Years of doubt and confusion in his heart began to dissolve, and even the perplexities of his past cultivation started to make sense. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes, as if he had glimpsed a path leading to even higher realms. "Master Lin." Su Li took a deep breath, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. "If I lose control later, please knock me out and send me back to Danshan." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, but before he could reply, Hui Xian lifted her cup. She bit her lip nervously, a trace of unease in her eyes, but in the end, she downed the wine in one gulp. The liquid slid down her throat, her body trembled slightly, and in the next moment, she collapsed to the ground. Thud. The sound of Hui Xian falling was abrupt and jarring. Lin Yi stared at the scene in shock, muttering, "1 cup and she's down? That's an impressively low tolerance." Before his words had fully landed, Hui Xian suddenly sprang to her feet. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes hazy with drunkenness, yet an unprecedented aura of dominance radiated from her. Lin Yi's pupils contracted. This commanding presence was completely unlike the timid Hui Xian he knew. Hui Xian let out a small hiccup, her eyes gleaming like rubies, resembling a small rabbit. But her next words nearly made Lin Yi drop his jaw in disbelief. "Hot. I'm burning up," she shouted boldly, her voice brimming with wild energy. Suddenly, an intense flame burst forth from her body, erupting like a volcano and sweeping across the surroundings. Boom! Lin Yi reacted swiftly, retreating to a safe distance in the blink of an eye. His gaze sharpened as he muttered to himself, Enlightenment. She's entered a state of enlightenment. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged toward Hui Xian in a domineering manner, flooding into her body. Her cultivation began to climb at an astonishing pace, breaking through 3 levels in rapid succession. As her power grew, the flames within her burned even hotter, making her unbearably restless. Splash! Without hesitation, Hui Xian leaped straight into the lake. The water around her evaporated instantly into thick steam under the heat of her flames. The once elegant and delicate Hui Xian now resembled a fire dragoner, more accurately, an unstoppable, domineering battle bunny. Fish? Hui Xian, fully unleashing her wild side, began chasing the fish in the lake, splashing and thrashing with reckless abandon. Her movements were so fierce that the lake's surface erupted repeatedly, and even the nearby pavilion trembled violently under her chaotic energy. Standing on the shore, Lin Yi watched the unrestrained figure in the lake with a complex expression. Memories of Hui Xin's usual timid demeanor flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but sigh softly. No wonder she avoids drinking. She's like a completely different person after a single cup. He squinted, carefully observing Hui Xin's state. In her drunkenness, not only had her cultivation skyrocketed, but her combat strength had also increased by at least 30%. Normally, she avoided conflict, but this newfound dominance and raw power multiplied her actual combat prowess several times over. Lin Yi's gaze gradually brightened, a spark of excitement gleaming in his eyes. Boosting battle strength through alcohol, perhaps this could be the foundation for creating a new formula to enhance combat power. Lin Yi's eyes shone with inspiration. Hui Xin's transformation had opened the door to an entirely new world of possibilities. Su Li awoke from his moment of enlightenment. Before he had the chance to savor the shock of his cultivation breakthrough, his eyes fell on Hui Xian, who was clutching the tail of a silver fish longer than a grown man. She flailed about in the lake, looking for all the world like a child from a traditional New Year painting. Su Li's gaze remained fixed on the scene before him. By the lakeshore, Hui Xin's bright red dress stood out vividly under the sunlight. With both hands gripping the tail of the silver fish, she was being dragged through the water, sending up splashes with every movement. She looked less like a cultivator and more like a playful child at play. The fish was astonishingly large, its strength evident as it thrashed its tail, leaving Hui Xian struggling to keep her footing. Standing nearby, Lin Yi frowned slightly and said in a calm tone, "Send for 2 female disciples to escort Miss Hui Xian back to Dan Mountain." "Yes." Su Li responded promptly, hastily retrieving a jade slip from his storage pouch to send the message, his voice carrying a sense of urgency. At that moment, Hui Xian seemed to lose interest in the silver fish. She let go of its tail, allowing it to dive back into the lake's depths. Her attention, however, quickly shifted to the nearby cranes. The elegant creatures were leisurely pacing by the water's edge, their feathers shimmering softly under the sunlight. Suddenly, with a loud whoosh, flames erupted beneath Hui Xin's feet. Her entire figure shot upward like a blazing arrow, hurtling straight toward the cranes. Startled by the sudden burst of energy, the cranes flapped their wings in panic, scattering feathers into the air as they took flight. But Hui Xian was relentless, her fiery aura propelling her as she gave chase midair. In mere moments, the once serene lakeside had descended into chaos. Hui Xian alternated between diving into the water, creating massive splashes, and soaring through the air, terrifying the cranes into frenzied flight. The sheer absurdity of the scene left Lin Yi and Su Li utterly dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. "Master Lin." Soon, 2 female disciples from Jushin's miscellaneous hall arrived. After bowing respectfully to Lin Yi, their eyes fell on Hui Xian, who was wreaking havoc in the lake. Their expressions quickly turned to shock. "Do not harm Miss Hui Xian," Lin Yi instructed evenly, giving a slight nod as a signal. The 2 disciples, both at the 5th level of Qi refinement, stiffened at his words, then obediently flew toward Hui Xian. However, as they drew closer, they were immediately overwhelmed by the powerful and chaotic aura emanating from her. Hui Xian seemed completely unrestrained, her movements exuding a force that was impossible to counter, forcing the 2 disciples to retreat step by step. As the situation spiraled out of control, Jushin's miscellaneous hall had no choice but to send reinforcements. In the end, it took 5 female disciples working together to barely subdue Hui Xian. Even then, the turbulent energy within her remained unchecked, radiating waves of heat that left the disciples drenched in sweat. "What are you doing?" "I'm not done playing." Hui Xian, pinned down firmly, continued to struggle, her eyes gleaming with a wild, untamed light. At that moment, Guqing arrived in a hurry. Seeing his disciple restrained by 5 others, his expression darkened as he turned a sharp gaze toward Lin Yi. "What happened? Is this really my timid and gentle Hui Xian? The one with a heart as delicate as an orchid?" Lin Yi spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, his tone innocent. "She only had 1 drink." This is the result. Truly, just one drink. One drink? Gu Qing's lips twitched as an ominous feeling crept into his heart. He strode forward, intending to take Hui Xian away. However, the moment the 5 disciples relaxed their grip at Gu Qing's approach, Hui Xian seized the opportunity to break free. With a swift motion, she reached out and grabbed Gu Qing's beard, yanking it with all her might. That hurts. Be gentle, gentle. Gu Qing's face contorted in pain as he froze in place, caught between advancing and retreating. He didn't dare retaliate, fearing he might harm Hui Xian, but neither could he ignore the risk of losing his beard entirely. Eventually, Hui Xin's drunken energy was spent, and her body collapsed, falling into a deep slumber. As she fell, however, she managed to pull away a significant chunk of Gu Qing's beard. Staring at the handful of hairs in his hand, Gu Qing's face twisted with a mixture of heartbreak and frustration. He glared furiously at Lin Yi, who could only respond with a helpless smile and a dismissive wave, signaling the 5 disciples to carry Hui Xian away. With Gu Qing escorting them, Hui Xian was finally taken back to Dan Mountain. What an intriguing energy. After the others had departed, Lin Yi raised his palm, revealing a dense, inky black aura swirling within. The aura carried a faint, malevolent edge, resisting even Lin Yi's cultivation as it radiated a defiant energy, as though it might break free at any moment. So this is the source of Hui Xin's drunken rampage? Lin Yi murmured to himself, a glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes. If this power could be distilled into wine, Jushan might just create a new signature brew. With that thought, he closed his hand, sealing the aura away, and allowed a faint smile to tug at his lips. Turning on his heel, he walked away, confident that everything was now in place. The wine for Jushan's grand tasting event was ready. Lin Yi had ensured it would be unforgettable. In the following days, Lin Yi spent his time either traveling between the various mountains or cultivating within his cave abode, delving into the mysterious black energy within Hui Xian. During this period, Lin Yi's efforts never ceased. In addition to his in-depth research on the enigmatic black force within Hui Xian, he frequently visited Qi Mountain to prepare for the upcoming wine-tasting event on Zhou Mountain. For this grand occasion, he specifically requested Qi Mountain to craft a batch of exquisite wine vessels, as the Mingjing pitchers and cups he had previously made were far from sufficient. The craftsmen of Qi Mountain poured their hearts into the task, turning each wine vessel into a work of art, ensuring they lived up to Zhou Mountain's prestigious reputation. Besides his preparations, Lin Yi made multiple trips to Daocangshu Mountain, hoping to meet Zhou Yun. Unfortunately, each visit ended in vain, as Zhou Yun seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. This left Lin Yi with a sense of unease, worrying that Zhou Yun might be facing some trouble, or perhaps harboring unresolved issues that led him to retreat from the world. However, these concerns were temporarily overshadowed by the approaching grand event on Zhou Mountain. The Zhou Mountain Festival was one of the most significant celebrations in the entire Deluo Hundred Mountains. Not only was Zhou Mountain itself abuzz with activity, but Lin Yi also had to personally step in to welcome guests from all corners. This year's event saw invitations extended to the 4 supreme immortal sects, the 12 top-tier sects, and the 72 ninth-tier sects. While some sects merely sent disciples, which didn't require Lin Yi's personal attention, many sects demonstrated their respect by sending their sect leaders. Whenever a sect leader arrived, Lin Yi would personally receive them. Most of these leaders came from the 9th-tier sects. Though they didn't stay on Zhou Mountain, they often visited other mountains to reconnect with old acquaintances after their stop at Zhou Mountain. Even so, Lin Yi found himself swamped with responsibilities. On this particular day, after seeing off another group of guests, Lin Yi finally managed to catch a brief moment of respite. However, before he could even take a deep breath, disciples from the miscellaneous affairs hall surrounded him, carrying box after box of robes, their faces beaming with enthusiasm. Mountain Lord, tomorrow's not just the wine-tasting festival, it's also your investiture ceremony. This is a matter of great importance for the sect's reputation and the dignity of Zhou Mountain. Your attire must be flawless. One female disciple teased with a playful glint in her eyes. Lin Yi glanced at the towering pile of robes before him and immediately felt a headache coming on. With so many robes, how long will it take me to try them all? He sighed in exasperation. Mountain Lord, these aren't just ordinary robes. They're all enchanted garments specially crafted by Qi Mountain. Another disciple giggled, covering her mouth. There are 27 boxes in total, with 457 sets. You've only tried 48 so far, so there's a long way to go. Hearing this, Lin Yi felt his scalp tingle as he began racking his brain for an excuse to escape. Just then, Su Li's voice rang out from the distance. From Lang Temple, the venerable Bukong has arrived to offer his congratulations. The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire 100 mountains. Mountain lords across the region turned their attention to Zhou Mountain, their faces filled with astonishment. Even the typically reserved mountain lords couldn't hide their surprise. After all, For a mountain lord's investiture ceremony, it was already a great honor for a supreme sect to send an elder. But for the venerable Bukong himself to attend in person, this was unprecedented. Upon hearing the news, Lin Yi's eyes lit up, as if he had just been thrown a lifeline. "Everyone, you may leave now," he declared immediately. Although the disciples from the miscellaneous affairs hall were curious, they dared not question him and quickly bowed before retreating. Lin Yi seized the opportunity to add, "There's no need to try the rest of the robes. Just select a few sets in the same color and style as the one I'm wearing now. I must go and discuss Buddhist teachings with the venerable Bukong." The female disciples stifled their laughter, repeatedly nodding in agreement, secretly amused to see that even their mountain lord had things he found bothersome. Watching their reactions, Lin Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. He strolled out the door, ready to welcome this distinguished guest. For a cultivator, cultivation must always come first. Outside, Suli was leading two individuals along the long corridor. At the forefront was none other than Master Bukong himself. The corridor was dim and deep, with flickering lights casting dancing shadows. Master Bukong, clad in his monk's robe, walked slowly with deliberate steps, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Following closely behind him was a young novice monk, no more than 14 or 15 years old. A crimson Buddhist mark adorned his forehead, accentuating his delicate features, rosy lips, pearly teeth, and strikingly refined brows and eyes, imbuing him with an almost otherworldly beauty. Lin Yi stood at the front of the hall, his gaze steady as a subtle sigh echoed in his heart. What a remarkably handsome novice monk! Though the thought was abrupt, the young monk's looks truly warranted such admiration. At that moment, the novice monk lifted his eyes, meeting Lin Yi's gaze for a fleeting instant. Their eyes locked, and an unspoken connection passed between them. The monk's eyes flickered slightly, and even he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This Master Lin is indeed extraordinary. "Lin Yi, at your service." "Greetings, Master Bukong," Lin Yi said with a smile, his figure flickering gracefully as he landed lightly in front of them. His movements were natural and unhurried, radiating an air of effortless composure. "Master Lin is too kind. This humble monk, Bukong, greets you," Master Bukong replied, pressing his palms together. His expression was serene, his voice deep yet soothing, carrying a calming power in every word. The novice monk followed suit, bowing respectfully. Lin Yi's gaze shifted to the young monk, a faint smile playing on his lips, curiosity evident in his tone. "May I ask, Master Bukong, who might this be?" He thought to himself, this novice monk is no ordinary figure. At such a young age, he has already reached the 13th level of foundation establishment. Such talent is truly one in a million. Master Bukong smiled knowingly and turned to the novice beside him. "Jessa, why don't you introduce yourself to Master Lin?" "Jessa?" Lin Yi hadn't spoken yet, but the disciples of Jiushan passing by exchanged bemused glances, clearly finding the name to carry an amusing connotation. The novice monk stepped forward calmly, his expression unchanging, and bowed respectfully. "This humble monk, Jessa, greets Master Lin. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. The vast world is both void and substance. Master Jessa, your aspirations are truly lofty." Lin Yi chuckled, his tone tinged with light-hearted, teasing yet laced with genuine admiration. A flicker of surprise crossed Jessa's eyes. He had not expected Lin Yi to grasp the deeper meaning of his name in an instant. Lowering his gaze and pressing his palms together, he silently reflected. No wonder my master holds this man in such high regard, not only attending the Jiushan wine-tasting gathering in person, but also insisting on inviting him to become an honorary disciple of Lank Temple. "Please, masters, do come inside," Lin Yi said, stepping aside and gesturing courteously to invite them in. As the three entered the reception hall, a voice trembled from outside the door. "The Grandmaster of Deluo has arrived." Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly strode out of the hall. Looking up, he saw clouds billowing in the distance, and from within the swirling mist emerged a solitary figure walking upon the clouds. The man's hair was as white as snow, his features strikingly handsome, his posture upright like a pine tree. His presence was as cold and distant as frost, and as he appeared, he seemed to embody an indomitable mountain, commanding the heavens and earth. The Grandmaster of Deluo. Lin Yi's pupils contracted slightly as he silently marveled. This was none other than the widely recognized strongest being of the current age, the unrivaled number one on the crowned apex list. The list, denoting those whose power surpasses all others, was a testament to absolute supremacy. Though the Grandmaster had not taken action in 3 millennia, no one dared to challenge his title of invincibility. Disciple Lin Yi greets the Grandmaster. Lin Yi composed himself and bowed respectfully. Master Bukong, Jessa, greets the Grandmaster of Deluo. Bukong and the novice monk stepped forward simultaneously to pay their respects. "We greet the Grandmaster of Deluo." In that instant, voices echoed across the entire Deluo Hundred Peaks as countless cultivators paid homage, their collective voices reverberating like a tidal wave. No need for formalities, the Grandmaster said with a faint wave of his hand. An invisible force seemed to ripple through the air, causing everyone to instinctively step back, their expressions filled with awe. Taking a single step forward, the Grandmaster seemed to traverse both distance and time effortlessly, appearing directly in front of Lin Yi. His gaze was warm, his lips curling into a gentle smile that felt as comforting as a spring breeze. You are quite remarkable. Thank you for your praise, Grandmaster, Lin Yi replied with a bright smile, his tone humble yet brimming with quiet confidence. The gaze of the Deluo sect master fell upon Lin Yi, his eyes brimming with admiration and his tone carrying a hint of approval. Not bad. Very good indeed. You have the energy and vigor that a young cultivator should possess. As cultivators, we can be sharp and unstoppable when needed, yet as steady as a mountain and as deep as an abyss when required. He paused for a moment, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as if recalling something amusing. No wonder that girl nearly took off Zhu Yan's crown for your sake. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. The girl mentioned by the Deluo sect master was, of course, the mountain master of Fa Shan. In the entire Deluo sect, only the sect master himself would dare refer to the mountain master of Fa Shan in such a manner. A realization dawned upon Lin Yi, and he suddenly understood. So it was the mountain master of Fa Shan who had shaved off elder Zhu Yan's hair. No wonder the Zhu family father and son acted like mice in the presence of a cat whenever they saw her. Since you call that girl your Shizhu master's master, you might as well stop addressing me as the sect master from now on, the Deluo sect master said with a playful smile. Lin Yi was startled and blurted out, then what should I call you? Call me old ancestor. The sect master's grin widened, his tone tinged with a teasing air. Old ancestor? Lin Yi stared at him in a daze, as if still trying to process the shift. Standing nearby, the unmoving venerable chuckled softly and explained, Mountain Master Lin, the mountain master of Fa Shan was once an inner disciple of the sect, and she was indeed under the tutelage of the Deluo sect master. Lin Yi's eyes lit up with sudden understanding. He quickly bowed deeply and said respectfully, Disciple Lin Yi greets the old ancestor. Excellent. The sect master burst into hearty laughter, waving his hand. A magnificent seal emerged from the void and descended before Lin Yi. The seal radiated celestial light, as if it could crush the heavens. Its mere tremor seemed capable of shattering the 10 directions, its power so overwhelming that even the unmoving venerable couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment. This is the Deluo heaven flipping seal? Lin Yi murmured softly, his gaze fixed on the seal, his heart filled with awe. That's correct. The Deluo sect master replied with a smile. The Deluo sect possesses 10 great celestial treasures, each ranked among the highest of the 10th grade. Every mountain within Deluo has its own protective treasure. Your Jioshan Wine Mountain is no exception. This heaven-flipping seal is a gift from me, your old ancestor, to you, and a congratulatory present for your establishment of an independent path and mountain. This treasure was originally meant to be given to you during the official conferment ceremony. However, since the unmoving venerable is here, I might as well present it to you now. As he spoke, he cast a sly glance at the unmoving venerable, whose eyebrows twitched slightly. The latter let out a helpless chuckle and muttered under his breath, the Deluo sect master truly knows how to play his cards. I suppose this visit will cost me dearly. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile inwardly. On one hand, he was astonished by the generosity of his old ancestor, who casually gifted a supreme-grade celestial treasure. On the other hand, he fully understood the old ancestor's tactics, having seen similar ones used in the mundane world and even employing them himself on occasion. Deluo sect master, the unmoving venerable has expressed his intention to make you an external Buddha of the Lang Temple. Is this true? The sect master's tone shifted, and his gaze fell once again on Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled faintly and replied truthfully, the unmoving venerable did convey this message through my Shizhu, but such matters should ultimately be decided by the sect. Over the past few days, he had visited Fa Shan multiple times. The mountain master of Fa Shan had already informed him of this matter and mentioned that the sect master was aware of it. The Lang Temple is one of the 5 supreme sects of the spiritual realm. The title of external Buddha of the Lang Temple will not diminish the prestige of your position as the mountain master of Jioshan, the Deluo sect master said calmly, as if everything was perfectly reasonable. This matter is approved. Your disciple will obey your command, old ancestor. Lin Yi bowed respectfully, then turned to face the unmoving venerable. He saluted and said sincerely, Disciple Lin Yi greets the venerable. No need for such formality, Mountain Master Lin, the unmoving venerable said warmly, reaching out to assist Lin Yi. However, the Deluo sect master seemed far from done with the unmoving venerable. His gaze shifted to the young monk standing beside the venerable, and his smile grew even more mischievous. Unmoving venerable. Lin Yi is now an external Buddha of your Lang temple, but the young man beside you must be the current Buddha of your generation, correct? If I recall correctly, when nephew Jsa joined your sect, you gifted him one of the three great treasures of Lang temple, the demon-subduing staff, didn't you? His words carried an unmistakable implication. Surely, unmoving venerable, you wouldn't play favorites now, would you? It has been centuries, yet the Grandmaster of Deluo remains unchanged. Bukong Venerable gazed at the Grandmaster of Deluo with a sigh, his eyes reflecting a touch of complex nostalgia. Memories of their youthful days surfaced. His mischievous junior disciple, who would seize any opportunity to gain an advantage, now stood as the most powerful being in the spiritual realm, yet his personality seemed unaltered. Bukong shook his head with a light chuckle, a mix of admiration and helplessness. The Grandmaster of Deluo is still the same as ever, Bukong Venerable said in a calm tone, tinged with a trace of reminiscence. And you too, senior brother. Time has left barely a mark on you. The Grandmaster of Deluo replied with a faint smile, his piercing gaze seeming to see through Bukong's thoughts in an instant. Lin Yi stood silently to the side, listening intently to the exchange between these two legendary figures. Inwardly, he was awash with awe. Before him stood the embodiment of the Buddhist sect and the supreme being of the spiritual realm. Every word they spoke seemed imbued with the rhythm of the heavens, commanding reverence. Bukong Venerable turned his gaze to Lin Yi, his expression becoming slightly solemn as he said, Lin Yi, our Lan Ku temple has few treasures, not as many as the 10 great celestial artifacts of the Grandmaster of Deluo. Yet, our 3 supreme treasures are the cornerstone of our temple. One of them, the demon-subduing Vajra, has already been bestowed upon Jsa. The second, the 12-ringed staff, serves as the token of the venerable of our temple. And the third is none other than the 36 relics lotus throne. As his words concluded, a beam of golden light rose from Bukong Venerable's palm. A radiant lotus throne slowly emerged, gleaming with an otherworldly brilliance, flawless and pure. The throne's 36 petals each bore a relic at their tip, emitting unique Buddhist auras. Layers of sacred light enveloped the treasure, exuding an air of solemn majesty. The 36 relics lotus throne. Lin Yi's eyes sharpened, his heart surging with waves of astonishment. He was well aware of the sanctity and rarity of this lotus throne. Relics were the ultimate sacred remains left by enlightened Buddhist masters after their passing. And these 36 relics were all bone relics of venerables from the Buddhist sect. Such a treasure, unparalleled and sacred, was now being bestowed upon him. Bukong Venerable spoke slowly, his voice resonating like a Buddhist chant. The 36 relics lotus throne is one of the 3 supreme treasures of our Lan Ku temple. Today, I entrust it to you, Lin Yi, as a mark of your role as the external disciple of our temple. As he finished speaking, he extended his palm, and the lotus throne floated toward Lin Yi. Golden light cascaded down, accompanied by ethereal Buddhist chants, as if the heavens themselves trembled in acknowledgement. Lin Yi hurriedly stepped forward, raising his hands high to receive the throne. Bowing deeply, he said with utmost respect, Disciple humbly thanks the venerable for this sacred gift. However, just as Lin Yi accepted the lotus throne, a thunderous voice echoed across the 100 mountains, shaking the air. Bukong Venerable, in celebration of Jushan, bestows the 36 relics lotus throne. The words reverberated, and the entire assembly erupted into astonishment. The gathered cultivators from various sects were stunned, their expressions ranging from disbelief to sheer amazement. The 36 relics lotus throne, one of the 3 supreme treasures of the Buddhist sect, had been given away so freely? Such a grand gesture was almost beyond comprehension. For a moment, the crowd was abuzz with murmurs. Some whispered in disbelief, while others exchanged complicated glances. Those who had brought gifts for the occasion now looked particularly awkward. Compared to the 36 relics lotus throne, their offerings seemed utterly insignificant, even pitiful. Don't take him too seriously, one cultivator muttered under his breath. The Grandmaster of Deluo is just as cheeky as ever. He's clearly trying to set the bar higher for everyone else's gifts. Yet another cultivator, more composed, remarked calmly, it doesn't matter. Gifts are merely tokens of goodwill. The more significant the gesture, the deeper the bond. Lin Yi, as the Mountain Lord, possesses unparalleled talent across all paths. He is truly deserving of such an honor. The Grandmaster of Deluo looked at Lin Yi with a satisfied smile and said gently, Lin Yi, it's getting late. The banquet will begin shortly. You should attend to your duties. Leave Bukong Venerable to me. I will ensure he is well looked after. Lin Yi nodded respectfully, carefully storing away the Deluo overturning seal and the 36 relics lotus throne. He bowed deeply once more, saying, Thank you, Grandmaster. Bukong Venerable turned to Jsa, his gaze softening as he gave a gentle reminder. Jesse, you and Lin Yi are both disciples of the Buddhist path. At this banquet, you should support each other. Jesse placed his palms together in a gesture of reverence and replied earnestly, disciple shall obey the master's command. Wukong Shizuan said no more and followed the Deluo sect master away. Lin Shanju, ranked first on the list of exiled immortals? As soon as Wukong Shizuan left, Jesse's gaze fell on Lin Yi like a spotlight, his peach blossom eyes glimmering with a fiery battle intent. He raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a hint of probing curiosity. Lin Shanju, ranked first on the list of exiled immortals? And what rank is senior brother Jesse? Lin Yi didn't respond directly. Instead, he smiled faintly, shifting the question back with a calm demeanor. Third, Jesse's voice rose slightly, carrying a trace of pride. His enchanting peach blossom eyes fixed on Lin Yi, brimming with a clear and eager anticipation. Senior brother Jesse, at the peak of the 13th level of Foundation establishment, and only third? Then who is second? Lin Yi's smile remained unchanged, but his tone carried a hint of curiosity. The rankings of the list of exiled immortals were something he had never paid attention to. You've never looked at the list of exiled immortals? Jesse was momentarily stunned before recovering, his gaze now tinged with a mix of complexity, disbelief, and intrigue. Why would I need to look at the list of exiled immortals when I'm already ranked first? Lin Yi's expression was composed, his lips curling into a radiant smile. If the second-ranked hears you say that, he might just shoot you on the spot. Jesse's lips twitched, his tone carrying a hint of teasing, though his expression betrayed a trace of expectation. He secretly speculated. If that battle-hardened, fiercely protective sibling were present, would he immediately make a move? Oh, so the second-ranked on the list of exiled immortals is a master of the spear? Lin Yi nodded slightly in realization upon hearing this. For nearly 3,000 years, the battle path has produced only one peerless talent. Among the younger generation, his spear and skills are unrivaled. That's who we're talking about. Jesse's voice trailed off as he casually seated himself by the corridor, kicked off his shoes, and dipped his feet into the lake. His movements were unhurried, his face reflecting pure contentment. As the lake rippled gently, Jesse's actions seemed to break some invisible barrier. The fish in the lake, previously too scared to approach due to Hui Xian's aura, began surfacing from the depths, playfully circling Jesse's feet. The scene was oddly mesmerizing. Not two, but three unrivaled talents. A powerful and commanding voice echoed from the distance, causing the lake's surface to ripple subtly. The group looked up to see a man and a woman stepping through the clouds toward them. The man stood tall and commanding, clad in silver-white armor that gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight, making him resemble a deity descended from the heavens. His features were sharp and chiseled, his gaze as piercing as a blade. His very presence exuded an aura of undeniable dominance, as if the heavens and earth themselves bowed beneath his feet. The young woman beside him, however, was a stark contrast. She looked youthful and vibrant, with bright eyes and delicate features. Her expression held a lively playfulness, and the shallow dimples on her cheeks added a touch of sweetness to her charm. That's Yang Jian, the second on the list of exiled immortals, and his sister Yang Chan, ranked third on the list of radiant pearls. Jesse's voice carried a teasing lilt as his peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, glinting with mischief. With a flash, Yang Jian and Yang Chan stepped forward, landing steadily before Lin Yi. So, it's the two prodigies from the War Heaven sect. Lin Yi's expression remained calm, his gaze unwavering even under Yang Jian's fiery scrutiny. Instead, he greeted them with a bright smile. His eyes shifted to Yang Chan, noticing her gaze lingering on him with unabashed curiosity, which only deepened the smile on his lips. Prodigies, Yang Jian's lips twitched slightly at the term, his fists clenching reflexively. May I ask, young master Yang Jian, aside from your mastery with the spear, what is your third unrivaled talent? Lin Yi spoke with a composed tone, deliberately emphasizing young master, causing Yang Jian's brow to twitch. That would naturally be his looks. Before Yang Jian could answer, Jesse chimed in, his lips curling in amusement. Brother Yang has always claimed to rival Zhou Yun in appearance, calling himself one of the greatest beauties of the spiritual realm. Indeed, young Master Yang's looks are exceptional. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, his tone carrying a hint of casual acknowledgement. Though, compared to me, they fall just a tad short. But looks, being a gift from one's parents, aren't something young Master Yang can control. As for strength, with a bit more effort, there's still a chance for you to catch up to me. Short. Yang Jian's eyes flared with anger at the word, his voice rising as he coldly retorted, in what way are my looks inferior to yours? Little sister, tell me how am I lacking in appearance? Yet, his question seemed to fall on deaf ears. Yang Chan, her gaze still fixed on Lin Yi, suddenly stepped forward, her expression alight with excitement. From her sleeve, she pulled out a scroll and, with a hopeful smile, asked, Lin Shanju, could I trouble you for an autograph? On the scroll, Lin Yi sat leisurely by the railing, drinking and singing. This was a painting created by Shangguan Yu specifically for Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi immediately recognized it as a replica. With a faint smile, Lin Yi's gaze swept over the painting, as though he could see through every flaw in its strokes. He then spoke softly, why not? His tone was calm, yet carried a hint of amusement. Setting down his wine cup, he raised his hand slightly and instructed in a composed manner, Su Li, bring me the brush and ink. Su Li was just about to respond when a cold, clear voice interrupted, if Master Lin intends to inscribe his signature on this painting, why not allow me to prepare the ink for him? The voice, like jade struck by frost, carried a chill with an undertone of pride. Everyone turned toward the voice and saw Shangguan Yu walking gracefully atop a painting, her white dress fluttering in the breeze. Her ethereal presence made her seem otherworldly, untouched by dust. Her serene and profound gaze rested on Lin Yi, carrying an undeniable sense of authority. Ah, Miss Shangguan has arrived as well, Lin Yi remarked, his smile deepening, though his tone remained steady, devoid of any waves. In that case, I must trouble you, Miss Shangguan. Shangguan Yu nodded slightly, her delicate hand flipping to reveal brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. With elegant and composed movements, she laid them out on the jade table and began grinding the ink with practiced ease. Her actions were so fluid and rhythmic that the audience couldn't help but hold their breath as they watched. Jessa, standing nearby, glanced back and forth between Lin Yi and Shangguan Yu. A faint smile played on his lips as he remarked, the third on the pearl ranking seeks a word, and the second grinds the ink. If the first were to play a tune of heavenly demon melody at this moment, Deluo Wine Mountain would truly come alive with excitement. Before he finished speaking, Yang Jian, standing to the side, suddenly froze, his expression stiff. His fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly before he ultimately remained silent. It was clear that Shangguan Ye's presence had stirred significant emotions within him. Just then, a captivating and enchanting laugh echoed from the distance, a sound imbued with an almost magical allure that sent a shiver through everyone's hearts. Following the laughter came an intoxicating fragrance, wafting through the air. Even before the scent fully reached them, the crowd already felt a subtle, tingling sensation, as if an invisible feather had lightly brushed their souls. It seems we have another distinguished guest, Lin Yi remarked with a faint smile, his gaze sharpening slightly. He had already discerned that the fragrance and laughter carried a masterful use of illusionary power. The enchanting sound and mesmerizing aura could stir the very core of one's spirit. In the vast spiritual realm, only the heavenly demon palace could wield illusionary techniques to such a degree. As expected, just as Lin Yi finished speaking, a cascade of flower petals rained down from the sky. As the petals fell, the surrounding scenery transformed in an instant. Lotus blossoms appeared, floating on the lake's surface, and an endless sea of flowers sprang into existence all around, filling the air with a rich, intoxicating fragrance. It was as if the entire area had turned into a celestial paradise. When the petals touched the lake, they suddenly coalesced into a graceful figure. A barefooted woman holding a flower umbrella emerged, walking slowly across the water. Each step she took caused gentle ripples on the lake, and those ripples bloomed into crimson lotuses, layer upon layer. Her alabaster skin was flawless, as if carved from the finest jade, and every detail of her form was impeccably exquisite. What a display step by step, lotuses bloom. Jessa couldn't help but murmur in admiration, his gaze fixed on her. It seems Miss Jiang Wan's mastery of illusionary arts is nearing perfection. No sooner had he spoken than a golden light suddenly radiated from Jesus' body. The light spread outward from his feet, instantly dispelling the cascade of flower petals and transforming the lake's surface into a shimmering field of golden light, its brilliance vast and imposing, like the descent of a Buddha. The third on the immortal rankings, Jessa, truly lives up to his reputation. The crowd thought in amazement, realizing that in that fleeting moment, Jessa and Jiangwan had already exchanged blows in silence. With the flower petals dispersed, Jiangwan's true appearance was revealed. Her jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, draping over her exposed, snow-white shoulders. Her skin was as fair as freshly fallen snow, radiant and alluring. She wore a long black dress that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. The hem of the dress stopped just 3 inches above her thighs. Any higher would seem vulgar, any lower too conservative. The design struck a perfect balance, making her beauty irresistibly seductive. Her eyes brimmed with charm, carrying a playful, enigmatic smile that seemed capable of stealing souls with just one glance. Even a fleeting look at her could leave one's heart racing, unable to compose themselves. Jiang Wan of the Heavenly Demon Palace greets Master Lin. Closing her flower umbrella, she offered a slight bow. Even in this simple gesture, there was an intoxicating allure that seemed to seep into one's very bones. Lin Yi responded with a faint smile, his gaze calm and unwavering. "Greetings, Miss Jiangwan." His tone was steady and unshaken, as though her illusions were mere passing clouds, incapable of disturbing his composure. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Yang Jian's expression involuntarily twitched, his face shifting between light and shadow as his emotions roiled within. Shang Guanyu sat gracefully at her desk, her wrist moving with fluid precision as the fragrance of ink filled the air, exuding an aura of calm elegance. After offering her greetings, Jiang Wan approached her unhurriedly, seemingly oblivious to the curious gazes of onlookers. With a playful and intimate tone, she gently placed her fingers over Shang Guanyu's delicate hand, which was grinding the ink. "Sister Shangguan, your hands are becoming more beautiful by the day. I can't help but feel a little envious," she teased. Shangguanyu's serene expression remained unchanged, as if she was entirely unaffected by Jiang Wan's playful gesture. Her hand continued its work without pause, her voice cool and composed. "Stop touching and let me work." This brief yet understated exchange revealed a unique sense of understanding and closeness between the two. Jiang Wan's lips curved into a faint smile as she withdrew her hand, though her gaze lingered on Shang Guanyu, as if both admiring and probing. "Master Lin, the ink is ready," Shang Guanyu announced, withdrawing her hand and lightly wiping it clean. She then produced a treasured brush and handed it to Lin Yi with both hands. Lin Yi accepted the brush with a slight nod. "I shall do my best." He stood still for a moment, contemplating, before lowering the brush to the paper. Buzz. In an instant, everyone present felt a dramatic shift in Lin Yi's demeanor. The gentle and refined man they had known now radiated an overwhelming aura of dominance, like a peerless divine sword descending from the heavens. This commanding presence, both fierce and unyielding, seemed etched into his very being, leaving all who witnessed it in awe. With swift and decisive strokes, Lin Yi's brush moved as if wielding a blade. The ink danced across the paper with the force of roaring dragons and leaping tigers, or the boundless energy of stars in motion. Each stroke fell like a thunderclap, shaking the hearts of those watching. Even before the ink had dried, the sheer power emanating from the words was palpable. Before anyone could fully absorb the magnificence of his work, Lin Yi had already lifted his brush and stepped back. His aura returned to its usual calm, scholarly demeanor, as if the brief moment of dominance had been nothing more than an illusion. Tai Mountain looms high, its green ridges endless. Nature's wonders converge, where light and shadow divide. Clouds stir the chest, birds vanish into the horizon. "I shall climb to the summit and view all mountains below." Lin Yi recited the verses aloud, his voice clear and resonant like the sound of a sword unsheathed, each word striking with precision. The calligraphy on the scroll was bold and majestic, full of life and vigor, none other than Du Fu's timeless masterpiece. Gazing at Mount Tai, for a moment, silence enveloped the room. Every gaze was fixed on the scroll, captivated by the profound sense of passion and grandeur it evoked. What a line! "I shall climb to the summit and view all mountains below." Jesse, who had quietly risen, now stood beside Lin Yi. His strikingly handsome face carried an uncharacteristic air of solemnity and ambition. Though his voice was soft, it resonated with an undeniable power. "Tell me, who in this world does not dream of reaching the pinnacle?" Even the ever-composed Shangguan Yu felt her heart stir slightly. Jiang Wan's usually enchanting eyes betrayed a rare moment of distraction, as if touched by the same boundless ambitioner, perhaps seeing Lin Yi in a new light. "Remarkable. Master Lin, not only do you look extraordinary, but your calligraphy and choice of poetry are equally stunning." Yang Chan murmured in admiration, her eyes sparkling with reverence. Lin Yi offered a faint smile, his tone modest yet sincere. "This poem was written by the mortal world's great poet, Du Fu. I am merely borrowing his brilliance." The crowd, hearing his humility, found their respect for him deepen. Such talent, paired with such modesty, was truly rare. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Yet, having embarked on it, who wouldn't wish to ascend and see what lies at the top? Yang Jian's gaze lingered on Lin Yi, his expression complex. Though he had always held himself in high regard, he could not deny that Lin Yi's display had surpassed him by far. "Master, the hour has arrived. The banquet is ready to begin. May I escort you to prepare?" Suli stepped forward and softly reminded him. Lin Yi nodded slightly, turning to address the others with a warm and composed tone. "Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the main hall of my Zhou Mountain. I will join you shortly." As night fell, Zhou Mountain was ablaze with light, its festive atmosphere reaching a crescendo. Tonight would undoubtedly be a night remembered across the spiritual realm. Zhou Mountain, tonight, it shall be renowned throughout the spirit world. We shall take our leave. Jiang Wan and the others bowed respectfully before departing. Lin Yi nodded slightly, her gaze calm as still water, and waved her hand to dismiss them. A disciple from the miscellaneous hall quickly stepped forward, bowing with respect, and escorted Lin Yi away. The atmosphere in the hall momentarily quieted before returning to normal. Su Li clasped his hands toward the group, his tone carrying a hint of humility. Everyone, please follow me. Though Su Li had now officially been appointed as the elder of Jishan by Lin Yi, he remained cautious and respectful toward the distinguished geniuses before him, figures from the exalted Jishin list and Mingzhu list. He dared not show even the slightest negligence. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Shang Guanyu and the others returned the courtesy at the right moment, their tone polite yet composed, their every gesture showcasing the poise of disciples from prestigious sections. Su Li couldn't help but marvel inwardly. These prodigies, born into privilege, carried an innate pride, yet they were meticulous in their interactions, graceful and measured. Even when dealing with someone like him, whose future seemed limited, they showed no trace of condescension. Truly, they were worthy of the rigorous upbringing of the great sections. At this moment, the grand banquet at Jiushan Hall was about to begin. The event, named the Yiguang Gathering, borrowed its name from Yiguang Hui, the association Lin Yi had established in the mortal realm. It symbolized her rise from the mundane world and her ascension as the Mountain Lord. The venue was set on an open-air jade platform suspended halfway up Jiushan Mountain. This floating platform, meticulously crafted by Zhu Tian, the Mountain Lord of Qishan, was entirely carved from spiritual jade, with rainbow-like stairways and shimmering lights. Neatly arranged on the platform were rows of cloud tables, each representing the seating for a particular sect. The arrangement of the tables was carefully planned. At the deepest part of the platform was, naturally, the main seat for the Mountain Lord of Jushan, with the seats for the 5 supreme sects flanking it, signifying their high status. While Lin Yi, as the Mountain Lord, held a significant position, she was still slightly less prominent compared to the leaders of the major sections. However, today was her official title conferment ceremony, and even honored guests from the Deluo Immortal sect or the 4 great sects would not overshadow her moment in the spotlight. Further back were the seats for the 12 top-tier sects, the 72 ninth-tier sects, and the Mountain Lords of the 100 Mountains, all arranged in an orderly manner. Many guests had already taken their seats in advance, sitting with solemn composure, refraining from any unnecessary movements to maintain the dignified atmosphere. How interesting of Mountain Lord Lin to use such enormous wine vessels, Jiang Wan of the Tianma Palace remarked as she ascended the jade platform with Su Li. Her gaze quickly fell on the wine vessels placed on each cloud table. These vessels were as large as one could embrace with both arms, filled with shimmering, fragrant wine that was clearly of the highest quality. Beside each vessel was a jade ladle, seemingly provided to scoop the wine. Noticing her interest, Su Li quickly explained, "Everyone, the Mountain Lord has instructed that this wine is not for drinking. The actual wine will be served by the disciples once the banquet begins. Not for drinking?" Shang Guanyu and the others exchanged puzzled glances. The Mountain Lord specifically mentioned that the wines served today are varied, each with its unique qualities. To avoid mixing flavors and compromising their distinct characteristics, she specially prepared this purifying wine for the guests' use. Su Li explained earnestly, clearly holding great respect for the Mountain Lord's meticulous arrangements. Purifying wine? Yang Jian raised an eyebrow. As a connoisseur of fine wines, he had already been tempted by the fragrance of the wine. Seeing that the banquet had yet to begin and the vessels remained untouched, he couldn't resist scooping a ladleful, ready to taste it. "Please wait, Brother Yang." Su Li quickly intervened, his tone tinged with urgency. "This so-called purifying wine is meant for rinsing cups. It is absolutely not for drinking." Rinsing cups? Yang Jian froze mid-action, his expression turning awkward. Hearing this, Shang Guanyu and the others also revealed astonished expressions. Even those who were not particularly fond of wine in the cultivation world had heard of the legendary delicacies of the spirit realm. Although Shang Guanyu herself was not a wine enthusiast, she could still discern the refreshing and elegant aroma of the purifying wine, which was enough to lift one's spirits. For someone like Yang Jian, a true aficionado, the idea that such an exquisite wine was merely for rinsing cups was almost unthinkable. It's undoubtedly top-quality wine, let alone for someone like Yang Jian, such fine wine, and it's only used for washing cups? If senior brother Yang wishes to drink, the Mountain Lord has left some aperitif wine. "I can fetch it for everyone," Su Li said with a bitter smile. His tone carried a trace of helplessness as his gaze shifted toward Yang Jian not far away, his expression tinged with awkwardness. If Yang Jian were to drink this cup-washing wine, Su Li feared it might tarnish his reputation as the elder of the Wine Mountain. After all, failing to host properly would be a disgrace. "That won't be necessary." Yang Jian waved his hand, though his eyes betrayed a mix of surprise and anticipation. Slowly setting down the wine cup, he mused to himself, "If this cup-washing Jingzhan wine is already so pure and fragrant, What kind of exquisite brew will be the centerpiece of today's banquet? The thought stirred a growing sense of expectation within him. Time passed, and the golden hues of the setting sun spilled over the grand hall as guests began to take their seats. At each jade table, disciples of the Wine Mountain's miscellaneous affairs hall stood ready, their expressions solemn and their movements practiced, embodying the sect's decorum. Many wine enthusiasts, catching sight of the Jingzhan wine in the cups on the tables, couldn't help but lift their glasses for a sniff, their expressions a mix of curiosity and complexity. This wine is only for washing cups, someone murmured in disbelief, their tone tinged with regret. I don't care if it's Jingzhan wine or Jingtian wine. If it's good wine, I'll drink it, declared Guqing, the mountain lord of Baishan, with a hearty laugh. Without hesitation, he grabbed a ladle and filled his cup with a bold, unrestrained motion that perfectly matched his straightforward personality. Taking a few sips, his face lit up with satisfaction and contentment, as if lost in the wine's aroma. His carefree demeanor drew the attention of those around him. As the mountain lord of Baishan took his seat, cultivators from the 72 grade 9 sects also began to settle in. Following them were the young disciples from the 12 top-tier sects, each radiating vitality and confidence, as if eager to make the banquet a stage for showcasing their talents. Among the super-tier sects, Yang Jin and his sister from Zhantian Gate had long been seated, while Jessa, the Buddhist prodigy of Lang Temple, stood calmly behind his sect's cloud seat, exuding an air of detachment. Representatives from Donghuang Hall and Mosen Tower, on the other hand, were a group of imposing elders. The Grandmaster of Deluo and the world-honored one of Lang Temple have arrived. Just as the seats were nearly filled, Zhu Yan's voice rang out like a great bell, reverberating across the heavens. Everyone rose in unison, their gazes fixed on the distance. Two figures strode forward side by side, their presence commanding and their aura overwhelming. These were two of the strongest beings of the current age, the Grandmaster of Deluo and the world-honored Bukong. Even the elders of the super-tier sects dared not show the slightest disrespect, clasping their fists and bowing deeply as they respectfully intoned, "We humbly welcome the Grandmaster of Deluo and the world-honored one." The two unparalleled figures smiled faintly, raising their hands in acknowledgement. Their every gesture radiated grace and ease. The world-honored Bukong took his seat cross-legged at the Lank Temple's table, while the Grandmaster of Deluo stood before the Mountain Lord's cloud seat, his gaze sweeping across the assembly with an air of authority tempered by warmth. "Is it time?" His voice was deep and resonant, carrying an undeniable sense of command. "Yes, Grandmaster, we are ready," Zhu Yan replied respectfully. Upon receiving confirmation, the Grandmaster of Deluo nodded slightly, his palm turning over to reveal a jade scroll that suddenly appeared, glowing with a soft, radiant aura imbued with the essence of the Tao. His voice rang out, rolling like thunder. "The Tao is eternal, the Tao reverberates. Our Deluo immortal sect, blessed by the Tao and graced by the ancestors, has discovered a peerless talent with unparalleled roots. Today, we establish a new path and form a new mountain. Here and now, by decree of the heavens, we proclaim to all sects and the world. Disciple Lin Yi is hereby appointed as the Lord of Deluo's Wine Mountain." Before his voice had fully faded, the jade scroll ignited with a towering flame of Tao energy, merging with the very essence of the heavens and earth. The dazzling brilliance illuminated the entire Wine Mountain, as though the universe itself was celebrating this moment. "The Mandate Scroll!" someone exclaimed in awe, their voice trembling with both shock and reverence. The power of the Mandate Scroll was irrefutable, its decree spreading across the spiritual realm to be known by all. The guests rose solemnly, their voices resounding in unison. "Congratulations to Lord Lin Yi of the Wine Mountain." Boom! The thunderous acclaim echoed across the heavens, and at the same time, the flames of the Tao transformed into a magnificent celestial staircase. It stretched from the banquet hall to the peak of the Wine Mountain, stopping before the entrance to Lin Yi's abode. A streak of crimson appeared atop the mountain, the figure's robes billowing like flames. Clad in a fiery red robe, Lin Yi descended the celestial staircase amidst the gaze of countless onlookers. His steps were steady, his demeanor composed, and his bearing extraordinary, commanding the admiration of all present. A young man's ambition should soar to the heavens, vowing to be unparalleled in the world. At this moment, Lin Yi stood as a figure of unparalleled majesty, exuding an air of transcendent brilliance. His jade crown was tied high, a few strands of black hair dancing in the wind. His crimson robe, as vibrant as fire, rippled with his every step, casting a radiant glow like the sunset, as if he had walked out of a masterpiece painting. Each step seemed to tread upon the very essence of the heavens, inspiring awe in all who beheld him. Clang! As Lin Yi approached, a sudden tremor swept through the mountain of artifacts. The 8 treasures sword case quivered faintly, and then, with a brilliant flash, 8 celestial swords burst forth, their lights intertwining in a dazzling display. The resounding hum of the swords, like bells and drums in unison, echoed in celebration of Lin Yi's presence. The sword energy surged and spread, filling the air with an invisible pressure that left everyone breathless. At the same time, atop the mountain of Qi, the ancient Dao imprints sensed Lin Yi's aura and materialized into several spectral Dao figures. These figures stood solemnly on the platform of manifestation, their gazes ancient and profound, transcending time and space to meet Lin Yi's eyes. Faintly, the ethereal sound of the Tao reverberated voices of the ancestral forebears of the mountain of Qi, who had long since passed but seemed to awaken momentarily to honor the new master of the mountain. Congratulations to the master of the mountain. On the peaks of 100 mountains, disciples who had been prepared for this moment shouted in unison. Their voices boomed like thunder, resounding across the land. Though they could not personally attend the grand event at the Mountain of Wine, their collective voices carried immense energy, imbued with profound Taoist resonance, converging in celebration. Buzz. Amid the endless chorus of congratulations, the purple golden wine gourd within Lin Yi's sea of consciousness trembled slightly. It absorbed the will of the heavens and the earth, manifesting an extraordinary flask of peerless wine. Its fragrance filled the air, accompanied by lines of Taoist script that floated in its wake. To wander the world with heaven and earth as one, the moon hangs like a hook, yet desires unfulfilled. Such is the spirit of elegance. The crowd fell silent, their breath caught in awe as they gazed at this flask of celebratory Taoist wine. It was no ordinary creation, neither a condensation of wine spirit, nor a manifestation of wine-related divine arts. It was an unparalleled treasure, forged solely by Lin Yi's supreme will. A gentleman like jade, unmatched in the world, murmured Shangguanyu, her eyes shimmering with stars as she gazed at Lin Yi, her voice tinged with admiration. Yang Chan's eyes sparkled with delight, her lips curving into a smile. Brother, didn't I say? Master Lin is a man of unrivaled grace and beauty. Was I wrong? Even Jiang Wan spoke softly, her tone carrying a trace of complexity. Though the disciples of my heavenly demon palace are famed for their allure, in comparison to Master Lin, we fall far short. As the top-ranked beauty of the Pearl list, even she found herself lamenting her inadequacy in the face of Lin Yi's brilliance. At that moment, Lin Yi ascended the heavenly Tao staircase, each step deliberate and steady, until he reached the jade platform. Behind him, the staircase dissolved, merging back into the fabric of the world. Standing atop the platform, Lin Yi radiated unmatched elegance, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below. The grand ceremony is complete. The supreme leader of Deluo announced solemnly, his voice resonant and commanding. We pay our respects to Master Lin. The crowd bowed in unison, their expressions filled with reverence. Lin Yi smiled faintly and returned the gesture with a slight bow. Lin Yi thanks you all. He then turned to the cloud-laden table before him, his voice ringing clear and bold as he addressed the assembly. Let us toast to the timeless spirit of elegance. Bring forth the wine. Buzz. Before his words had fully settled, the purple golden wine gourd in his sea of consciousness trembled again. The celebratory Taoist wine transformed into a colossal wine jar, towering atop the mountain of wine, exuding an overwhelming presence that left all in awe. There's been a change. Serve this wine first. Suli, who was in charge of preparations, quickly issued the command. The disciples of the logistics hall, already on standby, moved swiftly, pouring the celebratory wine into goblets and distributing them across the banquet hall and even to the distant peaks of the 100 mountains. We drink with Master Lin to celebrate elegance. The crowd raised their cups in unison, their voices echoing like a tidal wave. From afar, the venerable Bukong of the Rotten Keg Monastery chuckled and spoke. We disciples of the Rotten Keg Monastery shall drink water in place of wine to honor Master Lin. Lin Yi raised his cup, his gaze bright and warm, a smile dancing on his lips. Wine may pass through the body, but the Buddha remains in the heart. Venerable, why cling to such distinctions? His laughter was like a gentle spring breeze, his gesture of raising the cup exuding effortless charm. In that moment, all who watched felt their hearts stirred. Wine and meat may pass through the body, but the Buddha remains in the heart? Upon hearing these words, Master Bukong's mind was shaken, his half-closed eyes snapping open to reveal a profound gaze as deep as an ancient well, momentarily flickering with a trace of brilliance. Beside him, his disciple Jessa could not help but press his palms together in reverence, his eyes alight with a newfound understanding. Master Lin, your words are wise, Bukong said in a low voice, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. He silently pondered the statement, as if each syllable rippled through his heart. After a brief moment, he seemed to have grasped some deeper truth. The path of Buddhism lies in cultivating the mind, valuing detachment above all. Yet, if one becomes overly fixated on rigid rules and precepts, does that not become a shackle instead? Lin Yi's words, though seemingly casual, were laden with profound meaning. Was he offering wine or spreading wisdom? Cheers. Lin Yi raised his cup and downed it in one bold, carefree motion, his demeanor exuding an untamed spirit, as if this single drink embodied his unrestrained embrace of the heavens and the earth. The crowd froze for a moment, then, as if swept up by Lin Yi's energy, they raised their cups in unison and drank deeply. Boom! As the liquid flowed down their throats, a tremor coursed through their spirits. The wine burned like fire upon entry, yet transformed into a cool stream that flowed straight to their hearts, leaving them with an extraordinary sensation, one of all sorrows dissipating, all thoughts vanishing. Celebration wine of the Tao, someone exclaimed, their eyes blazing as they looked toward Lin Yi. This is a wine crafted by Master Lin himself, infused with the essence of the Tao and the collective spirit of cultivators. As the wine settled in their stomachs, it swept away all worries and attachments, leaving only a sense of freedom and elegance. This was no ordinary drink, and the crowd was awestruck. Even those who usually refrained from alcohol found themselves captivated, succumbing to the wine's extraordinary allure. Master Lin, may I ask the name of this wine? Someone finally spoke up, their tone filled with reverence and curiosity. This wine, Lin Yi replied with a gentle smile as he sat at the jade table, his voice calm yet imbued with a quiet confidence, is called the celebration wine of the Tao. It is merely the opening act for today's gathering. The opening act? The crowd was dumbfounded. Such an extraordinary wine. Merely a prelude? Lin Yi lightly stroked his jade cup, his gaze distant as he spoke slowly. Today's gathering, named after Aguang, commemorates a tale from the mortal world. For this grand event, I have prepared 37 varieties of celestial wine. Rest assured, everyone will leave satisfied today. 37 kinds of celestial wine? The crowd was stunned, their eyes burning with anticipation as murmurs filled the hall. If just the celebration wine of the Tao is so extraordinary, then what kind of divine masterpieces must the other 36 be? Those who can't hold their liquor will surely regret missing this feast. At that moment, Lin Yi smiled faintly and waved his hand. Bring forth the 36 wines of inquiry. As his words echoed, a group of elegantly dressed female disciples from the miscellaneous hall stepped forward gracefully, carrying jade trays. On each tray rested a jug of celestial wine, its fragrance wafting through the hall, imbued with a sense of mystery that seemed to stir the soul and reveal one's innermost self. The 36 wines of inquiry are crafted from 36 celestial wines, with my inquiry into the Tao as their essence, Lin Yi explained softly, his gaze serene. Each jug of wine can help one clarify their mind and discover their true nature. They are nothing short of miraculous. The hall erupted once again in astonishment. Wines of inquiry? These wines can help one explore their own Tao? As the intoxicating aroma filled the space, many young disciples felt their blood surge with fervor, their spirits brimming with determination. Some even seemed on the verge of breaking through their cultivation realms. The disciples of Wine Mountain moved swiftly, cleansing the guests' cups before pouring the first jug of the wine of inquiry. The first cup of the wine of inquiry. Boom! As the wine touched their lips, a thunderous resonance echoed throughout the grand hall. Waves of enlightenment surged from the cultivators, soaring into the sky and harmonizing with the heavens and earth. The entire hall was shaken to its core, and no one remained untouched by the miraculous power of the wine. This was Lin Yi's gathering of Aguang. This is the resonance between the seeker and the Tao itself. Cultivation is the pursuit of truth. The path of cultivation is the journey to discover one's true self, stripping away falsehoods to preserve what is genuine. Cultivators, through their practice, comprehend the ways of heaven and earth, deriving methods from the Tao, techniques from those methods, and clinging steadfastly to their chosen path with unwavering conviction throughout their lives. Yet, the road of cultivation is far from smooth. Endless trials often shake the resolve of even the most dedicated. In this moment, however, as the wine of inquiry flows down their throats, each individual is transported back to that very instant they first embarked on the Tao. A faint spark of their original resolve ignites like a wildfire, growing ever brighter. Some marvel aloud, could this wine of inquiry truly harmonize the spiritual energy within and illuminate one's personal Tao? Though the arts of winemaking and alchemy share similarities, alchemy has long overshadowed the former. Yet this wine surpasses alchemy, defying convention and earning the title of extraordinary. Even De Luo sect's grandmaster and the revered Master Bukong, the most powerful figures of their time whose hearts for the Tao are as unshakable as mountains, find themselves gaining insights and glimpsing higher realms after just a single sip. Inside the grand banquet hall, the atmosphere shifts, becoming solemn and profound. The essence of the Tao ebbs and flows through the air, immersing everyone in the contemplation of their own paths. Attendant disciples move deftly among the crowd, refilling cups and clearing vessels in seamless coordination, allowing the cultivators to drink cup after cup without distraction. The wine of harmonizing qi, the wine of illuminating the heart, the wine of seeing the self, 36 varieties of wine of inquiry, each a celestial elixir crafted by Lin Yi from rare flowers and herbs, infused with the very soul of the wine itself. Each sip is like spring rain quietly nourishing the earth, rejuvenating the body and spirit of the cultivators. Suddenly, an elderly cultivator bursts into hearty laughter, his voice resounding like a great bell. I entered the Tao at 16, formed my golden core at 30, and reached the integration stage at 300. Yet I've been stuck at this stage for 1,000 years. It turns out, the path I've cultivated contradicts my own Tao heart. Before his words even fade, the Tao resonance within him erupts like a tidal wave, surging endlessly. In that instant, his Tao heart ascends to a higher plane. At this moment, the miraculous effects of the wine of inquiry manifest one after another. Cultivators rise with triumphant cries, gaining clarity on their personal Tao or realizing where they had fallen short. Their auras surge higher and higher. The hall is filled with the thunderous sound of breakthroughs. 1, 2, 3 Tao resonances surge like rivers and seas, enveloping the entire banquet hall. Ultimately, the collision of infinite Tao truths creates a transcendent resonance that strikes directly at the hearts and minds of all present, granting them profound enlightenment. This is no ordinary banquet, it is a grand gathering of enlightenment, a meeting of Tao through wine, a symphony of 100 paths. This event rivals any of the grandest festivities held across the Luo's 100 peaks. Master Bukong clasps his hands together in a gesture of reverence, attuned to the surging Tao essence within the banquet hall. A faint light of wisdom flickers in his eyes as he softly remarks, to convene the Tao through wine, to awaken countless paths. All of this was meticulously planned by young Lin Yi. Hearing this, Lin Yi raises his cup with calm composure, his being immersed in the magnificent convergence of the Tao. Within his sea of consciousness, the purple gold wine gourd hums incessantly, drawing in the myriad truths of the Tao. At this moment, he realizes the immense value of the insights gained by these cultivators, whether they are the prodigies of the 72 supreme sects or other seasoned practitioners. Their understanding of the Tao is an unparalleled treasure that cannot be missed. It must not be missed. After tonight's banquet, I reckon quite a few will ascend to greater heights. An elder of the Eastern Emperor Hall held his wine cup with a calm and profound gaze. He glanced at the disciple beside him, his eyes filled with a trace of satisfied approval. The disciple's rapid progress in cultivation had clearly put him in a good mood. Moments ago, this once renowned prodigy of the celestial rankings had downed 12 cups of the legendary inquiry wine, and his cultivation had leapt from the midstage of the golden core realm to its peak completion. Such a breakthrough was nothing short of astonishing. This banquet, hosted with such generosity by Master Lin, has undoubtedly benefited everyone here. I dare say all sects owe him a great debt of gratitude, the elder remarked sincerely, his tone carrying genuine admiration. Yet Lin Yi merely responded with a faint smile. With a graceful motion of his sleeve, he spoke with quiet determination. Tonight, we speak not of debts, but of the resonance of the Tao. My hope is that, on this very night, the ascension of Tao resonance will illuminate Jiu Mountain. Ascension of Tao resonance illuminating Jiu Mountain? The Grandmaster of the Luo sect narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone tinged with scrutiny and intrigue. Lin Yi, your ambition is bold. However, relying solely on the inquiry wine may not be enough, don't you think? Inquiry wine was a miraculous brew, said to reveal the truths of the Tao. It could solidify one's Tao heart and deepen one's foundation, but such accumulation required years of tempering. How could it possibly serve as the catalyst for immediate ascension? Everyone knew that the path to ascension of Tao resonance was anything but simple. Lin Yi, however, remained unfazed. A confident smile played on his lips. I have said before, tonight Jiu Mountain offers 37 kinds of wine. What has been served thus far is merely the 36 inquiry wines. This statement sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. The eyes of countless cultivators lit up with anticipation. Inquiry wine was already an extraordinary treasure, rarely seen in the world. What then could the mysterious 37th wine be? What kind of unparalleled wonder would it reveal? If that's the case, we shall wait with bated breath. A cultivator couldn't help but speak up, excitement evident in his tone. As the banquet continued, the atmosphere grew more intense. The 36 varieties of inquiry wine, each imbued with the essence of the Tao, were enough to captivate any cultivator. Even a single cup could lead to profound insights. Those with weaker tolerance gradually set their cups aside, choosing instead to meditate and reflect on their own paths. Meanwhile, those with remarkable endurance, such as Gu Qing and Zhou Yun, drank cup after cup without pause. Zhou Yun's presence drew significant attention. His demeanor, as refined and gentle as ever, carried an air of quiet confidence. However, His gaze occasionally lingered on a figure seated among the guests, a mermaid. This was none other than Xiaoqi, someone Lin Yi was all too familiar with. The spirited young girl who had once accompanied Feng Hua to the Heart Reflection Stone had transformed into a poised and regal presence, radiating the majesty of a merfolk sovereign. Lin Yi glanced at the two of them and quickly formed a plan. Clearly, he needed to arrange a private meeting between his teacher and Xiaoqi at an opportune moment. Master Lin, didn't you mention there were 37 kinds of wine prepared for tonight? If you don't bring out that final wine soon, you'll risk disappointing your guests, someone urged, their tone tinged with drunkenness yet brimming with anticipation. Indeed, I'm not normally fond of drinking, but the inquiry wine is simply irresistible. I'm dying to know what the last wine tastes like. Lin Yi chuckled softly at their words, his gaze sweeping across the room. By now, the eastern horizon had begun to glow faintly, with streaks of dawn breaking through the clouds, signaling the arrival of a new day. Although most attendees were still brimming with energy after indulging in the 36 inquiry wines, traces of weariness were beginning to show. It was clear they had been up all night. At this moment, Lin Yi rose slowly, his hands clasped behind his back. His voice rang out, clear and resolute. You have all waited long enough. The 37th wine is none other than the mirror flower, water moon wine. This wine has the power to grant enlightenment of the Tao. The words had barely left his lips when the hall fell into stunned silence. Every cultivator froze, their eyes fixed on Lin Yi. Grant enlightenment? Could such a miraculous wine truly exist in this world? Shock, elation, and fervent anticipation swirled among the crowd, and the banquet's atmosphere reached its climax. Grant enlightenment? Could it be true that such a miraculous wine exists in this world? The Grandmaster of Deluo and the Venerable Bukong exchanged a glance, both seeing profound shock reflected in each other's eyes. Enlightenment, how rare and precious were those two words? Cultivators might spend their entire lives chasing it, often without success. Yet the young Master Lin Yi before them seemed to possess an extraordinary method to induce such a state. Only Su Li, who had tasted the Mirror of Illusions wine, and Gu Qing, who had witnessed its miraculous effects firsthand, stared intently at Lin Yi, their eyes burning with a knowing light. It was as if they had already discerned the secret weapon in Lin Yi's hands. A soft hum resonated. Lin Yi flipped his palm, and a crystal-clear, translucent flask appeared silently. The flask emitted a faint Buddhist glow, carrying a subtle trace of the aura from the dustless mirror. The Venerable Bukong trembled visibly, his eyes fixed on the flask as he spoke slowly, his voice tinged with disbelief. The aura of the dustless mirror? Could it be that Master Lin intends to use the dustless mirror to craft a wine vessel? His tone betrayed his incredulity, as though he could not reconcile the idea of such a revered Buddhist treasure being repurposed for this use. The dustless mirror, a sacred artifact of the Buddhist path, was a symbol of unparalleled prestige and rarity. And now, it had been turned into a wine flask? Lin Yi, however, remained composed, his expression calm. He curled his lips into a radiant smile and said, "That's correct. The dustless mirror is both the wine vessel and the catalyst for the Mirror of Illusions wine. By incorporating this artifact, the wine can aid in attaining enlightenment." Before his words had even finished echoing, the entire grand hall was in an uproar. A wine that could induce enlightenment? The very idea was mind-boggling. The famed flowing wine of celebration and the 36 wines of inquiry had already left the world in awe, and now this Mirror of Illusions wine promised to surpass them? Using a sacred Buddhist treasure as an ingredient for wine, who would believe it without seeing it themselves? Lin Yi, unfazed by the commotion, continued with poise, "This wine I have brewed only in limited quantities, enough for but a single cup per person. However, the best results can only be achieved when drunk from a mirror goblet. Unfortunately, I have only 8 goblets in my possession, so only 8 individuals may experience it as intended. I ask for your understanding." With that, he waved his hand, and 8 crystal-clear mirror goblets appeared, floating above his palm, dazzling and radiant. "Master Lin, you're too modest," the Venerable Bukong said with a smile. "Since there are only 8 goblets, we can make do with ordinary vessels. The wine itself is what matters most." "Exactly. We are here for the wine, not the cups," echoed the other cultivators, nodding in agreement. Lin Yi nodded with a faint smile before announcing, "The first 5 goblets shall go to the 5 Great Supreme Immortal section." With a simple gesture, 5 goblets drifted steadily toward the jade tables of the 5 supreme sections. This allocation was unquestionable. The status of the 5 great sects was unshakable, and no one raised any objections. "The 6th goblet," Lin Yi continued, turning to bow respectfully toward Zhou Yun, "is for the teacher." The 6th goblet gently floated to Zhou Yun's table. Zhou Yun smiled faintly, nodding in acknowledgement. The title of teacher was well-deserved. "The 7th goblet," Lin Yi said with a trace of reverence in his tone, "is for the ancestral master." The seventh goblet flew toward the master of Mount Fa. The master of Mount Fa, shrouded in an ethereal presence, exuded an aura of celestial detachment. He uttered just 2 words. Well done. Though brief, his words carried the weight of thunder, declaring to all present Lin Yi was under his protection. The hall fell into a stunned silence. Everyone understood the implication clearly. Anyone in the spiritual realm who dared to provoke Lin Yi would have to contend with the wrath of the master of Mount Fa. In the blink of an eye, 7 of the 8 mirror goblets had been distributed, leaving only the final goblet hovering above Lin Yi's palm. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the hall, pausing briefly on the master of Mount Bai before settling on Zhu Tian and Gu Qing. These two had always treated him with sincerity, and Lin Yi felt deeply grateful. Master Lin, there's no need to worry about us, Zhu Tian said gently, his tone warm and reassuring. Gu Qing, unusually composed, laughed heartily and added, indeed. As long as there is wine, that's enough. If not today, we'll drink together another day. Lin Yi nodded with a smile, then turned his attention to the Jiao clan. Thank you both for your understanding. As for this final goblet, I wish to give it to the Jiao clan. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 8th goblet floated toward the jade table of the Jiao clan. Shao Qi stared at the goblet before her, stunned and wide-eyed, as though she couldn't believe the honor bestowed upon her clan. Many cultivators in the hall looked on with puzzled expressions. The Jiao clan was but a minor faction among the 72 ninth-ranked immortal sections. How could they deserve such recognition? Yet a few who were privy to certain rumors exchanged knowing glances and nodded subtly. It was just as they had suspected. Lin Yi's methods were far more profound than they appeared. Zhou Yun froze for a moment, then nodded slightly towards Lin Yi. To have a disciple like this in his lifetime, what more could one ask for? There was a hint of pride and contentment in Zhou Yun's gaze as he raised the wine cup in his hand and spoke softly, to the seniors present, a cleansing toast. His voice was not loud, but it carried a calm, steady power. Hearing this, Lin Yi smiled faintly and said no more, merely gesturing for the disciples of the miscellaneous hall to step forward. They had already prepared everything and quickly began cleansing the cups with swift yet respectful movements. Standing nearby, Shaoqi looked at Lin Yi with a complex expression, as if trying to discern something from him. However, when she turned to Zhou Yun, she found him gazing at her as well, his eyes deep and unreadable. Startled, Shaoqi quickly lowered her head, concealing the emotions flickering in her eyes. Bring the wine. Lin Yi's voice was calm yet clear. With a simple gesture of his fingers, the mirror-like wine vessel before him suddenly glowed with brilliance. Streams of crystal-clear wine shot out, dividing in midair 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8 until they transformed into a cascading curtain of wine that enveloped the entire space. The curtain of wine, seemingly guided by an invisible force, fell precisely into the cups before each person. The aroma of the wine spread, permeating the air like a living entity and weaving its way into everyone's senses. It was an indescribable fragrance, rich and mellow, yet tinged with a profound resonance of the Tao. Just by inhaling the scent, the cultivators present felt the resonance of the Tao within their bodies, as though they were on the verge of touching a higher realm. Qi in harmony with the Tao. Yang Jian, who had been drinking silently, suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining with brilliance. He fixed his gaze on Lin Yi, as if witnessing an unimaginable marvel. Master Lin's power and understanding of the Tao have undoubtedly reached the state of perfection. Jess's gaze sharpened slightly, his fists clenched within his sleeves before slowly releasing them. A flash of battle intent flickered in his eyes before fading away. I once believed my mastery of the illusory Tao was near perfection, unmatched by others. But now, compared to Master Lin, I am still far behind. The title of the top rank on the Celestial Immortals list is truly well-deserved. Jiang Wan's captivating eyes revealed a trace of complex emotion. In that moment, her usual allure transformed into solemnity. She gently lifted her cup, her gaze falling on the crystalline wine within, and sighed inwardly. For cultivators, strength can be measured through combat. Yet, there are times when the outcome is decided without a single move. This mirror flower moon wine, its extraordinary nature is evident even before tasting it. If there is truly an elixir capable of granting enlightenment, it must be this wine. Many of the cultivators, unable to contain themselves any longer, raised their cups, their expressions a mix of awe and anticipation. Lin Yi slowly lifted his cup, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. His voice, as gentle and fluid as a clear stream, resonated through the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the founding ceremony of Zhou Mountain, as well as the grand gathering of its cultivators. I hereby wish all of you this. May one sip bring unity of self and soul, oneness of mind and body, and a state of perfect completeness. Thank you, Master Lin. The crowd responded in unison, rising to their feet and raising their cups. Their voices carried respect and expectation as they added, and may Master Lin achieve the Tao soon. As the last word was spoken, they drank in one swift motion. Buzz. The moment the wine touched their throats, an invisible force seemed to envelop the entire Jiu Mountain. From the leaders of the great sects to the younger generations Jessa and Yang Jin, everyone trembled slightly before entering a profound and indescribable state. One person's enlightenment is a creation of fortune. The simultaneous enlightenment of hundreds is a spectacle of the heavens. In that instant, waves of Tao resonance emanated from the cultivators present, rippling outward like invisible tides and engulfing the entirety of Jiu Mountain. Amid the trembling heavens and earth, the resonant sound of the Tao like the tolling of a great bell echoed from the depths of the mountain, piercing the clouds and reverberating across 100 peaks. Throughout the region, no matter where they were, all cultivators felt the shock of this resonance from the essence of the Tao itself. Reverberations of the celestial melody reached deep into their souls, sparking newfound insights into the Tao. Problems that had long troubled them now melted away like snow under the sun. Lin Yi sat calmly at the center, his eyes closed as if listening to the celestial music of the Tao that filled the heavens and earth. His expression was serene and focused, as though he had become one with the infinite resonance around him. Guided by this profound connection, the foundational chapter of his Tao of Wine and his Sea of Consciousness rapidly advanced, and the framework for the Golden Core chapter began to take shape. At that moment, Lin Yi's figure seemed almost divine, a being of unparalleled grace and power. He was creating a path, forging the Golden Core chapter of the Tao of Wine. What is the Golden Core? The Golden Core represents the profound principles of heaven and earth, a culmination of the natural order. It embodies the essence of the universe, containing the void in its stillness and manifesting infinite potential in its utility. It serves as the foundation of the Tao heart, nurtures the spirit likened to the valley god, and bridges the intangible with the tangible, the ethereal with the substantial. The path of the Golden Core is the crystallization of the great Tao of heaven and earth, an ultimate union between the practitioner and the cosmos. The five-element Golden Core holds the mysteries of the five elements. The sword Golden Core concentrates the sharpness of a single blade. The killing intent Golden Core encapsulates the profound essence of slaughter. Regardless of its type, a Golden Core is formed by a cultivator who refines their own Tao, condensing the purest essence of their spirit to shape a unique path of cultivation. From that point onward, the journey focuses on comprehending the Tao rather than merely accumulating spiritual energy. At this moment, atop the summit of Wine Mountain, hundreds of cultivators unknowingly entered a state of enlightenment. Their Tao intent naturally flowed, weaving and colliding in the void, as if an invisible great Tao was circulating among them. This scene resembled a silent sermon on the Tao itself. While techniques cannot be easily imparted, and the Tao is formless and indescribable, the insights revealed through their enlightenment were more direct and profound than any words could convey. Standing at the center of this convergence of countless Tao intents, Lin Yi took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in this rare opportunity. He pushed the Tao of Wine within himself to its peak, capturing the essence of each Tao around him and integrating it into his own. In this moment, his Tao of Wine became akin to the process of brewing fine wine, absorbing the purest essences of heaven and earth and ultimately condensing into his own Golden Core Tao. A new power surged within him, and the fragrance of wine filled the air, as if the very heavens and earth trembled slightly at the birth of this new Tao. Simultaneously, other cultivators atop Wine Mountain also experienced breakthroughs during their enlightenment. A radiant Buddhist light emerged from the body of Master Bukong, accompanied by solemn chants of Buddhist mantras. Golden lotuses bloomed one after another, hovering above Wine Mountain and illuminating all beneath them. His golden body achieved perfect completion, exuding an immortal aura. Previously, he had attained enlightenment from Lin Yi's words. Meat and wine may pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. Now, seizing this moment, he fully grasped the profound truth of the Tao of freedom of the heart. Elsewhere, the Grandmaster of the Deluo sect was also immersed in enlightenment, with Tao sounds resonating around him. A green lotus appeared above his head, swaying gently as it demonstrated the principles of the Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. His aura became flawless and harmonious, as if he had transformed into an embodiment of the cosmos itself. His cultivation advanced further, reaching the state of perfect completion. The breakthroughs of these two supreme powerhouses left the entire assembly of cultivators in awe and reverence. Meanwhile, breakthroughs among other cultivators followed in rapid succession. The master of the Mountain of Slaughter was surrounded by a vision of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, his saber intent as heavy and unyielding as a mountain, seemingly capable of annihilating all life. Zhou Yun stood beneath a revolving constellation of the 6 arts above her, with sorrowful grass stretching endlessly around her, hinting at an integration of her Tao. Yang Jian drew upon the power of 100 mountains to forge his Golden Core, his spear resonating with the heavens, his finger imprints piercing the firmament with overwhelming force. Jiang Wan, on the other hand, achieved her breakthrough through the Tao of illusions, her surroundings filled with ever-changing phantasms that seemed to elevate the illusion Tao to its pinnacle. This single cup of wine had become the catalyst for the enlightenment of hundreds of cultivators, offering profound benefits even to the most powerful figures of the spiritual realm. This moment of collective enlightenment would not only alter Lin Yi's destiny but also etch itself into history as a legendary chapter of the spiritual world. Surrounded by shifting phantasms, Jiang Wan reached the 13th level of foundation establishment perfection through the Tao of illusions, seemingly poised to step into the realm of the golden core through this very path. Jia Se sat cross-legged, his entire body radiant with a gentle Buddha's glow, like an ancient Buddha descending from the void, exuding a solemn majesty. The light rippled outward like waves, illuminating the surroundings, while his flesh became even more crystalline under the golden radiance, as if all impurities between heaven and earth had been burned away. The Buddha's seal on his brow blazed like a fierce flame, embodying both boundless compassion and awe-inspiring might, purging all worldly dust and forging the golden light of his own Buddhist path. Meanwhile, atop Jushan, Lin Yi's aura spread like a tidal wave, the might of his ascension enveloping the entire mountain range. Every disciple within Jushan was swept up by this grand Tao presence, as if immersed in a vast ocean of Tao, their spirits cleansed and lost in the profound truths of the Great Way. Their cultivation quietly surged under this invisible baptism, transforming as if breaking out of a cocoon, reborn anew. The disciples of the miscellaneous hall, though lacking peerless potential, were reborn through this baptism of 100 paths. Their aura grew thicker and more resilient, a newfound determination and confidence shining in their eyes. The Tao resonance didn't stop at Jishan, it rippled outwards, washing over 100 mountains. Every disciple across the ranges benefited greatly, their cultivation and understanding both advancing. On the summit of Jushan, the attendees had all fallen into a state of enlightenment. Their expressions shifted from initial shock to calm, then to delight and amazement. Each of them understood that this opportunity would fundamentally alter their destinies. After today, the rankings of all major lists were bound to be rewritten, and even the structure of the spiritual world might change as a result. "Is this the Tao of wine?" someone whispered, their tone filled with reverence and awe. They had never imagined that the path of wine could surpass even the path of pills, excelling in ways they hadn't foreseen. The Wine Tao gathering would no longer be just an ordinary assembly, but a grand event coveted by spiritual cultivators. Lin Yi stood atop Jushan, his aura growing deeper and more unfathomable. His gaze seemed to pierce through the void, seeing the very essence of the Wine Tao. The Tao resonance intensified, and his understanding deepened. As his comprehension reached its peak, a surging power of the Wine Tao erupted from within him. This force was like a flood, transforming into swords, blades, spears, fire into 100, 1,000, 10,000 forms. Heaven and earth roared as Jushan trembled. Lin Yi's figure seemed to become the very sovereign of all things, drawing the primordial one qi from the void and fusing it with himself. At the same time, countless truths of the Tao arose in his sea of consciousness, each character embodying the highest principles of the Wine Tao, like dazzling stars orbiting in majestic splendor. "Foundation establishment 6th layer," someone exclaimed. Yet this was only the beginning. Lin Yi's cultivation surged forward like a flood breaking through a dam, shattering barriers one by one until he reached foundation establishment 13 layer, fully perfected. His Wine Tao power began to transform, becoming true one qi, his whole being akin to an avatar of the world, exuding an overwhelming might. There is something older than heaven and earth, nameless and silent, the master of all phenomena, unaffected by the 4 seasons' myriad phenomena. Lin Yi murmured, his voice filled with endless insight and power. In that instant, a purple gold gourd roared to life in his sea of consciousness, golden characters entwined with azure streams rising up, like stars of the Tao, rumbling into motion. Atop Jushan, the heavens and earth quaked, Lin Yi's figure becoming like an immovable divine peak, forever towering in the hearts of all present. The ancient and profound Taoist sound echoed through Lin Yi's sea of consciousness. One by one, radiant celestial characters descended, merging into his very being. The voice was like the rushing current of an eternal river, penetrating the depths of his soul. Lin Yi felt his sea of consciousness tremble as his awareness seemed to be drawn into a vast starry expanse. Countless stars shimmered, each exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. These stars transformed into celestial characters, fusing with his flesh, blood, and bones. Along with this came an indescribable power, silently coursing through his body, as if encapsulating the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth. The true qi of the all-encompassing Wine Tao, the master of all things, the origin of heaven and earth. By uniting one qi, all energies may converge. The ancient Taoist voice reverberated like a resounding bell. Only after the final word faded did Lin Yi slowly open his eyes, a trace of awe flickering in his gaze. As he carefully reflected, he discovered the extraordinary nature of this so-called all-encompassing wine soul. Through the true qi of the wine Tao, one could transform all the myriad Tao into their purest and truest forms. Even more astonishing, this wine soul allowed him to take on the essence of various cultivators: a sword immortal, a blade immortal, a spear immortal, and achieve perfection in every path. Moreover, by infusing this power into wine, he could craft the wine of myriad energies, capable of refining the true qi of the world for golden core cultivators. However, the recipe for this wine was far from simple. Lin Yi recalled the mirror blossom moonlight wine from before, with its main ingredient being the mirror stone, supported by auxiliary ingredients such as emotion flowers, sorrow grass, and forget worry fruit, alongside 12 types of Taoist resonance materials. Though complex, it still followed a discernible logic. But this time, the recipe for the life and death reincarnation wine was exceedingly enigmatic. Its main ingredient was the gate of life and death, supported by the 6 energies, and enhanced by the effects of the 100 flavors of the mortal world. The entire recipe felt like a riddle, obscure and difficult to decipher. The gate of life and death must relate to the Tao of life and death. The 6 energies likely refer to 6 types of wine catalysts. As for the 100 flavors of the mortal world, Lin Yi rubbed his forehead with a wry smile. That's just too abstract. This is going to be tough. Even so, he did not grow impatient. The path of cultivation was never meant to be rushed. Lin Yi calmed his mind, focusing on understanding the transformation of his wine Dao Qi. Advancing from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage required transforming the energy of heaven and earth into true Qi. The golden core stage, also known as the true person realm, marked a significant breakthrough. At this moment, the power of his wine Tao circulated within him, flowing through his organs and meridians, traversing heaven and earth before returning to his dantian, gradually refining into the purest true Qi. He could clearly sense his strength steadily and solidly increasing. An ancient saying came to mind: to take, one must first give. Lin Yi deeply understood this principle. If he hadn't used the questioning Tao wine to enhance the foundations of the attending cultivators, followed by the mirror blossom moonlight wine to aid their enlightenment, how could they have manifested their own Tao truths during their breakthroughs? All of this allowed Lin Yi to glimpse the mysteries of the wine Tao's golden core, advancing his cultivation to the peak of foundation establishment and creating the golden core chapter of the wine Tao. In doing so, he awakened the all-encompassing wine soul and obtained the recipe for the life and death reincarnation wine. So this is the power of the wine Tao? Lin Yi sighed deeply. To think that a wine capable of aiding enlightenment truly exists in this world. If the wine Tao flourishes, wouldn't it mean the prosperity of the spiritual realm as well? As he immersed himself in his insights, the other cultivators at the gathering began to awaken from their states of enlightenment. Their gazes turned toward Lin Yi, no longer carrying the indifference or disdain they had shown before. Instead, their eyes now reflected shock and reverence. Before this moment, they had come to the banquet merely out of respect for the Deluo immortal sect's reputation. While Lin Yi held the title of Mountain Master, they had regarded him as nothing more than an ordinary disciple of Deluo. After all, a banquet hosted by a foundation establishment cultivator seemed like a casual gathering at best, drinking, chatting, and making connections. But now, Lin Yi's display had completely overturned their preconceptions. Though he was only at the foundation establishment stage, his mastery of the wine Tao wielded an influence that could touch even the most powerful figures of the present age. In that case, who would still dare to take Lin Yi as merely a disciple? The title of Mountain Lord is truly well-deserved. At this moment, Yang Jian had already reached the golden core stage. Yet he found himself wholeheartedly convinced by Lin Yi. This sense of admiration stemmed not only from the grand event of the 100 Mountains gathering, but also from Lin Yi's impeccable strength and charisma. Before this, Yang Jian had been rebellious at heart. He had harbored defiance, even a sense of resistance. You claim I'm not as good-looking as you, I admit it. But if you say my combat prowess is inferior, then I must challenge you on the path of battle. I won't accept it. Never. However, now he was completely convinced. Lin Yi's Tao was pure and flawless, his aura as imposing as a towering mountain, commanding respect and awe. He was not just the Mountain Lord of Lin Mountain, but also an originator, a pioneer of a unique Tao and a distinct mountain. Who would dare to underestimate such a figure? Who would dare to disrespect him? Yang Chan, standing beside her elder brother, fixed her gaze on Lin Yi. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she spoke earnestly. Brother, one who establishes their own Tao and their own mountain is a mountain lord, an originator. Such a person is born for the Tao. At the same level, their purity of Tao is unmatched. If you are to face him in battle, it will not be no, it will be in the future. Yang Jian was inwardly shaken upon hearing this. He turned to his sister in surprise and asked, "Sister, since when have you gained such insight?" Yang Chan smiled faintly, her expression calm, and was about to respond when Shang Guanyu interrupted from the side. The third on the bright pearl ranking isn't just a pretty face. Though Shang Guanyu's tone was casual, there was an unmistakable pride and confidence in her words. The rankings of the immortal gate of mountains and seas were indisputable, and those who made it onto the list were all exceptional talents. However, before her words had fully settled, Yang Chan's attention was once again drawn to Lin Yi. Lin Yi sat confidently behind a jade table, his demeanor radiant and composed. His brows exuded an air of ease and self-assurance. Yang Chan's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Mountain Lord Lin looks even more handsome now." Her face lit up with dimples, her expression lively and adorable, openly expressing her admiration without reservation. Shang Guanyu's mouth twitched slightly at this, and she turned her head away, silently pondering to herself, perhaps the bright pearl ranking needs some adjustments after all. At this moment, Wukong Zun, the venerable master, slowly awakened from his state of enlightenment. The golden light around him receded, and his aura became simple and unadorned, clearly reflecting a return to the essence of his being. Filled with emotion, he solemnly addressed Lin Yi, "Mountain Lord Lin, the enlightenment I experienced today is something I will never forget. We owe you a great debt of gratitude." As these words left Wukong Zun's lips, the other attendees rose in unison and respectfully addressed Lin Yi as Mountain Lord Lin. This title, spoken now, carried no trace of formality but was instead imbued with genuine reverence. Lin Yi smiled faintly, stood up, and returned their courtesy with sincerity. "You honor me. The path of cultivation is one we should traverse together, striving for the great Tao as one. The purpose of the 100 Mountains gathering is precisely this." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "The 100 Mountains gathering, striving for the Tao, how true these words are." At this point, a cultivator, unable to contain their curiosity, stepped forward and asked, "Mountain Lord Lin, may I ask, is your wine for sale?" As soon as this question was raised, all eyes turned to Lin Yi, filled with eager anticipation. In the spiritual realm, every sect had its own means of generating income. If the Luoji Mountain were to use its celestial wine as a source of revenue, it would undoubtedly benefit the entire realm. Lin Yi nodded slightly and replied calmly, "It is for sale. Zhou Mountain will soon open a wine tavern named Zue Xianju. The wine will be available in limited quantities. Those in need must come to Zue Xianju to partake. Celestial wine will not be sold for takeaway." Although this response left the crowd somewhat disappointed, they understood. After all, Zhou Mountain was newly established, and Lin Yi was the sole master of celestial wine brewing. The quantity of wine was naturally limited and could not be freely distributed, especially the mirror flower moon wine, which, after being brewed once, required the Mingjing vat to absorb the essence of heaven and earth before it could be brewed again. Lin Yi continued, "Furthermore, if cultivators from various sects can gain enlightenment at Zue Xianju, it will be a great blessing for Zhou Mountain as well. Over time, Zue Xianju may become a sacred place for cultivation, steeped in the essence of the Tao." Upon hearing this, the cultivators felt a mix of lingering regret and growing anticipation for Zue Xianju. Lin Yi swept his gaze across the crowd and smiled, "Rest assured, everyone, after the wine gathering, I have prepared a small gift for each of you as a token of gratitude. Bring forth the wine." As soon as he finished speaking, disciples from the miscellaneous hall entered in an orderly fashion, presenting each sect representative with a jar of Tao-seeking wine as a parting gift. Accepting the jars, the attendees couldn't help but marvel at Lin Yi's generosity and grace. As the wine gathering drew to a close, Lin Yi, carrying a jug of wine, approached Xiao Qi with a warm smile. He spoke in a gentle tone, "Senior Xiao Qi, may I have a private word with you?" Lin Yi personally carried a jug of wine as he approached Xiao Qi, his demeanor calm and natural. Xiao Qi gazed thoughtfully at Lin Yi and slightly bowed in greeting. "Mountain Master Lin, please lead the way." Lin Yi felt a faint sense of relief in his heart, but maintained his composed smile. He nodded and said, "Senior, please follow me." Internally, he calculated. Since Xiao Qi's attitude was as such, perhaps there was still a sliver of hope to resolve the stalemate between Zhou Yun and the Jiaran lineage. As they walked along the mountain path, Lin Yi led Xiao Qi through the scenery. The cultivators they encountered along the way paused to bow respectfully to Lin Yi, who acknowledged each with a slight nod and calmly took his leave. The mountain breeze was gentle, Lin Yi's pace unhurried, yet Xiao Qi remained silent, her gaze profound, as if lost in thought. Before long, the two arrived at the mountain master's cavern residence. In the lakeside pavilion, Zhou Yun leaned against a pillar, holding a wine flask in his hand. His expression was somber, shrouded in a lingering sorrow that seemed inescapable. As Lin Yi approached, he greeted Zhou Yun with a warm smile and asked, "Senior, You wouldn't mind if the gentleman joins us, would you? Xiao Qi's gaze swept over Zhou Yun, a fleeting trace of complex emotions flickering in her eyes. She let out a soft sigh and said, "It's fine." This meeting was bound to happen sooner or later. Her tone was calm, yet there was an elusive undertone to her words. Linny nodded and was about to excuse himself to give the two some privacy when Xiao Qi seemed to read his intentions at a glance. She shook her head slightly and said in an even tone, "No need. Stay." Before she finished speaking, her figure flashed, and she was already standing in the pavilion. Seeing this, Linny hesitated briefly before stepping forward to join them. Zhou Yun looked at Xiao Qi, his expression momentarily dazed. There seemed to be countless words unspoken, but in the end, all he could muster was a low voice filled with emotion. "Xiao Qi, it's been a long time." Xiao Qi did not respond to him. Instead, she turned her gaze to Lin Yi and said coolly, "Mountain Master Lin, do you have any wine?" Linny chuckled and produced a flask of strong wine, his tone carrying a hint of pride. "In a place called Wine Mountain, how could there be no wine? This is the strongest wine in my collection. Senior, please have a taste." He poured wine for both of them, raised the flask and said, "Gentlemen, Senior Xiao Qi, why not sit and drink together?" Xiao Qi nodded slightly, taking the cup of wine with a polite tone. "Thank you, Mountain Master Lin." Her attitude towards Lin Yi was courteous, yet she remained cold and distant toward Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun was about to lift his cup when he noticed Xiao Qi, without a word, downing the strong wine in one go. Lin Yi, observing this, smiled faintly and refilled her cup. Xiao Qi said nothing, merely lifting her cup and drinking again. One cup after another, she consumed 7 rounds of the fiery wine. A faint flush appeared on her face, her eyes taking on a bloodshot hue, but her aura only grew sharper and more imposing. Zhou Yun sighed deeply and finally broke the silence. "The secret within the Jiaoran's Tirsia VE, already figured it out, haven't you?" Xiao Qi lifted her gaze to meet his, a flicker of complicated emotion crossing her eyes. Her steady voice carried a hint of irony. "Feng Hua is not truly gone, yet you can see so clearly." Zhou Yun's gaze was resolute as he replied in a measured tone, "To perish through the path of transformation must mean something has been left behind." Xiao Qi's expression tensed slightly. Zhou Yun continued, "When it comes to the path of transformation, none understand it better than the Buddhist sections. They call it nirvana." Lin Yi, hearing this, nodded slightly and added, "To perfect all virtues and extinguish all evils, that is nirvana." Zhou Yun nodded in agreement, his tone becoming even more assured. The difference between nirvana and transformation lies in this. Nirvana occurs after one has achieved complete fulfillment, abandoning all defiled and impure states, and entering the untainted, tranquil realm of nirvana. Thus, there are legends of those who, after achieving nirvana, are reborn anew. Although merely stories, I learned from Venerable Kongshu that certain Buddhist predecessors have indeed undergone nirvana, been reborn, and ascended as immortals in their perfected forms. The Jiaran lineage's 3 stages of defiance originates from the Buddhist path of nirvana. These words left Lin Yi deeply shaken. His gaze shifted between Zhou Yun and Xiao Qi, clearly surprised by the profound connection between the Jiaran lineage and the Buddhist traditions. Xiao Qi's gaze turned cold as she countered, "And what evidence do you have for this?" Zhou Yun paused for a moment before reciting softly, "In the sea, a monk's humble hut stands, surrounded by coral trees so grand. Cloud chimes ring at a mountaintop shrine, while sails dock at Penglai's harbor line. A dragon maiden offers pearls to the Buddha. Jiaran share seats, seeking Zen Sutra. 100 years pass in the blink of an eye, witnessing the changing tides of time." This poem, Zhou Yun said, his gaze profound, as if lost in a distant memory, was something I obtained during my time in the Sea of Bitterness. What it describes is the debate on the Tao between the ancestor of your Jiao people and a great monk of Buddhism, leading to the creation of the 3 stages of the reversed immortal path. He spoke slowly, his tone steady. "Years ago, in my quest to unravel the merciless truth of the 3 stages of the reversed immortal path, I searched throughout the spiritual realms and eventually found this poem in the Sea of Bitterness. Fenghua, having cultivated the reversed immortal path, would undoubtedly have utilized the nirvana technique at the time of her passing. Lin Yi once mentioned that when Fenghua transformed into the Tao, she left behind a single blade of grass infused with the essence of life. If my deduction is correct, after undergoing nirvana, Fenghua must have left behind a fragment of her true spirit that has yet to completely dissipate." His voice was low, yet it carried an undeniable conviction. Xiao Qi froze for a moment, then nodded slightly, her expression complex. "You're right. Fenghua does still have a fragment of her true spirit intact. However, you overestimate the capabilities of our Jiao lineage." Zhou Yun's brows furrowed slightly as his gaze sharpened. "What do you mean by that?" Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qi replied with a trace of self-mockery in her voice, The 3 stages of the reversed immortal path indeed stem from the nirvana technique. But even within Buddhism, where those who attain perfection through self-sacrifice are reborn through nirvana, only 3 individuals have ever succeeded. My sister, back then, had weak foundations and never fully mastered the reversed immortal path. If it weren't for the true spirit art of the overseas Penglai immortal mountain interwoven within it, she wouldn't have even been able to leave behind that fragment of her true spirit. As she spoke, her chest rose and fell slightly, revealing the turmoil in her heart. Zhou Yun's expression, however, remained firm, his tone resolute. That's enough. As long as even a fragment of her true spirit remains, there is a way to bring her back. Xiao Qi's gaze turned cold as she stared at him, her voice sharp. Even if it means you must pay an unbearable price? For her, no price is too great, Zhou Yun replied without hesitation, his words as unyielding as iron. Xiao Qi was silent for a moment before she spoke softly. Very well. If that's the case, you'd better hurry. With that, she raised her cup of fiery wine and drained it in one go. Zhou Yun's eyes flickered with a trace of doubt. Why the urgency? Setting her cup down, Xiao Qi's gaze turned icy, tinged with sorrow. If you can imagine that the fragment of her true spirit can still bring her back, do you think my mother wouldn't have thought the same? Over the years, she has repeatedly tried to revive my sister, but every attempt has ended in failure. And now, that fragment of true spirit is slowly dissipating with time. In 3 months at most, my sister will completely vanish. 3 months before she fades into nothingness? Zhou Yun's face darkened, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. Xiao Qi let out a cold laugh, her tone cutting. If my sister's true spirit disperses, not even a celestial deity descending to the mortal world could save her. When my sister passed, it left my mother with a deeply rooted heart demon. Over the years, her cultivation has not only stagnated but regressed. Our clan is desperate to nurture a 9th-grade tribulation transcender to stabilize our position. As a result, the elders have already decided that in 3 months, they will use my sister's true spirit to perform the root and bone transfer technique, transferring her foundation to me. She paused, her gaze resolute. The only reason I was allowed to come to Mount Jia was, first, because the clan didn't want to offend the Deluo immortal sect, and second, because my mother staked her life to win me 3 months of time. If you hadn't sought me out today, I would have come to find you. You only have 3 months. If you cannot take my sister away within this time, you will lose your chance forever. With those words, Xiao Qi stood, gave a slight bow to Lin Yi, and left without looking back. The pavilion fell into a heavy silence, Zhou Yun's expression growing darker by the moment. Suddenly, a cold snort shattered the stillness. Oomph. If they can take it once, we can take it back a second time. Snatch her true spirit back. The voice of the mountain master of Vieshan rang out, his figure appearing in the pavilion, his eyes blazing with an unquestionable authority. After the master of Mount Fashion achieved enlightenment, his aura became even more elusive, shrouded in an ethereal mist. Subtle traces of celestial grace now seemed to emanate from him, faint yet undeniable. The master of Mount Fashion slowly opened his previously closed eyes, his gaze as profound as towering mountains. His entire being appeared enveloped in a thin veil of mist, an indistinct yet undeniable celestial charm flowing around him, elusive and enigmatic. Lin Yi stood nearby, his expression complex as he observed the master of Mount Fashion. He then turned to Zhou Yun, his eyes filled with a mix of anticipation and doubt. Sure, Zhu, taking someone is easy, but reviving the dead is another matter entirely. Lin Yi murmured, his tone tinged with helplessness. Hearing this, Zhou Yun gave a faint smile. His gaze shifted from the master of Mount Fashion to Lin Yi. His eyes were deep, as if seeing through everything, and his tone carried unwavering certainty as he said, "You're right. If I wanted to take Fenghua's fragment of true spirit, the Merman clan wouldn't be able to stop me." His voice was calm, yet his confidence was as solid as a mountain, each word resonating with weight. As his words fell, a fleeting but unmistakable aura of invincibility flashed in his eyes. Though brief, it struck the heart like a thunderclap. The master of Mount Fashion slightly furrowed his brow before reminding him, "You only have 3 months. 3 months is more than enough." Zhou Yun responded without hesitation, his tone carrying an undeniable assurance, as if 3 months was ample time for him. Hearing this, Lin Yi's heart stirred. Unable to resist, he asked, "Do you have a way, sir?" "I do." Zhou Yun nodded, his gaze steady as he said slowly, "Though the methods to revive a true spirit are rare, there are at least 3 that I know of." "3? What are they?" Lin Yi's eyes lit up with curiosity as he pressed for details. "First, the Penglai elixir from the immortal island of Penglai," Zhou Yun said gravely, his tone carrying a hint of reverence. "The immortal island of Penglai? The Penglai elixir?" Lin Yi's interest was clearly piqued. The immortal islands overseas have always been shrouded in mystery, their power unfathomable, Zhou Yun explained, his eyes narrowing slightly as if recalling something. Among them, Peng Lai is the most renowned. The Merman clan's transcendent threefold path is connected to both Buddhism and Peng Lai. I once came across a mention of the Peng Lai elixir in an ancient text. It is said that this elixir can revive true spirits and restore flesh and bone, possessing miraculous properties. Zhou Yun's tone grew heavier, as though each word carried immense weight. The second is the 7 demons and 6 tribulations immortal technique, he continued. The 7 demons and 6 tribulations immortal technique? The master of Mount Fashion's expression shifted slightly, as if recalling something. He muttered softly, that man's technique? Who? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, his curiosity deepening. Li Zhixian, the master of Mount Fashion, replied with a faint smirk, his tone laced with a complex mix of emotions. The 7 demons and 6 tribulations immortal technique is a supreme method created by Li Zhixian himself, Zhou Yun said solemnly. The 7 demons represent the 7 greatest inner demons in the world: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, and desire. These emotions form the core of a cultivator's inner struggles, often regarded as insurmountable obstacles. He paused before continuing. The 6 tribulations are the 1 origin, 2 extremes, 3 talents, 4 symbols, 5 elements, and 6 harmonies tribulations. These represent the 6 trials of Li Zhixian's path of slaughter. Most cultivators seek to avoid calamities, but Li Zhixian chose the opposite route, embracing the 7 demons to achieve enlightenment and breaking through the 6 tribulations to attain the Tao. Practicing this immortal technique allows one to gather vitality amidst destruction, transforming death into life through a sacred elixir. It seems only those with unparalleled resolve can cultivate such a technique. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with admiration, as if glimpsing an ultimate path of cultivation. One must be ruthless with oneself to master such an immortal technique. That's Li Zhixian for you. The master of Mount Fashion bit his lips slightly, his tone betraying a hint of apprehension. If there were anyone in the world who could make the master of Mount Fashion feel a trace of fear, Li Zhixian would undoubtedly be one of them. And the third method? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, his anticipation for the final method evident. The living gate and dead door immortal art? Zhou Yun said, his expression growing even more serious, his voice low and steady. The living gate and dead door? Lin Yi frowned slightly before his eyes brightened, as if struck by a realization. The key ingredient of the life and death reincarnation, why is it the life and death gate? Exactly. The living gate and dead door are the core teachings of the life and death gate, Zhou Yun explained, his tone carrying a trace of complex emotion. They are a group of lunatics, not much different from Li Zhixian. Lunatics? Lin Yi blinked in surprise, unable to resist asking, why do you say that? Most cultivators progress step by step, refining each stage with care, Zhou Yun sighed, his tone tinged with helplessness. But the life and death gate is different. Their cultivation method involves walking the fine line between life and death, seizing the opportunity in the balance. They deliberately place themselves in mortal danger, seeking a sliver of vitality to comprehend the Tao of life and death. He paused before continuing. As a result, the living gate and dead door immortal art allows for rapid cultivation. At the same level, its practitioners are virtually unmatched. In the life and death gate, there are no weaklings. That's because the weaklings of the life and death gate have already gotten themselves killed. Only the strong remain. The master of Mount Fashion smirked, his tone carrying a trace of mockery. Indeed, that's why the life and death gate fell from the ranks of the supreme sects. Zhou Yun sighed softly, as if lamenting, the life and death gate. This lineage has an extremely high upper limit, but also an exceptionally low bottom line. In ancient times, it even ascended to the ranks of the supreme sects. The sect of life and death, once a flourishing and renowned sect, was founded with the principle of a path of cultivation for everyone, attracting countless cultivators seeking its teachings. Its unique technique, the gate of life and door of death, disregarded innate talent or aptitude, focusing solely on a cultivator's ultimate comprehension of life and death in the face of peril. The founder of this method, known as the Taoist of life and death, shook the spiritual world with their mastery, claiming the top spot on the supreme rankings. However, despite its brilliance, this technique was notoriously harsh, with only a handful of survivors among tens of thousands of practitioners. As a result, it became infamous as the cultivation art with the highest mortality rate in the spiritual realm. After the Taoist of life and death ascended, the sect's glory gradually faded, and the fervor of cultivators waned. Fewer and fewer were willing to risk joining, and eventually, the sect fell from its peak as a supreme sect to struggling even to maintain the status of an 8th-ranked sect. How does this technique bring the dead to life? Lin Yi furrowed his brows slightly, his sharp gaze fixed on Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun smiled faintly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through his eyes. The sect of life and death indeed aligns with the principles of the elixir of life and death reincarnation. Before his ascension, The Taoist of life and death condensed his understanding of the Tao into two gateways: the gate of life and the door of death. The gate of life embodies the great Tao of life, while the door of death represents the great Tao of death. Entering the gate of life reveals the mysteries of life, while stepping into the door of death unveils the profundities of death. If one can comprehend the Tao of life and death, while it may not truly resurrect the dead, it can preserve a sliver of true spirit, extending vitality. Hearing this, Lin Yi's expression shifted with determination, his gaze growing resolute. However, the mountain-cleaving master snorted coldly from the side. Your three methods, each one more difficult than the last. The immortal Isle of Penglai drifts across the seas, its location elusive. Forget acquiring the elixir. Finding it alone is near impossible. As for the life and death elixir from Li Zhixian, obtaining it would require defeating him Hedon. And as for the sect of life and death, while it may seem straightforward, it's far from simple. To enter the gate of life and door of death, you'd need the approval of those lunatic elders. Though they haven't reached the tribulation stage, each of them wields tribulation-level power and values their lives as little as dust. Convincing them? Reasoning with fists probably won't work. The mountain-cleaving master rolled her eyes as she spoke, her tone laced with exasperation. Each of these tasks was enough to give her a headache, especially dealing with the eccentric elders of the sect of life and death. If they caught wind of her showing up with a blade in hand, they'd likely leap out of their coffins with excitement, impossible to chase away. After all, their pursuit revolved around the thrill of teetering on the edge of life and death. The immortal Isle of Penglai may be hard to find, but I will go myself, Zhou Yun said firmly, his gaze unwavering. As for the sect of life and death, I am willing to go on behalf of my master, Lin Yi declared solemnly, his words carrying an unshakable resolve. The sect's inheritance was closely tied to his path toward the supreme golden core, and no matter what, he had to give it a try. Zhou Yun's eyes flashed with approval as he handed Lin Yi a jade token. The token bore two distinct sides. The yang side was smooth and warm, engraved with a white gateway, while the yin side exuded an icy chill, etched with a black doorway. This is the token of life and death, a symbol of authority from the sect's leader. With this token, those old fossils will show you some respect. But remember, always act within your limits and do not force yourself, Zhou Yun advised earnestly. I will remember your teachings, sir. Lin Yi accepted the token with great reverence, his eyes burning with unyielding determination. As for the Blood Sea, I will personally take care of it. The mountain-cleaving master's gaze turned sharp, her tone resolute and unwavering, filled with an indomitable will. The master of Mount Fashion slowly opened her eyes, her cold and piercing gaze concealing countless shadows of blades. Each glimmer of the blade radiated an overwhelming sharpness, as if capable of tearing through the heavens, sending shivers down one's spine. The aura surrounding her surged like a tidal wave, causing the very space around them to tremble faintly. Lin Yi, standing nearby, felt the unmatched blade intent wash over him, and his heart trembled involuntarily. He couldn't help but ask, Shizhuan, are you confident in facing Li Zhixian in battle?
No.
The master of Mount Fashion shrugged her delicate shoulders. Her tone was straightforward and decisive, carrying an undeniable calmness. Then how will you obtain the Shengsha elixir from Li Zhixian? Lin Yi frowned slightly, puzzled. In his understanding, retrieving such a treasure from the Sea of Blood should be a task undertaken by the Deluo sect master for the greatest assurance. The master of Mount Fashion seemed to see through his thoughts and chuckled softly. Her tone was matter-of-fact as she replied, if I act, it is merely to challenge Li Zhixian with my blade.
If the sect master were to act, it would undoubtedly be a battle of life and death.
Why is that? Lin Yi pursued further, his gaze tinged with curiosity. The master of Mount Fashion's voice grew slightly deeper, as if she were stating an irrefutable truth. In this era, there are 10 individuals who stand unmatched. My master is ranked first on the unmatched list, while Li Zhixian ranks 10th. Though only 10th, he possesses the power to slay immortals. With Li Zhixian's temperament, if my master were to act, he would strike with everything he has, a fight to the death with no retreat. Against a fully unleashed Li Zhixian, my master could kill him, but he cannot afford to lose. She paused, her gaze as sharp as a blade, and continued. The number one of the spiritual realm facing the 10th once it's a life and death struggle. There can be no holding back. Hearing this, Lin Yi finally understood and nodded slightly. I see. If I go to the Sea of Blood, he will not kill me, the master of Mount Fashion said with unwavering certainty, exuding unparalleled confidence. Why? Lin Yi pressed again. For the Tao, she replied, narrowing her eyes slightly, as if blades danced within them. The path of slaughter is relentless and unstoppable. After Li Zhixian, I am the only one who has emerged as a potential slayer of immortals. I seek to kill him to perfect the path of slaughter, while he desires to see another unparalleled slayer emerge to achieve his own ultimate mastery. Until I reach his level, he will not kill me. There will certainly be a battle between us, but it will not be now. Her voice rang out with resolute conviction, as if etched in stone. That confidence stemmed from her profound understanding of the path of slaughter and her deep insight into her opponent, Li Zhixian. Li Zhixian, the foremost master of the path of slaughter in the current age, was an insurmountable mountain for those who followed this path. It was precisely for this reason that the path of slaughter had declined for many years. Li Zhixian's invincibility in this path left no rivals, making it difficult for him to achieve true perfection. The emergence of the master of Mount Fashion rekindled hope for the path of slaughter. Li Zhixian must be pleased, she said with a faint smile, a glint of sharpness flashing in her eyes. I have set him as my target, and he, in turn, sees me as a whetstone for his blade. No one in this world desires my growth more than Li Zhixian. She rose slowly, her gaze radiant like the stars. I drank your mirror flower, water moon, wine, and entered a state of enlightenment. It's the perfect opportunity to use Li Zhixian's blade to push myself further. I believe Li Zhixian is just as eager to witness my blade. Therefore, I am the most suitable person to go to the Sea of Blood. Hearing this, Lin Yi's doubts were completely dispelled. He bowed slightly and said, Then I leave this matter in your capable hands, master. As the 3-month deadline approached, Zhou Yun also rose and gave a slight bow to the master of Mount Fashion and Lin Yi. In 3 months, we shall meet at the Eastern Sea. Lin Yi stepped aside to avoid Zhou Yun's courtesy. Sir, there's no need for such formality. The master of Mount Fashion nodded faintly without further words and turned to leave. Zhou Yun, in turn, patted Lin Yi on the shoulder before returning to the Dao Repository Mountain to prepare for the journey to sea. Su Li, come see me. After seeing the two off, Lin Yi turned and called out. Before long, Su Li hurried over and bowed slightly. Su Li greets the Mountain Lord. Lin Yi's expression was deep and thoughtful. After a brief pause, he spoke. Su Li, I will be leaving the mountain for 3 months. Before I go, there are a few matters I need to entrust to you. Please instruct me, Mountain Lord. Su Li quickly bowed, his demeanor solemn. Lin Yi nodded slightly, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. First, regarding the Wine Mountain gathering, the 4 halls have worked hard, and I have taken notice. A small wine banquet may be held for the 4 halls to enhance their strength. The wine needed for this is all here. As Lin Yi spoke, he turned his palm, and a translucent spatial artifact appeared in his hand, radiating a gentle spiritual glow. With a light wave, the artifact activated, releasing a rich fragrance and an intoxicating aroma of wine that seemed to envelop the entire mountain in its heady allure. Inside this artifact, Lin Yi said calmly, though his tone carried an undeniable authority, are 36 varieties of questioning Dao wine, along with half a stone of mirror flower moon water wine. It is more than enough to host a small banquet for the 4 halls. Su Li, on behalf of the 4 halls, thanked the Mountain Lord. A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Li's eyes, and his heart trembled slightly. He had never imagined that Lin Yi held the 4 halls in such high regard, even going so far as to prepare a banquet specifically for them. Such thoughtfulness was deeply moving. Secondly, Lin Yi continued, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his voice firm and resolute. Drunken Immortal Pavilion must be completed within a month. If there are any difficulties, you may seek assistance from Qi Mountain. With that, he produced another spatial artifact and handed it to Su Li. The wine for Drunken Immortal Pavilion is all stored within this. Su Li accepted it with both hands, his expression solemn as he bowed deeply. I will do my utmost, he declared with conviction. Lin Yi nodded slightly, his gaze sharpening as he carried on. Thirdly, my Wine Mountain's legacy has yet to gain disciples. Henceforth, the 4 halls shall serve as the core of Wine Mountain. As the core disciples, you cannot neglect the cultivation of the Tao of Wine. Today, I shall pass on to you the 3 chapters of the Tao of Wine: Qi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, and Golden Core. All disciples of the 4 halls may study and practice them. Before his words had fully settled, he retrieved 3 ancient scrolls from his sleeve, each exuding a faint, wine-like aroma, clearly nurtured by his own spiritual energy. He handed them to Su Li. Pay special attention to the Foundation Establishment chapter, Lin Yi said slowly. It contains a Foundation Establishment wine recipe. This recipe varies from person to person. You can use questioning Dao wine to seek your own path, and then incorporate your path into the wine to establish your foundation. Su Li accepted the scrolls, his eyes brimming with excitement. He knew well that these 3 chapters of the Tao of Wine were Lin Yi's unparalleled creation, and the Foundation Establishment wine recipe was an invaluable treasure for any cultivator of the Tao of Wine. Establishing one's foundation through wine, uniquely tailored to each individual, not only solidified one's base but also enhanced potential for future cultivation. If there is anything you do not understand, I will personally hold a lecture on the mountain 3 months from now, Lin Yi added, his tone calm yet imbued with authority. You may come to seek clarification then. Su Li bowed again, his voice steady and filled with gratitude. On behalf of the four halls, I thank the Mountain Lord for his teachings. Lin Yi gave a slight nod and waved his hand. You may go. Turning away, he strode forward, his figure disappearing like the wind into the mountains, heading directly toward Qi Mountain. Along the way, the cultivators of Qi Mountain paused their tasks to bow respectfully. Lin Yi was now a prominent figure across the 100 mountains, and no one dared to obstruct his path. With no hindrance, he soon arrived at the summit of Qi Mountain. Standing at the peak, Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the towering, colossal artifact furnace before him, and his expression shifted subtly. Was this the dwelling of Qi Mountain's Mountain Lord? He couldn't help but recall the bookshelf dwelling of Daozong Shushan's Mountain Lord, and the great blade dwelling of Fajian Mountain's Mountain Lord. This artifact furnace, it seemed, was perfectly in line with Qi Mountain's style. Just as he was about to knock, Lin Yi suddenly heard footsteps from within the furnace. Looking up, he saw Zhu Yin and his son emerging from the entrance. Mountain Lord Lin, today I drank to my heart's content. Zhu Yin laughed heartily, his face glowing with satisfaction. There was a genuine admiration in his eyes as he looked at Lin Yi. I am thoroughly impressed. Lin Yi smiled faintly. As long as the elder is satisfied. At this moment, Zhu Tian spoke up, his tone straightforward and sincere. Mountain Lord Lin, do you have a request for Qi Mountain today? Lin Yi's expression turned serious as he replied, Indeed. I have a favor to ask of Qi Mountain. Lin Shanju, just say the word. Zhu Tian nodded without hesitation, his response decisive and firm. Yunhan formation disc? Lin Yi spoke calmly, though his gaze revealed unwavering determination. His journey to the gate of life and death was perilous and distant. Without the aid of the Yunhan formation disc, the mission would be utterly impossible. The spirit realm was vast and boundless, divided into 5 regions: East, South, West, North, and Central. Each region was governed by a supreme sect. The Central region, where Lin Yi resided, was home to the Deluo Immortal sect, the hub of the 5 domains. Meanwhile, the Eastern Emperor Hall, Lank Monastery, Demon Sovereign Tower, and Battle Heaven Gate held dominion over the other 4 directions. At the edges of these regions lay the 4 seas: the Eastern Sea, the Sea of Biming, the Sea of Bitterness, and the Blood Sea. Of these, the Sea of Bitterness and the Blood Sea were particularly treacherous, marked as forbidden zones where even the bravest cultivators dared not tread lightly. The Gate of Life and Death was located deep within the northern region, a remote and desolate place. With Lin Yi's current cultivation level, traversing the distance without the Yunhan formation disc would be unthinkable. Even with 300 years, the journey might still remain incomplete. Lin Shanju, are you planning to leave the mountain? Zhu Yin asked with a peculiar expression, his eyes scanning Lin Yi from head to toe. I must make a trip to the Gate of Life and Death. Lin Yi nodded, his voice steady but carrying an undeniable resolve. That far? Into a place like the Gate of Life and Death? Zhu Yin frowned deeply, clearly finding Lin Yi's decision hard to comprehend. Lin Yi offered a faint smile, his gaze calm and unshaken. The spirit realm is vast. If one doesn't even dare to venture to the Gate of Life and Death, how can they claim to pursue the Tao? Zhu Yin fell silent for a moment before letting out a sigh. It is indeed quite far. Disciples in the Foundation establishment stage from the Deluo Immortal sect typically only venture near the sect for training. To cross regions, one would need at least the Golden Core stage. Lin Yi nodded. That's precisely why I need the Yunhan formation disc. Is this trip absolutely necessary? Zhu Yin probed cautiously. It is. Lin Yi's tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Seeing his determination, Zhu Yin turned to Zhu Tian. For a journey to the Gate of Life and Death, the quickest option would be the 10-rank Yunhan formation. Do we still have any 10-rank Yunhan formation discs in the sect? Zhu Tian frowned slightly, pondering for a moment. All the 10-rank Yunhan formation discs have been lent out. Only 3 9-rank Yunhan formation discs remain. With a 9-rank disc, the journey would take 10 days. 10 days is fast enough, Lin Yi nodded, making his decision without hesitation. Each rank higher in the Yunhan formation disc required exponentially more spirit stones to activate. For Lin Yi, the 9-rank disc was sufficient. While the 10-rank disc was faster, it was overly extravagant and unnecessary. Very well. Zhu Tian said no more, waving his hand. A 9-rank Yunhan formation disc appeared before Lin Yi. Give Lin Shanju an 8-rank battle armor as well, Zhu Yin suddenly suggested, his gaze carrying a hint of deeper meaning. An 8-rank battle armor? Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, his eyes showing a trace of surprise. The 8-rank battle armor was the pinnacle creation of Qishan's forgers, a piece of equipment powerful enough to rival even those at the integration stage. Though Lin Yi held the title of Shanju, receiving such a precious item with his current cultivation level was wholly unexpected. The journey to the gate of life and death is long and fraught with danger. As the Shanju of the Deluo immortal sect, ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to provoke you. But with an 8-rank battle armor for protection, it provides added assurance, Zhu Yan explained, his tone filled with genuine concern. That makes sense, Zhu Tian agreed, nodding. With a gesture of his hand, an 8-rank battle armor materialized before Lin Yi. The armor, named Radiant Armor, was forged entirely from divine metal, gleaming with golden light and crafted to resemble the form of a human. Lin Yi's gaze was fixed on the armor, and if not for the absence of any life aura, he might have mistaken it for a living cultivator. This armor is imbued with a spirit awakening formation, granting it sentience. In daily tasks, it can assist with operating the Yunhan formation disc and other chores. In battle, it can shift into combat mode, capable of holding its own against anyone short of the top-ranked integration stage cultivators, Zhu Yan explained, his confidence in the armor evident. With that, he handed Lin Yi a control disc. This disc works in tandem with the radiant armor. When activated, the formation patterns interweave to create a light screen, allowing you to control the armor. Lin Yi accepted the disc, his expression serious as he silently marveled at the profound resources of the Deluo immortal sect. Both the Yunhan formation disc and the radiant armor were treasures beyond measure. Lin Yi quietly stored the armor and the formation disc, his gaze resolute as he prepared to embark on his journey. As Zhu Tian finished speaking, his finger lightly tapped on the formation disc. The array's glow flashed abruptly, and the radiant armor appeared silently behind Lin Yi, like a steadfast guardian deity exuding an intimidating aura of authority. Thank you, Elder Zhu Yin and Sect Master Zhu Tian. Lin Yi bowed slightly, his tone sincere, gratitude evident in his eyes. Zhu Yin smiled and nodded, his voice calm yet carrying a hint of sternness. Among fellow disciples, there's no need for such formality. However, remember this when you're out in the world. Never hesitate to assert your authority when necessary. The name of Deluo immortal sect alone is enough to deter 99% of trouble in the spiritual realm. Lin Yi nodded solemnly. I will remember, Elder. After bidding farewell to Zhu Yin and Zhu Tian, Lin Yi already had a plan forming in his mind. With the Yunhan formation disc and the grade 8 radiant armor in hand, he knew his upcoming journey would require a substantial amount of spiritual stones. With this thought, he turned and headed straight for Zhou Mountain. Zhou Mountain was a place of rolling green hills and abundant spiritual energy. Returning to the familiar sect grounds, Lin Yi quickly took stock of the spiritual stones he had accumulated from the congratulatory gifts. These stones were all of the highest quality crystalclear, radiating spiritual light, and abundant enough to sustain Zhou Mountain's expenses for centuries. Lin Yi stored the stones in his spatial ring, prepared the necessary materials for brewing wine, and then retrieved the Yunhan formation disc. A low hum resonated as the grade 9 Yunhan formation disc activated. Its runes lit up like a river of stars, and the surrounding space trembled slightly, as though the entire world was responding. Lin Yi stepped onto the formation disc with the radiant armor. Placing the top-grade spiritual stones in position, the formation's power surged to life, and layers of radiant energy cascaded down, enveloping the entire area. Radiant armor, you will control the Yunhan formation disc. Destination gate of life and death. Lin Yi sat cross-legged, his voice calm but commanding, leaving no room for doubt. The radiant armor gave a slight nod, its mechanical voice imbued with unwavering loyalty. Understood. Inside the Yunhan formation disc, a vast array of formation data began to operate, and a detailed map of the 5 domains unfolded. The radiant armor swiftly locked onto the target and activated the formation. In an instant, time and space intertwined, starlight swirled, and the sensation of the cosmos shifting filled the air. Lin Yi felt the world spinning around him, and in the next moment, the formation disc vanished from its original location. 10 days was more than enough time for Lin Yi to strategize. The gate of life and death was known to be filled with lunatics. Even with the life and death token in his possession, passing through the perilous checkpoints of the gate of life and death would not be easy. Moreover, his mission wasn't solely about comprehending the path of life and death, it also involved safeguarding the fragment of true spirit belonging to Senior Fenghua. Clearly, achieving all this would require meticulous planning and resourcefulness. Seated cross-legged on the formation disc, Lin Yi's gaze alternated between the star-like spatial nodes around him and the faint outlines of the spiritual realm's mountains and rivers. His mind raced with thoughts. Moments later, a glimmer of determination lit up his eyes, and a faint smile curved his lips. I've got it, he murmured to himself, flipping his palm to reveal a dark, swirling force. This energy was thick and inky, radiating an eerie aura that seemed to distort the surrounding space. This was Hui Xian. As Lin Yi recalled Hui Xian's drunken, frenzied state from that day, his smile deepened. This power, extracted from Hui Xian, was a form of demonic energy capable of driving one into madness while significantly enhancing their combat abilities. If they're lunatics, I doubt they'd refuse a brew that could make them even crazier. Lin muttered with a quiet chuckle, his gaze filled with a calculated depth. With a sly smile, Lin Yi's mind was already set on his next move. Lin Yi wielded the power of darkness, taking a sip of the ethereal mirror flower moon wine. The wine was crisp and refreshing, imbued with the profound truths of the universe. As he closed his eyes, countless flashes of insight burst forth in the depths of his consciousness, like a galaxy in reverse, revealing the essence of the Tao. He exhaled softly, a faint smile playing on his lips. His expertise in crafting wine recipes had been honed in the mundane world, and now, delving into the way of wine felt as natural as a fish in water, a seamless mastery. While unraveling the mysteries of the dark power, he intertwined the principles of winemaking with medicinal knowledge. His brush moved swiftly, sketching the forms of rare and exotic herbs, even embedding the essence of the Tao into their depictions. It was as though he was not merely drawing plants, but encapsulating miniature laws of the universe within each stroke. During the Tindi journey, Lin found peace and enjoyment. The path from Deluo Immortal Sect to the Gate of Life and Death was long, but the scenery along the way was breathtaking, filled with rare and wondrous sights. He often paused to observe and explore the mysteries hidden within the landscapes. For instance, the Beishao Spirit Mountain, located 4.5 million miles north of the Deluo Immortal Sect, was a remarkable place. The mountain had no rocks. Its sunny side was covered in lush green grass, while its shaded side was rich with jade, making it an ideal location for crafting artifacts. The mountain was home to a peculiar beast resembling a tiger, but with a white tiger's head, a horse's tail, and a bristly mane. Known as the Duyu, this creature fed on gold and jade, and its hide was nearly indestructible, making it a natural-born war machine. The mountain also hosted an unusual bird, shaped like a golden crow but with a human face. These birds were nocturnal, and their flesh could neutralize the toxicity of pills, making them highly coveted by cultivators. Further north, 7.8 million miles away, lay the renowned Flowing Sands realm, a vast expanse stretching 30,000 miles. The sands here could be refined into star sand, and the region was home to a peculiar tree called the three mulberry tree. Towering 1,000 blades high, it bore no branches or leaves. Beneath the trees coiled nests of venomous snakes, some of which had even reached the nascent soul stage. As Lin traveled, he encountered countless extraordinary sights and rare treasures of the world. He would often pause to deeply immerse himself in the uniqueness of these phenomena. Lin understood well that the knowledge recorded in ancient texts was ultimately lifeless. Only by witnessing and experiencing these wonders firsthand could he truly absorb them as part of his own foundation. After 10 days, Lin finally arrived at the Beiqi region, where the Gate of Life and Death was located. The Beiqi land was entirely under the domain of the Gate of Life and Death. This region was harsh and inhospitable, riddled with volcanoes and searing earth fires, creating an environment unbearable for ordinary creatures. Standing upon a Yunhan formation platform, Lin gazed down at the desolate landscape below. Before him stretched a vast expanse of volcanic terrain, with crimson lava covering the ground and barren peaks piercing the skies. The volcanoes erupted intermittently, their deafening roars shaking the heavens as streams of molten rock shot skyward, raining down like fiery showers. The blistering heat was suffocating. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. The volcanic field below radiated an astonishing intensity of the Tao of fire, instilling a sense of awe. Such a place was treacherous even for cultivators, where one misstep could lead to certain death. The Gate of Life and Death, once a supreme immortal sect, had chosen to establish its sect in such a perilous and desolate region, a truly baffling decision. To cultivate here must be akin to facing life and death with every step, Lin murmured, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, filled with complex emotions. Suddenly, rumbling noise echoed in the distance. Following the sound, Lin saw a battered treasure ship cutting through the sky, wobbling as it came to a halt above a volcano that had just erupted. The volcanic crater spewed molten lava, and the rolling waves of heat made it a daunting sight. On board the treasure ship stood dozens of young boys and girls, their faces drenched with sweat from the scorching heat. Some clung tightly to the ship's railings, their faces pale with fear, as though terrified of accidentally falling into the fiery crater below and being consumed by the magma. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened slightly. While these youths possessed innate qi, they had yet to reach the foundation establishment stage, marking them as ordinary beings of the spiritual realm. Standing behind them was an elderly man dressed in a tattered Taoist robe. Despite his shabby appearance, his aura was overwhelmingly imposing, his cultivation unfathomable. The elder seemed completely unbothered by the perilous surroundings, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed calmly at the volcanic crater, exuding an air of complete control. Mountain Master level. Lin Yi was certain that the old man's cultivation was likely on par with Zhou Yun's. Lin Yi's gaze slightly sharpened as he stood at the stern of the boat, silently observing the situation before him. The old man's aura was as vast and unfathomable as the ocean, exuding an oppressive force with every movement that seemed to suffocate those around him. A cultivator from the gate of life and death. In the northern Qi region, merely mentioning this name was enough to silence all cultivators in fear. This sect was notorious for its madness, extremism, and unparalleled strength. Before the gate of life and death stood a volcanic crater, its black-red lava churning as if burning away all traces of vitality. The thick stench of sulfur filled the air, sharp and nauseating. Do we really have to jump down there? Among the young men and women on the boat, someone asked with a trembling voice, their tone filled with terror. Yeah, we're not even at the Qi condensation stage. If we jump down there, won't we be turned to ash in an instant? Another voice chimed in, laden with despair. They all turned back to look at the old man, their eyes filled with hesitation and unease. The old man, however, simply let out a cold chuckle, a trace of mockery gleaming in his eyes. If you wish to enter the gate of life and death, you must first cross the threshold of life and death. If you're afraid of dying, then why bother trying to join the gate of life and death? Why even cultivate the path of life and death? His words struck like thunder, leaving the group pale-faced. Someone, unwilling to concede, mustered the courage to argue, we're not afraid of dying. We just don't want to die before even stepping into the immortal sect. If you're not afraid to die, then jump, the old man snorted coldly, pointing at the seething volcanic crater with a mocking glint in his eyes. The boy who had been singled out turned ghostly pale. He forced himself to glance at the scorching lava, his legs giving out beneath him as he clamped his mouth shut. His silence ignited the fears of the others. The old man spoke again, his tone icy. Remember, it is not my gate of life and death that is begging you to join. It is you who wishes to enter. Those who fear death, take 3 steps back. I will personally send you away in a moment. Before he had even finished speaking, more than 2/3 of the young men and women on the boat stepped back in unison, their movements so synchronized it seemed rehearsed. The old man glanced at them, the corners of his mouth curling upward slightly. Interesting. About 20 of you left more than I expected. He offered no further comment but spoke again. They'll give you one more chance. If you don't step back now, whether you jump or not later will no longer be up to you. These words were like the final death knell. Another half of the group hesitated before retreating. In the end, only 12 people remained standing where they were, their expressions conflicted a mix of fear and reluctant determination. Not bad. Still 12 of you left. The old man grinned as he looked at them. I remember last time, there were only 6 left. Unfortunately for them, their luck wasn't great. When they jumped, they were reduced to ashes on the spot. The gate of life and death doesn't care about your innate talent, but when it comes to luck, that's a whole different story. Bad luck and you'll die quickly. His words were like a crushing blow, leaving the 12 struggling to breathe. They exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes filled with doubt and dread. Sure enough, 3 more of them decided to step back. Something's not right, Lenny muttered, his brows furrowing as his gaze landed on one particular boy. The boy's face was ashen, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he clung to the edge of the boat and cried out, "Help me! Someone hold me up! My legs won't move." The old man, as if expecting this, waved his hand dismissively and sent the boy flying to the back. "Get out of here!" Now, only 8 remained. The old man's gaze swept over them, his tone icy. "You 8, are you sure you want step back?" The 8 exchanged looks. Though fear still lingered on their faces, they eventually responded in trembling voices, "We want step back." "Too quiet," the old man said indifferently, unmoved. "We want step back." The 8 gritted their teeth and shouted, their voices hoarse but carrying a resolute determination. Standing at a distance, Lin Yi's eyes flickered with surprise. He noticed that as these 8 made their decision, a peculiar aura began to emanate from their bodies. It was an aura filled with unyielding madness, as if nothing in heaven or earth could stop them. "The path of life and death is truly fascinating," Lin Yi murmured, his eyes gleaming with interest. This method of cultivation seemed to temper one's will, bearing a striking resemblance to the philosophy of forging oneself as a weapon taught by the founder of the Weapon Mountain sect, Chen Pingfan. The old man had long noticed Lin Yi's presence. Hearing his remark, he glanced at Lin Yi, his gaze carrying a hint of deeper meaning. Lin Yi heard the words, smiled and bowed. "Lin Yi, master of Wine Mountain of the Great Luo Immortal Sect, greets the senior." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd aboard the treasure ship all turned their gaze toward Lin Yi. Their eyes were filled with fervent admiration, mixed with an unmistakable excitement. In just 10 short days, Lin Yi's name had already spread throughout the spiritual realm. The 36-path wine could help cultivators comprehend their own Tao, while the illusory moon wine could even grant enlightenment of the great Tao. These two wines alone had turned Lin Yi into a legendary figure in the hearts of countless cultivators. Now, the area outside Great Luo's wine mountain was already overflowing with people, all eagerly awaiting the grand opening of Zuaxian residence. Meanwhile, countless beings in the spiritual realm who had yet to enter the path of immortality were swept up in a frenzy, vying to become Lin Yi's disciples. The Gate of Life and Death's master, Tang Jingzong, the elder from the Gate of Life and Death, said with a slight nod, returning the gesture. So it's Master Tang. Lin Yi's heart stirred, but his expression remained calm and composed, his smile unwavering. He recalled the token of life and death that Zhou Yun had entrusted to him before his depertorious symbol of authority, belonging to the Gate of Life and Death's master, which now seemed to belong to this Tang Jingzong. I know why you're here, Tang Jingzong said indifferently, his tone leaving no room for argument. He gestured for Lin Yi to board the treasure ship. Lin Yi put away the Yunhan formation disc, and with a flash of movement, landed steadily on the deck of the treasure ship. The radiant armor trailing behind him followed closely, emitting a faint glow. A 9th-grade Yunhan formation, an 8th-grade battle armor. The murmurs among the crowd on the ship were filled with shock and envy. Tang Jingzong's gaze fell on the battle armor behind Lin Yi. His expression was complex as he softly remarked, "It seems the rumors are true. Great Luo immortal sect spares no effort in protecting its disciples, fearing even the slightest harm might come to them. Now, it appears they truly live up to that reputation." Lin Yi merely responded with a bright smile, saying nothing. "We'll discuss your matters back at the Gate of Life and Death," Tang Jingzong said, retracting his gaze. He then turned to the 8 young men and women aboard the ship, his tone icy. "Jump." The faces of the 8 youths changed slightly at his command, but they quickly regained their composure. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with unwavering determination. "If death is the price, so be it. We have neither talent nor connections, yet we yearn for the path to immortality. The only thing we can offer is our lives. To cross the threshold of life and death, and step into the immortal path, it's worth it. A lowly life if we don't even dare to fight. What future could we possibly have?" Their voices were low but resolute, their words filled with determination and defiance. The 8 of them slowly approached the edge of the ship and leaped off. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed as he clearly sensed that their willpower was growing stronger in the face of life and death, and the innate chi within their bodies was beginning to transform, tempering their will at the edge of life and death, fully awakening their potential, and ultimately elevating themselves. Lin Yi mused silently. As he pondered, the 8 had already leaped off the ship. Accompanied by 8 resolute and unyielding cries, their figures plunged toward the mouth of the volcano. Buzz. Without the protection of the treasure ship, the scorching heat from the volcano surged up instantly. The oppressive temperature caused their hair to curl, and their clothing began to emit a faint, burnt smell. Though they had mentally prepared themselves, the instinct to survive erupted as death loomed near. The intense desire to live transformed into a profound survival intent, instantly activating the innate chi within their bodies and unleashing power beyond their limits. Boom! One of them was enveloped entirely by innate chi, forming a protective spiritual aura that instantly shielded them from the searing volcanic heat. A protective spiritual aura. They've entered the threshold of chi mastery. Lin Yi's eyes lit up slightly, and he couldn't help but admire them inwardly. Another youth, in a fleeting moment, concentrated their innate chi into a single punch, striking the volcanic rock wall with immense force. Using the rebound, they managed to propel themselves 3 feet higher. These individuals truly awakened their potential at the brink of life and death. Lin Yi thought to himself, his gaze carrying a hint of approval. Amidst the scorching waves of the volcano, the 8 figures flickered in and out of sight. Yet their ever-growing willpower burned as fiercely as the flames themselves. Whoosh! A figure emerged, transforming their vital energy into a pair of wings. With a powerful thrust, they soared into the air. Among the 8, someone ignited their inner potential, their aura surging dramatically. In that moment, their survival instincts were fully awakened, as if they had become a beast cornered in desperation. Within the 5 stages of chi cultivation, from initiation to perfection, some astonishingly leaped across stages in the face of life and death. One used chi as a fist, barely grasping its essence. Another wielded chi as a blade, reaching mastery. Yet another briefly transformed their chi into countless forms, wings spreading wide as they touched the pinnacle of chi cultivation. Buzz. In Lin Yi's sea of consciousness, the violet gold gourd trembled slightly, as if responding to the overwhelming will to survive emanating from the world around them. The explosive power unleashed by the 8 in their moments of near-death was drawn in by the gourd, converted into strands of intent, and absorbed into its depths. So that's it. Lin Yi's heart trembled as a flicker of understanding flashed in his eyes. Only when faced with true death can one summon the purest will to survive. The scene before him unveiled the essence of the cultivation path of the gate of life and death. What appeared to be reckless madness on the surface was, in truth, a profound reverence for life. Every trial of life and death they faced was a pursuit of ultimate breakthroughs, turning the will to survive into instinct. This extreme stimulation was precisely what made the Gate of Life and Death one of the fastest advancing sects in cultivation. Lin Yi's gaze fell on the 8 individuals, and a wave of awe swept through him. The potential they unleashed in the face of death, though fleeting, carried profound insights. It was this understanding that would allow them to easily re-enter such realms in the future. At the same time, Tang Jingzong was also observing their performance. His expression softened with a hint of satisfaction when he saw someone transform qi into wings. But when his gaze shifted to those on the brink of falling into the volcano, powerless to save themselves, he shook his head with a faint sigh. Whoosh! Out of the 8, only 3 managed to return to the treasure ship through their own strength. 3 others continued to struggle on the verge of life and death, while the final 2 seemed to have surrendered, letting their bodies plunge toward the volcanic abyss. Sigh. Tang Jingzong let out a soft sigh, and with a wave of his sleeve, an invisible force caught the remaining 5 and brought them back to the treasure ship. The 8 now stood or sat, their faces pale and their breaths unsteady. The experience of walking through the gates of death left a chilling fear deep within them. The 2 who had been certain of death sat down abruptly, trembling and crying uncontrollably. The other 6, though slightly calmer, could not hide the terror lingering in their eyes. Tell me, Tang Jingzong's piercing gaze swept over the 8 as his voice rang out, low and commanding, do you still wish to join the gate of life and death? Yes. The 3 who had relied on their own strength to return answered without hesitation. Their eyes burned with unwavering determination, as if the life and death struggle had awakened something profound within them. The gate of life and death is beyond my reach. I give up. After a moment of silence, the 3 who had barely held on lowered their heads and chose to withdraw. However, among the 2 who had been certain to die, one suddenly raised his head. His gaze was complex yet resolute. Taking a deep breath, his voice trembled but carried firm conviction as he said, I want to stay. Lin Yi had thought only the first 3 would pass the test. He hadn't expected Tang Jingzong to also accept the last one who had spoken up. Master Lin. Tang Jingzong turned to Lin Yi, his deep eyes carrying layers of meaning. This is the entrance trial of the gate of life and death. During the trial, I can ensure their survival, but once they've entered the gate, even I cannot intervene. Do you still wish to step into the gate of life and death? The gate of life and death seeks death but strives for life. The life gate and the death gate follow the same principle. Lin Yi had no reason not to go. Lin Yi's gaze was calm as he fixed his eyes on Tang Jingzong. A composed smile crept onto his lips, as if everything was within his control. That smile, gentle like a spring breeze, sent an unexpected chill down Tang Jingzong's spine. Boom! A tempest raged within Tang Jingzong's heart. A gleam flashed in his eyes as he stared at Lin Yi, as though seeing this young man clearly for the first time. The gate of life and death seeks death, but strives for life. This is its core essence. Yet such profound wisdom took Tang Jingzong decades of training and brushes with death to comprehend. And here stood Lin Yi, who had unraveled its mystery merely by observing a single test. The world calls disciples of the gate of life and death mad, dancing on the edge of a blade, living on the brink of death. Little do they know, at its heart, it is all about seeking life. Tang Jingzong thought to himself, his face betraying no emotion. He cast a deep, complex look at Lin Yi. It seems Zhou Yuan had deeper intentions in sending you here. Among the countless prodigies on the path of 100 ways, the master of Jishan, ranked first on the celestial exile list, truly lives up to his reputation. Tang Jingzong's voice was low, but carried a note of acknowledgement. You flatter me, senior. I merely dared to give it a try. Lin Yi smiled faintly, his humility laced with quiet confidence. Tang Jingzong said no more. With a sweep of his hand, the treasured ship beneath him roared to life and shot forward at astonishing speed. Though the ship appeared weathered and worn, it unleashed a velocity near the limits of a 9th-grade Yunhan array, tearing through the skies as it carried Lin Yi and the others toward their destination. Those who had abandoned the test were casually sent out of Beiki by Tang Jingzong. Moments later, Lin Yi and his group arrived before an ancient, dilapidated gateway. The portal was a blend of black and white, as if life and death intertwined. At times, it burned fiercely like fire. At others, it exuded a bone-chilling cold. Its aura was both eerie and overwhelmingly powerful. Above the gateway, the words Gate of Life and Death gleamed brilliantly, emanating an indescribable authority. This is the entrance to the Gate of Life and Death, Tang Jingzong said, his voice calm yet tinged with pride. Your Deluo immortal sect's inner sanctum is built within the Deluo celestial realm. Our gate of life and death, however, stands atop a deathly abyss. A deathly abyss? Linny raised an eyebrow, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Training grounds are categorized into three types: secret realms, blessed lands, and celestial realms. The difference lies in the density of the world's energy and the purity of its laws. Your Deluo immortal sect's Deluo celestial realm is a world unto itself, with the purest energy and laws, making it the premier celestial realm of the spiritual world, Tang Jingzong explained, his tone steady and deliberate. However, there are places in the spiritual world where the energy rivals or even surpasses that of celestial realms. Yet they are called deathly abysses. Why are they called deathly abysses? Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he pressed for answers. Because while deathly abysses possess abundant energy, they come with fatal flaws, Tang Jingzong said, his eyes deep and contemplative. For instance, the flaw of the deathly abyss where our gate of life and death resides is poisonous earth fire. Before his words had fully settled, Tang Jingzong stepped through the gateway. Lin Yi followed closely behind, and the moment he entered, a searing wave of energy engulfed him. The heat was so intense it felt as though it would burn through his entire being. Even his breaths felt like inhaling molten lava. Lin Yi frowned slightly, and the true qi of his Tao of wine surged within him, attempting to refine the overwhelming energy. But soon, he realized that the refined energy carried traces of a strange fiery essence. Like a malignant parasite, it invaded his true qi, causing a faint, persistent pain. Is this the poison of the earth fire? Lin Yi murmured under his breath, his expression growing grave. Exactly, Tang Jingzong's voice came from ahead as he turned to face Lin Yi, his gaze profound. This place is called the Earth Fire Abyss, the source of all earth fire in Beiki. Every volcano in this region is connected to this place. While the energy here is dense and pure, refining it inevitably breeds the poison of the earth fire. Lin Yi's eyes flickered with thought. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, is there a way to counteract the poison? A small amount of earth fire poison is not only harmless but can actually temper a cultivator's strength, greatly enhancing combat power. Tang Jingzong replied with a faint smile, his gaze carrying a hint of intrigue. But if you fail to control it, it will backfire. This is the ultimate training principle of the gate of life and death, seeking life through courting death, and courting death in the pursuit of life. If one absorbs too much, surpassing their limits, the poison of the earth fire will erupt. Even an earth immortal cannot be saved, Tang Jingzong said solemnly. Duly noted. Lin Yi nodded, lifting his gaze to the distance. The sight of the gate of life and death unfolded before him. Compared to the prosperity of the Deluo immortal sect, it was like comparing heaven and earth. Lakes of molten lava churned with blazing magma. Not a blade of grass grew, and the sky was shrouded in fiery mist, resembling a crimson purgatory. At the center of the gate of life and death stood a towering volcano, soaring far above the peaks of Deluo. Black clouds swirled above its crater, exuding an aura of overwhelming destruction. Squinting, Lin Yi could faintly make out figures moving near the mouth of the volcano. As his gaze shifted closer, Lin Yi noticed a cluster of simple structures scattered near the edge of the gate's boundary, appearing particularly shabby. Follow me, Tang Jingzong called out, leading Lin Yi toward the cluster of buildings. Along the way, Lin Yi glanced around, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Decay, decline, desolation. These were the first impressions the gate of life and death left on him. Once a supreme immortal sect in the spiritual realm, it now stood in stark contrast to the flourishing Deluo immortal sect. Even the remnants of the protective mountain array were in tatters, leaving Lin Yi to doubt whether the formation could still be activated. After landing, Tang Jingzong casually summoned a disciple, giving brief instructions. Take them to rest properly. They'll begin their training tomorrow. Without further delay, he continued guiding Lin Yi deeper into the sect. The sights along the way deepened Lin Yi's sense of unease. The entire sect seemed almost devoid of disciples, and many of the cultivation grounds were in such disrepair that they looked on the verge of collapse. It was hard for Lin Yi to reconcile what he saw with the notion of its supreme immortal sect. You're probably thinking that our gate of life and death doesn't resemble a supreme sect at all. In fact, in this state, it's not even comparable to an 8th grade sect, let alone a 7th grade one, right? Tang Jingzong suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Yi with a faint, amused smile. Lin Yi furrowed his brows slightly and nodded, his eyes filled with confusion. And why do you think that is? Blame your Deluo immortal sect. Tang Jingzong's lips curled into a peculiar smile. Huh. Lin Yi froze, startled by the absurdity of the statement. What's the matter? Think I'm just making baseless accusations? Tang Jingzong chuckled, his expression growing even more enigmatic. Listen, and I'll explain. You'll understand soon enough. Our gate of life and death is unlike other sections. Our way of making a living has always been unique, He paused briefly, gathering his thoughts, before continuing. Ordinary sects are usually established in prosperous regions. Even without any special means of earning resources, they can get by just fine selling materials, rare herbs, or crafting supplies. But our gate of life and death is built in this desolate land, where resources are scarce. The rare herbs and crafting materials we have to offer are extremely limited, and only useful to a select few. On top of that, we don't practice traditional money-making disciplines like alchemy or artifact crafting. So, we had to pave our own way. Pave your own way? Linny echoed, puzzled. Exactly. Temporary work. Tang Jingzong's tone carried a hint of pride. The gate of life and death is the strongest temp worker force in the spiritual realm. Danger doesn't scare us. As long as a sect hires us, there's no job too risky for our disciples to take on. With that, Tang Jingzong thumped his chest, his face brimming with pride. Lin Yi, however, was left speechless. The title of strongest temp workers was something he found hard to take seriously. And as for why we're now so impoverished, your Deluo immortal sect is entirely to blame. Tang Jingzong suddenly shifted the tone of the conversation. Us? Lin Yi was completely dumbfounded, struggling to see how this involved the Deluo immortal sect. That's right. Who else? Your Deluo immortal sect used to be our biggest client, Tang Jingzong said with a hint of resentment. Your disciples are so precious that we in the Gate of Life and Death worked tirelessly to keep them safe. But alas, ever since Tian Sha's Artifact Mountain integrated artifact armor into cultivation, we, strongest temp workers, lost much of our value. Without our biggest client, isn't it only natural for us to fall into hard times? Tang Jingzong rambled on as he led Lin Yi to a grand black hall. With a forceful kick, he swung the massive doors open, the sound reverberating like thunder. You old fossils, get out here. Someone wants to enter the Gate of Life and Death. Before the words had fully settled, Lin Yi felt an array of powerful auras erupting from within the hall. It was as if countless gazes locked onto him at once, filled with unconcealed excitement and intensity. Swish. The moment Lin Yi was locked onto, the void suddenly twisted, and 7 figures exuding overwhelming auras emerged one after another. They stood like 7 unsheathed blades, each presence so sharp it sent a chill down one's spine. 6 men and 1 woman, all radiating an unmatched pressure, as if the one standing before them was not Lin Yi, but prey. As they appeared, their gazes collectively fell upon Lin Yi. Their expressions varied, but each carried a mix of scrutiny and mockery. What a fine young man. To think he actually ventured into the Gate of Life and Death, truly a rare sight. Sneered an old man with white hair, his voice grating and cold, like a blade scraping against iron. TSK, such a handsome face. It would be a shame for it to perish here. The soul woman murmured seductively, licking her lips as her eyes roamed over Lin Yi with undisguised aggression. Her tone was teasing, her gaze brazen to the point of discomfort. Boy, you entered the Gate of Life and Death seeking the Tao of Life and Death, didn't you? Why not join me instead? I'll ensure you experience the very essence of life and death. Wouldn't that be much more thrilling? She stepped closer with each word, her eyes both chilling and blazing, like a serpent ready to strike and devour. Her unrestrained demeanor made even Lin Yi frown. This aura unmistakably tainted with the wickedness of the heavenly demon palace. 7th, restrain yourself. Tang Jingzong spoke calmly, his tone devoid of anger, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Do you even know who stands before you? This is Lin Yi, Lord of Joshan Peak of the Deluo Immortal Sect, and the current #1 on the Exiled Immortal rankings. The #1 on the Exiled Immortal rankings? The woman raised an eyebrow, showing not the slightest fear but rather a hint of excitement. Even better. If I were to play with him, I'm sure the Lord of Fashion would come looking for me with her blade, wouldn't she? I've been looking forward to meeting her blade for quite some time. You'd better save yourself the trouble. An old man snorted coldly, his gaze deep and penetrating. The Lord of Fashion has no time for you right now. I've heard she's already entered the Sea of Blood, and has been in a 3-day standoff with Li Zhixian. Master has entered the Sea of Blood? Lin Yi's heart trembled at the news, and he quickly pressed for details. Is this true? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly intrigued by Lin Yi's reaction. You didn't know? 3 days ago, the Lord of Fashion wielded her blade and entered the Sea of Blood. With unparalleled killing intent, she forced Li Zhixian out from its depths. The two have been confronting each other from a distance, their blade intent and sword intent sweeping across thousands of miles. That region has long since been cleared of all others. Master hasn't fought Li Zhixian? Lin Yi frowned slightly, his voice tinged with doubt. Of course not, Tang Jingzong interjected, his tone carrying a hint of reverence. Li Zhixian's swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle of perfection, flawless in every way. The Lord of Fashion's blade, on the other hand, is the blade of heaven's judgment. One strike is all it takes to determine victory. Their standoff is merely a search for the perfect moment to strike. In the spirit realm, there are perhaps only 3 individuals who could allow the Lord of Fashion to gather her momentum so freely. Tang Jingzong mused, his gaze flickering as if recalling something. The first is Li Zhaxian, the second is the Grandmaster of my sect, and the third? Naturally, it's the Venerable Bukong of the Rotten Ku Temple, the old man said matter-of-factly. The Buddhist sect's path of ultimate defense has always been impenetrable. The Venerable Bukong's golden body is unmatched in this world. If it's him, he would indeed be capable of withstanding the Lord of Fashion's blade of heaven's judgment, Linny said, realization dawning in his eyes, accompanied by a trace of admiration. Exactly. The Venerable Bukong and the Lord of Fashion represent 2 extremes: absolute defense and absolute sharpness. Unfortunately, the Lord of Fashion's cultivation is still shallow and cannot yet break through the Venerable Bukong's golden body. Tang Jingzong nodded in agreement. If that's the case, how much longer will Master and Li Zhaxian remain in their standoff? Linny pressed further, urgency flickering in his gaze. At least 7 days. Tang Jingzong pondered, thinking to himself that 10 days should be enough time for the Mountain Lord of Fa Shan to push his killing intent to its peak. As for when that blade would strike, it would depend on whether Li Zhaxian would give the Mountain Lord the opportunity to unleash it. 7 days? Lin Yi's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He murmured softly, if that's the case, and if I'm fast enough, I might just make it in time to witness my master ancestor's stunning strike. His tone carried a hint of excitement, as if his emotions caused the very air around him to ripple slightly. Tang Jingzong nodded calmly, his voice steady yet resolute. Master Lin, if you leave now, with the 9-rank Yunhan formation disc in hand, you should make it in time. No. Lin Yi shook his head firmly without hesitation, his expression resolute. The gate of life and death, I have yet to enter it. Before I came, my teacher gave me the life and death token. I must ask you, senior, to open the gate of life and death for me. As he spoke, he turned his hand to reveal an ancient token engraved with the characters life and death, exuding an aura of solemnity and foreboding. Tang Jingzong's gaze sharpened slightly, as if recalling something. He let out a sigh and said, indeed, I owe Zhou Yun a favor. That favor is worth my life. If Zhou Yun sent you here with this token, asking me to act, I would fight to the death even against Li Zhaxian. But as for opening the gate of life and death, it is beyond my power alone. It requires the cooperation of all 7 of us. He gestured toward the other 7 cultivators near the gate. Lin Yi showed no change in expression upon hearing this. He bowed respectfully once again and said, I humbly request the assistance of the 7 seniors. The 7 individuals each radiated distinct auras and exuded unique presences. The female cultivator who had teased Lin Yi earlier appeared graceful and elegant, resembling a noble lady until she spoke. However, the one who now broke the silence was the youngest looking among them, a childlike figure with the strongest aura. Despite his youthful appearance, his voice was ancient, and his clouded eyes gleamed with an unfathomable depth. May I ask who you are, senior? Lin Yi turned his gaze to the childlike figure and bowed. I am Fu Jinxing of the Gate of Life and Death. The boy replied indifferently, his arms crossed within his sleeves, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Why does the senior seem so pleased that I wish to enter the Gate of Life and Death? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with curiosity. Fu Jinxing chuckled softly and explained, the Gate of Life and Death resonates with the Tao of Life and Death. To enter it, one must possess the resolve to face death and be reborn. Once inside, life and death are no longer in your hands. When our founder established the Gate of Life and Death, he left behind a decree. To enter, one must pass the 7 tribulations of life and death. Our sect, whether at its peak or in decline, has always had 7 elders. Each of us holds a life and death talisman, 1 talisman for each tribulation. Only those who pass all 7 can enter the gate. Unfortunately, since the 7 tribulations were entrusted to us, they have never been used. As he spoke, Fu Jinxing narrowed his eyes slightly, as if reminiscing, and his tone carried a trace of longing. The 7 tribulations of life and death. Ever since we inherited them, we've never had the chance to use them. It's truly a great regret for us old folks. None of the 7 seniors have entered the Gate of Life and Death either? Lin Yi was taken aback, clearly not expecting such an answer. Tang Jingzong shook his head, his tone tinged with helplessness. We would love to enter, but the strongest among us only managed to pass 5 tribulations. The 7 tribulations of life and death, 1 talisman, 1 life and death trial. What an incredible experience it must be. But alas, he couldn't get past the last 2. Fu Jinxing picked up where Tang Jingzong left off, sighing, our predecessors, after passing the talismans to us, left strict instructions. The 7 tribulations of life and death should end with us. They must not be used on disciples in the future. They even forced us to swear an oath to the Tao. His tone was filled with regret, as though he had missed out on the most important experience of his life. Why is that? Lin frowned, his curiosity deepening. That doesn't seem in line with the ethos of the Gate of Life and Death. Tang Jingzong's expression darkened slightly, and he sighed deeply. Because, starting from the last generation, we've been preparing to disband the Gate of Life and Death. His words carried a complex emotion, as though he was not only explaining to Lin Yi but also coming to terms with it himself. Disband the Gate of Life and Death? Lin Yi was filled with disbelief. Tang Jingzong's expression remained calm, his tone steady yet carrying an undeniable weight. Yes, the Gate of Life and Death practices the Tao of life and death, a path born out of a specific era. Back then, there were too many without innate talent, unable to even step onto the path of cultivation. The Tao of life and death became their sole option. But now, the spiritual realm is flourishing with countless sects, offering even those without a foundation various paths to choose from. There's no longer a need to gamble one's life for a slim chance at survival.
The decline of the Gate of Life and Death is an inevitability of history.
Lin Yi fell silent at these words. His gaze flickered, as if lost in memories or deep thought. Yes, times were changing, and so were cultivation philosophies. The rise of the Gate of Life and Death had filled a void when the spiritual realm was desperate for a way forward. But now, this once glorious sect had been mercilessly left behind by the march of progress. What surprises me, though, is their attitude, Lin Yi finally said, his voice low and tinged with complicated emotions. Instead of blaming the heavens or others, they chose to voluntarily disband the sect. Tang Jingzong smiled faintly at that, his eyes calm yet carrying a hint of relief. You need not feel regret. Though the Gate of Life and Death is no more, it once shone brightly and created miracles. In the vast river of history, it will forever remain an unforgettable ripple.
That is enough.
I just find it a shame, Lin Yi said, lifting his gaze, his eyes reflecting a trace of sorrow. The Gate of Life and Death may no longer fit this era, but its Tao is unique. For it to be buried like this feels like such a loss. It's only the sect that has disbanded, Tang Jingzong replied, his tone pausing briefly before his gaze turned profound as he looked into the distance. The Tao of life and death is a universal truth that will endure for eternity. We simply won't use the harshest methods to train disciples anymore. If we were truly abandoning it, the elders of the sect wouldn't have left behind the 7 sigils of life and death. The spiritual realm is evolving. One day, the Tao of life and death will find new inheritors to perfect its legacy and eliminate its flaws.
That will be enough.
Lin Yi's heart trembled slightly, sensing the deeper meaning behind Tang Jingzong's words. He couldn't help but ask, so, you've been waiting all this time?
Exactly.
Tang Jingzong turned to look at Lin Yi, his gaze sharp and unwavering. We've been waiting for someone like you. And today, it seems our wait has finally come to an end. Lin Yi froze, faintly grasping something yet unable to fully comprehend it. Just then, another voice broke the silence, brimming with excitement and relief. Lin Yi, you are the top ranked on the list of exiled immortals, possessing unparalleled talent and mastery across all paths. Your arrival is nothing short of a miracle for us. The speaker was Fu Zhensheng, one of the strongest members of the Gate of Life and Death. At this moment, his expression was filled with joy, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. As someone who still carries the legacy of the Gate of Life and Death, I naturally don't wish for our lineage to truly end. Your appearance is the perfect opportunity for the Tao of life and death to continue. Lin Yi frowned slightly, then gave a faint, self-deprecating smile. But I'm not certain I can pass the 7 trials of life and death. The 7 trials of life and death were left behind by the ancestors of the sect, Lin Yi said with a hint of helplessness in his voice. While I have confidence in myself, I dare not underestimate the difficulty of these trials. If you can't pass them, we can, Tang Jingzong suddenly said with a cryptic smile. Lin Yi was taken aback, his face full of confusion. What do you mean by that? Tang Jingzong didn't answer directly. Instead, he spoke slowly. Our sect has a technique known as the yin-yang diagram of life and death. This technique is not an original creation of our Gate of Life and Death, Tang Jingzong explained solemnly, his gaze profound. It was devised by Zhou Yun, who, using Confucianism and Taoism as the foundation, merged them with the principles of life and death to create this unique method. A method created by Master Zhou? Lin Yi's heart trembled, sensing a revelation. He probed cautiously, the human sentiment you mentioned earlier, Master Tang, does it stem from this? Tang Jingzong nodded, his expression calm yet tinged with reminiscence. Indeed, Zhou Yun, the master of Mount Zhou, was a man of unparalleled talent. Years ago, to solve the challenge of the threefold reverse immortal barrier, he debated the Tao with us at the Gate of Life and Death for 3 months. It was then that he created the yin-yang life and death diagram. This method has 2 profound merits. First, the power of the life and death diagram can be imbued within you, allowing you to inherit and embody the collective understanding of life and death from the seven of us, becoming the successor of the gate of life and death. Second, the yin-yang life and death diagram unites the seven of us into one entity, enabling you to transfer the power of the seven tribulations of life and death onto us, allowing us to endure them on your behalf. With the help of seven seniors to endure the tribulations for me? Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, then felt a wave of warmth surge through him, almost too incredible to believe. Precisely, Fu Jinxing interjected, his gaze intense, his voice low and filled with emotion. While we have decided to disband the Gate of Life and Death, we cannot allow its legacy to vanish into the annals of history. We must find a suitable successor. Ironically, our founding principle was to teach without discrimination, allowing even those without innate talent to walk the path of cultivation. Yet now, the successor must possess extraordinary potential, for only someone with unparalleled aptitude can bear the weight of our true teachings. He paused, his eyes resting on Lin Yi with a mix of complexity and solace. Before you, our choice was Zhou Yun. But back then, his responsibilities were many, and he declined our offer, saying that if the time ever came when we could wait no longer, he would come himself. Yet, he never returned. Instead, he sent you. Lin Yi felt a flicker of emotion in his heart, but remained silent. Tang Jingzong continued, your cultivation may be low, but your aptitude is unmatched, beyond the bounds of the mundane. In this world, it would be nearly impossible to find someone more suited than you. For a moment, the seven elders' gazes converged on Lin Yi, their eyes filled with expectation and fervor. Lin Yi's mind wavered briefly, but after a moment of contemplation, he bowed deeply and said with resolute determination, if that is the case, I am willing to give it my all. If fate permits, I will ensure the legacy of the Gate of Life and Death continues. Good. Fu Jinxing laughed heartily, but his expression soon turned serious as he warned gravely. However, there is one thing you must know beforehand. This time, we are determined to open the Gate of Life and Death at all costs. No matter what happens during the activation of the yin-yang life and death diagram, you must remain steadfast and unwavering. Even if we perish beneath the life and death sigil, you must not falter. Lin Yi's heart trembled as he gazed at Fu Gunxing's utterly serious expression, sensing that these individuals had already prepared themselves for the worst. Indeed, these people were fearless, even in the face of death. Enough with the scare tactics. A woman among the seven elders broke the heavy atmosphere. She was elegant and composed, her tone gentle yet brimming with confidence. Do not worry. Though we are unafraid of death, we are also the ones who cherish life the most. This life and death sigil is not something we face unprepared. Lin Yi bowed to her respectfully, his voice firm. I will do my utmost. Then let us begin, Tang Jingzong said, taking a deep breath as his eyes sharpened. The seven elders simultaneously sat cross-legged, their auras shifting dramatically. As they began to chant, a profound resonance emerged from within each of them. One after another, white streams of the Tao of Life and black streams of the Tao of Death surged forth, intertwining and merging in an instant to form a yin-yang diagram. The diagram enveloped Lin Yi, lifting him into its embrace. As it rotated, the forces of heaven and earth converged, and it felt as though the Gate of Life and Death had silently opened. The power of life and death surged into Lin Yi's body like a torrential flood, carving profound mysteries deep into his flesh and soul. It was an indescribable sensation, as if the laws of life and death in the universe had been distilled into a single essence and directly infused into his spirit. A faint symbol of yin and yang slowly emerged at the center of his brow. As the power coursed through him, the symbol solidified, emitting an inexplicable aura of majesty and lethal precision. This was the culmination of the seven elders of the Gate of Life and Death's lifetime of comprehension, channeled through the yin-yang life and death diagram to pass down their insights into the Tao of Life and Death directly to Lin Yi. This method of transmission was simple and forceful, cutting straight to the core. The elders' understanding of life and death transformed within Lin Yi into a legacy talisman, enabling him to gradually comprehend its profundities over time, progressing each day in his insights until one day he could surpass the seven elders and complete this unfinished path of life and death. Buzz. Tang Jingzong rose into the air, a symbol appearing at the center of his brow as the power of life and death swirled around him, stabilizing the balance of the yin-yang life and death diagram. His gaze was heavy as he spoke in a low, steady tone, Master Lin, we must now summon the seven talismans. Remember, transfer the seven tribulations of life and death onto us. Lin Yi gave a slight nod but remained silent. His expression was calm, as though he had long been prepared. As Tang Jingzong's words fell, the seven elders simultaneously flipped their palms, each revealing a black divine talisman radiating an intense aura of life and death, as if it embodied the very essence of existence and demise in the universe. Go. The sole woman among the seven gently pointed her jade-like finger, sending the seven talismans hurtling toward Lin Yi. To their astonishment, Lin Yi made no attempt to redirect the talismans back to them. Instead, he allowed them to merge directly into his brow, transforming into streaks of light that disappeared within. Master Lin, you. The 8 members of the Gate of Life and Death were stunned, their expressions shifting drastically. This turn of events was completely unexpected. Yet, as masters of the Tao of Life and Death, they quickly regained their composure and continued to maintain the operation of the yin-yang life and death diagram. This is troubling, Fu Jinxing muttered under his breath, his brow furrowed. Master Lin intends to face the 7 tribulations of life and death on his own. We accounted for everything, yet we overlooked one crucial detail. Master Lin was chosen by Zhou Yun. His character must closely align with Zhou Yun's. How could someone like him allow others to sacrifice themselves for his sake? Another elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, but it's not necessarily a problem. As long as he knows his limits, the 7 tribulations of life and death might not endanger his life. Since he's determined to try, we should let him. At worst, we can start over. After a brief moment of contemplation, the 8 elders set their worries aside. However, in the next instant, their gazes froze, and their pupils contracted sharply. Buzz. A radiant beam of life erupted above Lin Yi's head, forming a talisman of life in the void. This was the phenomenon of a death talisman transforming into a life talisman, signifying that he had successfully overcome the first tribulation. Master Lin has already passed the first tribulation? The 8 elders were collectively stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. The first of the 7 tribulations of life and death was not considered particularly challenging. Anyone with a basic understanding of the Tao of life and death could generally pass it. However, the speed at which Lin Yi accomplished this left them utterly speechless. If I recall correctly, the fastest anyone has ever passed the first tribulation was in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, correct? Fu Jinsheng raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with incredulity. Tang Jingzong responded gravely, that's correct. The 3rd generation sect master took the time of 1 incense stick. But Master Lin's speed, it's beyond anything we've seen. The 3rd generation sect master's talent in the Tao of life and death had once shaken the entire spiritual realm, nearly allowing him to ascend. Yet now, it seemed Lin Yi's aptitude might even surpass his. Buzz. Before the 8 elders could recover from their astonishment, another talisman of life emerged, fusing into the center of Lin Yi's brow. The moment the death talisman entered his body, it transformed once again into a talisman of life, radiating dazzling brilliance above his head. Wait, is there something wrong with these talismans? Tang Jingzong was completely dumbfounded. The 7 elders of the Gate of Life and Death felt their scalps tingle with unease. Buzz. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th life and death seals transformed into life seals one after another, flying out effortlessly. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The 8 members of the Gate of Life and Death stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Breaking through 5 levels in an instant? Someone murmured, their voice filled with shock. Back in the day, I barely survived breaking through 4 levels, expending all my strength. And he did 5 so effortlessly? An elder said, his voice trembling, his gaze complex. You managed 4 levels. I only made it through 3. Another man said with a bitter smile, shaking his head in defeat. I've spent my whole life studying the path of life and death, and yet I'm still no match for Lin Yi. The 8 formidable figures fell silent, their faces filled with doubt and disbelief, as if questioning their very existence. Buzz. Just as they were still reeling from shock, the 6th life and death seal suddenly lit up, transforming into a streak of light that flew straight into Lin Yi's forehead. The 6th level. Someone couldn't help but cry out in astonishment. Old Tang, what is the 6th level? You're the only one here who's ever passed the 5th. All eyes turned to Tang Jingzong, their gazes filled with a mix of anticipation and unease. Tang Jingzong pondered for a moment before slowly speaking, drinking with the ancestor, the Taoist of life and death. Drinking? The 7 elders froze, looking at each other in disbelief. Clearly, none of them had expected the 6th level to sound so simple. Once the 6th life and death seal enters the body, the challenger's consciousness is drawn into the seal's space, Tang Jingzong explained, his tone tinged with a hint of nostalgia. In that space, you meet the consciousness of the ancestor, along with 7 cups of wine. According to the ancestor, 6 of the cups are fine wine, while 1 is poisoned. Drink the poison, and you die. The problem is, you can't distinguish the poisoned cup by smell or appearance. Not even the ancestor can tell. This? Someone gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. So it's all just luck? The challenger picks first, and the cups are drunk one by one, Tang Jingzong said with a wry smile, shaking his head. When I faced it, I drank 6 cups with the ancestor. By the last one, I was too afraid to go on. Hearing this, the others couldn't help but draw in another sharp breath. Tang Jingzong continued. The first cup? Sure, a 1 in 7 chance of death. But the truth is, from the very first cup, every choice is 50-50 life or death. Recalling the experience, Tang Jingzong's expression grew complicated. The first cup, I drank it boldly, thinking I was just lucky. The second cup, the ancestor downed it without even flinching, and I started to get nervous. By the third cup, the pressure was overwhelming, and my hands were trembling. The fourth cup, the ancestor remained calm as ever, but I was drenched in cold sweat. The fifth cup? I hesitated for half a month before finally forcing myself to drink it. He paused, his expression growing even more conflicted. And then the sixth cup. The ancestor was still fine. That's when I completely broke down, Tang Jingzong said with a bitter laugh, shaking his head. By that point, there was only one cup left, and I was convinced it was the poisoned one. 100% chance of death. Who would dare drink it? The others listened with chills running down their spines. Someone couldn't help but ask, so if the ancestor drinks the first 6 cups without issue, the challenger is left with no choice but to drink the last one. You either admit defeat or you die, Tang Jingzong confirmed, his gaze complicated. This level seems unsolvable. In truth, it all comes down to luck. Fugan frowned, muttering under his breath, in such a situation, how could anyone possibly pass? As the group lamented the impossibility of the challenge, Lin Yi had already entered the life and death seal space. He glanced around, his gaze landing on the 7 cups of wine, a trace of amusement flickering in his eyes. Within the space, a figure slowly materialized. It was none other than the ancestor, the Taoist of life and death. His expression was indifferent as he looked at Lin Yi, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, playful smile. Care to give it a try? You can test your luck. Of course, if you'd rather not risk it, you can always choose to quit. Lin Yi heard this and smiled faintly, his tone brimming with confidence. Senior, I'm afraid you're mistaken. The path of life and death has never been about luck. He looked at the 7 cups of wine before him, a bright smile spreading across his face. Relying on luck? Surely not, murmured the Taoist of life and death, his sharp gaze fixed on Lin Yi. He was an outgoing man, almost frivolous at times. Though not particularly imposing in stature, he exuded an unmatched sense of authority and pressure. Of course not. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, his voice steady and resolute, carrying an air of unflinching calm. The Taoist's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile as he asked, then isn't this just a matter of whose luck runs out first? Drinking the poisoned wine? His tone was casual, yet his eyes betrayed a piercing sharpness, as though probing Lin Yi's conviction. The path of life and death lies in seeking a sliver of hope amidst despair, and yielding and resolute. One would never entrust that hope to something as fleeting as luck, Lin Yi replied evenly, his gaze steady and fearless as it locked with the Taoist's. The Taoist's eyes flickered, as though something within him had been struck. After a brief silence, a faint smile of intrigue crept across his face. Interesting. Go on. To pass this 6th trial, what one relies upon is not luck, but an understanding of the Tao of life and death, Lin Yi said calmly. With a casual flick of his wrist, he retrieved a large goblet from beneath the table and placed it before him with deliberate ease. His movements were unhurried, carrying an air of indescribable confidence. Once you understand the Tao of life and death, it's actually quite simple. Simple? The Taoist's eyes narrowed, his tone tinged with skepticism. Indeed, simple. Lin Yi nodded, his gaze unwavering. The Tao of life and death is about embracing death to find life. That is its essence. As he spoke, he picked up a cup of wine without hesitation and poured it into the large goblet before him. As the founder of the sect of life and death, you created the 7 tribulations, the gates of life and death, to test the resolve of your disciples. Since it's a test, there must always be a path of survival. And that path is never left to chance. Before his words finished echoing, Lin Yi picked up another cup of wine and poured it into his goblet, his movements fluid and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. The Taoist's eyes gleamed faintly, seemingly moved by Lin Yi's courage and composure. He asked in a low voice, but what if someone's luck is extraordinary, and they drink 6 cups safely? Wouldn't the last cup be certain death? And what if that truly is a dead end? Lin Yi poured another cup into his goblet, his tone carrying a faint hint of mockery. The Taoist squinted, his gaze narrowing as he scrutinized Lin Yi, as though trying to see through him. And you're not afraid? Afraid? Lin Yi smirked, a trace of disdain curling his lips. They'll simply assume it is a dead end. With that, he poured 2 more cups into his goblet, his actions steady and unflinching, as if the life and death stakes before him were no more significant than a casual stroll. In the blink of an eye, only 2 cups of wine remained on the table. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he poured the 6th cup into his goblet and then, without hesitation, reached for the seventh. You truly have no fear of death? The Taoist's voice was low, his expression tinged with a complex mix of emotions. Who isn't afraid of death? Lin Yi replied, holding the seventh cup aloft with a faint, nonchalant smile. But I've long realized that the true test isn't in the first 6 cups. It lies in this seventh cup. His eyes met the Taoist's, his smile carrying a sharp edge. The true Tao of life and death doesn't test one's courage, it tests one's wisdom. What makes you say that? The Taoist's expression shifted slightly, his tone betraying a trace of unease. Lin Yi twirled the wine cup in his hand, his gaze piercing. The first cup isn't hard to drink. Even an ordinary person could muster the resolve to down it when forced. The second cup, however, causes hesitation. Death begins to loom closer. By the third, despair sets in, as the outcome of life or death seems inevitable. With the seventh cup still waiting, his words struck with precision, as though dissecting the Taoist's very thoughts. Don't drink, and you lose. Drink, and you die. Every disciple who enters the 7 tribulations becomes ensnared in your carefully laid trap, entirely forgetting the essence of the Tao of life and death. Lin Yi paused, gently swirling the seventh cup in his hand, his confidence radiating. The seventh cup is death. Yet the essence of the Tao of life and death is to embrace death in order to find life. The end of life is death, and the end of death is rebirth. The Tao of life and death is, at its core, no different from the Tao of yin and yang. Extreme yang births yin, and extreme yin births yang. What appears to be a dead end is, in fact, the gate of life for the 6th trial. Lin Yi glanced at the utterly dumbfounded sage of life and death before him. Without hesitation, he poured the 7th cup of wine into his already brimming goblet. His movements were crisp and precise, his wrist lifting slightly as the wine arched gracefully through the air, landing perfectly in the overflowing cup. Instantly, the liquid surged and churned, releasing a dense aura of death that spiraled upward like the black mist of the underworld. It spread rapidly, shrouding the entire space in an oppressive atmosphere of death's domain, cold, despairing, as if even the air had frozen solid. Any living being that dared to approach would undoubtedly be consumed by this terrifying force. The sage of life and death's pupils contracted sharply, and his face turned ashen. The power of his Tao of death, capable of extinguishing all vitality, was something even high-level earthly immortals would hesitate to confront. And yet, Lin Yi, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, showed no trace of fear. But Lin Yi acted as though nothing unusual had occurred. A faint, serene smile played on his lips as he lightly tapped the rim of the cup with his fingers. Without a moment's pause, he raised the goblet. His movements were smooth, effortless, as natural as flowing water. There wasn't the slightest hint of hesitation, as if the deadly wine before him were nothing more than a cup of simple tea. Yub, the sage of life and death's throat tightened, words catching mid-breath. In that moment, he realized he had lost completely. Memories of countless trials of the 7 calamities of life and death flooded his mind, those who had failed miserably, and the rare, fortunate few who had succeeded. Yet one unshakable truth remained. The 7th cup of wine was one that almost no one dared to drink. Among the disciples of the sect of life and death, only a select few had ever passed this trial. Those who did all shared one thing in common: unwavering trust in their master, believing that the sage of life and death would never poison his own students. But Lin Yi was different. His gaze was clear, as though he had already unraveled the essence of this trial. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Yi said, swirling the wine in his cup with a calm yet confident tone, anyone brave enough to drink the 7th cup would have its deathly essence transformed by you into the Tao of life. However, that transformation is something I can achieve myself. The sage of life and death froze, his heart trembling as he stared intently at Lin Yi. There was an undeniable conviction in Lin Yi's words, a composure so unshakable it left no room for doubt. Lin Yi smiled faintly and continued, in the end, this 7th trial is a test of mastering the balance between life and death, isn't it? If that's the case, allow me to demonstrate. Before the last syllable left his lips, Lin Yi's wrist moved slightly. The deathly aura within the cup roiled violently. With a soft exhale, he infused a surge of his own Tao energy into the wine, transforming it into the essence of the Tao of death. In an instant, the pitch-black mist began to dissipate, replaced by a radiant, pure white light. The light shone with a sacred brilliance, as if the first rays of dawn had broken through the darkness, banishing the deathly energy entirely. Under the glow of this white light, the wine brimmed with vibrant life force. What had once been a deadly concoction of the Tao of death had now metamorphosed into the wine of life. Holding the cup in his hands, Lin Yi's gaze remained calm and steady, as though everything was within his control. Interesting. Truly fascinating. The sage of life and death was momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter. His voice thundered like rolling clouds, shaking the heavens. The Tao of life and death shall now have an heir. The gate of life and the portal of death shall open for you. Boom. As the sage of life and death's laughter echoed, the entire sect of life and death trembled violently. Lin Yi looked up to see a colossal black and white vortex descending upon the vast volcanic expanse. The overwhelming pressure bore down like a mountain, a testament to the true power of the Tao of life and death. Above the heavens, atop the boundless volcano, a massive black and white vortex had materialized, descending with an unstoppable force. A swirling black vortex rumbled, resembling the black and white yin-yang symbol. Deep within the vortex, two gates, one black and one white, flickered faintly, mirroring the two dots within a taiji diagram, embodying the endless cycle of yin and yang, life and death. Around the gates of life and death, a few cultivators stood in small groups, their gazes fixed on the two doors with expressions of awe and reverence. To them, this was not merely a vortex but the culmination of the Tao of life and death, the legendary path to immortality. Even from a great distance, a single glance was enough to stir the life and death Tao within them, resonating powerfully. Yet, this resonance was perilous. No matter how much they yearned for it, they dared not gaze for long. For cultivators below the integration realm, forcibly staring would cause their physical bodies to shatter, their Tao to disintegrate. This was the ultimate truth of life and death in the spirit realm, accessible only to those who had attained an extremely high level of comprehension. To glimpse even a fraction of it was a privilege, and to look for a moment longer was an impossible luxury. The gate of life and the door of death. One of the cultivators from the gates of life and death murmured in disbelief, his voice trembling with astonishment. How could the gate of life and the door of death appear? The seventh calamity of life and death has not yet passed, and we have not taken any action. How is this possible? The seven elders of the gates of life and death exchanged glances, their eyes a mixture of shock and confusion. Could it be one of them began, his voice quivering? The will of the founder, Tang Jingzong suddenly exclaimed, his face turning pale. Only the founders could manifest the gate of life and the door of death without the seventh calamity being overcome. As the group cried out in astonishment, the final life and death sigil on the seven elders suddenly flew into the air, hovering above Lin Yi's head. Under their watchful gazes, the death sigil began to transform, gradually becoming a life sigil. The seven life and death sigils converged, shining brilliantly like stars, emanating boundless vitality. The gate of life and the door of death are the portals of the Tao, uniting the principles of life and death, yin and yang, good and evil. A vast, resonant voice seemed to echo from the void, reverberating across the heavens and earth. Within the gates of life and death, the energies of yin and yang surged. Following the flow, yin and yang opposed each other, each forming its own entity. Reversing the flow, yin and yang harmonized, returning to the primordial oneness. The essence of life and death lay in the balance between these two forces. The cultivators of the gates of life and death felt their internal Tao of life and death tremble violently, their physical bodies on the brink of collapse, their auras in disarray, as if they might disintegrate at any moment. But just then, Lin Yi's voice suddenly resounded, majestic and profound, like the tolling of a great bell, shaking the heavens. At the sound of his Tao voice, the world fell silent. The cultivators, who had been on the verge of falling apart, froze as the chaotic Tao of life and death within them was gently soothed by the voice, like spring rain nourishing the earth, quiet and subtle. Lifting their gazes to the gate of life and the door of death, they found they could now perceive its mysteries directly. With the aid of Lin Yi's Tao voice, they even began to glimpse deeper truths of life and death, their cultivation advancing as a result. The Tao scripture of life and death. One of the seven elders exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. Lin Shanju has received the supreme inheritance of our gates of life and death, the Tao scripture of life and death. The other six elders, along with Tang Jingzong, turned their gazes toward Lin Yi, who sat cross-legged within the yin-yang life and death diagram. They had witnessed with their own eyes as Lin Yi overcame the sixth calamity, surpassed the seventh, obtained the Tao scripture of life and death, and recited the Tao voice to protect and guide them. Because of him, the cultivators of the gates of life and death had made significant advancements in their cultivation. This mastery of the Tao of life and death had already surpassed perfection, reaching the very threshold of immortality. At this moment, Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the seven life and death sigils above him before resting on the distant gate of life and door of death. His eyes shone brilliantly, like a sky full of stars. He chuckled softly, clapping his hands as he sighed. The main ingredient for the reincarnation wine is now in hand. Senior Fenghua's sliver of hope has also been found. Joy filled Lin Yi's heart, his gaze deep and unfathomable like an abyss. At this moment, within Lin Yi's Dantian and Qi Si, the essence of the wine Tao transformed into the energy of life and death. The Tao platform, which originally manifested as the treasured wine bottle of the wine Tao, now shifted unpredictably, seemingly on the verge of forming the golden core of life and death. Should Lin Yi choose to pursue the golden core path at this instant, he could achieve it in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi lifted his gaze to the front, his deep eyes exuding a profound understanding, as though he had unraveled the mysteries of the gate of life and death. He spoke calmly, "Let's go." The gate of life and death embodies the lifelong wisdom of the Taoist of life and death. It deserves careful observation. With those words, he stepped forward. Above him, the radiance of the 7 sigils of life and death swirled, while beneath his feet, the yin-yang life and death diagram gradually unfolded. It resembled the turning of heaven and earth, the cycle of life and death. Each step he took was measured, as though the entire realm was already under his control. Tang Jingzong and the other 7 quickly followed, working in unison to stabilize the balance of the yin-yang life and death diagram. The energy flow among the 7 of them was interconnected, barely maintaining a unified state. They knew all too well that to pass through the gate of life and death, they had to overcome the 7 tribulations of life and death. Having never faced such tribulations before, they could only rely on the diagram to obscure the heavens and deceive fate. Lin Yi's pace remained steady, not too fast, not too slow. Though it appeared casual, his movements carried the profound mystery of shrinking the earth into an inch. The distance of dozens of miles was traversed in mere moments. He stopped before the gate of life and death, his gaze sweeping over the massive portal. His expression was calm, yet a sharp determination lay hidden beneath his composed demeanor. Tang Jingzong and the others held their breath, their hearts pounding. Whether their assumptions were correct, and if they could use the yin-yang life and death diagram to enter the gate, all hinged on this critical moment. The gate of life and death must be entered through the gate of death and exited through the gate of life, Lin Yi declared with an unyielding certainty in his calm tone. Before his words fully faded, he had already stepped toward the gate of death. The gate of death trembled slightly, unleashing an overwhelming pressure like a towering mountain crashing down. The force struck directly at the yin-yang life and death diagram, causing it to tremble violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Hold steady. Tang Jingzong gritted his teeth and growled. The 8 of them simultaneously channeled the Tao of life and death within them, pushing their powers to the limit to sustain the diagram. Yet the pressure was extraordinary, leaving all 8 pale-faced. Their Tao power was rapidly depleting, their bodies on the brink of fracturing, and the projections of their Tao were flickering precariously. The long-sought destination of all cultivators of the gate of life and death was now tantalizingly close. Even in such dire straits, Tang Jingzong and the others refused to retreat. A singular belief burned in their hearts. The opportunity was at hand, and they would rather die than abandon it. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly lifted his head. His gaze pierced through the depths of the gate of death, as he spoke with a voice that was gentle yet carried an undeniable authority. Since I have come, I will ensure the safety of those of the gate of life and death. Taoist of life and death, why must you persist in obstructing us? In the unseen void, an ancient voice responded, so be it. Instantly, the oppressive force dissipated like receding tides, leaving the area before the gate of death tranquil once more. Tang Jingzong and the others let out a collective sigh of relief, utterly drained. The yin-yang life and death diagram disintegrated as well. Their faces were filled with awe, their hearts roiling with astonishment. Lin Yi had actually compelled the Taoist of life and death to relent. The sheer magnitude of his authority and power was beyond belief. Thank you, Master Lin. The 8 of them bowed in gratitude, their reverence for Lin Yi deepening further. Lin Yi merely smiled faintly and stepped into the gate of death, his tone calm. Senior Taoists, follow me inside. Tang Jingzong and the others dared not hesitate, forcing their exhausted bodies to trail closely behind. As they crossed the threshold of the gate of death, a sensation of temporal and spatial distortion enveloped them. The intertwining of Tao principles caused a brief moment of disorientation. When their minds cleared, they found themselves standing in a long corridor. The corridor was lined on both sides with vivid paintings of the path of hell. Each painting was lifelike, depicting countless demonic creatures exuding an eerie aura of death. These creatures seemed as though they could leap out of the paintings at any moment to tear the group apart. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. A single glance at the paintings made him feel as if his mind was being drawn into an invisible abyss, nearly plunging him into the depths of the path of hell. He quickly averted his eyes, a glimmer of seriousness flashing in his expression. Tang Jingzong and the others were similarly captivated by the paintings, their gazes growing unfocused. Signs of collapse began to manifest in their internal Tao of life and death, and their bodies appeared as though their souls had been stripped away. Wake up! Lin Yi's voice rang out, stern and commanding. He stomped his foot, releasing an invisible wave of energy from his wine soul avatar. The wave swept over the 8 of them, forcibly snapping them out of their dazed state. The air was thick with an overwhelming sense of void, like an intangible wave pressing against them. Lin stood amidst it all, the essence of his true wine Tao surging within him like roaring flames. In an instant, it swept outward, shattering the oppressive stillness. Tang Jingzong and the other 8 trembled violently, their suppressed consciousness breaking free as if piercing through a dense fog. Clarity returned to their minds. This is the Tao path of the ancestor? Tang Jingzong was the first to speak, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, his expression filled with awe and reverence. The 8 of them turned their eyes to the murals on the corridor walls, their expressions growing heavy and complicated. The murals depicted scenes of life and death intertwined, the images so vivid they seemed alive, as if the countless demonic creatures within might leap out at any moment, emanating an eerie and terrifying aura. Lin raised his gaze, his eyes deep and contemplative. The gate of life and door of death, the Tao path of the life and death master. These murals record every instance of his experiences with life and death, the life and death master. To embed his spirit into the paintings, placing himself at the very brink of life and death, someone murmured, their voice trembling, clearly shaken by the profoundness of such a supreme Tao. To walk this path is to perceive the life and death master's journey, to experience his transition from immense terror to boundless joy, Lin explained slowly, his voice carrying a tone of solemnity. However, the life and death master had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. Those without sufficient mental fortitude or understanding will be lost within this path, dissolving into the Tao itself. Hearing this, the 8 individuals' expressions shifted, a chill creeping into their hearts. Yet, this hesitation was quickly replaced with resolve. Tang Jingzong murmured, no wonder this gate of life and door of death is the ancestor's place of inheritance. It requires traversing the 7 tribulations of life and death. To dissolve into the Tao is a small price to pay. We fear nothing, one elder declared firmly, his eyes gleaming with fearless determination. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions marked by a fervor that disregarded life and death. Our comprehension of the Tao of life and death has reached a bottleneck. Without a fortuitous opportunity, there can be no breakthrough. To enter the gate of life and door of death is a blessing beyond measure. What is there to fear in death? To die on the path of seeking the Tao would leave us with no regrets. After a brief moment of dazedness, the 8 of them smiled with satisfaction, as though they had already transcended the fear of life and death. Lin observed them, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in a faint smile. Shaking his head, he chuckled softly. Honored elders, only by staying alive can one achieve enlightenment. Seeking the Tao doesn't require courting death, you know. Tang Jingzong smiled wryly and shook his head. That moment just now we nearly succumbed to it. If not for your intervention, Master Lin, we might have already dissolved into the Tao. But if not by risking death, is there any other way to comprehend the Tao? Lin Yi's gaze flickered thoughtfully before he suddenly asked, honored elders, how well do you hold your liquor? Liquor? Tang Jingzong was momentarily stunned before breaking into a laugh. Our drinking ability? Naturally, it's not lacking. The ancestor, the life and death master, was a lover of fine wine. Within our sect, the life and death gate, every disciple can drink. Lin Yi nodded slightly. That's good to hear. The 7 tribulations of life and death are, in fact, a Tao concealed within wine. If you were to tell me the life and death master wasn't fond of drinking, I simply wouldn't believe it. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yi flipped his hand, revealing a wine flask that exuded an extraordinary fragrance. As the flask's mouth opened slightly, its aroma, carrying a faintly intoxicating and almost otherworldly allure, spread through the corridor instantly. This wine is called Feng Wine Mad Demon Wine, Lin Yi explained slowly. It is brewed using demonic energy as its base, supplemented by 12 types of hallucinogenic exotic flowers and herbs, and infused with traces of true intent of clarity. When consumed, it induces a state of madness while preserving a sliver of lucidity. In this state, you can cast off all distractions and focus entirely on one thing. While that tiny thread of clarity prevents you from falling completely into oblivion, Tang Jingzong's eyes narrowed sharply, and he couldn't help but ask, this wine, what exactly is its purpose? With a swift, fluid motion, Lin Yi waved his hand, and 8 crystal-clear wine glasses soared through the air, coming to rest before the 8 members of the Gate of Life and Death. Suspended as though held by an invisible force, the glasses glimmered faintly with a soft, otherworldly light. From his waist, Lin Yi retrieved a wine flask, and as he uncorked it, a heady aroma filled the air, rich, intoxicating, and tinged with an eerie allure, as though it could ignite a madness deep within the soul. Unhurried, he poured a glass for each person, the clear liquid rippling gently in the cups, releasing a fragrance that seemed to pierce straight to the heart. What a scent! So rich and bold. Tang Jingzong was the first to take a deep breath, his eyes lighting up with sudden fervor. He slammed the table and rose, his voice brimming with excitement. Just the smell of this wine fills me with courage. I feel like charging into the sea of blood, right now to confront Li Zhixian and give him a piece of my mind. You? Not a chance. Someone else scoffed, though their eyes too gleamed with a wild intensity. I'd dare to dance atop the ancestral graves of the Battlegate sect. Huh, dancing on their ancestral graves? That's nothing. Another chimed in, a crazed grin spreading across his face. Id Selcombs at the Rotten Coup Temple. The intoxicating aroma of the mad demon wine was like an invisible spark, igniting the fighting spirit and madness within the 8 members of the Gate of Life and Death. Their gazes grew fiery, their hearts ablaze with an unrestrained zeal, as though there was no feat too audacious for them to attempt. Lin Yi watched their reactions, a faint smile playing on his lips. Calmly, he said, "Gentlemen, remember when the effects of the wine fade. Step back from the insights of the path of life and death. Drink another cup to reignite the madness." With that, he casually placed the remaining wine flask on the ground. "The rest of the wine is here. Take it as you need." Tang Jingzong furrowed his brow at these words and quickly asked, "All for us? What about you, Master Lin?" Lin Yi's smile widened, and he retrieved another flask, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow. "I need no mad demon wine to traverse the Gate of Life and Death." Without another word, he tipped the flask to his lips, taking a sip of the mirror flower moon wine. The fragrant aroma spread once more as his gaze fell upon the murals lining the corridor. His spiritual consciousness was drawn into the paintings, beginning his journey to comprehend the path of life and death as walked by the Taoist of life and death. Lin Yi's spirit wandered through the murals, which seemed to come alive, depicting the Taoist's extraordinary and daring feats. One scene showed the Taoist using a single breath of innate qi within his body to fly a kite during a thunderstorm, drawing heavenly lightning into himself. Another depicted him, still in the early stages of cultivation, stealing the egg of a fully matured beast, only to be chased to the brink of a volcano. In yet another, he offered a massive bounty, inviting assassins from across the land to attempt to kill him. Each scene was a testament to madness and peril, yet also to unparalleled wisdom and audacity. Tang Jingzong and the others, observing the murals, couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. This isn't just boasting, this is courting death in the most literal sense. Compared to him, our so-called courage is laughable. But Lin Yi remained undisturbed by the scenes, his spiritual consciousness wholly focused on grasping the essence of the path of life and death. The profound Taoist rhythms contained within the murals gradually merged with his being. Above his head, the 7 talisman seals of life and death began to transform. Once pristine and pure, the seals were now inscribed with intricate patterns of life and death, their interplay mysterious and profound. At last, as Lin Yi stepped out from the Gate of Life, the 7 seals above him quivered and then merged with astonishing speed, forming a pair of yin-yang fish. These fish flowed and rotated, their movements embodying the balance of vitality and mortality, a microcosm of the cycle of life and death. "The Gate of Life and Death," Lin Yi murmured, standing at the exit of the Gate of Life. Gazing at the yin-yang fish above him, a sudden clarity dawned in his heart. He now understood that these yin-yang fish were formed from the foundation of the 7 seals, fused with the essence of the perfected path of life and death. Their existence was the key to the life and death reincarnation, wine the essence of the Gate of Life and Death. In that moment, the Gate of Life and the door of death trembled violently. An endless surge of life and death energy poured forth, coalescing before Lin Yi into a fountain of vitality. The spring's water was crystal clear, radiating an overwhelming sense of life, as though it held the secrets of life and death within its depths. The fountain of vitality. The voice of the Taoist of life and death echoed within Lin Yi's mind. Only those who pass through the Gate of Life and the door of death may obtain it. It is a treasure prepared for disciples of the Gate of Life and Death to aid them on their path. With it, the foundation of life and death is set, paving the way for a smooth journey ahead. Even the realm of earthly immortals will not be the limit. Yet Lin Yi's gaze was unmoved by the allure of this supreme treasure. With a wave of his hand, the essence of his wine Dao transformed into a ladle. He dipped it into the spring, taking only a single scoop of the water. "The path of life and death is not inferior to any other," he said softly, "but it is not my path. From this boundless fountain, I take only a single ladle." With that, Lin Yi's ladle, formed of the essence of his wine Dao, captured but a single scoop from the fountain of vitality, brimming with life's essence. A resonant hum echoed as the gates of life and death seemed to stir, awakened by an unseen force. The long-dormant fountain of life began to dissipate. In an instant, the gentle essence of life, like a soft spring rain, transformed into wisps of mist that slowly rose upward. The mist first descended upon the 8 elders of the gates of life and death, nourishing them like rain reviving withered trees, before spreading outward to envelop the entire sect. Eventually, it merged into the bodies of every disciple. Wherever the mist passed, cultivators within the sect felt their internal barriers loosen. Some even directly broke through their bottlenecks, stepping into new realms. The roaring echoes of the Tao of life and death reverberated like a symphony celebrating this miraculous transformation. Lin Yi observed it all with a faint smile, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. With just this portion of the fountain of life, it's enough to ensure Senior Fenghua's true spirit remains intact, he murmured to himself. His gaze swept over the members of the sect, his mind already made up. This journey to the gates of life and death could be deemed a complete success. Not only had he obtained the main ingredient for brewing the reincarnation wine, but he had also gained the immortal arts of the gates of life and death and the fountain of life. The harvest was truly bountiful. With this thought, Lin Yi let out a hearty laugh. His figure flickered and soared into the sky, arriving above a towering volcano in an instant. With a wave of his hand, his inner flame ignited, blazing fiercely as it enveloped the yin-yang fish, beginning the process of refining the main ingredient. The gates of life and death truly embody the essence of the Tao of life and death, Lin Yi muttered, silently reciting the incantations of his refining technique. Having previously refined the mirror altar, he was well versed in how to use the yin-yang fish as a foundation to forge a treasure capable of endlessly producing reincarnation wine. As his inner flame burned more intensely, the yin-yang fish intertwined within the flames, radiating black and white light as they gradually transformed into a portal. As the portal began to rotate, the Tao of death surged forth like the opening of the nine hells, spreading a suffocating aura of despair. With the next rotation, the Tao of life blossomed, and the scorched, barren land atop the volcano miraculously burst into bloom, teeming with vitality. One extraordinary phenomenon followed another, but to Lin Yi, this was merely a routine task. He focused entirely, his inner flame burning ever brighter, until eventually, the flames receded. Suspended in midair was a single wine jar. The wine jar was pitch black, its surface engraved with the imprint of a black and white portal. The blending of black and white seemed to encapsulate the profound mysteries of life and death, emanating an aura of authority that could determine one's fate. Surrounding the jar, a wine pot and 3 cups floated in harmony, forming a complete set of Tao artifacts. Lin Yi examined his creation with satisfaction, nodding slightly. This jar shall be named the reincarnation jar. The pot and cups shall be the reincarnation pot and reincarnation cups, not merely vessels for wine, but tools of the Tao of life and death. With a wave of his hand, the wine jar and its accompanying pot and cups flew into his grasp. The main ingredient was now ready. All that remained were the 6 essences and the 100 flavors of mortal life to brew the legendary reincarnation wine and forge a supreme-grade golden core. The thought ignited a spark in Lin Yi's eyes, and his heart swelled with ambition. Golden cores are classified into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and supreme. While inferior golden cores are common, most who possess them lack the potential to truly pursue the Tao. Medium-grade golden cores signify the potential for enlightenment, while superior-grade golden cores are exceedingly rare. As for supreme-grade golden cores, they are unparalleled, standing as the pinnacle of cultivation. Across the entire De Luo 100 Peaks, only Zhou Yun and the Mountain Lord of Fa Shan had achieved such a level. If I succeed in forming my core, it too shall be supreme. Lin Yi's heart surged with boundless determination, as though he could already glimpse the brilliance of his future. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from within the gates of life. 8 figures emerged, Tang Jingzong and his companions each bowing deeply to Lin Yi with utmost respect. We are forever grateful to Master Lin for bestowing upon us the gift of the Tao. The 8 elders, all at the pinnacle of the integration realm, now radiated Tao power that flowed seamlessly around them, with faint traces of tribulation lightning lingering in the air. Lin Yi immediately discerned that they had reached the threshold of the tribulation realm, needing only a single step to face the heavenly tribulation and ascend. The tribulation realm is divided into 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, for a total of 12 levels. Each tribulation marks a step closer to perfection, as the cultivator's Tao aligns ever more closely with the grand Tao of the heavens. To take this final step, one must rely on the tribulation of heaven and earth to succeed. To overcome the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations is to achieve perfection and ascend to the realm of earthly immortals. At this moment, Tang Jingzong and the other 7 had already met the standard to pass the first tribulation. All of this was made possible thanks to Lin Yi, for which Tang Jingzong and his companions were deeply grateful. There's no need to be so formal, esteemed seniors, Lin Yi said with a faint smile, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. We each pursue our own path. This is merely mutual assistance in the journey of seeking the Tao. Tang Jingzong's gaze grew profound as he said with admiration, Master Lin, you truly embody the spirit of the Daoyuo immortal sect. Lin Yi's smile faded slightly as he asked seriously, "May I ask, esteemed seniors, what are your plans moving forward?" Tang Jingzong pondered for a moment, his tone carrying a hint of relief. The gate of life and death has endured many trials to reach this point. Now that we no longer have any lingering concerns, it is time to disband the sect today.
After that, we must each find a suitable place to pass the first tribulation and enter the tribulation crossing realm.
As soon as he finished speaking, the other cultivators of the gate of life and death nodded in agreement, clearly having already reached a consensus. Lin Yi frowned slightly and pressed further. The disciples of the gate of life and death have greatly improved their strength today, thanks to the blessings of the fountain of life. By all accounts, the sect should be able to sustain itself for several more generations. Why choose to disband? Tang Jingzong sighed deeply, his voice tinged with helplessness. Prolonged suffering is worse than a decisive end.
The cultivators of the gate of life and death have never lacked the resolve to make difficult choices.
Hearing this, Lin Yi's expression grew solemn, his tone low yet filled with concern. If the gate of life and death is disbanded, what will become of its disciples? Tang Jingzong deliberated for a moment before replying. Though the sect's resources are limited, fortunately, our numbers have dwindled, and the remaining resources should suffice to be distributed. We, the elders, will use whatever influence we have left to find suitable places for the disciples. The cultivators of the gate of life and death are not inferior to their peers. I believe the other sects will be interested in taking them in. He spoke casually, but his gaze involuntarily fell upon Lin Yi, a complicated expression flickering in his eyes. Jushan. Tang Jingzong silently mouthed to himself. Lin Yi's presence sparked an idea in his mind. To him, Jushan seemed like the perfect refuge for the gate of life and death. Lin Yi had not only survived the 7 tribulations of life and death, but had also entered the gates of life and death, earning the recognition of the Taoist of life and death. He could be considered the rightful heir to the gate of life and death's legacy. If the sect could join Jushan, it might carve out a new path. However, such a matter was no trivial decision, and it was uncertain whether Lin Yi had the authority to make it. As Tang Jingzong's thoughts swirled, Lin Yi spoke up slowly. "If that is the case, I have a proposal. Master Lin, please speak freely." Tang Jingzong straightened his posture, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi. "The gate of life and death should join Jushan," Lin Yi declared, his eyes shining brightly with determination. At these words, Tang Jingzong and his companions were momentarily stunned. Then, their eyes lit up with excitement. Tang Jingzong himself could barely contain his emotion, his voice trembling as he asked, "Master Lin, are you truly proposing to allow the gate of life and death to join Jushan?" Lin Yi nodded, his tone steady and resolute. "Indeed. First, I have benefited greatly from the gate of life and death. Though I never officially joined the sect, I can still be considered a successor of its teachings. Allowing the sect to join Jushan is my way of giving back. Second, the Tao of life and death is unique and profound. It would be a great loss if it were to vanish entirely. By joining Jushan, the sect's teachings could merge with the Tao of wine, exploring new possibilities. This mutual exchange might even mitigate some of the gate of life and death's inherent weaknesses. At the very least, the Daluo Immortal sect possesses extensive resources across its 100 peaks, which could serve as valuable references. Lin Yi paused briefly, his gaze sweeping across the group before continuing. Third, while Jushan has its 4 halls, it is severely lacking in capable disciples. The addition of the gate of life and death would strengthen Jushan's foundation. Therefore, this union would be mutually beneficial, a win-win situation. As for the sect leader, I am certain they would not object. After all, the Daluo Immortal sect has always had the vision and courage to transcend sectarian boundaries. Having said this, Lin Yi looked intently at Tang Jingzong and the others, awaiting their response. "The question is, what do the 8 of you think?" The 8 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with complex emotions. After a brief silence, they simultaneously bowed deeply to Lin Yi, their voices resonant and unified. "We greet the Mountain Master. Since that's the case, from this day forward, the gate of life and death will become part of my Jushan sect." Lin Yi let out a hearty laugh, his gaze sweeping across the crowd with an undeniable air of authority. "Everyone here shall serve as the 8 elders of Jushan sect. As for the remaining disciples of the gate of life and death, they will enjoy the same treatment as before, now within Jushan." His tone was calm, yet it struck the hearts of all present like a hammer. The members of the gate of life and death could not help but feel an indescribable sense of awe. Tang Jingzong was the first to react. His face lit up with a mix of reverence and excitement as he immediately bowed deeply. "We are deeply grateful, Mountain Lord." Upon hearing this, the other disciples quickly followed suit, bowing with genuine gratitude and respect in their expressions. Lin Yi nodded slightly, his gaze sharp and resolute. "Now that you've joined Jushan, you are one of us. And I, Lin Yi, have never treated my own people unfairly. With that, he waved his wide sleeve, producing the 9-rank Yunhan array disc. It shimmered with divine light, faintly emanating an overwhelming pressure. He spoke calmly. I shall send word back to Jushan immediately. The disciples of the Gate of Life and Death may set out any time to settle there. Tang Jingzong hesitated for a moment before asking with some confusion, Mountain Lord, aren't you coming with us? Lin Yi's smile deepened, his eyes glinting with a hint of anticipation. No, I must head to the Blood Sea to witness the battle between my master and Li Zhexian. That single strike from my master will surely be unparalleled, something I cannot afford to miss. His tone carried a trace of excitement, as though he could barely contain his eagerness. Tang Jingzong suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. Of course. The Mountain Lord's strike will undoubtedly astonish the world. It's not to be missed. A flicker of fervor flashed in his eyes, and he quickly cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. Mountain Lord, please take us with you. Lin Yi pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Very well. As soon as the words left his mouth, Huiguang Jia stepped forward, activating the array disc. The radiant array light enveloped everyone, and in an instant, they vanished into the void. The relocation of the Gate of Life and Death was, in truth, not a complicated affair. The sect had long been in decline, with limited resources to its name. Its disciples, seasoned by years of wandering the martial world, were more than capable of handling the trivial matters along the way. As for the journey itself, Lin Yi saw it less as a challenge and more as a valuable opportunity for growth. The Yunhan array disc traversed the void at an astonishing speed. The Gate of Life and Death was located in the northern region, while the Blood Sea lay to the west of the spiritual realm. The distance between the two, though significant, was far less than the journey from Deluo to the Gate of Life and Death. With the 9-rank Yunhan array disc, they could reach their destination in just 3 days. Throughout the journey, Lin Yi sat cross-legged atop the array disc, his eyes closed in meditation, yet his ears attuned to the conversations around him. The murmurs of the cultivators, carried by the vibrations of the array, reached his ears. As news of the Blood Sea battle spread, the number of cultivators heading to witness the event swelled like a tide. This is the greatest battle of the current era clash of killing immortals. Li Zhexian has already ascended to the realm of earthly immortals, mastering both the way of the sword and the path of slaughter. With his unparalleled talent, he once fought his way into the top 10 of the heavens' pinnacle rankings, wielding nothing but a single sword. The Mountain Lord of Fashion, gifted beyond compare, has mastered both the way of the blade and the path of slaughter. Though not yet an earthly immortal, his combat prowess rivals one. He is hailed as the second most deadly immortal. A duel of blade and sword, who wouldn't want to see it? Listening to these discussions, Lin Yi's eyes grew increasingly intense. He thought to himself, I hope we can still make it in time. Determined, he ordered Huiguang Jia to push the Yunhan array disc to its maximum speed, cutting the 3-day journey down to just 2.5 days. At breakneck speed, they finally arrived at the shores of the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea, one of the spiritual realm's forbidden zones, stood alongside the Bitter Sea in infamy. Its fearsome reputation stemmed not only from the endless waves of blood-red water, but also from the reclusive Li Zhexian, who dwelled within. Normally, cultivators avoided the Blood Sea at all costs, unwilling to risk provoking the merciless immortal. But today, the shores of the Blood Sea were bustling with activity. Countless treasure ships hovered in the sky, their radiant lights cascading down like waterfalls. Beneath the glow, innumerable cultivators stood atop the ships, their auras mingling in a cacophony of excitement. As Lin Yi arrived and surveyed the scene, he saw an endless sea of figures filling the heavens, as if the entire spiritual realm had gathered there. The distance to the Blood Sea from here is still considerable. As the crowd bustled with murmurs and shifting glances, a commanding voice called out, Make way for Master Lin of the Mountain. Clear a path and offer him a proper place. Standing at the forefront of the gathering, Fugan Shang swept his gaze over the dense throng of cultivators. A sly smile curled at the corner of his lips as he spoke, his tone deliberately drawn out and mocking. Whether it's Master Lin or Master Li, if you're late, you'll just have to enjoy the spectacle from the sidelines. Look at this turnout. Forget a mere mountain master. Even the Grandmaster of Deluo would have to obediently wait outside. He paused, his eyes glinting with mischief. Unless, of course, it's Linishan of the Wine Mountain. But then again, good luck getting him here. His words had barely finished when a wave of laughter erupted from the crowd. Some joined in with sarcastic remarks. Master Lin? He'd probably lose his nerve just hearing his name called. One bold cultivator even threw in a jab at the Grandmaster of Deluo, sparking another round of boisterous laughter. But the laughter abruptly ceased as a figure appeared in the distance. The crowd turned to look, and there, striding forward in a flowing azure robe, was a young man with refined features and an air of quiet authority. His presence was striking, and for a moment, the gathered cultivators were stunned. Then someone gasped in disbelief. It's really Master Lin? All eyes immediately locked onto Lin Yi. Memories of the Grand Wine Mountain gathering resurfaced in their minds, the legendary 36 Dao questioning wines, and the fabled mirror flower moon water wine that had captivated cultivators across the realm. The top sects of the world owed him favors, and it was well known that the major sects had issued strict orders. If you encounter Lin Yi, treat him as an honored guest. Low murmurs broke out among the crowd. The mirror flower moon water wine can even grant enlightenment to earthly immortals. Who wouldn't want a taste of such celestial brew? The once lively crowd grew silent, and almost instinctively, the cultivators began parting to create a path. At that moment, Tang Jingzong, who had been standing nearby, shot a sharp glance at Fu Gansheng. His voice was cold as he chastised, Fu Gansheng, you really know how to use borrowed authority to your advantage. Don't tarnish the mountain master's reputation. I've done no such thing, Fu Gansheng replied with a cheeky grin, though his hands were far from idle. Producing a brush and inkstone, he swiftly began sketching the sect emblems of the cultivators present. His actions sent a ripple of panic through the crowd. Move aside. Someone shouted in alarm. Those 3 words seemed to carry even more weight than Lin Yi's name. As cultivators scrambled to clear a wide path, some tripping over themselves in their haste. Even those unfamiliar with Fu Gansheng found themselves dragged back by their companions, fearing they might become collateral in whatever disaster was unfolding. Who is this Fu Gansheng anyway? A newcomer grumbled, clearly unimpressed. He's just a peak integration cultivator, barely a step away from tribulation. Is he really worth all this fear? The response came swiftly and with a glare. If you're not afraid of someone digging up your ancestors' graves and dancing with your sect's founder in the middle of the night, then sure, go ahead and ignore him. Fu Gansheng, the leader of the 7 calamities of the Gate of Life and Death. Someone spat through gritted teeth, their tone laced with both dread and resentment. The 7 calamities of the Gate of Life and Death? The name alone was enough to silence even the most ignorant among them. The Gate of Life and Death was infamous throughout the realm, its reputation so vile that even major sects would tread carefully. Offend any other sect, and you might negotiate your way out but cross paths with the Gate of Life and Death, and there was no limit to the horrors they could unleash. Satisfied with the chaos he had caused, Fu Gansheng gestured grandly toward Lin Yi, his grin widening. Master Lin, after you. His tone was lighthearted, as though the pandemonium moments ago had been nothing more than a casual whim of his. It really is Lin Yi, the top of the banished immortal rankings, the master of Deluo's Wine Mountain. Those at the back of the crowd finally caught a glimpse of Lin Yi's face, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. How could someone so composed and otherworldly associate with someone as unruly as Fu Gansheng? Lin Yi, however, remained unperturbed. He offered a faint smile, clasped his hands in a polite greeting, and continued forward. Along the way, cultivators bowed respectfully in return, their demeanor filled with deference. Moments later, Lin Yi stepped into the Crimson Sea. Upon its blood-hued surface, 2 figures stood tall, their forms resolute and commanding. The sharp clangs of their confrontation reverberated through the air, echoing endlessly, as if the very heavens and earth trembled in their wake. Both figures stood atop the crimson waves, rising and falling with the ebb and flow of the blood-colored sea. It was as if they had become one with the sea itself, seamlessly merging with the heavens and earth around them. The blood sea churned violently, its thick, metallic scent saturating the air like an unstoppable war anthem. The mountain lord of fashion radiated celestial brilliance, her presence ethereal and untouchable, like a divine being untainted by the mortal world. Her beauty was unparalleled, capable of outshining the sun and moon themselves. Yet this unparalleled beauty only appeared more chilling when paired with the blood-red blade in her hand, a long, ancient sword without an edge, 7 feet in length. Its spine was etched with intricate patterns depicting countless calamities, as if narrating endless tales of slaughter and destruction. Dried blood stains lingered faintly on its blade, hinting that it had once tasted the blood of immortals. With a slight lift of her hand, the mountain lord tilted the sword toward the surface of the sea. The intent emanating from the blade surged like a tidal wave, causing the blood waters below to churn, collapse, and reform under its oppressive force. This was the Fazhen blade, one of the 10 great immortal treasures of Deluo, the ultimate weapon of fashion, and widely recognized as the most powerful artifact of destruction in existence. Opposite her stood Li Zhixian, poised above the waves. His silver hair billowed in the wind, and his sharp, chiseled features exuded an air of resolute strength. His golden pupils, deep and piercing, seemed to see through the fabric of the world itself, carrying an otherworldly detachment. In his hand was a sword, an utterly ordinary iron blade. Its scabbard was made of plain peachwood, and its hilt was wrapped in coarse hemp, devoid of any trace of celestial energy. Yet this unassuming sword had once severed the head of the 10th-ranked cultivator on the supreme list, turning the Blood Sea into a forbidden zone and solidifying Li Zhexian's reputation as the greatest slayer of immortals. What was ordinary had become extraordinary, and this blade was revered by all as a peerless weapon of the heavens. In this moment, Li Zhexian exuded a calm, harmonious aura. Standing there, he seemed both one with the Blood Sea and transcendent of the world itself. He merely watched the mountain lord of fashion with eyes as deep as an abyss, betraying none of his thoughts. In the distance, Lin Yi observed Li Zhexian with a complex expression, murmuring to himself, "So this is the unrivaled slayer of immortals. Truly flawless, without a single weakness. I knew you'd show up," came a teasing voice from beside him. Lin Yi turned to see Jessa approaching, each step leaving a golden lotus blossoming in the blood-red waves. Clad in the robes of a monk, Jessa wore a serene expression, though a fleeting, enigmatic smile danced in his peach blossom eyes. He stopped beside Lin Yi, his gaze also fixed on Li Zhexian. Lin Yi's tense expression softened as he chuckled lightly. "That's my master's master. How could I not come?" Jessa pressed his palms together in a gesture of prayer, nodding slightly, though the corners of his mouth curved into a faintly mischievous smile. This humble monk assumed that, with the courage of the mountain lord of Lin, you'd likely want to invite Li Zhexian for a drink and perhaps ask for a duel while you're at it? Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged. He merely cast Jessa a sidelong glance, as though he couldn't be bothered to argue. Meanwhile, the Blood Sea was surrounded by an assembly of powerful figures. Yang Jian and his sister, Jiang Wan, Shangguan Yule renowned young cultivators of their generation had appeared. Some stood atop the crimson waves, while others concealed themselves within the void. Yet all of their gazes were fixed intently on the two figures at the center of the Blood Sea. Those who dared tread upon this sea were no ordinary individuals. Some possessed formidable backing, others boasted extraordinary talent, and a few were supported by more than one supreme list powerhouse. Above all, they knew that Li Zhexian appreciated talent and often showed mercy to the younger generation. Thus, they did not fear being cut down by his blade. However, this was still the Blood Sea, the site of Li Zhexian's legendary battle, where he had once slain thousands of cultivators with a single strike and annihilated all his foes. Everyone present understood that today's duel would be the pinnacle clash between two immortal slayers, as well as a rare opportunity for them to glimpse the secrets of the divine. Jessa lowered his gaze, his tone light and playful, as if making an offhand remark. Lin Yi wore a composed smile, his gaze casually sweeping over the surroundings. Though his demeanor seemed relaxed, there was a subtle hint of probing in his expression. With a gentle tilt of his wine flask, the amber liquid flowed into his cup, its fragrance wafting through the air, as if his calmness alone could dissolve the tension of the moment. "Master Lin, if you truly have the courage to challenge the sword, I shall accompany you with my heavenly demon melody." Jiang Wan's voice rang out, crisp and alluring, like pearls dropping onto a jade plate. She moved gracefully, holding a small floral parasol, its slightly tilted canopy obscuring half of her enchanting face. Her delicate feet skimmed across the waves, leaving ripples in her wake, a mesmerizing sight that captured countless admiring gazes from the shore. She twirled slightly, her parasol trembling ever so faintly, as she cast a playful, knowing glance at Lin Yi. A woman like her, Lin Yi mused inwardly, is bound to be the center of attention wherever she goes. Yet, despite her captivating aura, he maintained his composed smile, seemingly unaffected. "I look forward to it as well," a cold voice interjected. Shangguan Yu stepped forward, her demeanor as frosty as ever. Dressed in pristine white, her presence was as pure as snow, exuding an air of unapproachable elegance. However, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in her eyes. "If Master Lin truly duels Li Zhexian, even the head of my Shanghai immortal sect will have to personally record the event in the annals." Hearing this, Lin Yi chuckled heartily, raising an eyebrow with a playful tone. "In that case, make sure to paint me in a favorable light." His remark carried a hint of jest, yet his confidence was unmistakable. Not far away, Yang Chan was about to approach when Yang Jian grabbed her arm firmly. His brows furrowed as he spoke in a low, warning tone. "With so many people here, does Zhantian's sect still care about its reputation? Don't act recklessly." He knew all too well his sister's unruly disposition. If she got too close to Lin Yi, who knew what kind of scene she might stir up? After all, a young woman of her age still had to consider her future. While he privately believed no one in the spiritual realm was worthy of his sister, it was no excuse for letting her act without restraint. "They're here." At that moment, Tang Jingzong's deep voice broke the tension. His piercing gaze locked onto the distant sea. Whoosh! The assembled cultivators turned their attention skyward, their gazes converging on the horizon. Mystical techniques illuminated the air as celestial light shimmered, drawing their vision toward the mountain-cleaving master. Yet, none dared to venture too close, wary of being caught in the crossfire of his and Li Zhexian's overwhelming auras or worse, incurring their wrath. Buzz. The mountain-cleaving master remained motionless, yet the killing intent around him had reached its zenith. It was tangible, crashing against itself like clashing blades, ringing with a metallic resonance. The aura complemented the blade in his hand, the felling immortal saber emanating a chilling, unyielding resolve. Slowly, he raised the felling immortal saber. His knees bent slightly into a stance so simple, yet it caused the very heavens and earth to shiver, as if aligning to an unseen rhythm. The sea's surface mirrored his stillness, while the interplay of sword and saber intents suppressed the blood sea's ominous aura entirely. Suddenly, the air warped, and a mystical bird Xian Nio emerged from the void, its wings trembling with the power of spatial manipulation. It attempted to traverse the space with a single beat of its wings, but before it could cover much ground, the combined force of the saber and sword intents obliterated it instantly. Feathers scattered like autumn leaves, drifting through the air. One feather floated gently downward, passing just in front of Li Zhixian, momentarily veiling the profound depths of his dual-pupil eyes. Clang! The mountain-cleaving master moved. With a light tap on the waves, his figure shot forward like lightning, charging directly at Li Zhixian. The felling immortal saber in his hand came alive, its blade cleaving through the void, its intent ferocious and unstoppable. Boom! The slash, though devoid of ostentation, carried an unparalleled force. The saber's cry echoed like heavenly thunder, shaking the very fabric of existence. The blood sea churned violently as the devastating killing intent enveloped the surroundings. The heavens quaked, the void splintered as though the entirety of creation was unfit to withstand such a strike. What an incredible slash! Gasped the onlookers in awe. Those watching from afar instinctively retreated, their expressions pale with shock. Even before the saber's intent reached them, the suffocating killing aura had pressed down like a tidal wave, leaving many drenched in cold sweat or trembling on the verge of collapse. Boom! The heavens split apart as the saber's radiance erupted like a cosmic cataclysm, blazing forth from the felling immortal saber toward Li Zhixian. This strike seemed capable of severing all things under heaven, utterly unstoppable. Though the saber's arc had yet to land, its indomitable will, one that would cut down gods and demons alike, had already stirred Li Zhixian's robes. Whoosh! In that instant, Li Zhixian moved. His dual-pupil eyes transformed abruptly, their golden brilliance shifting to a blood-red hue. A tidal wave of murderous intent surged forth, reaching into the highest heavens. Dual pupils turned into killing eyes. In an instant, the momentum of slaughter froze time and space. Li Zhixian's gaze sharpened, and the killing intent within his dual pupils surged like a relentless tide, as if it sought to devour the heavens and the earth. Within a radius of 3 feet around him, countless sword lights manifested out of thin air. Though invisible, the sword energy resonated with a deafening hum, carving out an entirely new realm, a world of swords severed from the fabric of this reality. The sword intent pervaded every corner, formless and traceless. Yet it carried the boundless might of ancient battles, shielding Li Zhixian from the crushing weight of the blood sea and the oppressive sky. Buzz! The heavens trembled, the blood sea roared, and the blade radiance from the Slayer Mountain Lord's felling immortal blade grew ever more ferocious. Blood-red light surged in waves, layer upon layer, coalescing into a crimson world imbued with the power to transcend time and space. It hurtled toward Li Zhixian's barrier of sword intent like a devastating storm. Yet, the seemingly minuscule 3-foot gap between them stretched like an unbridgeable chasm. The blade radiance loomed inches away, yet it could advance no further. The Slayer Mountain Lord's expression darkened as his blade's momentum, as unyielding as a mountain, was forcibly halted 3 feet from its target. The strike, which embodied the might of heaven and earth, was rendered powerless before the killing eyes of Li Zhixian. Scatter! Li Zhixian's voice was low yet thunderous, resonating like a clap of divine thunder. In the wake of his command, the overwhelming blade radiance crumbled into oblivion. The blood-red brilliance shattered under an invisible force, dissolving into nothingness. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the silence gave way to an apocalyptic eruption. The clash of sword and blade unleashed cataclysmic ripples that swept across the heavens and earth. Beneath the blood sea, a few daring souls had hidden themselves, hoping to witness the battle between these two unparalleled titans up close. But under such devastation, their bodies exploded into blood mist, their anguished screams echoing in despair. Those who survived fled like frightened animals, their souls quaking and on the verge of collapse. Even cultivators far removed from the battlefield trembled uncontrollably, their physical forms threatening to disintegrate. Amitabha! A solemn Buddhist chant emanated from Lin Yi's body. Beneath him, the 36-relic lotus throne emerged, its 36 relics awakening to transform into 36 ancient Buddhas. They surrounded him, weaving a radiant web of Buddhist light that created a secluded realm, a world of the Buddha shielding Lin Yi and his companions. This was the sacred artifact of the Lank Temple, the 36-relic Lotus Throne, renowned for its unparalleled defensive power. It absorbed the spiritual energy of the glimmering armor to form an impenetrable barrier. Even so, the surrounding void continued to resonate with metallic reverberations. Golden ripples spread outward from the edges of the Buddhist light barrier, a testament to the terrifying aftershocks of the battle. Is this the power of Li Zhaxian? The crowd was in shock. The Slayer Mountain Lord, whose blade was said to shake the heavens, could only come within 3 feet of Li Zhaxian. The gap between the first and second-ranked slayers was unimaginably vast. The Slayer Mountain Lord was a name that commanded awe, forcing even the mighty Lank Temple to deploy the 10,000 Buddhas array to contend with him. Yet now, his full-strength strike was stopped 3 feet away without Li Zhaxian even drawing his sword. A cold dread gripped everyone's hearts, but Tang Jingzong's gaze remained locked on the Slayer Mountain Lord. In a low voice he muttered, "That was only half a blade. The Slayer Mountain Lord's true strike has yet to come." Indeed, the Slayer Mountain Lord's aura surged once more. Gripping the felling immortal blade, he transcended time and space to appear within 3 feet of Li Zhaxian. His blade, wild and untamed, tore through the air as it descended with devastating force. Clang! The earth-shattering collision resounded as the sword intent, within 3 feet of Li Zhaxian, erupted in full force. It was a world of swordsmanship, where blood-red sword intent, like stars undergoing cosmic explosions, churned through time and space, shattering the heavens. The clash of sword and blade tore the fabric of reality asunder, threatening to annihilate everything in existence, capable of obliterating all that lies between heaven and earth. The infinite, boundless aura of sword intent surged like a celestial river breaking its dam as the mountain cleaver master swung his blade downward. It roared forth, directly striking at him. Blade light shattered, sword intent crumbled. The clash between blade and sword reverberated with thunderous roars, tearing through the void and leaving fissures in their wake. Yet, the aftermath of this earth-shaking confrontation was contained within 3 feet in front of Li Zhaxian, not a single ripple leaking beyond, as if the entirety of heaven and earth had been swallowed by that confined space. The Mountain Cleaver Master's blade, the celestial severing blade, slowly advanced into the 3-foot zone of confinement before Li Zhaxian. Each layer of sword light disintegrated under the blade's edge, dissolving into nothingness. Half a foot, 1 foot. The advance of the blade was excruciatingly slow, as though each inch forward demanded the strength of an eternity. His body trembled violently, his muscles spasming as if on the verge of tearing apart, while cold sweat poured down like rain. He was clearly enduring an unprecedented level of pressure. Boom! A radiant burst of celestial light erupted from the Mountain Cleaver Master's entire being, as though a blazing sun had detonated. Gritting his teeth, he roared in fury, channeling every ounce of his power into the celestial severing blade, forcing the blade another step forward. 2 feet. The blade's tip now hovered just a foot away from Li Zhaxian. The Mountain Cleaver Master's eyes burned with determination, his killing intent surging like a tidal wave. Yet, just as the blade was about to breach the final barrier, Li Zhaxian finally moved. A clear, resonant sword hum rang out suddenly, like thunder cracking across the heavens. Li Zhaxian's sword remained sheathed, yet he thrust it forward sharply. The motion seemed utterly unremarkable, but it carried the overwhelming presence of a true celestial descending with wrathful eyes, instilling an unbeatable sense of dominance. The sword remained unsheathed, yet it was as if an entire realm had descended. In that moment, time and space seemed to freeze, and all creation bowed in submission to that single thrust. Clang! The celestial severing blade collided with the sword's scabbard, emitting a mournful cry, as though it could not withstand the immense, boundless force. This supreme weapon of destruction, the foremost treasure of its kind, appeared fragile in the face of Li Zhaxian. The Mountain Cleaver Master's face turned deathly pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His hand, gripping the blade, trembled uncontrollably. For the first time, a profound sense of helplessness surged within him, unbeatable, insurmountable. As confident as he had always been, he was forced to admit that an unbridgeable chasm separated him from Li Zhaxian. Again, the Mountain Cleaver Master growled through clenched teeth, his eyes bloodshot as he summoned his final reserves of resolve. Pressing against the torrent of sword intent emanating from the scabbard, he forced the celestial severing blade 3 inches closer. But Li Zhaxian was done waiting. Clang! The sword's scabbard remained steady, yet a cold, piercing sword hum echoed through the heavens. Li Zhaxian had drawn his sword at last. The motion was disarmingly simple, devoid of any flourish, yet it carried an essence of pure, unadulterated lethality. With one swing, the sword cleaved through the void, staining the azure skies with crimson and altering the very fabric of reality. This was no ordinary slash. It was a strike that extinguished all life and consumed all existence. In that instant, the vitality of the 10 directions was siphoned into Li Zhexian's blade, transforming into a resplendent beam of sword light that surged straight toward the mountain cleaver master. The strike was straightforward, direct, yet brimming with a chilling, killing intent, as though it sought to obliterate every living being in its path. The mountain cleaver master's pupils contracted sharply as he faced the incoming sword light, his expression grave beyond measure. Every nerve in his body trembled, every bone in his frame groaned under the pressure. He knew this strike was unstoppable. It was a sword of absolute annihilation, one that left no hope of survival. To retreat was to live, to advance was to die. The mountain cleaver master's gaze froze in this critical moment. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Should he retreat or press forward? Choose life or embrace death? Time seemed to stand still, and his decision in this instant would determine everything. Kill. The master of Fashion Mountain hesitated for but a fleeting moment before stepping forward with a thunderous force. His blade, the felling immortal edge, traced a profound arc through the air and clashed violently against the dazzling tip of Li Zhexian's sword. The master's gaze was electric, his killing intent surging like a tidal wave. The sea beneath his feet erupted as he moved, locking onto Li Zhexian in an instant. His blade, like a bolt of divine lightning, carved a mysterious trajectory aimed directly at the tip of Li Zhexian's sword. In that split second, the brilliance of the sword and the ferocity of the blade collided, as though two heavenly calamities had met head-on, unleashing an indescribable aura of destruction. Clang! The deafening clash resounded like the birth of the cosmos, a sound so overwhelming it seemed to freeze the very fabric of existence. The reverberations tore through the void, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Minds blanked, ears rang hollow, and for a moment, it felt as if their very souls had been severed from reality by the collision of sword and blade. This eerie stillness lasted but an instant. In the next moment, all eyes watched in shock as the master of Fashion Mountain was sent hurtling backward like a kite with its string cut. His figure streaked across the sky, carving a miles-long scar upon the ocean's surface. With a forceful stomp, his feet struck the sea, causing it to erupt violently as two streams of devastating energy surged from him into the blood-red waters below. Boom! From the depths of the Crimson Sea, a breathtaking phenomenon erupted. For thousands of miles, the ocean seemed to collapse under an invisible pressure, sinking 100 meters deep. The water, compressed to its absolute limit, crystallized into blood-red ice not from cold, but from the sheer intensity of the forces at play, pushing the very fabric of matter to its breaking point. Suppression at its peak leads to eruption. A muffled roar echoed from the depths of the blood sea, followed by the emergence of towering crimson water columns behind the Fashion Master. Each pillar, dozens of meters thick, pierced the heavens like spears. Within them, the energies of blade and sword clashed wildly, shattering the void like fragile glass. Cracks spread across the sky as if celestial rivers of blade and sword energy surged upward, only to crash back down in a cataclysmic descent. Rumble. The blood sea churned violently, its waves rising like mountains and sweeping outward in all directions. Coastal lands were instantly submerged. Wherever the blood sea reached, the ground was stripped bare, and those cultivators who failed to escape were consumed by the torrent. They felt the blade's wrath and the sword's intent pierce their very bones, their agonized cries echoing endlessly. The surviving cultivators, trembling and wide-eyed, could only stare in disbelief at the two figures within the chaos of the sea. Too powerful. The might of their clash was beyond mortal comprehension. The master of Fashion Mountain knelt on the surface of the sea, his blade, the felling immortal edge, trembling in his grasp. Blood dripped from its tip, dissolving into the water below. His breathtakingly beautiful face was now pale as paper, exuding a fragile, almost poignant elegance, like a delicate flower battered by rain, evoking an inexplicable sense of pity. On the other side, Li Zhexian stood tall and composed, hands clasped before him, his sword already sheathed. His posture was as unyielding as a pine tree, his presence vast and unfathomable, like an ocean. He seemed untouchable, as if standing on an entirely different plane. That strikite was no longer a mortal blade. After a brief, stunned silence, a faint voice broke through the stillness. The master of Fashion Mountain wields a blade that could fell Immortal's blade of the earth, capable of slaying those who ascend to the realm of immortality. But Li Zhexian's sword, it has already reached the realm of the heavens. As the words settled, murmurs of awe rippled through the crowd. This battle will undoubtedly reshape the rankings of the crowned supreme. That sword strikite could rank in the top 3, and that Bladiet deserves a place in the top 10. Li Zhexian has grown even stronger. More voices whispered, their tones heavy with shock and reverence. Everyone understood that this sword strike from Li Zhexian had reached the pinnacle. Below the top 3 of the crown supreme, no one could withstand its edge. Even among the top 3, a battle would be inevitable. Two forces capable of slaying immortals truly worthy of being called the greatest under heaven. The fashion master, Yin Qingyu, embodied the might of the world itself. Li Zhixian, in perfect harmony with the heavens, had fused body and soul into one. This was the sword and blade that reigned supreme under the heavens. The younger disciples like Jie may still lack profound cultivation, but their aspirations are lofty. As for why the sword and blade are said to be unparalleled under heaven, it's because the top three most powerful beings don't even use weapons, especially the Grandmaster of the Luo sect. His strength defies conventional understanding. Only the descent of a celestial being might stand a chance against him. Li Zhixian, never misjudge people, Li Zhixian remarked, his gaze deep and penetrating as he looked at the kneeling lord of Fashion Mountain. A faint smile of satisfaction played at the corners of his lips. His thoughts drifted back hundreds of years, to a time when the Lord of Fashion Mountain was still young, unworthy even of a direct confrontation with him. Back then, she could only withstand a single sword strike from after a strike he had casually unleashed. But today, she had not only endured his full-force sword strike, but had also taken a decisive step that could change her destiny. One step can make all the difference between a future of glory or mediocrity, Li Zhixian murmured to himself, the admiration in his eyes unmistakable. The Lord of Fashion Mountain slowly stood up. Her face was pale, her breath unsteady, yet her eyes were firm as steel. I almost died, she said, staring at Li Zhixian with a voice tinged with awe she could not fully suppress. Those who had never truly faced Li Zhixian's sword could never fathom its terrifying power. You want die? Li Zhixian replied with unwavering certainty, as if his words alone were a decree of the heavens. His sharp gaze seemed to pierce through time, glimpsing the brilliance in her future. Not only will you survive, but after this sword, you are already close to stepping into the realm of the Blade Immortal. His words caused a ripple in the heart of the Lord of Fashion Mountain, though she concealed it well. Instead, she calmly said, you once promised me if I could take a strike from your sword, you would give me a drop of the life-taking elixir. She extended her jade-like hand slightly, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Li Zhixian paused and thought for a moment before speaking in a composed manner. The life-taking elixir gathers vitality amidst slaughter and destruction. Do you seek this elixir to save someone? The Lord of Fashion Mountain nodded succinctly.
Yes.
What is their condition? Li Zhixian asked. Only a sliver of true spirit remains, she replied, her voice calm yet laced with a faint urgency. Li Zhixian shook his head and sighed. What a pity. Why? The Lord of Fashion Mountain was momentarily stunned. The life-taking elixir can wrest life from the heavens and earth and restore vitality as long as the life force hasn't completely dissipated. But to resurrect a true spirit has beyond its power, he said, his tone steady, as though stating an immutable truth. The Lord of Fashion Mountain, however, refused to accept this. Her voice carried an unshakable resolve. Then he'll need more than one drop. Her bold statement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Among all who bore witness, none dared to speak so directly or demand so much from Li Zhixian, save the Lord of Fashion Mountain. Yet Li Zhixian merely smiled faintly, his gaze as deep as the ocean. Impossible. First, the life-taking elixir is of use to me as well. One drop is already the limit. Second, without first gathering enough spiritual energy, even an abundance of life-taking elixir would be futile. Not even with more? A trace of disappointment flickered across her face, but she quickly regained her composure. Correct. Li Zhixian's tone was firm. He continued slowly, if you truly wish to save her and revive that remaining trace of true spirit, you will need 3 supreme treasures. The fountain of life from the gate of life and death, my life-taking elixir, and the immortal elixir of Penglai from the overseas Immortal Mountain. Only when these 3 are combined might it be possible. Before his words had fully settled, he lightly flicked his finger. A drop of the life-taking elixir shot out like a streak of light, heading toward the Lord of Fashion Mountain. That single drop shimmered brilliantly, radiating an overwhelming life force that seemed to draw in the vitality of all creation. At that moment, a clear, steady voice rang out from the crowd. May I ask, Senior, if one could gather all 3 treasures, how would one go about reviving the true spirit? Lin Yi stepped forward, his gaze unwavering as his words echoed across the gathering. Li Zhixian cast a distant glance at Lin Yi, a flicker of interest flashing through his eyes. The method to revive true spirit exists only in legend, and no one has ever truly succeeded throughout the ages. However, it is said that if 3 items are gathered, one can defy fate itself. Using the fountain of life to preserve the true spirit from perishing, the elixir of life and death to harness the essence of creation and reshape the body, and, finally, the celestial pill of Penglai to restore divinity and grant rebirth a slim chance of survival at best. Li Zhixian spoke calmly, his voice like the wind, seeming to come from all directions yet resonating straight into Lin Yi's heart. So that's how it is. Even with all three items, it's but a glimmer of hope. Lin Yi furrowed his brows, his gaze deep and contemplative. He sighed softly and murmured, "Life and death are governed by fate. Though my path insists I am the master of my own fate, reviving even a fragment of true spirit is ultimately a struggle against the heavens. How could it be simple?" Li Zhexian tilted his head skyward, a barely perceptible bitterness flickering in the depths of his dual-pupiled eyes, as if the horizon concealed untold secrets. After a moment of silence, he spoke again, his tone indifferent. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Lin Yi clasped his hands in respect, his demeanor humble. However, Li Zhexian did not respond. His gaze swept across the surroundings, cold and piercing as though freezing the very air, causing the onlooking cultivators to lower their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. He said faintly, "She does not like noise. 10 days is already her limit. You should all disperse." At his words, the cultivators felt as if pardoned from a great burden and quickly dispersed. Yet, just as Li Zhexian turned to leave, Lin Yi suddenly called out, "Senior, please wait." Swish. A flash of golden light marked the retraction of Lin Yi's 36-bed lotus seat into his body. His eyes burned with intent, harboring some deeper meaning. In the distance, Jessa squinted his peach blossom-shaped eyes, a faint sense of absurdity arising in his heart. Could it be that Lin Yi really wants to invite Li Zhexian for a drink? Meanwhile, Jiangwan appeared thoughtful, murmuring softly. Or perhaps he seeks to exchange one more sword stroke. Li Zhexian halted, his gaze sharp and penetrating, his voice calm. "What else do you want?" Lin Yi curved his lips into a bright smile, locking eyes with Li Zhexian. "Senior, is there someone you wish to save?" Li Zhexian's eyes narrowed slightly, a sudden chill emanating from him. "What makes you say that?" Lin Yi's tone was unhurried and composed. "I've heard that you once bent the knee for a flower. Earlier, you mentioned the elixir of life and death being of use to you. With your current unparalleled strength, you clearly have no need for such an elixir yourself. Therefore, it seems, senior, that the one you wish to save is that flower?" The moment these words left his mouth, the cultivators by the blood sea turned pale with terror. Panic-stricken, they fled in all directions, some even vanishing thousands of miles away in an instant, fearing divine retribution. "This is bad." Shangguanye's face turned ashen, her voice trembling with fear. In a flash, she stepped in front of Lin Yi and barked coldly, "This matter must not be mentioned." The mountain lord of fashion also looked grave, his gaze sharp as a blade as he glared at Lin Yi and issued a low warning. "Enough." Meanwhile, the siblings Yang Jian and Yang Jia were utterly bewildered, their eyes filled with confusion as they watched the others react as if facing a dire catastrophe. Unable to hold back, Yang Jian asked, "What's going on?" Shangguan Yu took a deep breath, her expression solemn. "Do you know why? Back then, Li Zhexian single-handedly slaughtered tens of thousands of nascent soul cultivators at the Blood Sea, even going so far as to cut down the 10th ranked on the Supreme list?" Jessa raised his eyes, his tone heavy. "For a flower?" Shangguan Yu nodded, her gaze complicated as it lingered on the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea is one of the 4 seas of the spirit realm. But long ago, it was not called the Blood Sea, it was known as the Bai Luo Sea. Legend has it that this sea was formed from a fragment of celestial jade that fell from the heavens, giving birth to a miraculous flower called Fuyao. Consuming this flower could grant ascension to immortality in broad daylight, earning it the title of the spirit realm's most extraordinary blossom. She paused, her tone growing heavier. Such a defiant treasure naturally attracted covetous eyes. When the Fuyao flower appeared, countless cultivators swarmed the Bai Luo Sea, including the 10th ranked on the Supreme list. To obtain this flower, tens of thousands of nascent soul cultivators joined forces to set up the Heaven Refining Array, intending to refine the entire Bai Luo Sea. By all accounts, their plan was foolproof. Who could have foreseen it? Li Zhexian, with just his sword in hand, charged into the depths of Biluo Sea, shattered the Heaven Refining Formation, and slew tens of thousands of cultivators above the Unity Realm. The once pristine, jade-like beauty of Biluo Sea was stained crimson with blood. From that moment, the Sea of Blood was born. The world believed that Li Zhexian's rampage was a quest to seize the legendary Fuyao flower. Yet, the outcome defied all expectations. Not only did he refrain from consuming the Fuyao flower, but he also chose to retreat into seclusion within the Sea of Blood. There, he guarded the flower with his sword, nourishing it daily with the precious life and death elixir to restore its essence, which had been damaged by the Heaven Refining Formation. Under his care, the Fuyao flower regained its vitality, becoming an existence no one dared covet. After all, anyone capable of challenging Li Zhexian would have transcended the mortal realm long ago. Those who sought the Fuyao flower were destined to be no match for him. From then on, the Fuyao flower became Li Zhexian's untouchable reverse scale. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on it met certain death. The world often said that Li Zhexian poured all his tenderness into a single flower. Standing off to the side, Shangguan Yu's gaze was complex, tinged with a trace of apprehension. Her voice, low and uneasy, broke the silence. Go on. Her heart pounded with trepidation, dreading the possibility of provoking Li Zhixian's wrath. Surprisingly, Li Zhixian did not grow angry. Instead, he looked thoughtfully at Lin Yi, his deep gaze carrying a mix of scrutiny and anticipation. Lin Yi stepped forward, his expression grave but his tone resolute. Senior, since you have been using the life and death elixir to sustain its life, I dare to speculate that this flower's form has been damaged and its divine essence scattered. While the elixir can preserve its life, it cannot truly heal it.
If it is not the true spirit that has been harmed, then it must be the divine marrow.
Li Zhixian nodded slightly, his voice as calm and cold as ever. You're correct.
The heaven refining formation indeed has the power to refine the true spirits of living beings.
Lin Yi's eyes flickered and he continued. If the divine marrow is damaged, I currently have no means to restore it. However, if it is the true spirit that has been harmed, I possess a certain one that might heal its true spirit. A sharp glint flashed in Li Zhixian's eyes as he raised his gaze. The fountain of life? Lin Yi nodded, a hint of pride in his demeanor. Exactly. I once ventured into the gate of life and death and obtained a single ladle of the fountain of life. I used part of it to revive my master's wife, and with the remainder, I brewed a single flask of life-embracing wine. Today, I am willing to offer half of it to you, senior. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi raised his hand. A simple, ancient-looking wine flask emerged from within him and gently landed before Li Zhixian. The flask's mouth opened slightly, and a rich, intoxicating fragrance filled the air. The wine's vitality spread like spring rain, invigorating all who sensed it, as if even the heavens and earth had been rejuvenated. Li Zhixian accepted the flask, carefully sensing the immense vitality it contained. His eyes lit up with brilliance as he murmured softly, life-embracing wine. What an extraordinary brew. He then stored the wine away and turned his intense gaze toward Lin Yi, his tone carrying a newfound interest.
Speak your terms.
Lin Yi bowed deeply, his voice calm yet solemn. This junior is unworthy, but upon witnessing your duel with my master earlier, I was deeply moved and inspired to seek the path of the sword. Therefore, I, Lin Yi, humbly request to challenge the sword immortal. The declaration sent a ripple of shock through the surrounding cultivators. Lin Yi, a mere foundation establishment cultivatoring to challenge the foremost swordmaster of the age? It was an absurdity beyond belief. Yet Li Zhixian merely let out a soft chuckle, a faint trace of arrogance glinting in his eyes. Your path is not weak, but this half-flask of wine has earned you a favor from me. Should you ever have a request in the future, even if it involves slaying an immortal, I will fulfill it. But as for challenging my sword, you are not yet qualified.
Return in 500 years.
Though his tone was calm, it carried an undeniable authority. As the preeminent master of the sword, not just anyone could challenge him. He had allowed the Mountain Lord to gather momentum for 10 days because he regarded him as a worthy whetstone for his blade. For Lin Yi to challenge him, he would need far greater strength and foundation. However, Lin Yi was undeterred. A faint smile played on his lips, and his eyes burned with growing battle intent. Senior, no need to wait. Would you care to witness my sword now? Before the words had fully left his lips, his thoughts stirred, and the essence of his Tao of wine erupted. Before him, it coalesced into 8 radiant swords of pure intent. Their sword aura pierced the sky, exuding an overwhelming and majestic force. One chi transforms into 8 swords, each one true and unparalleled. Before Lin Yi, 8 swords soared into the air, their gleaming light like rainbows, radiating a chilling brilliance. Li Zhixian's gaze sharpened, a piercing glint flashing through his eyes like a blade cutting straight to the heart. In that moment, he recognized the origin of this swordsmanship. It was the 8 treasures sword casket. A supreme treasure of the Luo Qishan, it was not only a symbol of their heritage, but also a vessel of their profound legacy. This unparalleled artifact embodied the essence of Qishan's unique swordsmanship, an art of the highest caliber. Now, Lin Yi wielded one chi to manifest 8 swords, their ethereal aura mirroring that of the 8 treasures sword casket. Witnessing such mastery with his own eyes, Li Zhixian could hardly believe it. For a foundation establishment cultivator to replicate the sword rhythm of the 8 treasures sword casket through sheer personal skill was simply unfathomable. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Li Zhixian's calm demeanor betrayed a hint of astonishment and scrutiny. Lin Yi, the master of Qishan, had clearly inherited its teachings to their fullest extent, even pushing the art of merging artifacts with swordsmanship to unprecedented heights. Though unconventional, this swordsmanship was undeniably formidable, capable of bridging cultivation realms from chi refinement to earth immortal. The surrounding cultivators, witnessing the spectacle, were left utterly stunned. To comprehend the ultimate truth of the 8 treasures swordsmanship, while still in the foundation establishment stage, defied all logic of feat, nothing short of miraculous and world-shaking. Brother, didn't I tell you Lin Shanju is definitely stronger than you? Yang Chan teased with a playful grin, her tone carrying a trace of smugness. Utter nonsense. Yang Jian retorted through gritted teeth, his face flushed with indignation. At the very least, I can withstand 2 strikes. His voice was firm, as though determined to assert his strength. Hearing this, the others exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with amusement. The difference between enduring 1 strike versus 2, how vast could it really be? Yet Yang Jian remained unyielding, earnestly explaining, cultivation is not to be taken lightly. Withstanding 1 strike and 2 strikes represents a world of difference in strength. Chun Pingfan's 8 swords? Truly worthy of challenging the sword, Li Zhixian murmured under his breath, a newfound respect glimmering in his eyes. Nodding slightly, he acknowledged, a sword challenge is not a battle of life and death. It transcends cultivation levels. It lies in the clash of distinct sword paths. The first sword. Inquiry of the Tao. Linny slowly raised his hand, a wine flask appearing in his palm. Tilting his head back, he took a deep drink, the rich aroma of the wine wafting through the air, intoxicating even the atmosphere. The fragrance spread, compelling the gathered cultivators to introspect. Was their path of self-cultivation truly pure? Zhuofeng, go. With a light tap of his finger, the first sword emerged from the 8 treasures sword casket and pierced through the air. Zufeng, also known as the blunt peak. A blunt sword without an edge, its brilliance lies in its simplicity, Lin Yi murmured. This sword was none other than the inquiry sword of Qishan's ancestral master, Chun Pingfan. Qin Pingfan had used this sword to enter the path of artifacts, and from there, transitioned into the path of swords, ultimately forging the 8 treasures swordsmanship as it exists today. This sword, infused with Lin Yi's inquiry wine soul, wove together sword energy and the essence of the wine, embodying the heart of inquiry. The sword light streaked across the sky, heading straight for Li Zhixian's brow. Though seemingly unremarkable, it carried a pure and unyielding will, like an immortal descending from the heavens, unstoppable and resolute. What sword is this, by the heavens? Cultivators all around gasped in disbelief as Zhuofeng flew forth. In their hearts, a strange sensation arose, as though they had returned to their early days of entering the immortal path. Back then, with youthful fervor, they pursued the Tao with untainted resolve, unhesitating and unwavering. Li Zhixian's eyes gleamed brightly, a flicker of admiration crossing his face. He declared aloud, since you are at Foundation Establishment, I shall receive your sword with Foundation Establishment strength. Before his words faded, he raised his hand, blocking the attack with a simple motion, his sword sheath held before him with unwavering confidence. Clang! Zhuofeng's sword, imbued with the power of inquiry wine soul, struck the sheath with immense force. In that instant, the sheath emitted a crisp sound, like the chirping of cicadas, followed by a burst of boundless radiance that illuminated the blood sea. It shattered. The crowd stared in shock as Zhuofeng's sword was reduced to fragments on impact. Yet, Li Zhixian's expression changed suddenly. The sword may have shattered, but its intent remained. The broken pieces of Zhuofeng seemed to transform into an extension of the sheath, releasing an indomitable will. This will shone like a blazing sun, radiant and inexhaustible, yet as unyielding as steel tempered 100-fold. Awe filled the eyes of the spectators as they watched this unrelenting force descend directly upon Li Zhixian. Amidst the stunned gazes of all present, it landed squarely on Li Zhixian. Boom! In an instant, an endless surge of sword intent erupted from within Li Zhixian, resonating with the will before him. At that moment, the entire sea of blood seemed to tremble. The sword intent surged like a tidal wave, roaring with such ferocity it seemed to pierce the very heavens. That will, forged from Lin Yi's unwavering pursuit of Tao, struck directly at Li Zhixian's heart and mind. The gathered cultivators were left in utter shock, their expressions filled with disbelief as exclamations erupted around them. The will. This is the will of seeking the Tao. Lin Yi used the will of seeking the Tao to shake Li Zhixian's mind. And who was Li Zhixian? The most fearsome immortal slayer of this age. A lone figure who had slaughtered 7 demon saints, overcome 6 tribulations, and ascended through the Tao. Yet now, Lin Yi's single sword, driven by his pursuit of the Tao, had shaken even Li Zhixian's spirit and drawn out a resonance with his sword intent. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, it was enough to astonish the heavens and earth. Brother, are you sure you can withstand 2 strikes? Yang Chan's voice rang out again, cold and sharp, each word piercing like a blade. Yang Jian's expression shifted slightly, his jaw tightening as he forced a response. As long as I haven't fallen, I can still hold my ground. Yet even his tone betrayed a hint of helplessness, revealing his wavering confidence. Still, his gaze never left Li Zhixian in the arena, his eyes filled with undisguised apprehension and fear. What was even more shocking was that Li Zhixian slowly closed his eyes, as if immersing himself in the profound meaning behind Lin Yi's sword of Dao-seeking. The sea of blood still churned with killing intent, yet an inexplicable stillness seemed to pervade the air. Lin Yi remained motionless, his crimson robes billowing in the wind, the faint aroma of wine lingering around him. From seemingly nowhere, he produced another jug of wine and tipped it back, drinking deeply. With 2 jugs now emptied, the scent of alcohol thickened around him, his eyes taking on a hazy, almost dreamlike quality that was both intoxicated and sharp. Buzz. Li Zhixian's eyes snapped open, and his sword intent gleamed like stars suddenly cutting through the night. Within his gaze, there was a rare glimmer of admiration and amazement as he spoke slowly, his voice steady. To channel the heart of seeking the Tao into the sword, the heart of seeking the Tao is both the most fragile thing in existence and the most indomitable. This sword, I underestimated it. The heart of seeking the Tao. Those 4 words rippled through the gathered cultivators like a thunderclap, shaking their very cores. In the spiritual realm, countless beings embarked on the path to immortality each year. Yet just as many faltered and fell due to the collapse of their hearts of seeking the Tao. Fragile as thin ice, this heart could shatter at the slightest setback. Yet, if one could endure every trial and remain steadfast, it could become unbreakable, a symbol of eternal resolve. To forge such a will into a sword is truly extraordinary, Li Zhixian remarked, a trace of genuine respect in his tone. The crowd was struck silent, their awe only deepening. Li Zhixian was a man who rarely praised others, and those he acknowledged were even fewer. The mountain lord of the Severing Peaks was one, and now Lin Yi had become another. This was not merely a compliment, it was a testament to Lin Yi's undeniable strength. Senior Zhixian, I've only used 1 sword. Lin Yi wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth with an air of calm, his tone steady yet carrying an edge that brooked no argument. If you don't make your move soon, for all your cultivation, you might lose. Before the words had fully faded, the 7 remaining swords around him began to hum in unison, their vibrations echoing like dragon songs across the blood sea. His crimson robes fluttered as if alive, and his entire being transformed into a blade drawn from its sheath. He stood as one with the blood sea beneath him, his killing intent intertwining with his sword intent, forming an oppressive aura that seemed to dominate all. Li Zhixian gave a slight nod, his voice deep and resolute. You do indeed deserve to witness my sword. Clang. The sound of a sword reverberated through the air as Li Zhixian slowly raised his blade. The sword gleamed crimson, its light illuminating the heavens and earth. In that moment, the entire blood sea seemed to be engulfed by the boundless radiance of his blade. The overwhelming killing intent became almost tangible, pressing down on everyone present until it felt as though the very air had been stripped from their lungs. The first immortal slayer. After 1,000 years, he was finally about to draw his sword in earnest. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.